Chapter 1. Betrayed by a brother? I became a victim. The sweltering heat of July was unbearable. Yet Lin Yu's heart felt as cold as ice with the key inserted into the lock. He hesitated to turn it, listening to the tumultuous sounds emanating from within the room. His body trembled with rage. Suddenly, he heard a voice from inside the room, and he could no longer contain himself. With a twist of the key, he forcefully kicked open the door. To his dismay, his so-called brother Zhao Du was entwined with his girlfriend, Zhang Qian. As he beheld the scattered clothing and their exposed bodies, a wave of anguish surged through Lin Yu. One must never betray a friend's wife, he thought bitterly. Zhao Du and Zhang Qian were startled by the abrupt intrusion, hastily grabbing a nearby blanket to shield themselves. Upon recognizing Lin Yu, Zhang Qian's panic rendered her speech nearly incoherent. Zhao Du, however, quickly regained his composure, slowly climbing off the bed and putting on a pair of shorts before speaking. What's there to explain? You know, it was all voluntary. You're aware of what Qian desires, and am merely fulfilling that for you. You should be grateful. At this, Lin Yu could no longer restrain himself. Grateful to you? Never! With a furious shout, he lunged at Zhao Du, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. He then mounted Zhao Du, raining punches upon his face. In that moment, Zhang Qian, previously flustered, collected herself and seized a lamp from the nightstand. Approaching Lin Yu, engrossed in his assault on Zhao Du, Lin Yu was oblivious to Zhang Qian's approach. Thud! The lamp struck the back of his head with a resounding impact. A wave of dizziness washed over Lin Yu, and blood began to trickle down. In disbelief, he turned to Zhang Qian, only to collapse onto the floor. Zhao Du, rising from the ground, snatched the lamp from Zhang Qian's hands, his expression twisted with malice as he glared at Lin Yu. Enjoying yourself, are you? Get up. Come on. Fight me. With that, Zhao Du began to mercilessly smash the lamp against Lin Yu's head, unleashing his pent-up fury from earlier. You're merely my cash cow, do you understand? And by the way, it was I who made Qian leave your side. What can you do about it now? He continued to humiliate Lin Yu, yet Zhao Du felt it was insufficient, pulling Zhang Qian closer and kissing her right before Lin Yu. Look, your girlfriend is in my arms, you worthless fool. At last, Zhao Du felt a sense of satisfaction and signaled to Zhang Qian. Immediately, she approached Lin Yu, rifling through his belongings before taking his bank cards and striding away. Watching them leave, Lin Yu felt utterly powerless, fury consuming him, and he spat blood onto the floor. His blood stained the jade pendant his father had entrusted to him, and it began to react, absorbing the blood until it glowed and directed a beam of light at Lin Yu's forehead. An ancient figure materialized within Lin Yu's mind. My time has passed. Yet I do not wish to witness such sorrow again. Hence, I leave you this jade pendant. To my surprise, after all these years, I find myself here once more. The ancient figure sighed and solemnly declared, It is fate, let me aid you. Foolish boy, I shall impart all my knowledge unto you. Do not disappoint my expectations. Remember to pass on my ultimate skills. May you eradicate all evildoers and alleviate all sufferings. Remember, I am called Qingshu Dixie. As he finished speaking, the jade pendant disintegrated into dust around Lin Yu's neck, and a droplet coalesced in his mind, accompanied by a flood of memories. The dignity of an emperor, surveying the heavens with Qingshu present. There is no sky. At the pinnacle of martial prowess, a healer whose hands defy the world. Ancient martial arts, sacred medicine, mystical techniques, all inscribed in Lin Yu's consciousness. His body began to mend itself gradually. Lin Yu felt a tingling sensation in his arm, which jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a hospital bed, a nurse in crisp white attire standing by his side. Her tall figure and pristine uniform left Lin Yu momentarily entranced. Hey, you're awake! As the nurse gazed at him, Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose to mask his embarrassment. I have no idea how you ended up like this. If I hadn't passed by after work and peeked in when your door was ajar, you might still be lying on the floor. She shot him a disapproving glance. Realizing how he had come to be in this situation, Lin Yu quickly expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks, just repay me for the medical expenses once you're better. Once this is done, just press the call button. With that, she prepared to exit the room. Lin Yu called out, What's your name? I need to know so I can repay you. After she departed, he muttered her name to himself, Su Qingxue, a lovely name, repeating it in his mind, determined to express his gratitude later. With no one else in the ward, Lin Yu settled into contemplation, watching the drops of medicine trickle down. Suddenly, he recalled the strange dream he had experienced earlier. The old man, the jade pendant, the droplet. Just as he began to recollect, fragmented memories flooded back, and he quickly reached for his neck, only to find the jade pendant. Absent. Is this real? Lin Yu promptly attempted to summon the droplet of water in his mind. In an instant, he found himself able to see through the wall, observing the scene in the adjacent room. Chapter 2, Brain Tumor. Through the wall, Lin Yu saw a woman dressed in opulent attire, frantically pleading with the doctor. "Dr. Wang, please save my child. Aren't you the best neurosurgeon in Jiangqing?" Dr. Wang shook his head in resignation. "I'm afraid your child's malignant brain tumor is beyond the capabilities of modern medicine." "Don't say that. Even if the most esteemed physician were here, it would make no difference. With current medical technology, it truly comes down to fate." The middle-aged man beside her grasped Dr. Wang's collar, shouting, "He's only 7. I don't care what it takes, you must save my son." The pale-faced boy lay on the bed, devoid of color, exhibiting a ghastly pallor. "Dad, it's all right, don't trouble the doctor." As Lin Yu was about to continue observing, a sharp pain pierced his head. He quickly ceased the visualization. Shaking it off, he recalled descriptions from his memories indicating that such abilities required drawing upon the spiritual energy within his consciousness. It seemed he could not afford to exert himself recklessly. Seeing the boy's condition reminded Lin Yu of his late sister. If all this were true, perhaps he could save that child. Should I give it a try? With resolve, Lin Yu sat upright and swiftly removed the 4 drip from his hand, making his way toward the opposite ward. Upon entering the room where the young boy was situated, the gathered individuals were taken aback by the sight of Lin Yu clad in a hospital gown, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Dr. Wang cast a glance at Lin Yu and remarked, "Have you perhaps wandered into the wrong room?" Disregarding Dr. Wang's comment, Lin Yu approached the woman before him. Looking intently at her, Lin Yu slowly spoke, "I overheard your discussion regarding your child's illness. May I offer my assistance in examining him?" His words landed like a bombshell in the minds of those present. "What did you say?" Dr. Wang scoffed, and no longer submissive as he had been before the middle-aged man. Lin Yu now faced Dr. Wang with an air of disdain. "Do you even comprehend the nature of this ailment? It is brain cancer. And what could you possibly discern?" Having mocked Lin Yu, Dr. Wang turned his attention back to the middle-aged man. Mr. Li, do not pay him any mind. This fellow might have lost his wits. The best course of action now is to keep the young master comfortable and avoid further distress. Mr. Li sighed despondently. Is there truly no hope? Seeing the look of despair in Mr. Li's eyes, Lin Yu felt a pang of bitterness within him, reminiscent of the time he watched his mother helplessly as his sister departed. Steeling himself, he said, "Why not grant me a chance? Let me take a look. Perhaps there is a solution after all." He began to relay the knowledge he had inherited concerning brain cancer. Brain cancer can often be treated effectively by removing the glioma present in the brain. Noticing that Lin Yu had yet to leave and was still espousing his dubious claims, Dr. Wang stepped forward, shoving Lin Yu in an attempt to escort him out of the ward. At that moment, Mr. Li interjected, "Hold on." Dr. Wang turned, puzzled, to face Mr. Li. "Step aside and allow this gentleman a chance to examine my son," Mr. Li insisted. Dr. Wang quickly protested, "Mr. Li, this is truly unwise. How can you place your faith in the words of a patient? He claims that removing the glioma will suffice. Do you have any idea how challenging that is? Even with the latest advancements in..." Before he could finish, Mr. Li interrupted, "Am I unaware of these facts? But can you save him? You cannot, so what options do I have left?" Lin Yu recognized the resignation in Mr. Li's tone, and adopting a mindset of desperate hope, he pushed past Dr. Wang and approached the boy's bedside. Having already perceived the tumor within the boy's brain through his earlier ability, Lin Yu was determined to confirm his findings, wishing to ascertain the veracity of his earlier insights. Placing his hand gently on the boy's, Lin Yu activated his ability once more to confirm the diagnosis. Turning to Mr. Li, he declared, "I have a method to treat him." With a scoff, Dr. Wang burst into laughter. However, upon noticing Mr. Li's gaze, he quickly added, "Mr. Li, I meant no offense. This young man does not even know where the tumor is located. He merely glanced and asserts he can cure it. It is an affront to your intelligence." Fearing that Mr. Li might deny him the opportunity to treat the boy, Lin Yu hastily explained, "I am trained in traditional Chinese medicine, which emphasizes observation and examination. I have already identified your child's primary symptoms through my initial assessment. Have you even matured enough to speak of observation and examination? You might as well be a hen dreaming of flight. Dr. Wang could no longer contain his derision. Silence. Mr. Li's voice cut through the tension coldly. Dr. Wang fell silent, though disdain remained etched on his face. Li turned to Lin Yu, asking, "Young man, do you truly possess a method to heal my son?" Lin Yu nodded. "By utilizing silver needles, I can remove the glioma from your son's brain. Is that true?" Mr. Li questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. "Indeed, I am confident in my ability to restore your son to health," Lin Yu assured solemnly. Mr. Li lowered his gaze, contemplating the decision before him. To try or not to try? At that moment, the boy spoke up. "Daddy, why not let the brother take a look at me? I know my time is limited, but what if he can truly help me? Then I could go to the amusement park with you again." Hearing his son's plea, Mr. Li gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. He grasped Lin Yu's hands tightly, saying, "Young man, I entrust my son's fate to you." He then turned to Dr. Wang, commanding quickly, "Fetch me a set of silver needles." Dr. Wang replied nonchalantly, "Very well, Mr. Li, but I must make it clear. This is your decision to allow him to treat your son should anything go awry. You cannot hold my hospital accountable. Fetch the needles." Mr. Li could no longer tolerate Dr. Wang's sarcasm. With a dismissive air, Dr. Wang turned and exited the ward. Outside, he spat on the ground, muttering, "I shall see how your traditional medicine performs. If he succeeds, I will resign on the spot. To think they doubt my expertise when your son dies, I shall relish your expression." Unbeknownst to him, his words echoed audibly in the ears of those within the ward. Chapter 3. Waste and Incompetence. Moments later, Dr. Wang entered the room, holding a set of silver needles. He tossed them to Lin Yu and leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu reassured the little boy, saying, "Do not worry. Brother will ensure that you and your father get to the amusement park." The boy smiled and nodded in response. Following the guidance etched in his memory, Lin Yu channeled the remaining traces of his spiritual energy into the silver needles. He proceeded to insert each needle into the acupoints on the boy's head. The Li couple held their breath, while Dr. Wang wore a smug expression, anticipating Lin Yu's impending failure. At that moment, the boy reacted. With a sudden puff, he expelled a mass of black blood from his mouth. Observing this, Dr. Wang leaped up, exclaiming, "See, I told you something would go wrong. How could you not believe me? Now let us see how this unfolds. Did you really think a few silver needles could eradicate a brain tumor? What purpose do we serve?" Before he could finish, the boy's previously pallid demeanor began to fade, and a hint of color returned to his face. Realizing this, Lin Yu withdrew the needles and turned to Mr. Li, stating, "Your son's brain tumor has been eliminated. Now we just need to focus on his recovery." Upon hearing this, Mr. Li rushed to the bedside and asked his son, "How do you feel, my child?" The little boy beamed and replied, "Dad, I feel much better now. I no longer feel dizzy." The moment those words left his lips, Dr. Wang stood in shock, his earlier delight evaporating. How is this possible? Just moments ago, he was vomiting blood. He quickly turned to Mr. Li, insisting, "Mr. Li, I think it would be prudent to conduct an examination now." "Shut your mouth," Mr. Li retorted angrily. Meanwhile, Mrs. Li, observing the black blood expelled by their child, expressed her concern, saying, "Dear, I believe we should consider getting him checked as well." Lin Yu observed the woman's gaze and instinctively understood her concern regarding the dark blood. However, he was aware that it was merely the impurities expelled from the brain after the removal of a glioma. If treated by Western medicine, surgery would have been inevitable. Shortly thereafter, the man surnamed Li nodded and lifted the child onto the stretcher. Dr. Wang, filled with impatience, hurriedly pushed the young boy towards the brain CT room. Before exiting the ward, he cast a resentful glance at Lin Yu, internally vowing to witness his downfall for daring to play tricks before him. Inside the brain CT room, Dr. Wang's mouth fell agape as he shook his head in disbelief. Staring at the lab results in his hands, he muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a brain tumor be eradicated with just a few needles? There must be an error." He promptly initiated a retest. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Wang emerged from the brain CT room, pushing the young boy and forcing a smile as he looked at the man surnamed Li. "Congratulations, Mr. Li. Your son's brain tumor has been completely eliminated. With proper care, he can lead a normal life from now on." Upon hearing this outcome, the man surnamed Li could scarcely believe it. After consulting countless renowned physicians and seeking numerous miraculous remedies in vain, the fact that his son had truly been cured filled him with overwhelming excitement. Lin Yuyi observed the jubilant cheers of the Li family and chose not to intrude. Instead, he approached the doctor. "I hope you will honor your promise and resign," he stated. Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's words, Dr. Wang felt a tinge of reluctance. "My young brother, it seems I have underestimated your stature. Please, do not hold this against me." Lin Yuyi disregarded the doctor's earnest pleas and proceeded directly to the hospital room. Just as Dr. Wang was about to speak, he was seized by the collar by a man surnamed Li, who swung his fist directly at his face. "You were rather pleased just now, weren't you? Cursing my son, were you? Damn you, you worthless wretch. If I ever see you practicing medicine again, I shall strike you each time." After venting his fury, the man hurried off to find Lin Yuyi, who was at that moment waiting for Su Qingxue at the nurse's station. Lin Yuyi came here to seek Su Qingxue in order to obtain her contact information, facilitating the repayment of his debt. His salary card had already been taken by Zhang Qian, with the password being Zhang Qian's birthday. Present, Lin Yuyi was utterly incapable of repaying the medical expenses that Su Qingxue had covered on his behalf. Before long, Su Qingxue emerged from within. Lin Yuyi was once again rendered speechless. A pair of silver-white pointed high heels, light blue jeans, and a long sweater elegantly showcased her exquisite figure. Her long, graceful legs, combined with an air of confidence and that stunning beauty, made Lin Yuyi involuntarily swallow hard. Upon seeing Lin Yuyi, Su Qingxue was slightly taken aback and remarked, "What brings you here? Are you here to repay your debt?" Noticing Lin Yuyi's awkwardness, Su Qingxue quickly intervened, suggesting, "How about treating me to a meal now? Consider it a settlement for the medical expenses. I am quite hungry at the moment." Lin Yuyi nodded hastily, realizing he still had a few hundred yuan on his phone. It would suffice for a meal, a small gesture to repay the life-saving favor. He could return the money later. Thus, Lin Yuyi and Su Qingxue exited the hospital together. Su Qingxue walked directly to a Bentley Continental GT, and Lin Yuyi was momentarily stunned upon seeing the luxurious car. "Hurry and get in. I'm hungry," Su Qingxue called from inside the vehicle, snapping Lin Yuyi out of his daze as he hurriedly climbed in. Still in a state of bewilderment, Lin Yuyi pondered whether she was indeed a wealthy heiress. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Upon exiting the car, Lin Yuyi gazed at the Marriott five-star hotel, feeling a wave of uncertainty about whether his few hundred yuan would be adequate. After a moment's contemplation, he devised a plan. He would have to use Huabei for the expenses. At that moment, Su Qingxue instructed, "You go in first and just give my name." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Yuyi steeled himself and entered. After reporting Su Qingxue's name to the staff, he was escorted to a private room on the second floor. Time passed, and noticing that Su Qingxue had yet to arrive, Lin Yuyi decided to check. Just as he reached the door of the room, Su Qingxue entered. Once seated, she expressed her apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, there was a minor incident downstairs, but it's all resolved now. Let us begin our meal." With that, she immediately started eating, and Lin Yuyi picked up his chopsticks, determined not to waste a single morsel of food. While they dined and conversed, Su Qingxue suddenly inquired, "Do you know why I wanted you to treat me to dinner?" Lin Yuyi, puzzled, replied, "Isn't it to thank you? I actually wanted to hear your story. When you were unconscious at noon, you kept murmuring the name Zhang Qian. Such depth of love intrigues me, and I wanted to indulge in a bit of sweet gossip," Su Qingxue said, her eyes filled with longing. Hearing this, Lin Yuyi shook his head bitterly and downed his drink in one gulp. The pain he had been suppressing erupted, and inexplicably, he began to share his story with Su Qingxue. He recounted the tragic loss of his younger sister, his mother's illness, and the betrayal he suffered from Zhang Qian and a close friend. As Lin Yuyi spoke, Su Qingxue's eyes glistened with tears. She was taken aback by the hardships Lin Yuyi had endured. "Those two are truly despicable," she said. "It's all right. It's all in the past. Tomorrow will be better." Su Qingxue comforted him. Lin Yuyi nodded, affirming that tomorrow would indeed be better. Though the divine had sealed the doors and windows, the emperor of the clear ruins had aided him in prying open the great gate. With these ancient legacies now in his possession, he was certain that the morrow would bring brighter prospects. Soon both had dined satisfactorily. Lin Yuyi rose and stated his intention to visit the restroom, then exited the private room. Chapter 4. Upon leaving the room, Lin Yuyi made his way directly to the front desk, intending to settle the bill first, lest Su Qingxue notice the use of a credit service and create an awkward situation. Who could this be? Sporting quite the large sandbag atop the head, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air, prompting Lin Yuyi to turn and confront its source, whereupon his expression instantly turned frigid. He beheld Zhang Qian, who was entwined with Zhao Du, approaching him slowly. It turned out that Zhao Du's store had experienced a significant surge in funding today, and they had seized the opportunity to celebrate their newfound freedom to be together openly, choosing this five-star hotel for their indulgence. To think they have the means to dine in such an establishment. It seems these years have seen them secretly stashing away funds from their mother. I suspected as much. The way you worked hardly justified such meager wages. Zhang Qian glared at Lin Yuyi, her face betraying her ire. Lin Yuyi never anticipated that the two individuals would still have the audacity to appear before him. With a hint of indifference, he remarked, "Do you truly have the face to stand before me? Yet, perhaps this is for the best as it saves me the trouble. Is this hotel your establishment? And how did you manage to gain entry here? It seems this five-star hotel is not as impressive as one might expect." Zhao Du retorted with blatant sarcasm. Given that they had brought their own downfall upon themselves, Lin Yuyi began to contemplate the venomous techniques swirling in his mind. Lin Yuyi felt an inexplicable discomfort, ultimately deciding that the visceral thrill of physical confrontation was irresistible. Afterward, he would allow him to savor the utmost ecstasy of life. "Lin Yuyi, what are you doing?" Just as Lin Yuyi was about to rush forward, he heard the voice of Su Qingxue behind him. Su Qingxue gracefully descended the stairs in her high heels, the crisp sound of her footsteps resonating in the hearts of all present, akin to a goddess descending from on high. Approaching Lin Yuyi, she directly linked her arm with his and gently inquired, "You? Who are these two? Could you introduce them to me?" It turned out that Su Qingxue had also intended to visit the restroom, but upon her emergence, she unexpectedly witnessed the scene unfolding in the grand hall. Observing Lin Yuyi's movements, it was evident that he was poised to take action, prompting her to intervene hastily. Lin Yuyi was taken aback by Su Qingxue's actions, staring blankly at her. Noticing that Lin Yuyi, with his dense mind, still failed to comprehend the situation, it was no wonder he had been deceived by this couple for so long. She quickly shot him a meaningful glance. Lin Yuyi quickly realized the situation and exclaimed, "This is my ex, and my former best friend." When he uttered the word brother, one could sense his intense disdain for Zhao Du. "So it is they." Su Qingxue nodded, releasing Lin Yuyi's hand and stepping toward Zhao Du. "Isn't this the individual who previously scratched my car?" she remarked. "Oh dear." He appeared quite courteous when apologizing earlier, yet now he seems utterly pretentious. Su Qingxue addressed Zhao Du and Zhang Qian, adding, "However, I must extend my gratitude to you, dear sister. If it weren't for your conspiracy to swindle my boyfriend, where else could I find such an exceptional partner? It is indeed rare to encounter someone so devoted." The onlookers grimaced at Su Qingxue's words, taken aback by the repulsiveness of the situation. Su Qingxue skillfully portrayed the role of the virtuous woman, yet her performance was oddly captivating. Zhao Du and Zhang Qian felt a burning embarrassment as they listened to Su Qingxue's every word. Enraged, Zhang Qian raised her hand, ready to strike Su Qingxue. However, Su Qingxue firmly grasped Zhang Qian's hand, smiling sweetly as she taunted, "What is the matter? Do you still wish to hit me? Do you know the cost of my car? I didn't demand compensation when you scratched it earlier. So what do you want? Compensation?" Lin Yuyi stood at the back, captivated by Su Qingxue's performance, utterly astonished. Observing the embarrassment of the couple, he found a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Unable to reason or retaliate, Zhang Qian began to create a scene, exclaiming, "What kind of five-star hotel is this? Is there no one to address personal attacks? I shall file a complaint." Zhao Du swiftly grasped Zhang Qian's hand, responding, "Qian, do not be hasty. I shall call a friend who is an executive at this hotel." Upon hearing Zhao Du's words, Zhang Qian calmed down, astonished to discover that he knew someone of such standing. It seemed her choice in Zhao Du was indeed correct, especially when contrasting him with Lin Yu, who appeared to be living off others. In truth, Zhao Du had no executive friend. They had merely met at a previous gathering. If he had connections, he would have sought discounts before dining here. Dialing the number, Zhao Du spoke. "Hello, is this Brother Li? This Xiao Zhao from the last gathering. I was hoping to invite you out for some fun. Also, there's a small matter. I was bullied at your establishment. Could you come and handle it?" Meanwhile, in his office, the lobby manager, Li Chong, hung up the phone with a disdainful expression, muttering about the ridiculousness of people seeking his assistance for trivial matters. However, despite his complaints, he stood up, preparing to investigate, as incidents on his turf could tarnish his reputation. Moreover, he found Zhao Du's approach somewhat considerate, asking to meet in a more casual setting. Upon entering the lobby, Li Chong was surprised by the crowd gathered. After adjusting his appearance, he strode in, commanding, "Make way. What is all this commotion?" Spotting Li Chong, Zhao Du rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Li, you've arrived. These two are the ones who bullied us and even laid hands on my girlfriend."
Li Qiang followed Zhao Du's pointing finger.
Ready to assert his authority, but was met by Su Qingshue's unwavering gaze. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Zhao Du was taken aback, bewildered by why he was the target instead of Lin Yu. Li Chong berated, "Who do you think you are, causing trouble here? Do you know where you are? Get out." "Wait, Brother Li, let me explain." Zhao Du attempted to plead but was met with another slap from Li Chong. "Leave. Do you not understand?"
Li Qiang reiterat startly.
"All right, you think you're all in this together?" Zhao Du, clutching his cheek, shot a venomous glare at the group before leading Zhang Qian out. Watching their disheveled exit, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. As Li Chong observed their departure, he quickly turned to Su Qingxue, intending to inquire, but was met with a knowing glance from her, instantly comprehending her unspoken command. He then addressed the onlookers, saying, "Everyone, it's time to disperse. Today's meal is on me." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers before gradually dispersing. As the throng faded, Su Qingxue turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "Are you full?" Lin Yu nodded eagerly, expressing his intent to pay. He was taken aback to encounter the two of them. "I truly appreciate your help. I am at a loss as to how I can repay you," he said. Su Qingxue smiled sweetly and replied, "There's no need for thanks. We are friends, and assisting one another is only natural. Now that we are satisfied, shall we take our leave? Did you not hear the manager mention that our meal is complimentary?" Lin Yu observed that Su Qingxue had indeed not taken her bag, and without further contemplation, he nodded and continued to walk outside. Chapter 5. The Turmoil at the Apothecary Hall. Su Qingxue shot a glare at Li Chong, her demeanor no longer gentle as it had been with Lin Yu, and coldly stated, "Call me by my name. Do not use any other." Li Chong promptly nodded in agreement. "You are rather astute. Remember, you must not disclose tonight's events to my father. If my whereabouts are revealed, you will learn the true meaning of obedience," Su Qingxue commanded with an authoritative tone. Initially, Li Chong had contemplated informing the family head to earn accolades, but upon hearing Su Qingxue's words, he completely abandoned that thought. After speaking, Su Qingxue took the bag that Li Chong had been holding and proceeded to walk outside. Upon entering the apartment, Lin Yu once again expressed his profound gratitude to Su Qingxue at his doorstep. She waved her hand dismissively, weariness evident on her face, and said, "No need for thanks. If you keep this up, you shall not consider me a friend. Besides, who wouldn't lend a hand when they see someone being bullied? Now, enough of this. You should rest early. You have an injury on your head." As she yawned and prepared to leave, Su Qingxue turned her back, but Lin Yu suddenly sensed something amiss and hurriedly called out to her. Su Qingxue turned back with a puzzled expression. Indeed, Lin Yu had not misjudged the situation. A subtle shadow lingered on Su Qingxue's forehead, and her eyes bore traces of blood. According to the ancestral records, this was an omen of misfortune and impending calamity. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words, hesitating as he stammered. Observing his faltering demeanor, Su Qingxue raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is it? If you don't speak up soon, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu cautiously replied, "I have noticed in your facial features, Miss Su, that you may be facing a streak of misfortune in the coming days, with indications of potential calamity. Do take care." A soft chuckle escaped Su Qingshue's lips as she laughed. "I find you quite earnest. I did not expect you to resort to such old tricks." Lin Yu gazed at Su Qingxue, who appeared skeptical, and hurried to clarify, "I assure you, I learned a few things from an itinerant Taoist during my childhood. I hope Miss Su will take heed." Observing Lin Yu's earnest demeanor, which seemed devoid of jest, Su Qingxue nodded in agreement and bid him good night as she made her way to her quarters. As she opened the door to the adjacent room, Lin Yu was taken aback by the revelation that they were neighbors. He had never noticed such a striking neighbor before, but then again, he had often been preoccupied with part-time jobs, spending little time in this vicinity. Upon seeing Su Qingxue enter her room, Lin Yu retreated to his own quarters, commencing the task of tidying up the disarray. It was only close to midnight that he managed to restore order, finally settling onto his bed to practice the cultivation methods embedded in his memory. At this hour, while the world lay in slumber, two individuals were exceptionally invigorated. Li Fuqiang paced restlessly in the vast living room, having found nothing conclusive at the hospital. The only lead was a nurse named Su Qingxue, who had settled a medical bill, yet beyond that, no further information was available. He could only await updates from his subordinates. As dawn broke, Lin Yu, who had spent the entire night in cultivation, felt no trace of fatigue. In fact, during his practice, he had discovered an ability to multitask, utilizing the intervals to delve into the legacy of the immortal emperor. Rising from his bed, he casually stretched his limbs, experiencing an extraordinary sense of comfort. In the washroom, as he removed the bandage from his head, he was astounded to find that the scars had vanished, indicating a remarkable enhancement of his physical capabilities. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Yu meticulously groomed himself, vowing that he would no longer be the person he once was. After a light meal, he ventured to the largest traditional Chinese medicine hall in Jiangqing, known as the Medicine King Hall. This establishment, reputed to have a legacy of 300 to 400 years, was renowned throughout the country. While researching the legacy the previous night, Lin Yu had pondered the optimal treatment for his mother's chronic ailments. Ultimately, he deduced that due to the cumulative nature of her conditions, compounded by her age, acupuncture would not be suitable for her. Thus, he formulated a prescription that would first address some of the underlying issues within her body. Once her physical condition improved, acupuncture could be employed for a complete cure, albeit at a gradual pace. Upon entering the Medicine King Hall, Lin Yu was not surprised to find a considerable queue forming early in the morning, a testament to the establishment's esteemed reputation cultivated over 4 centuries. Lin Yu consciously joined the queue. After more than half an hour, it was finally his turn. As he took out the prescription he had prepared in advance to hand to the clerk, a middle-aged woman weighing nearly 200 pounds rushed over and pushed Lin Yu aside. "What is happening here? Is it permissible to cut in line like this?" Lin Yu gently tapped the woman who had jumped the queue and said, "Isn't this inappropriate? I have been waiting for over half an hour." The woman turned to face Lin Yu, her expression one of disdain, and retorted, "So what? I cut in line, and what of it? Cutting in is a sign of respect for you. Why don't you inquire about my identity?" At that moment, the store staff, witnessing the escalating tension between Lin Yu and the woman, could only lament internally and hope for Lin Yu to depart swiftly. Otherwise, he would surely face misfortune. This woman had a notorious reputation in the area for her tyrannical behavior, bolstered by her wealthy husband. Observing that Lin Yu merely stared at her in silence, the woman grew emboldened, having stepped in dog feces that morning and seeking an outlet for her frustration. She pointed a finger at Lin Yu and shouted, "What's your problem? Do you dislike the sight of me? If you can't stand it, do something, coward. How could someone like you be born?" Lin Yu initially intended to engage in a civil conversation. However, he soon realized the futility of such an endeavor, as the boundaries had been crossed. "You may insult me, and I can choose to ignore it, but when you direct your vitriol towards my mother, I am left with no choice but to acquiesce to your demands." Lin Yu seized the woman's arm and executed a shoulder throw, employing a gentle yet powerful technique that effortlessly sent her hefty frame, weighing 200 pounds, crashing to the ground in disarray. Help! Murder! The portly woman immediately began to thrash about on the ground, wailing in despair. Observing Lin Yuyi's actions, a female store clerk hurriedly approached him and whispered, "You must leave at once. Otherwise, you will find yourself at a disadvantage." Lin Yuyi spoke, "It's nothing. We won't provoke trouble, and we aren't afraid of it either." The woman wailed and cried, yet she soon realized that no one around paid her any heed. Reluctantly, she steadied her ample figure and rose to her feet. With a face full of disdain directed at Lin Yuyi, she exclaimed, "Oh, how bold! You dare to strike me? Just wait and see." Following this, she pointed at the female shop attendant beside Lin Yuyi. "You little harlot, is he your lover? You think you can let him leave after assaulting me? Just wait for it." With that, she positioned herself at the entrance, fearful that Lin Yuyi might escape. She then took out her phone and began to wail into it. Chapter 6. Zhang Wenzhong. Upon hearing the woman's words, the shop attendant's expression shifted dramatically, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Clearly, today was destined to be unfortunate. Before long, a man weighing approximately 200 pounds, sporting a prominent belly, strode in. The earlier woman, upon seeing him, immediately called out with a sense of grievance, "Husband." Lin Yuyi, initially puzzled, now understood upon observing the middle-aged man's size. It was indeed true that birds of a feather flock together. The stout man bellowed, "Who dares to trouble my darling? How dare anyone cross her? I merely stepped out for a pack of cigarettes, and someone has the audacity to bully her." The woman tugged at her husband's hand, playfully pointing at Lin Yuyi. "It's him, darling. He insulted me and even laid his hands on me. And that vile creature next to him even tried to let him flee." Lin Yuyi gazed at the posture of the two individuals, nearly losing his breakfast in the process. A middle-aged man approached Lin Yuyi, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Upon realizing that Lin Yuyi was clad in humble attire, unbefitting of someone of power or influence, he spoke, "Young man, I do not wish to cause a commotion on Zhang Lao's territory. Kneel and apologize to my wife, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Otherwise, he coldly huffed, leaving his words hanging in the air. Lin Yuyi raised an eyebrow, gazing at the portly man. "Are you certain? Think carefully. Kneeling to heaven, to the earth, and to one's parents comes with a steep price. Be wary, lest you find yourself incapacitated." Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's audacious words, the middle-aged man immediately lunged forward to seize him. Lin Yuyi swiftly evaded, causing the burly middle-aged man, weighing over 200 pounds, to lose his balance and fall to the ground. No longer willing to endure, Lin Yuyi immediately summoned the spiritual energy from his mind, concentrating it at the tips of his fingers. This energy coalesced into a needle-like form, which he then directed straight towards the man's knee. As Lin Yuyi had just withdrawn his hand, he heard an astonished voice from behind, "President Wang, are you all right?" Lin Yuyi turned around and beheld a man sporting gold-rimmed glasses, with a center-parted hairstyle and a prominent mustache, hastily approaching. He promptly assisted the middle-aged, portly gentleman to his feet. The surrounding staff, upon noticing the man with the gold-rimmed glasses, displayed a flicker of disdain upon their faces. Lin Yuyi observed the figure before him and simply smiled. This individual would undoubtedly be deemed a traitor in the anti-island era. The now-supported General Wang pointed at Lin Yuyi and the bespectacled man, exclaiming, "You arrived just in time. This fellow has injured both my spouse and me. Since we are in the Medicine King Hall, I shall grant Zhang Lao a favor and spare him for now. However, I demand that he vanishes from my sight immediately." Upon hearing General Wang's words, the bespectacled man quickly nodded and bowed, ingratiatingly assuring, "Rest assured, General Wang. Do take a seat. I shall extend my apologies to you shortly. I will handle this trivial matter at once." With that, the bespectacled man assisted General Wang to a nearby chair and turned to Lin Yuyi, demanding, "You need to leave at once. We do not welcome your presence in the Medicine King Hall. How dare you cause a commotion here? Depart quickly, or I shall summon security." He then pulled out his phone from his bag. "I am here to purchase medicine, and once I have acquired it, I shall leave. On what grounds do you expel me?" Lin Yuyi fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the bespectacled man. "On the grounds that I am the manager of this establishment." If I declare that you shall not be served, then you shall not be served, the bespectacled man declared with an air of arrogance. Just as Lin Yuyi was about to respond, a voice emerged from behind him. An elderly gentleman, clad in scholarly robes, emerged from the rear courtyard. Upon seeing the elder, the surrounding staff promptly greeted, "Greetings, Zhang Lao." The elder nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze toward the bespectacled man. A look of confusion etched upon his face. The female staff member standing beside Lin Yuyi was about to speak, but the bespectacled man interjected, "Zhang Lao, this individual is causing a disturbance in the Medicine King Hall, speaking insolently and even injuring 2 people. I am here to expel him." A disturbance here? The scholarly elder furrowed his brow upon hearing the bespectacled man's words, directing his attention to Lin Yuyi. Upon seeing Lin Yuyi's visage, the elder was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to perceive something extraordinary as he scrutinized Lin Yuyi from head to toe. After confirming 3 times, the elder, in a fit of excitement, grasped Lin Yuyi's hand. Lin Yuyi was startled by the sudden movement and quickly inquired, "Sir, do we know each other?" The elderly man realized he had been somewhat impolite and promptly released Lin Yuyi's hand, feeling a bit awkward. He quickly shifted his gaze and said, "Young friend, have you encountered some trouble? I am the owner of this pharmacy, and you may share any matters with me." The onlookers were astonished by the elderly man's actions. The elder, named Zhang Wanzhong, was not only the proprietor of the pharmacy but also the director of the affiliated hospital in Jiangcheng, as well as a permanent member of the Chinese Medical Association, a figure of esteemed status in traditional Chinese medicine. Although the elder usually had a kind demeanor, he had never shown such respect to anyone before. Regardless of one's wealth or power, they must adhere to his principles in his presence. Upon learning that the elder owned the pharmacy, Lin Yuyi began recounting the events that had transpired. The bespectacled man and the plump couple listened intently, feeling increasingly uneasy. After Lin Yuyi finished his account, the elder, without a moment's hesitation, turned to the bespectacled man and stated, "I allowed you to enter this field because I saw potential in you, yet now you have become so sycophantic. Traditional Chinese medicine values character, and you are no longer suited for this profession." The bespectacled man, fully aware of the elder's resolute nature, did not plead for mercy but instead bowed respectfully and exited the pharmacy. The elder then shifted his gaze to the plump couple seated nearby, who immediately became tense, bracing themselves for the elder's judgment. The elder calmly addressed them, "Wang Fatty, your family is henceforth forbidden from stepping foot in the apothecary hall." The woman attempted to speak, but Wang Fatty quickly covered her mouth, smiling apologetically, "Thank you, Elder Zhang, we shall take our leave." Thus, the couple supported each other as they departed from the apothecary hall, casting a resentful glance at Lin Yuyi before leaving. Once everything was settled, the elder turned to Lin Yuyi and asked, "Young friend, do you require anything further? Is this old man's conduct to your satisfaction?" The onlookers inside the pharmacy could scarcely believe their ears, doubting the reality of the situation. Although they were uncertain why the elder had acted in such a manner, they were grateful for the respect shown by someone of his age. They nodded eagerly, retrieving a prescription from their bag and presenting it to the elder. "Sir, I would like to inquire if you have all the herbs listed here?" After receiving the prescription, Zhang Wanzhong examined it carefully. After several thorough readings, he could not discern any peculiarities. All the herbs were quite common. Had he mistaken the individual? Folding the prescription meticulously, Zhang Wanzhong finally spoke, "Young friend, I have all these herbs available. However, there is one matter I find unclear, and I hope you can enlighten me." Chapter 7. Master, I was blind to your brilliance. The elder continued, "Forgive my boldness, but did you not treat a young boy suffering from brain cancer at the affiliated hospital yesterday?" Lin Yuyi felt a twinge of confusion. Was he truly present yesterday? How could he have no recollection whatsoever? Xiao Tong stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation for a long moment. Just like that, she had become the manager. It seemed the ancestral wisdom held true. Do good deeds without questioning the future. Regaining her senses, Xiao Tong hastily nodded to the elder, casting a grateful glance towards Lin Yuyi. Meanwhile, the surrounding staff gazed at the newly promoted Xiao Tong with envious eyes, filled with curiosity about the young man's true identity. They regretted not having spoken up on his behalf sooner. Once everything was arranged, The elder turned to Lin Yu and remarked that it would take some time to prepare the medicine. He suggested that Lin Yu accompany him to the backyard for a cup of tea, as he had a few questions regarding medical practices that he wished to explore with Lin Yu. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu agreed. He too was eager to discern the elder's intentions, and thus followed him to the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, Lin Yu was struck by the sight of a veritable herb garden, densely populated with medicinal plants. Clearly, the elder possessed extensive knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. This revelation had once caused a stir within the Chinese medical community, as a group of seasoned scholars had devoted an entire month to their research, ultimately concluding that the findings were false. This had left Zhang Wenzhong embarrassed for several months, yet he steadfastly believed in their authenticity, despite lacking any means of proof. Regaining his thoughts, Zhang Wenzhong produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yu, saying, "Might you leave your contact information? I mean no harm. I simply wish to exchange knowledge on medical matters. And to sweeten the deal, if you present this card at my establishment, all your purchases of medicinal materials will be complimentary. How does that sound?" After a moment's reflection, Lin Yu recited a series of numbers. Having received a legacy, he would inevitably need to procure herbs in the future, and this arrangement seemed beneficial. After all, it was merely a phone call. Once he had provided his number, Lin Yu heard Xiao Tong's voice from outside and proceeded to collect the medicinal materials. After receiving the herbs, he exited the Yaowang Hall. Zhang Wenzhong watched Lin Yu's departing figure, murmuring to himself, "The candidate has been chosen. At last, I can set those old fellows to work. This time, let us see if they can escape my scrutiny." Lin Yu had just arrived outside the Medicine King Hall when he was confronted by a group of ruffians clad in bizarre attire. Among them, the chubby man whom Lin Yu had previously taught a lesson approached slowly, addressing Lin Yu with a sneer, "Boy, we've been waiting for you. I thought you wouldn't dare to show your face. Just now, that old codger was shielding you inside, but now that he has gone, let's see what support you have left. Even if Jesus himself were to come, he couldn't save you today. Kneel and bow before me, and perhaps I might spare your wretched life." With that, the chubby man spat contemptuously onto the ground. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yu merely smiled faintly and replied, "Didn't I mention earlier? The price for my kneeling might be rather steep." The middle-aged man, enraged by Lin Yu's demeanor, was about to retort when he suddenly felt his legs go numb, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The chubby man's henchmen hurriedly rushed over to check on him. The chubby man writhed in agony, pounding his legs with his fists, yet he still felt no sensation. As he looked up, he caught sight of Lin Yu's disdainful smile and suddenly recalled Lin Yu's previous warnings. "You, what have you done to me?" The chubby man screamed in horror. Lin Yu gazed innocently at the man and inquired, "Me? What have I done?" He continued, "Perhaps your misdeeds have caught the attention of heaven, which has deemed it necessary to punish you. No, that is impossible. You must have done something to me. Restore my legs at once. I implore you." The overweight man, observing Lin Yu's calm demeanor, was increasingly convinced that Lin Yu was indeed responsible for his predicament. "I have already stated, it is not my fault. It is merely a consequence of your own wrongdoings, a punishment from heaven." Lin Yu maintained his expressionless countenance. "Master, I truly repent. Please spare me. I shall never dare to offend again." The overweight man, despite his legs being numb, was ready to kneel and beg for mercy if he could. Seeing the man's distress, Lin Yu contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "I do possess a method, though I am uncertain if you would be willing to accept it." Upon hearing this glimmer of hope, the overweight man eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Master, as long as you can cure my legs, I am willing to do anything." "Well, the truth is, your misdeeds have accumulated a malevolent energy around you, which must be counteracted with a pure yang force. And the essence of a young boy's urine is precisely that pure yang energy. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Lin Yu could hardly contain his amusement. The audience, taken aback by Lin Yu's proposition, fell into silence for a moment before one of the thugs interjected, "Brother, this fellow wishes for you to drink a child's urine. I believe he is merely jesting with you. Shall we teach him a lesson instead?" The overweight man attempted to strike the speaker, but found his legs unresponsive, resorting instead to cursing, "You fool! I have already mentioned that old Zhang has placed me on his blacklist. The thug, caught off guard, could only chuckle awkwardly and fell silent. Master, I truly repent. Please grant me mercy. I have erred in failing to recognize your greatness. I beg for another chance. The overweight man pleaded once more. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the man attempted to regain control of his legs and, to his astonishment, managed to stand. He hastily pushed aside those around him, exclaiming, Master, please. Thus, Lin Yu navigated through the crowd and began his journey home. As he observed Lin Yu's retreating figure, the overweight man suddenly recalled something and shouted, Master, how long must I drink the child's urine? Chapter 8. Hands on head, squat down. Hearing Lin Yu's response, the overweight man swiftly inquired of his lackeys, Which of you has children? The previously chastised thug cautiously replied, Brother, I am still a virgin. With a sense of delight, Lin Yu had played a prank on the overweight man. It turned out that the man's temporary loss of sensation in his legs was merely a result of Lin Yu activating the spirit-gathering needle directed at his knees, causing a momentary numbness. Lin Yu seemed to have heard a man's voice coming from Su Qingshua's room. After acquiring the inheritance, Lin Yu's physical abilities were elevated, including his vision and hearing. Lin Yu pondered, could it be that I misheard? Or does Su Qingxue have a boyfriend? Lin Yu was uncertain as to why this thought crossed his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to disregard it. After all, it was someone else's privacy. He promptly opened the door, muttering to himself about the importance of discretion, while his mind conjured a vision of clarity. In an instant, he could see through the door and into the room, where Su Qingxue was bound to the bed, flanked by two men. Brother, just let me take action. Such a beautiful woman. It's a fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. I can hardly wait, exclaimed one of the lecherous men as he gazed at Su Qingxue. The scarred-faced man, referred to as brother, nodded in agreement and instructed, hurry up, but keep your voice down. The lecherous man rubbed his hands together, declaring, my lady, here I come. I initially intended just to rob, but how could I resist such beauty? Su Qingxue, seeing the man approach menacingly, screamed with all her might, but the tape binding her mouth rendered her efforts futile. Just as the lecherous man was about to make his move, the door was suddenly kicked open. Both men turned to the entrance, where Lin Yu sheepishly scratched his head and hurriedly said, Apologies, brothers. I've mistakenly entered the wrong room. Please continue with your business. I'll take my leave. At the sight of Lin Yu, Su Qingxue felt a glimmer of hope, but upon hearing his words, despair washed over her. The scarred-faced man, quick on the draw, seized Lin Yu and pulled him into the room, shutting the door behind them. You little wretch, you've interrupted my fun. I'll make you pay. The lecherous man spat angrily as he advanced toward Lin Yu. Just as he approached, Lin Yu sprang into action, delivering a swift kick that sent the lecherous man sprawling to the floor. Observing Lin Yu's movement, the scarred-faced man also attacked, throwing a punch at Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu raised his left hand to block while landing a powerful punch into the man's abdomen with his right. In an instant, both men collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Previously, as Lin Yu entered the room, the lecherous man had been too close to Su Qingxue, and with the current level of his spiritual energy, it was impossible for him to launch 2 attacks concurrently. Thus, Lin Yu had no choice but to divert their attention first. Lin Yu hurriedly approached Su Qingxue and swiftly untied the ropes binding her. As Lin Yu was untying the ropes behind him, a sudden sense of danger surged through his mind, prompting him to swiftly turn around. There, on the ground, the scarred-faced man had just drawn a gun from his waist, aiming it directly at Lin Yu. In a split second, Lin Yu summoned every ounce of his strength to throw Su Qingxue down towards the bed. Bang! 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 The scarred-faced man fired several shots in quick succession. The lamp on the bedside table shattered into countless pieces, with a shard of glass falling directly onto Su Qingxue's face, slicing her skin open. Blood began to flow slowly from the wound, staining her visage. Seeing the blood on Su Qingxue's face ignited a fierce anger within Lin Yu. He concentrated all the spiritual energy in his mind, forming it into a spiritual needle, which he launched with precision, piercing through the wooden bed and striking the scarred man's forehead. The needle passed through the man's brow, rendering him instantly unconscious. Rising to his feet, Lin Yu then approached another man who lay trembling on the ground. The lecherous man, witnessing Lin Yu's steady advance, stammered, "I'll do it myself," before forcefully throwing himself against the wall, promptly losing consciousness. Amused by the man's antics, Lin Yu chose to disregard him and moved towards Su Qingxue. Reaching her side, Lin Yu noticed the bloodstains on her face, and a wave of guilt washed over him. He regretted not having incapacitated both assailants earlier. It seemed he had underestimated the situation, failing to anticipate that they would be armed. Once Su Qingxue was freed from her bindings, she disregarded the pain on her face and enveloped Lin Yu in a tight embrace, burying her head in his chest. Lin Yu was at a loss for words to offer comfort, so he gently patted Su Qingxue's shoulder, hoping to alleviate her distress. After a considerable time, Su Qingxue managed to compose herself, her cheeks flushed as she lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yu's. Yet, she quickly averted her eyes in embarrassment and timidly inquired, "Is the wound severe?" Lin Yu was somewhat astonished, having expected Su Qingxue to utter something more substantial. Instead, her first words were this. Observing the bloodstains on Su Qingxue's face, he shook his head and assured her, "It's not significant. I have a way to eliminate it, so rest assured." "Is that true?" Su Qingxue asked, her disbelief evident, for she felt that the wounds on her face were rather substantial. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. "Truly, I am not deceiving you. However, I am intrigued as to how they managed to gain entry. Let's first contact the authorities. Both individuals are armed. They might be involved in a serious crime." With that, Lin Yu took out his phone and dialed the emergency number. While awaiting the patrol, Lin Yu took a moment to tend to Su Qingxue's wounds. Among the medicinal herbs he had purchased, there was a particular concoction intended to create a beauty elixir for Su Qingxue as a token of gratitude, which now could be utilized to eliminate her scars. Before long, a knock echoed from outside the door. Upon opening the door, Lin Yu was greeted by the sight of 3 uniformed inspectors standing outside. At the forefront was an exceptionally beautiful female inspector, whose striking beauty was of a vibrant and commanding nature, distinctly different from Su Qingxue. As the door swung open, Li Zi gently presented the credentials from her bag and inquired, "Greetings. I am from the Jiangcheng inspection team. Did you report a robbery?" Lin Yu nodded affirmatively, confirming the identities of the 2 individuals. Stepping aside, he revealed the 2 individuals he had previously bound behind the door. Furthermore, Lin Yu produced the pistol belonging to the scar-faced man from behind him. Having learned from past misfortunes, he was determined not to suffer again. Thus he secured the weapon. Upon witnessing Lin Yu draw the firearm, Li Ziqing and the team members behind him immediately went on high alert, drawing their sidearms and aiming them at Lin Yu, demanding to know his intentions. "Lower your weapon and take cover." Chapter 9. The blood runs hot. The nosebleed won't cease. Lin Yu was bewildered, as he had previously mentioned that there were 2 intruders in the room, but he did not state that they were armed. Lin Yu hastily discarded the firearm onto the ground and, crouching with his hands on his head, spoke up, urging calmness. "Please do not be alarmed. Exercise caution to avoid accidental discharge. This weapon belongs to the 2 robbers. I merely submitted it." Upon hearing this, Li Ziqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly instructed her subordinates to lower their weapons. Once the handguns were set aside, Li Ziqing picked up the firearm Lin Yu had cast aside and sheepishly remarked, "I apologize. It's a matter of instinct." No one mentioned during the report that the robbers were armed. Observing the officers collecting the firearms, Lin Yu gradually rose to his feet and said, "I forgot to mention." He then recounted the events that transpired. After hearing the account, the officers present, including Li Ziqing, were left in shock. It is noteworthy that she is a formidable woman, having won the national championship in the patrol combat competition. Li Ziqing, casting a skeptical glance at the marks left by gunfire in the room, still found it hard to believe and inquired, "Are you suggesting that you single-handedly subdued both robbers? Moreover, one of them was armed?" Lin Yu nodded slightly, although he initially hesitated to speak. The undeniable evidence at the scene and the presence of the firearm left him no choice but to convey the truth. Nevertheless, he had already formulated his explanation, stating that a disagreement had seemingly arisen among them, thus providing him with an opportunity. Listening to Lin Yu's account, Li Zi nodded in understanding. It was indeed the only plausible explanation. After apprehending the two robbers, Li Zi had intended to take Lin Yu and Su Qingxue to record their testimonies. However, upon observing Su Qingshue's injuries, he reconsidered and merely noted down their contact information, deciding to apply for commendations for both later. As the patrol officers departed, Lin Yu reassured Su Qingxue, promising that once he procured the necessary medication, he would ensure that no scars would mar her face. Su Qingxue nodded in response and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I shudder to think what might have happened without you today." Lin Yu smiled and remarked, "Didn't you say we are friends? Do friends need to express gratitude?" After observing that Su Qingshue's mood had stabilized, Lin Yu took his leave, intending to refine the medicine and swiftly eradicate the scars from Su Qingshue's face. As he watched Lin Yu's departing figure, Su Qingxue seemed to recall something. Lin Yu had warned her the previous night of impending misfortune, and today her face bore a mark. Could it be that he truly possessed the gift of foresight? She quickly shook her head, dismissing such notions. This was a new society in a new era, free from superstition. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lin Yu finally succeeded in crafting the elixir on his third attempt. Lin Yu gazed at the dark, opaque mass of medicine in his hand, awkwardly scratching his head as he murmured to himself, "Surely, Su Qingxue would not find it distasteful." Lin Yu hurriedly made his way to Su Qingshue's room, clutching the concocted elixirs in his hand. He knocked on the door, but upon receiving no response, he turned the doorknob. With a sudden clang, the door swung open. No wonder she had been abducted. Her naivety was astonishing. After such an ordeal, she still left her door unlocked. Upon entering the room, Lin Yu was greeted by the faint sound of water trickling from the bathroom, and the air was thick with a swirling mist. Could it be that she was taking a shower? This thought flickered through Lin Yu's mind. As Lin Yu was about to take his leave, he heard the sound of water ceasing, and then Su Qingxue emerged, wrapped in a bath towel. Her long hair glistened with moisture, and the towel was snugly enveloped around her chest, revealing her fair skin, enchanting long legs, and the alluring contours of her figure. Lin Yu cast a fleeting glance, and in an instant, blood began to flow uncontrollably from his nose. "Ah!" Su Qingxue lifted her head, only to realize that Lin Yu was standing within the room, and a sharp scream escaped her lips. Lin Yu swiftly turned around and hurriedly dashed outside. After a considerable time, Lin Yu had 2 rolls of tissue stuck up his nose, while Su Qingxue had also put on her clothes. The two sat on the sofa in Su Qingshue's home, their faces flushed and silent, enveloped in an atmosphere of utmost awkwardness. Su Qingxue continued to remain silent, merely nodding slightly. Lin Yu observed Su Qingshue's demeanor and decided to change the subject. He placed the pill he held on the table and spoke. "This is the remedy for the scars on your face. Once ingested, your wounds will scab over by nightfall, and when they naturally fall away, there will be no trace left behind. You need not worry." Upon hearing that the scars could be swiftly eliminated, Su Qingxue finally lifted her gaze. Noticing the flush on her cheeks, Lin Yu felt the blood in his nose surge, prompting him to summon his spiritual energy to maintain clarity of mind and avoid further embarrassment. Su Qingxue glanced at the pill on the table, her brow slightly furrowing as she regarded Lin Yu with a look of uncertainty. Though she remained silent, Lin Yu sensed her unspoken questions. "Trust me, really, although this is my first attempt at concocting medicine, I am confident, and the duration required is brief. Just 2 days will suffice," Lin Yu hurriedly clarified. Su Qingxue nodded once more, without uttering a word, and picked up the pill, swallowing it down with warm water. Lin Yu gazed at Su Qingxue as she consumed the pill, observing her demeanor. It was evident that a meaningful conversation was out of the question for the day. He hastily rose to take his leave, hurriedly escaping from Su Qingshue's residence. Internally berating himself for his lack of composure, he mused whether he had ever encountered a woman before. Yet he quickly dismissed his own thoughts, realizing he had indeed never encountered a woman as strikingly beautiful as Su Qingxue. Resolute, he retrieved a silver needle from his home and pricked himself, managing to staunch the flow of blood from his nose. Looking at the tissues stained with blood on the table, he lamented, "Is my vitality so exuberant?" As night fell gradually, Lin Yu prepared a modest meal for himself before delving into his mother's medicinal concoctions. He subsequently embarked on a night of cultivation, refraining from disturbing Su Qingxue again. As dawn broke anew, Lin Yu completed his morning routine and made his way to a printing shop, where he printed his resignation letter before heading to the company. He refrained from inquiring about Su Qingxue's well-being, acutely aware of the embarrassment he had faced the previous day. Simultaneously, Lin Yu sought to take advantage of his time in the countryside to unwind. The recent changes had been overwhelmingly sudden, and he wished to process them. Lin Yu had been employed in a jewelry company as a salesperson. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, he spotted his colleague, Zhang Ziyu, who was among the few friends he had within the organization. Zhang Ziyu joined the company at the same time as Lin Yu, and over the years, they had supported and encouraged one another, enabling them to persevere in this fiercely competitive jewelry firm. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Zhang Ziyu hurried towards him, seemingly anxious about something. Noticing Zhang Ziyu's slightly flustered expression as he approached, Lin Yu inquired, "Ziyu, what is the matter? Why the rush? Is there something significant happening?" Chapter 10. The Dilemma. Zhang Ziyu looked at Lin Yu in astonishment and asked, "You don't know? The company is planning to downsize." Although Lin Yu had come to resign today, he was somewhat puzzled, recalling that layoffs had occurred just last month. Logically, it shouldn't be happening again so soon. Lin Yu jestingly inquired, "What is the matter, Ziyu? You seem to possess some insider information. Is your name on the layoff list?" Zhang Ziyu shot Lin Yu a glare and retorted with irritation. "It appears that due to certain individuals' absenteeism, they are contemplating the dismissal of those who have not adhered to the required clock and hours. Have you taken any leave these past few days? I hope you won't find yourself on that list." Lin Yu nonchalantly stated that he was there to resign. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Ziyu hurriedly covered his mouth, his face flushed with embarrassment as he looked at Lin Yu, realizing he had misspoken. Initially, Lin Yu was taken aback but suddenly recalled something and asked, "How did you know that I broke up with Zhang Qian?" Zhang Ziyu pondered for a moment before responding, "You didn't know? But then again, you weren't at work yesterday. Zhang Qian came to the company in a frenzy, claiming you had hooked up with a wealthy woman and abandoned her to become a kept man. It took quite a lot of coaxing to get her to calm down." The coaxing referred to the supervisor of Lin Yu's sales department, who was nicknamed the Pest due to his difficult personality and the constant trouble he caused for his subordinates. Upon hearing Ziyu's words, Lin Yu was immediately enraged. He could hardly believe that Zhang Qian could be so shameless. He had thought that, after being reprimanded by Su Qingxue, she would no longer cause trouble, yet here she was, spreading rumors about him at the company. He couldn't fathom how he had been so blind to have loved her so deeply. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold fury flashing within them. Noticing something was amiss with Lin Yu, Zhang Ziyu waved his hand in front of Lin Yu's face, perplexed. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yu shook his head and explained, "There is now a way to treat my mother's illness. I plan to resign to focus on her treatment first, and then I will return to work." Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Zhang Ziyu exclaimed, "Your mother is willing to undergo treatment? That is wonderful. I still have some resources available. If you find yourself in need, don't hesitate to ask. I don't consider you an outsider." Touched by Zhang Ziyu's words, Lin Yu smiled faintly. Even though he might not require assistance at present, the sentiment was heartening. He nodded in appreciation, assuring, "Rest assured, I won't regard you as an outsider. If I need help, I will certainly reach out. Then I'll be off. I need to get to work, or I'll face another reprimand. I wish your mother a swift recovery, and I will come visit when I have the time." With that, Zhang Ziyu entered the company. Lin Yu entered the company closely followed by the curious gazes of his colleagues, who wore faint, almost imperceptible smirks of schadenfreude. In this pragmatic corporate environment, everything hinged on performance. They were eager for him to stumble, hoping to seize his client resources for themselves. Unperturbed by their expressions, Lin Yu made his way straight to the supervisor's office, resolute that he would no longer have to endure their scrutinizing glances. Standing outside the door, he politely knocked. "Who is it?" came the irritable voice from within. Upon entering the office, Lin Yu found the supervisor leisurely brewing tea. Upon noticing Lin Yu's presence, the supervisor barked, "What do you want? Don't you see I'm busy?" Is this your playground where you can come and go as you please? Is your busyness merely brewing tea? Lin Yu replied coolly. The supervisor, incensed by Lin Yu's retort, rose and pointed a finger at him, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? Do you want to quit? Who gave you the right to meddle in my affairs?" Without hesitation, Lin Yu tossed his resignation letter onto the desk and stated, "I am indeed resigning. Please sign this. Once you've signed, I will settle my accounts with the finance department." According to company policy, any resignation must be confirmed with the signature of the department supervisor before proceeding to finance. Upon realizing Lin Yu's intent to resign, the supervisor paused momentarily before sneering. Well, what has gotten into you today? Have you found a wealthy mistress to support you?" At this insinuation, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, resembling a predatory beast fixated on its prey. Unfazed, the supervisor retorted, "What is it to you? Are you too ashamed to admit you have someone backing you? Don't glare at me. This is my territory. What can you do if I refuse to sign? You've been absent for 2 days without leave, and now you dare to threaten me for a signature? Be careful, or I'll have the legal department pay you a visit." As Lin Yu's irritation mounted, he recalled Zhang Qian's enchanting figure from the previous night. It was a pity to forsake such a captivating girlfriend for monetary gain. But then again, had Lin Yu not secured a wealthy benefactor, how could he ever hope to possess Zhang Qian's affections? "Are you certain?" Lin Yu's patience had reached its breaking point. "I am certain," the supervisor affirmed, promptly pressing the intercom to summon security. "Security, come to the sales department. We have a disturbance." Just as the supervisor hung up, Lin Yu surged forward, delivering a punch that sent the supervisor flying from his chair, his glasses shattering upon impact. The supervisor immediately felt the searing pain coursing through his body as he lay on the floor, groaning in agony. The resounding noise, coupled with the supervisor's cries, reverberated throughout the sales department, drawing the attention of all employees to the office. Zhang Ziyu, engaged in conversation with a potential client, quickly realized something was amiss. Apologizing to the client, he rushed towards the supervisor's office. As if following a leader, others hastened to investigate the commotion. Upon entering the office, they were taken aback at the sight before them. The supervisor, with shattered lenses, was sprawled on the floor, signing his name. The sales department employees felt a wave of satisfaction. They had often endured the supervisor's vexations with no recourse, and witnessing him finally receiving his due was a long-awaited relief. However, Zhang Ziyu frowned at the scene and hurried to Lin Yu's side, quietly inquiring, "Lin Yu, did you strike him?" Lin Yu nodded silently, his gaze fixated on the trembling hands of the troublesome individual as he signed. Enough. You should leave quickly. Don't bother with this meager sum. If the security arrives, it will be difficult for you to depart," he urged, gently pushing Lin Yu towards the exit. At that moment, a team leader from the security department, accompanied by a squad of security personnel, happened to arrive at the office entrance. Chapter 11. Handheld anti-riot fork. Kicking the security team. Upon sighting the security team, Zhang Ziyu felt a pang of dread. This was bad. The troublesome individual, upon spotting the security personnel, appeared as if a starving person had discovered bread. Instantly filled with hope, he halted his signing, urgently calling out, "Hurry, quickly subdue this thug." Hearing the sales department supervisor's command, the security team leader promptly issued orders to his subordinates, encircling Lin Yu. Lin Yu slowly began to speak. "I merely wished for him to sign a document. What wrong have I committed?" Before anyone else could respond, a member from the sales department interjected, "How can you, Lin Yu, still have the audacity to work here? I believe Manager Mo is absolutely right. Individuals like you, who are nothing but scum, do not deserve a signature. To abandon your girlfriend for the sake of a wealthy woman is one thing, but to then harass your girlfriend with your affluent companion, subjecting her to humiliation and ridicule. How dare you show your face in the office?" Turning his head towards the source of the voice, Lin Yuchao discovered that the speaker was none other than Zhao Dizhu, the leader of the second group in the sales department. During the selection for the Employee of the Year, when it reached the third round, only Lin Yu and Zhao Dizhu remained. Ultimately, however, Lin Yu triumphed with his outstanding performance. Since that moment, Lin Yu became a thorn in Zhao Dizhu's side. Whenever an opportunity arose, Zhao would relentlessly seek to undermine him. Lin Yu coldly spoke. What have I done to warrant your judgment? I am here today to resign. Yet, even in his resignation, they sought to make things exceedingly difficult for him. Zhao Dezhu had been waiting for Lin Yu to utter these words. Otherwise, how could he continue to stir the pot? Did you hear that? He injured the supervisor and still threatens us. Quickly, apprehend him. Observing the hesitation among the security team, the persistent instigator shouted, Why are you all still dawdling? What if he strikes again? Is it that none of you wish to keep your jobs? Hurry, subdue him. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Upon hearing this, the captain of the security team finally resolved to act. He signaled his team and, taking the lead, aimed the riot control baton directly at Lin Yu's neck. Zhang Ziyu, witnessing this unfolding drama, felt powerless and could only approach the captain of the security team, hoping to intervene. As the baton advanced towards Lin Yu, onlookers displayed a mix of schadenfreude and concern. Despite their competitive nature, they had all witnessed the formidable power of this latest model of riot control baton during a previous company-organized drill. When it made contact with an assailant, pressing the button would release an electric current. Although specifically engineered to be harmless to the human body, the instantaneous release would incapacitate the aggressor in an instant. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the formidable power of this advanced technology. As the riot control baton approached, he had already summoned his spiritual energy to envelop his hands. In an astonishing display, Lin Yu grasped the prongs of the baton and, with a swift motion, bent it effortlessly. The leader of the security team began to question whether he had mistakenly equipped himself with the wrong gear. After all, this was alloy steel, and yet it had been so easily distorted. Witnessing Lin Yu's feat, the security personnel, who had initially prepared to charge, found themselves frozen in disbelief. Was this still a human being? Zhang Ziyu was equally stunned. Could it truly be that mere gestures could confer such prowess? It seemed that women were indeed adept at impeding a man's readiness to engage. What are you standing there for? The demanding figure barked at the paralyzed security team. Are you all afraid of him? Move, or shall I have to make a call to your supervisor? Reflecting on the threat, the security personnel reconsidered. With their numbers, how could they continue to fear him? They advanced once more, encircling Lin Yu. Remarkably, instead of retreating, Lin Yu assumed a defensive stance, prepared to confront the oncoming wave of security forces. Lin Yu charged into the security team, gliding through the crowd like a fish navigating through water. Within a mere 3 feet, not a single security personnel could impede his path. Onlookers gazed in astonishment at Lin Yu's ghostly movements, their eyes widening as they witnessed his fleeting shadow weave through the throng. How had they been oblivious to Lin Yu's extraordinary prowess? With his mild-mannered facade, today he truly opened their eyes, far surpassing the flamboyant champions and their ostentatious coaches. Moments later, the scene revealed all the security personnel sprawled across the ground, lamenting in defeat. Lin Yu was taken aback by the fragility of the security personnel. During the bomb prevention drill, they had appeared quite formidable, and Lin Yu had already tempered his strength. Once he had dealt with the security, Lin Yu turned his gaze back to the troublesome individual who had just sat up. With a single glance, the troublesome individual immediately crouched down to retrieve their pen and resumed signing. Indeed, they had succumbed to his intimidation. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yu approached the daunting figure, lifted the signed resignation letter for a fleeting glance, and upon realizing that the tormentor had ceased any further antics, he prepared to exit the office. Lin Yu chose not to engage in further conversation with Zhang Ziyu and walked away. However, Zhang Ziyu still had to work here, and it would be troublesome if others made things difficult for him due to Lin Yu's actions. As Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the office, he unexpectedly collided with Li Ziqing. It turned out that she had received a report of a disturbance at the Fuqiang Jewelry Group. Although it was not her turn to be on duty, she found the monotony of her assignment rather tedious and seized the opportunity to accompany the response team. What brings you here? Li Ziqing inquired, adjusting her hat and recognizing Lin Yu's face. Before Lin Yu could respond, Zhao Dezhu rushed forward, pointing at Lin Yu and exclaimed, Inspector, it's this person. He is the one causing the ruckus and has injured several of our people. Li Ziqing leaned in to glance at the scene within the office and discovered, as Zhao Dezhu had claimed, that the situation was indeed quite dire. Lin Yu realized that this matter was difficult to resolve, so he directly extended his hands in front of Li Ziqing. Surprised by Lin Yu's cooperation, Li Ziqing had never encountered such an eager individual before and promptly produced handcuffs to fulfill Lin Yu's wish. After Li Ziqing conducted investigations and gathered testimonies from everyone present, he pointed at Mo Renjing and Zhao Dizhus and stated, "You two must also provide a written account at our bureau." "What? Why must we go too?" Zhao Dizhus and Mo Renjing exclaimed in unison. Initially, they were elated upon seeing the inspectors arrive, thinking that no matter how formidable Lin Yu was, he would surely refrain from causing a scene in front of them. However, they were disheartened to learn that they too were required to accompany them. Just as Li Ziqing was about to leave, Zhang Ziyu, who had been silent for a long time, inquired, "May I also join? I am a witness." Li Ziqing turned to glance at him, nodded, and decided that having more people would facilitate a better understanding of the situation, thus bringing Zhang Ziyu along as they departed the office. Upon exiting the Fuqiang Jewelry Group, they headed towards the bureau. Just as Li Ziqing began to speak, Li Fuqiang rushed breathlessly into the sales department hall, shouting, "Lin Yu." Chapter 12. I do not engage in physical confrontation with women. Mo Renjing, noticing the panting Li Fuqiang, quickly stood up and ingratiated himself, saying, "President Li, are you looking for Lin Yu? Has he caused trouble again? He just made a scene here and has now been taken away by the inspectors." "What?" Li Fuqiang asked incredulously upon hearing Mo Renjing's words. He had exerted tremendous effort to obtain information about Lin Yu, knowing that Lin Yu worked at his company. He had instructed his subordinates to keep watch at the company's entrance and to inform him the moment they spotted Lin Yu. Early that morning, his men called to say they had seen Lin Yu at the company. Normally one to sleep until 10, he had immediately leaped out of bed, even neglecting to wash his face, and rushed to the company. Now that he had arrived only to hear that Lin Yu had been taken away by the inspectors, Li Fuqiang was furious. Observing Li Fuqiang's reaction, Mo Renjing felt a sense of glee, believing that Lin Yu must have angered President Li, and quickly recounted the events that had transpired, embellishing his own role in making things difficult for Lin Yu in hopes of gaining a favorable impression from the company president. After hearing the account, Li Fuqiang repeatedly exclaimed "good" 3 times. Mo Renjing, feeling triumphant, declared, "For President Li, I would risk my life without hesitation." Li Fuqiang nodded, then delivered a resounding slap to Mo Renjing's face, shattering the remaining lens of his glasses. "You fool! No wonder the sales department's performance is lacking. With a supervisor like you." Mo Renjing was momentarily stunned, thinking he would receive praise for making things difficult for Lin Yu. Li Fuqiang, with intense focus, stated, "Today, all those who have had any conflict with Lin Yu must go to the finance department to collect their salaries and leave. I do not wish to see any of you again, especially you. Get out quickly. If I see you again, I'll have you silenced." He berated Mo Renjing once more before storming out, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. Once outside, he hurriedly got into his car, making calls for inquiries as he drove towards the bureau. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already accompanied Li Ziqing to the bureau. There, Lin Yu was handcuffed to a chair while Li Ziqing stood nearby, contemplating how to begin. The 2 criminals from the previous case had been apprehended, both being notorious fugitives with numerous lives claimed. Just as Li Ziqing had submitted the commendation report, Lin Yu found himself in trouble, complicating matters for her. Observing her prolonged silence, Lin Yu remarked, "Just ask me directly. Your silence is causing me immense pressure." "All right." Li Ziqing had just settled onto a bench to begin her inquiries when the door to the interrogation room swung open. A member of the inspection team whispered something in her ear, causing her to gaze at Lin Yu in shock. The last 2 criminals had been rendered almost mentally incapacitated, with conclusions drawn indicating they possessed the intellect of a 3-year-old. Meanwhile, the other had remained tight-lipped. Li Ziqing was compelled to rely on their prior cases and Lin Yu's testimony to move forward. The inspector had just informed her that Zhao Dizhus had described Lin Yu as a lone fighter who had single-handedly taken on a security team and bent a riot baton with his bare hands, labeling him as an extremely violent individual. Li Ziqing rose and slowly approached Lin Yu, circling around him to scrutinize him closely. Suddenly, stopping directly in front of him, she leaned in and said, "Let us have a duel." "What?" Lin Yu thought he must have misheard. Was this not an interrogation? I said, let us duel. I want to see just how formidable you truly are. Li Ziqing enunciated each word clearly, all the while removing the handcuffs from Lin Yu's wrists. Li Ziqing was in search of a worthy opponent. Coming from a military family, she had been raised in a military district, fostering a deep admiration for soldiers. As she grew older, she secretly enlisted in the peacekeeping forces, undertaking missions abroad, all spurred by her grandfather's outdated notion that a girl should marry and bear children. She sought to prove that women could stand shoulder to shoulder with men and had succeeded splendidly. Her accomplishments often surpassed those of her male counterparts. Yet, her spirited nature prevented her from remaining passive. She always plunged headfirst into major cases, and her exceptional track record left many men in awe. To this day, anyone who encountered her would either concede or prepare for an extended recovery period. Now, having heard her colleagues speak of Lin Yu's prowess, her restless spirit was ignited. She was determined to test the man who could bend a riot baton with his bare hands. Lin Yu observed that Li Ziqing's demeanor was far from playful, and he quickly implored, "Sister, please, I truly cannot." It seemed Li Ziqing had not heard his plea, as she launched a high kick directly at him. Instinctively, Lin Yu dodged, but Li Ziqing's long leg, clad in tactical boots, crashed down upon the iron bench, producing a resounding tremor. With one failed attempt, she initiated a relentless barrage, while Lin Yu deftly evaded her strikes. Eventually, Li Ziqing paused and declared, "Are you not a man? Can you not engage me in combat?" Lin Yu, in a tone of desperation, replied, "I refuse to strike a woman. Please, spare me." Li Ziqing scoffed, "If you do not spar with me today, you shall not leave this place." Realizing the gravity of her words, Lin Yu understood that he had no choice but to engage in this bout if he wished to escape. He inquired, "Are you certain? Does this mean that after we spar, you will promptly arrange for my release?" Li Ziqing nodded affirmatively, revealing that her colleague had already determined Lin Yu bore little culpability. His actions were merely a response to his superior's provocations. Compensation for the victim's medical expenses would suffice for his release. She was eager to spar with Lin Yu, as she had been itching for a challenge due to the lack of major cases recently. Upon Lin Yu's reluctant agreement, Li Ziqing exclaimed, "Let us proceed to the playground." She swiftly opened the door to the interrogation room and stepped outside, with Lin Yu following closely behind. Chapter 13. The myth of invincibility shattered upon their arrival at the playground. Numerous officers were engaged in training. Upon hearing that Li Ziqing intended to spar, they quickly cleared a space, broadcasting the news to all within the precinct to witness the spectacle. Others, intrigued by the opportunity to see Li Ziqing in action, abandoned their tasks and hurried to the playground, eager to discover who the fortunate challenger would be. Such was Li Ziqing's allure. Her beauty, striking physique, and formidable martial prowess left the male officers feeling inadequate, as she fearlessly led the charge into danger. As the crowd encircled Lin Yu and Li Ziqing, a patrol officer inquired, "Who is this young man? I have not seen him before. Is he perhaps a wealthy scion seeking a challenge?" "This sort of thing has happened before," another speculated. "I believe he is the individual involved in an incident today, but it is nothing serious. Sister Ziqing knows what she is doing. We are merely here for entertainment. Come on, come on. I wager a pack of spicy strips that this lad will be on the ground within 3 moves. Who wants to raise the stakes?" With that proclamation, numerous bets were placed, all predicting Lin Yu's downfall within 3 strikes. As Li Ziqing turned to Lin Yu, she asked, "Are you ready? If so, let us commence. I am prepared to begin at any moment, but I hope you will honor your word. Once we finish, I wish to expedite my investigation and depart as soon as possible," Lin Yu replied. No sooner had he spoken than Li Ziqing charged at him, wasting no time. Bracing himself, Lin Yu assumed a defensive stance, acutely aware of Li Ziqing's prowess, having sensed her formidable skill during their earlier encounter in the interrogation room. In an instant, she closed the distance, bending low to execute a sweeping kick aimed at Lin Yu's lower body. Lin Yu refrained from employing ancient martial arts techniques, instead channeling his spiritual energy into his legs to withstand Li Ziqing's sweeping attack. He merely aimed to separately assess the prowess of spiritual energy against ancient martial arts. The leg that had previously caused the iron stool to tremble found no advantage against Lin Yu. Instead, he felt a tremendous recoil. As he pivoted, leaning on one hand, Li Ziqing aimed a kick at his waist. Yet, with a gentle block of his hand, Lin Yu seized her leg and with a forceful twist, sent her flying. Li Ziqing managed to stabilize herself through a roll. The onlooking patrol officers were left astonished, having never witnessed Li Ziqing in such an embarrassing predicament. Goodness! Is Sister Li's invincible legend about to crumble? One patrol officer exclaimed. Don't be ridiculous. The captain will definitely not lose. Just watch. Another quickly retorted. Brushing off the dust from her hands, Li Ziqing acknowledged her earlier underestimation, realizing that Lin Yu's resilience was unexpectedly formidable. After loosening her muscles, she declared, I shall be serious now. With that, she launched another assault on Lin Yu, this time employing combat grappling techniques honed in military districts and special forces, where her instructors had praised her innate talent. Her fierce strikes, akin to a tempest, surged towards Lin Yu, who, having tested his spiritual energy, now switched to ancient martial arts. The field, crafted from grass, was soon enveloped in a cloud of dust, as Lin Yu effortlessly countered every one of Li Ziqing's attacks. The rapid exchange of offense and defense left the spectators in a state of bewilderment. After a time, Li Ziqing was visibly out of breath, her chest heaving dramatically from exertion. She had exhausted her stamina and found herself at a disadvantage. To her astonishment, she realized that despite her relentless techniques, she had failed to breach Lin Yu's defenses, who remained as composed as ever. Observing her state, Lin Yu remarked, Is that sufficient now? Can we proceed to let me go? At that moment, Li Fuqiang had just arrived at the station, having exerted considerable effort to track down where Lin Yu had been taken. How can you be so untrustworthy? Lin Yu lamented, looking at Li Ziqing. You are utterly unreasonable. Are we to conclude this spar only when I have you pinned down? Indeed. Let us see if you can pin me down first, Li Ziqing replied, leaving Lin Yu momentarily speechless. Lin Yu's mind was flooded with a myriad of wild thoughts. To think you could knock me down? How absurd. If you truly managed to subdue me, I fear I would be unable to leave today. The inspectors present observed this sudden shift in atmosphere, pondering an unsettling discrepancy they could not quite articulate. It was akin to a couple engaging in a petty quarrel. Enough! A collective turn of heads revealed the director approaching with deliberate steps, accompanied by a middle-aged man. This is outrageous, the director admonished as he reached Li Ziqing, then turned to the inspectors. And you, what are you doing here? Why aren't you intervening? Director, it's my fault. It has nothing to do with them. If anyone should be punished, it should be me, Li Ziqing hastily asserted upon hearing the director's intention to penalize her colleagues. You are a collective. Now hurry and write it down. I expect to see it by tomorrow, the director declared with an air of undeniable authority. As the surrounding crowd dispersed, the director turned his gaze to Lin Yu and spoke, You must be Lin Yu. The events of today have been thoroughly investigated, and all the victims you injured have agreed to settle. The fine has already been paid by your chairman, who is here to vouch for you. You may leave now. Lin Yu glanced at Li Fuqiang, who stood beside the director. Upon noticing Lin Yu's gaze, Li Fuqiang nodded slightly and addressed the director, saying, Thank you for your assistance today. We shall take our leave now, as there are matters to attend to at the company. After speaking, he gestured to Lin Yu, and they departed from the bureau. As they walked away, the director cast an exasperated glance at Li Ziqing, remarking, Do you not comprehend the gravity of your transgressions? Hurry and compose a thorough self-reflection regarding the errors you committed today. Aware of his mistakes, Li Ziqing nodded, saluted, and made his way to the dormitory. The director gazed contemplatively at the receding figures of Lin Yu and Li Fuqiang, lost in thought. Chapter 14. I wish to return to the countryside. Li Fuqiang escorted Lin Yu outside, and they promptly entered his kulinan, with Li Fuqiang signaling for Lin Yu to get in. Once settled, Li Fuqiang spoke, Lin Yu, I have come to understand the events of today. The fault lies not with you, but rather with the department heads. Rest assured, I have already dismissed him. Should you desire any form of compensation, do not hesitate to express your needs. Observing Lin Yu's bewildered expression, Li Fuqiang slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Ah, my memory fails me. Allow me to introduce myself anew. I am Li Fuqiang, the chairman of Fuqiang Jewelry Group. Upon realizing that Li Fuqiang was indeed the chairman of his company, Lin Yu comprehended the situation and replied, "I apologize for causing trouble for you today, Chairman Li." Li Fuqiang waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Not at all. You saved my son. A tremendous favor for which I have yet to properly express my gratitude. And now this incident has arisen." Lin Yu observed Li Fuqiang's hesitant demeanor and inquired, "So, Chairman Li, what is the matter now? I have heard that you intended to resign today, and I truly do not wish to lose such a talented individual as yourself. Should you resign, it would be a significant loss for the company." Li Fuqiang's expression was one of profound dismay. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Mr. Li, please do not jest with me. I am merely a humble salesman. My presence or absence makes little difference, as there are countless salespeople who surpass my performance." After contemplating Lin Yu's words for a moment, Li Fuqiang replied, "I shall be candid with you. My son holds you in the highest regard, and should you choose to resign, I would find it difficult to explain to him." With no other recourse, Li Fuqiang resorted to invoking his son as an excuse to retain Lin Yu. "How about this? The position of sales department supervisor is currently vacant. You could take a paid leave of absence. Given your achievements, assuming such a role would be an underutilization of your talents. If you find this position burdensome, you may certainly speak to me again, and I will consider an alternative for you. Consider this both a form of compensation for today and a way to repay your life-saving assistance to my son." Hearing Li Fuqiang's clumsy excuse, Lin Yu deduced the true reason behind his insistence to keep him around, likely stemming from the events of that day. "However, your reasoning is rather unconvincing. How would your son even know that I work at your company?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "In that case, I shall graciously accept your offer." Upon witnessing Lin Yu's agreement, Li Fuqiang promptly took out his phone and contacted the HR department to formalize Lin Yu's position. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed by Li Fuqiang's efficiency. Once everything was arranged, Li Fuqiang inquired, "Where do you plan to go now? If you have no other engagements, let us dine together so my son can express his gratitude to you. He has been eager to recognize you as an uncle." Li Fuqiang sought to cultivate a closer relationship with Lin Yu, believing that sharing a meal would be the best approach. As the saying goes, to foster good relations, one must ensure ample food and drink. If one cup is insufficient, then two shall suffice, and if the bond remains tenuous, perhaps even more libations are in order. Lin Yu promptly shook his head and said, "The reason I came to resign is that there are some matters at home that I need to attend to as soon as possible." Throughout their journey, Li Fuqiang attempted to engage in various topics to foster a closer connection, while Lin Yu merely responded with polite indifference. Upon reaching their destination, Li Fuqiang handed over a bank card, stating, "Lin Yu, this is your salary. I had the finance department calculated earlier, and the surplus should cover the medical expenses from your last treatment. The password is 666666. Before Lin Yu could utter a word, Li Fuqiang swiftly drove away. After tucking the bank card away, Lin Yu shook his head, deciding to return it the next time they met, for he believed in the principle of not receiving rewards without effort. After a while, Lin Yu opened the door and gathered his bags of medicinal herbs before stepping out of the room. Suddenly, he heard a sound from Su Qingshua's door, and she peeked her head out. Observing Lin Yu struggling with his burdens, Su Qingxue paused for a moment before asking, "Lin Yu, are you heading out?" With a swift motion, she opened the door and inquired, "To the countryside? May I accompany you?" Noticing the perplexed expression on Lin Yu's face, Su Qingxue quickly added, "I have a scar on my face and have taken a few days off to rest. I actually intended to ask if you had time to join me for a stroll, but now I feel rather apprehensive." Lin Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "All right then. However, there's not much of interest in our secluded corner. It's nothing serious. I merely wish to clear my mind. Please wait a moment." With that, she closed the door and hurried into her room. Shortly thereafter, Su Qingxue emerged, clad in a casual athletic outfit, exuding an air of readiness. The form-fitting attire accentuated her alluring figure. Noticing that Su Qingxue carried nothing else, Lin Yu inquired, "Aren't you bringing anything else?"
"No need," Su Qingxue replied.
"My car's trunk is stocked with everything." Lin Yu suddenly remembered that she was a driver, so she picked up her luggage and headed outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the apartment, Su Qingxue inquired, "Are you able to drive? During his university years, Lin Yuyi obtained his driver's license. However, he never had sufficient funds to purchase a car. Each day, he commuted by bus to work, solely focused on saving enough money for a future home. Lin Yuyi nodded and replied, "Of course, what's the matter? Do you still want to drive? Aren't you concerned that our narrow, winding path might damage the car?" Su Qingxue shot Lin Yuyi a glance and retorted, "What is a car bought for, if not to be driven? Otherwise, why would one purchase it?" With that, she took the lead towards the parking area. Thus, Su Qingxue allowed Lin Yuyi to take the wheel of her Continental GT as they headed towards the countryside. Chapter 15. The fury of a mother. The full moon quietly ascended the branches. Lin Yuyi had just driven into the village, yet the narrow road ahead was insufficient to accommodate the vehicle. Lin Yuyi gently patted Su Qingxue, who was still sound asleep in the passenger seat. As Su Qingxue blinked her drowsy eyes at Lin Yuyi, she inquired, "Have we arrived?" Nodding in response, Su Qingxue stretched languorously, opened the car door, and stepped out. Lin Yuyi found a vacant spot to park the car. After securing the vehicle, he gathered his luggage and set off towards home with Su Qingxue. Along the way, the sound of their conversation attracted the attention of the village's native dogs, which promptly began to bark. In an instant, the commotion spread. One bark led to another, and soon, every dog in the village joined in the chorus. Lin Yuyi hastily grasped Su Qingxue's hand and swiftly made his way home. Upon reaching the doorstep, he realized the key was nestled within the suitcase. Noticing the lights still aglow inside, he promptly knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came his mother's voice from within. "It's me, Mom." As Lin Yuyi finished speaking, he was suddenly startled by the sound of banging on the door. "Get out. I don't have a son like you." Hearing the commotion from inside, Lin Yuyi was bewildered, looking up at the house. It was indeed his home. Su Qingxue observed Lin Yuyi's expression and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She felt guilty for her unkind amusement. "What's wrong, Mom? Please open the door. I have a friend with me."
Lin Yuyi hurriedly roared, noticing Su Ing's demeanor.
Upon hearing that he had a friend, his mother finally rose and began to open the door. She had intended to say a few more words, but upon seeing Su Qingxue beside Lin Yuyi, her expression changed instantly. She pushed Lin Yuyi aside and quickly ushered Su Qingxue into the house. Once inside, Lin Yuyi noticed the insoles on the table and realized his mother had been busy with her side jobs again. He swiftly gathered the insoles and said, "Mom, your eyesight isn't good. Didn't I tell you not to do these things? Your son can take care of you." Upon hearing these words, Lin Ma felt an urge to retort. However, upon glancing at Su Qingxue's presence, she refrained from speaking and continued pouring the water. Lin Ma poured a cup of tea and handed it to Su Qingxue, saying, "My dear, are you hungry? You seem quite fatigued. Why not have something to eat? In this remote place there isn't much to offer, but I could prepare a bowl of noodles for you." Su Qingxue quickly waved her hands and replied, "Auntie, there's no need for that." However, her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. Despite having consumed some biscuits during her journey, she had not partaken of any substantial meal and felt a twinge of hunger. Upon hearing her stomach's protest, Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her head. Lin Ma promptly dashed into the kitchen, busily preparing something. Watching Lin Ma leave, Su Qingxue turned to Lin Yuyi with a playful smile and remarked, "You must have committed some heinous act. Look, even Auntie doesn't recognize you." In truth, Lin Yuyi was equally perplexed, unable to fathom why his mother was so upset, as he had not provoked her in any way. Lin Yuyi finished packing his luggage and, upon exiting the room, noticed Su Qingxue already indulging in a bowl of noodles, yet there was none left on the table. Observing Lin Yuyi's expression, Lin's mother remarked, "What's the matter? Do you expect me to feed you? Can't you serve yourself from the pot?" Lin Yuyi hurriedly made his way to the kitchen, where he found Su Qingxue had already indulged in some biscuits, while he himself had yet to eat anything. Without a second thought, he hastily selected a bowl of noodles and began to devour them in the kitchen. After finishing his meal, he stepped outside to find that Su Qingxue had also completed her noodles and was engaged in a light-hearted conversation with her mother. Lin's mother, initially wearing a smile, immediately turned cold upon seeing Lin Yuyi, her expression transforming to one of indifference. "Qingxue, there isn't much to offer here. It depends on whether you can adapt. I will tidy up Lin's room now, and you shall sleep in his quarters tonight. He can manage a makeshift bed, she instructed Su Qingxue. Without waiting for a response from her, Lin's mother began to prepare the room. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu realized that he would indeed be relegated to sleeping on the floor tonight. Since his father's passing, the room had accumulated clutter, and tidying it would take more than a moment. He cast a resentful glance at Su Qingxue and lamented, "Is she your mother or mine? I find myself questioning your very lineage." Su Qingxue chuckled lightly, raising her hands in a gesture of indifference. Rolling his eyes at her, Lin Yu remarked, "You should rest well tonight. After a long day of travel, you must be weary. Tomorrow, I will finish my tasks early and take you out for a stroll." Su Qingxue nodded eagerly, as she had come along primarily for leisure. Shortly thereafter, Lin's mother emerged, calling out to Su Qingxue, "Qingxue, take a look and see if this is sufficient. If not, I can fetch another blanket." Peeking inside, Su Qingxue observed that 2 thick comforters had already been laid out on the bed. Noting the additional blankets in Lin's mother's hands, she quickly replied, "That's more than enough. I truly appreciate your hospitality, Auntie." "Not at all, not at all. Lin has rarely had friends over since childhood. It's a rare occasion," Lin's mother replied. "If you need anything, just call for me. I'll be in the adjacent room," she added, peering in from the doorway. Feeling a twinge of sadness at Lin's mother's warmth, Su Qingxue shook her head and proceeded to bed. The bumpy journey had indeed left her feeling quite fatigued. After Lin's mother emerged, she looked at Lin Yu, who was tidying up the dishes, and said, "Come outside with me." With that, she set down the blanket and walked into the courtyard. Lin Yu followed his mother into the courtyard, his face a picture of bewilderment as he gazed at her. He observed his mother growing increasingly animated, her excitement culminating in breathless exclamations. Lin Yu gazed upon his mother's countenance, swiftly channeling his spiritual energy to feign a gentle pat on her back, directing it towards her heart and lungs, striving to calm their tumultuous rhythm. As he listened to his mother's increasingly absurd assertions, he found himself at a loss, compelled to offer her a succinct narrative of events. Upon finally uncovering the truth, Lin's mother was rendered speechless with indignation, collapsing onto the ground in exasperation. Chapter 16. The disappearance of Mother and Su Qingxue. Lin Yu gazed at his mother, swiftly placing his hand on her back to continue channeling his spiritual energy to soothe her heart and lungs. "Mom, please don't be so agitated. It's all in the past now," he urged, striving to calm her. "You are just like your father, cut from the same mold, a perpetual good Samaritan. Look at your father. He spent his entire life being accommodating, and where did that lead him? Now he can only watch over us from the earth below. If the Lin family had truly erred, I would not spare you, but they have bullied us to such an extent that I cannot be trifled with. We avoid trouble when we can, but when faced with it, we shall not cower. Fear not, Mom. I stand by you." Observing his mother's resolute demeanor, Lin Yu implored, "Mom, could you please refrain from intervening in this matter? I have grown up. Let me handle it, all right?" With a sigh, Lin Ma acknowledged him with a nod, expressing her concern, "I just fear you might turn out like your father." "Rest assured, Mom, I shall not be a passive good Samaritan like him. I will make it abundantly clear that I, Lin Yu, am not to be trifled with," he asserted, locking eyes with her. Lin Yu vividly recalled the dismal fate of his father, who, after a lifetime of selflessness, found his earnings devoured and suffered physical assault, ultimately succumbing to despair. As his mother began to calm down, Lin Yu suggested, "Mom, it's getting late. Hurry inside and get some sleep. Don't catch a cold." He then shook his head, murmuring, "What a beautiful girl. It's hard to believe she would ever take an interest in you." Upon hearing his mother's words, Lin Yu nearly suffered an internal injury from incredulity. What on earth is that supposed to mean about your son? Knowing her temperament, he worried she might sneak off to confront someone. Only after ensuring his mother was sound asleep did he allow himself to prepare for bed. Once in the living room, Lin Yu took a deep breath. While he had earnestly attempted to persuade his mother, it did not diminish his anger, as a disdainful smile crept onto his lips. Shaking his head, he gazed at the modest sofa and sighed, "Ah, good brother, it seems you'll be my only companion tonight." As Lin Yugong finished speaking, Su Qingxue emerged with her head protruding, fixating her gaze upon him as though she were grappling with an inner turmoil. Lin Yu gazed at Su Qingxue and teasingly remarked, "What's the matter? Can't sleep? Do you want me to keep you company?" Su Qingxue shot him a glare and replied, "I merely feel a bit guilty. It seems quite chilly outside. Perhaps you should come in and sleep in the room. At least on the floor, it won't be as cold." Lin Yu did not expect that Su Qingxue would indeed allow him to enter her room and sleep. "Don't overthink it. I merely feel a bit guilty for taking your bed while visiting your home. Just a little," he said, punctuating his words with a small gesture to emphasize the little he mentioned. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then promptly lifted the bedding from the sofa and made his way into the room. Upon entering, he unceremoniously tossed the bedding onto the floor, intending to sleep. "Remember, if you dare to entertain any improper thoughts, I shall call upon Auntie."
Su Qingxue freten.
Fixing her gaze on Lin Yu nodded to indicate his understanding, then pulled the blanket over himself, covering his head, and drifted into slumber. Observing Lin Yu's obedient demeanor, Su Qingxue turned off the light and soon followed suit into the realm of dreams. The countryside mornings were exceptionally tranquil, devoid of the clamor of bustling cities, only the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking filling the air. As dawn broke, Lin Yu awoke, glancing at Su Qingxue, who was still in deep sleep. He quietly gathered his bedding and made his way to the living room. Upon opening the door, he discovered that his mother was already seated in the living room. Lin Yu awkwardly gazed at his mother, a look of dismay on his face, surprised that she had risen so early. I will go prepare breakfast. Mom, what kind of noodles would you like?" After placing the bedding down, he hurriedly spoke as he walked away, fearing his mother might pry into his affairs. Observing Lin Yu's guilty demeanor, Lin Ma couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. After Lin Yu prepared the noodles, he urged his mother to enjoy them first, then went to rouse Su Qingxue for breakfast. Upon rising, Su Qingxue quickly freshened up and eagerly devoured the noodles. Hearing Lin Yu's words, a glimmer of light flickered in his mother's eyes, only to be extinguished moments later as she solemnly remarked, "It must cost a considerable amount, doesn't it? Don't squander money. Save it for purchasing a house." Last night, Lin Yu merely informed his mother, Zhang Qian, that he had been betrayed by her. He did not dare to reveal that she had taken all his money, fearing that his mother would be unable to bear the burden. Lin Yu quickly stated, "I obtained this prescription from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It is quite inexpensive. However, I have heard that its efficacy is remarkable." Upon hearing her son mention that it was traditional Chinese medicine and that the price was modest, Lin Ma nodded in agreement. "Do not worry. It will get better," Lin Yu reassured her. After enjoying breakfast and washing the dishes, Lin Yu proceeded to process the medicinal herbs. He spent the entire morning drying, cleaning, and grinding, finally completing the initial preparations. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue had gone out for a stroll with her mother. Lin Yu picked up several stones from the ground and began to divine. Once he determined the direction, he immediately dashed out the door, heading towards the designated location in search of what he sought. Lin Yu searched far and wide, and only upon nearing the edge of the village did he catch sight of two figures. Su Qingxue was embraced by her mother, while several men leered at her with predatory gazes. As Lin Yu approached his mother, he discerned the faces of the men and frowned slightly. They were infamous bullies known throughout several nearby villages. They were notorious for their misdeeds, peeping on widows while bathing, harassing young girls, and extorting protection money, engaging in every kind of malice short of murder and arson. Yet, due to the fact that the ringleader Zhang Dahu had a father who held a position in the town, and the others were all recipients of minimum living allowances, the villagers could only endure their tyranny in silence. Offending these thugs would invite trouble. Who do we have here? It's Lin, the one who ditched his girlfriend after latching onto a wealthy woman. Zhang Dahu mocked upon noticing Lin Yu's arrival. The men, all of similar age, had bullied Lin Yu during their childhood. "What I do is none of your concern," Lin Yu replied coolly. At his words, the men erupted in laughter. "Oh, we thought you were someone important, just a freeloader daring to act tough in front of us. Do you have a death wish? Brother Tiger, I think this kid has been played for a fool by that rich woman. I've heard that the wealthy in the big cities are fond of whips and candles." Yes, I've heard that too. Chapter 17. Confrontation with Zhang Dahu as Lin's mother anxiously observed her son. She hurriedly grasped Lin Yu's arm, fearful of the imminent threat posed by the bullies before them. Zhang Dahu's gaze was fixated on Su Qingxue, and he then proclaimed, "I am in a good mood today, so I shall not hold it against you, you pathetic leech. Begone, lest you impede my affairs." Witnessing Zhang Dahu's demeanor, Lin Yu comprehended the situation all too well. Indeed, the beauty often brings misfortune. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Zhang Dahu attempted to shove Lin Yu aside but found himself unable to budge him. Infuriated, he glared at Lin Yu and demanded, "What is this? Are you attempting to thwart my endeavors? Do you genuinely believe that by associating with a wealthy woman, you can flaunt yourself before me? Have a look at yourself." At that moment, a local ruffian beside Zhang Dahu interjected, "Tiger brother, cease wasting words on this brat. Why don't we drag him away? You handle your business first, and afterward we can all enjoy ourselves. I have never encountered such a stunning lady." Before Zhang Dahu could respond, several men lunged towards Lin Yu, unable to contain their eagerness. For Su Qingshue's beauty was simply irresistible, a sight that even outshone the stars they had seen on television. As Lin Ma observed several individuals attempting to harm her son, she instinctively prepared to shield him, only to find Lin Yu taking a decisive step forward. With both hands, he grasped the outstretched arms of his assailants, eliciting an immediate reaction. The two individuals felt as though they were ensnared by a vice, collapsing to the ground in agony, their cries reminiscent of a farmer struggling to hold onto a flailing duck. "Quick, release us, or we shall be crippled," one of them wailed in despair. Zhang Dahu turned around, his voice booming, "Lin Yu, you better let go, or I swear I will ensure you meet a gruesome end." In response, Lin Yu indeed relinquished his grip, yet by the time he did so, the two had already succumbed to their pain, slipping into unconsciousness. Lin Yu smiled as he looked at Zhang Dahu and said, "Hurry and take them to the hospital. If we delay, it may be too late to save them." Gazing at his unconscious subordinate, Zhang Dahu squinted his eyes, contemplating for a moment before signaling his men to lift the two unconscious individuals and rush towards the town's hospital. Before departing, Zhang Dahu shot a fierce glare at Lin Yu and declared, "All right, Lin Yu, I'll allow you to be arrogant for now, but just wait." Lin Ma fixed her gaze on Lin Yu, initially intending to inquire, but upon reflection, she chose silence. Instead, she grasped Su Qingshue's hand and asked, "Qingxue, my dear, were you not frightened?" Unbeknownst to her, Su Qingxue seemed lost in thought, failing to respond. Lin Yu gazed at the dazed Su Qingxue and playfully waved his hand before her face. "What are you thinking so deeply about? You might get snatched away," he jested. "But you are here, aren't you?" Since Lin Yu had rescued her in the apartment, Su Qingxue had come to appreciate his prowess, and upon seeing him arrive, her previously anxious heart had finally found solace. Hearing his words, Lin's mother stifled a chuckle and was the first to take her leave. Lin Yu awkwardly touched his nose, fully aware of the unspoken meaning behind his mother's expression. He turned to Su Qingxue and said, "Let us hurry. The food will grow cold." With that, the two of them quickened their pace to catch up with Lin Ma. As they passed by Zhao Du's house, Lin Ma cast several glances but ultimately refrained from taking any action. Lin Yu gazed into his mother's eyes, filled with sorrow, and understood that her feelings were far from the nonchalant words she had spoken. The situation was undoubtedly more profound than merely a casual visit to deliver news. Lin Yu turned his gaze towards Zhao Du's residence, his eyes shrouded in gloom. Upon returning home, Lin Yu reheated the meal, and the few of them began to dine. After the meal, Su Qingxue eagerly rushed to wash the dishes, while Lin Yu commenced the treatment for his mother. He fabricated an excuse, claiming that an old Chinese medicine practitioner had taught him a set of massage techniques, and he devoted his energy to activating his mother's pores, aiming to facilitate the absorption of the medicinal bath into her body and to assist her in detoxification. After completing the treatment, Lin Yu felt somewhat drained. Despite practicing meditation from his lineage whenever he had the opportunity, his spiritual energy remained somewhat feeble. He lamented the lack of time, for according to the records of his heritage, certain spiritual fruits and ancient artifacts contained spiritual energy that could enhance one's own. While he was uncertain about the spiritual fruits, he believed he could search for ancient artifacts in the antique market. After a brief respite, Lin Yu began to prepare the herbal materials. The countryside had its advantages. With a clay stove and a large pot, an astonishing quantity of herbs could be brewed in one go. Lin's mother gazed in astonishment at the astonishing quantity of medicinal herbs, and then began to lament about Lin Yu's reckless spending. Lin Yu found it difficult to assert that the item was given freely by others, for his mother would inevitably worry that it might be some sort of trap. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yu retrieved the bamboo bathtub that had long been unused. After cleaning it thoroughly, he removed the remnants of the medicinal herbs from the decoction, diluted the herbal infusion with water, and invited his mother to test the water temperature. Upon entering, Mother Lin gazed at the large bucket filled with the dark, murky medicinal bath, her brows slightly furrowing. Although her son had previously informed her, she still felt a twinge of reluctance. Lin Yu gazed at his mother and quickly reassured her. "Rest assured, mother, that old traditional Chinese doctor is quite renowned. You need not worry." Listening to her son's earnest words, Lin's mother nodded in agreement. Lin Yu observed his mother nodding, then stepped outside. The water temperature had been adjusted perfectly. All that was required was an hour of soaking. The hour felt interminable, and Lin Yu was curious about the transformation his mother would undergo. He paced anxiously in the living room. Su Qingxue, noticing Lin Yu's restlessness, offered reassurance. "Do not fret. You must have confidence in your medical skills. I, for one, am entirely convinced of your abilities." Su Qingxue had long suspected that Lin Yu's assertions were mere fabrications. There was no seasoned traditional Chinese doctor, only Lin Yu himself. She had experienced his medical prowess firsthand. Although the pills appeared unimpressive, the scars on her face had indeed faded, just as Lin Yu had predicted, naturally shedding away. Su Qingxue had taken the liberty of finding a mirror to inspect her reflection, and to her delight, there was not a trace of the scars left. Her skin appeared significantly improved. This prompted her to ponder whether Lin Yu had any more of those miraculous pills, but out of pride, she chose to remain silent. Lin Yu cast a glance at Su Qingxue, remaining silent, yet he took a seat. An hour later, his mother gently pushed open the door to the room and stepped out. Lin Yu hurriedly approached, assisting his mother to sit on the sofa before commencing his pulse diagnosis. However, Su Qingxue's attention was not on these matters. Instead, she was captivated by Lin's mother's skin. Su Qingxue observed that Lin's mother's complexion had remarkably improved in smoothness. Could this medicinal bath truly have such an effect? It would indeed be a pity if Lin Yu did not pursue a career as a traditional Chinese medicine beauty practitioner. After completing the pulse diagnosis, Lin Yu discerned certain changes within his mother's body. Chapter 18. The Villager's Disdain. Lin Yu silently nodded, realizing that the effect was quite remarkable. Today, he would take the time to rest and recuperate, allowing him to commence acupuncture tomorrow. A faint smile finally graced Lin Yu's face. "Mom, how do you feel?" Lin Yu inquired. Lin's mother remarked, "I am at a loss for words. The most profound sensation is simply that I feel a bit more unburdened in my breathing." Lin Yu nodded. This was the most evident transformation. The toxins within his body flowed out through his perspiration, and with the reduction of mucus in his trachea, his breathing became significantly easier. This was also a symptom that indicated the next step in his treatment. Lin Yu was about to suggest that his mother take a rest before her next treatment in the evening when he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening the door, he was met by a middle-aged woman in her 50s standing outside. Lin Yu, upon seeing the visitor at the door, promptly exclaimed, "Aunt." The person whom Lin Yu referred to as Aunt caught sight of him and unmistakably revealed her disdain. She called out into the courtyard, "Xiuqing, this evening is the 90th birthday celebration of the old patriarch. Will you be joining us?" Xiuqing is the name of Lin Yu's mother, and the old patriarch is the esteemed elder of the village, the most respected figure in the community, and also Lin Yu's father's uncle. Thus, it is only fitting that they attend the birthday banquet. Lin's mother hurriedly emerged and said, all right, thank you for making the trip. Would you care to come in for a cup of tea?" Aunt Lin glanced at Lin Yu and quickly waved her hand, saying, "I have matters to attend to. Let us converse another time. You carry on with your tasks. I must take my leave." With that, she hurriedly departed. Lin Yu observed the situation and realized that the Zhao family had certainly invested considerable effort in promoting themselves. His sentiments towards the Zhao family grew even more profound. Lin's mother was well aware of the meaning behind Aunt Lin's gaze. She turned to Lin Yu and said, "My dear, do not overthink it. Your aunt means no harm." "I understand. I haven't given it much thought," Lin Yu quickly replied. Sensing her son's tone, Lin's mother tentatively inquired, "Will you be joining us tonight?" He felt it imperative to reveal the truth to those individuals. While he himself was indifferent, his mother cared deeply, and the reputation of the Lin family must not be tarnished by their slander. Lin's mother nodded thoughtfully and then said, "Remember to behave and clarify matters. After all, tonight is your great-grandfather's grand birthday celebration. Rest assured, I am no longer a child. I am confident in my abilities," Lin Yu replied, casting a reassuring glance at his mother. He then turned to Su Qingxue and asked, "Would you like to accompany me? If you choose not to go, I can prepare dinner for you at home." "Can I really go? As an outsider, it seems inappropriate," Su Qingxue remarked, pointing to herself. In truth, she was quite eager to attend, curious to witness the differences between a rural banquet and her own family's gatherings. Before Lin Yu could respond, Lin's mother interjected, "What could be wrong with that? As long as you wish to join us." Su Qingxue looked at Lin Yu and tentatively inquired, "So, may I come along to observe?" Lin Yu nodded and finalized the matter. Observing her son and Su Qingxue, Lin's mother quickly remarked, "I shall take my leave and allow you two some privacy." With that, she hurried into the room and closed the door behind her. Lin Yu observed his mother's demeanor and immediately discerned her intentions, shaking his head in resignation. After watching Lin Yu's mother enter the room, Su Qingxue pondered for a moment before shyly inquiring, "Lin Yu, what ingredients did you use in the medicinal bath for Auntie?" Lin Yu inquired, "What is the purpose of your question?" Su Qingxue swiftly gestured dismissively, "It's nothing. I was merely curious." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and gazed at Su Qingxue, saying, "You can't possibly be considering trying that medicinal bath as well?" Observing Su Qingxue bow her head in silence, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "You truly are a remarkable individual," he remarked, before rising to enter the room. Su Qingxue felt a pang of regret, realizing she should not have inquired. Moments later, Lin Yu emerged from the room, holding a box in his hands.
Approaching Su Qingxue,
He presented the box to her. "What is this?" she asked, eyeing the container. "Did you not notice how beneficial that medicinal bath is for the skin? This is the essence from the potion I concocted, to which I have now added a few additional ingredients. It is now purely a skincare product," Lin Yu explained. Su Qingxue's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Yu, her expression silently questioning. "How did you know I was interested in the skin benefits of that medicinal bath?" Lin Yu smiled gently. "I still don't know. The first thing you asked last time was whether the wound on my face was severe. Just now, when I saw you gazing at that jar of ointment, your eyes nearly sparkled." Su Qingxue, feeling her cheeks flush from Lin Yu's teasing, lowered her head and retorted softly, "It's quite remarkable that someone so clever could be so thoroughly deceived by those two scoundrels. It seems love truly can cloud one's judgment." Upon hearing Su Qingxue poke fun at him once more, Lin Yu spoke again, "Are you thinking of discarding it? The effects on the skin are undoubtedly superior to those pills." Though he intended to scare Su Qingxue, the ointment indeed possessed remarkable benefits, enhanced with various fragrances that far surpassed the taste of those pills from earlier. Upon hearing Lin Yu's light-hearted threat, Su Qingxue quickly clutched the box to her chest and playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Observing her antics, Lin Yu found it amusing. Despite their age, she still carried the innocence of a child. "Mind your own business. Yet, I must say, your skills are far superior to those skincare products crafted by so-called masters I've encountered before," Su Qingxue remarked. Listening to her words, Lin Yu silently acknowledged, "Of course, this is an ancient craft that cannot be compared to modern creations." Time passed quietly as the two spent a leisurely afternoon engaged in light banter and storytelling. Lin Ma donned a fresh outfit, and the three of them proceeded together to the lively venue where the venerable elder was celebrating his 90th birthday. Lin Yu had not anticipated that the very spot where he had parked was an open area, typically frequented by a few elderly individuals who would stroll there after their meals. Aside from that, it served as a venue for family gatherings and celebrations. Observing the bustling crowd, Lin Yu remarked, "Truly, it is a grand celebration for my great-grandfather's birthday." As the trio entered the venue, the gazes of those around swiftly converged upon Lin Yuyi and Su Qingxue. However, the looks directed at Lin Yuyi were tinged with disdain, while those for Su Qingxue were entirely the opposite, filled with admiration. The villagers, with their straightforward nature, expressed their aversions candidly, without the slightest hint of pretense. Lin Yuyi gazed at the disdainful glances directed towards him, feeling a tinge of helplessness. It seemed that his childhood image had been utterly obliterated. Listening to the whispers surrounding him, he could hear the scornful remarks. How can he still show his face after committing such despicable acts that provoke the ire of both gods and men? He has truly tarnished his father's reputation. What a calamity, they continued. Look at him, laughing and chatting without a shred of shame. He should just vanish from this world. No, I must warn that girl beside him to steer clear of such a scoundrel. Lin Yuyi sighed inwardly, remarking that having such keen hearing could sometimes be quite troublesome. Chapter 19. The turmoil at the birthday celebration. Bang! The sound of drums reverberated, accompanied by the voice of the drummer announcing, "The auspicious hour has arrived. May I invite everyone to take their seats." Upon hearing this, the guests hurriedly gathered towards the center. There stood the venerable elder, who had just entered his 90s, supported by his son as he made his way into the banquet hall. The elder surveyed the standing villagers and spoke, "We have been neighbors for many years. There is no need for such formality. Please, everyone, take your seats." With the elder's words, the guests promptly found their places. While the other tables were filled to capacity, Lin Yuyi's table consisted solely of the three of them. As everyone settled down, the host spoke, "Greetings to you all. As the saying goes, 70 is rare in life. 80 is a great age. Today, our esteemed elder celebrates his 90th birthday. It is indeed a great honor for me to preside over this banquet, a shared blessing for us all. Now, let us invite our birthday star to share a few words." With that, the host handed the microphone to the elder. The elder, resembling a shy child, touched his sparse white beard and humbly began, "I have nothing profound to say, but I wish for us all to live better lives." Well said, esteemed elder. Let us bask in the birthday star's good fortune, ensuring our future days are ever brighter and that we continue to uphold the virtues of our village, honoring the elderly and cherishing the young. The host eagerly took back the microphone to continue, but before he could proceed, a figure rose and interjected, "While that is indeed true, it seems some individuals have tarnished the village's reputation." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Lin Yuyi, as it was none other than Zhang Dahu who had spoken, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuyi. Zhang Dahu had hastily arrived at the small hospital in town, only to learn from the doctor that his younger brother's hand could not be saved. Knowing it was the elder's birthday, he came with the hope of seeing whether Lin Yuyi would dare to attend the celebration, and to his surprise, he had indeed come. Earlier, having seen Lin Yuyi laughing and conversing with Su Qingxue outside, he recalled the sorrowful expressions of his younger brothers in the hospital that afternoon, igniting a flame of anger within him. Thus, upon hearing the discussion, he seized the opportunity to undermine Lin Yuyi. The crowd, now entirely focused on Lin Yuyi's table, awaited the unfolding drama. Zhang Dahu first offered a bow to the elder and continued, "I would like to wish the elder longevity. Although it is the elder's birthday and I should not speak ill, I am a straightforward person. If I do not express my feelings, I shall be troubled. I trust the elder will not hold it against me. As the host mentioned, we must respect our elders and care for the young, which are indeed noble virtues. However, some have committed acts that have drawn the ire of both gods and men. After getting involved with a wealthy woman, he cast aside his girlfriend, even bringing the wealthy woman to humiliate her, leading her to contemplate ending her life. What do you say to that, Lin Yuyi?" As soon as he finished, Lin's mother could no longer remain seated. Forgetting that it was the elder's birthday, she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "You dare to slander my son. Lin has never done such things." She continued, "What? Are you admitting to your misdeeds? Are you even a man? Lin Yuyi, you've made your mother rise to defend you. You truly have brought shame to your father's name." Before Lin Ma could say anything further, Lin Yuyi gently guided her to take a seat. Lin Yuyi sensed his mother's emotional agitation and softly reassured her, "Mom, don't worry. Leave it to me. I will ensure that everyone knows the truth." Upon hearing her son's words, Lin Ma's emotions were somewhat alleviated. Lin Yu was truly taken aback. Zhang-De, who was rather eloquent. It seemed that breaking his subordinate's wrist was merely an insufficient punishment in his eyes. As soon as Zhang-De who spoke, the atmosphere in the room erupted, with everyone chattering incessantly, all laying blame on Lin Yu. The incident of Lin Yu abandoning his girlfriend after becoming involved with a wealthy woman has become common knowledge throughout the village and even in several surrounding ones. Now, upon hearing Zhang Dahu openly speak of it, Lin Yu has yet to rise in defense, suggesting the matter is indeed beyond dispute. This not only tarnishes his father's reputation but also sullies that of our village. Now neighboring villages are aware that we harbor a rogue. It is true, our village once enjoyed a commendable reputation, yet now we find ourselves unable to hold our heads high in the presence of outsiders. I firmly believe such a person should not remain in our village. We ought to hastily expel him. How dare he attend the elder's grand birthday celebration and bring shame upon us? Does he not feel any embarrassment? The host, having never encountered such a situation, is taken aback by this disruption at the celebration. However, being professionally trained, he soon regains his composure and addresses the assembly. Today is the elder's birthday. Let us maintain silence for now and postpone all other matters. The elder's celebration is of utmost importance today. In response, Zhang Dahu grew anxious, arguing that discussing this matter during the elder celebration would be more appropriate, as everyone was present, and the elder could take charge of the situation. Observing the host's discomfort, he turned to the elder, who, hearing the commotion below, seized the microphone, cleared his throat, and spoke, "Everyone, may I have your attention for a moment?" As the elder began to speak, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. The veracity of this incident remains uncertain, but we are well aware of Lin Yu's father's temperament, and having watched Lin Yu grow, I choose to believe he would not engage in such behavior. Now that Lin Yu is present, let him provide his own explanation. If he truly committed these acts, our humble village would have no place for him. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Yu felt a flicker of solace within. He sought no aid from others, yet he wished for no one to unjustly attack him. He remained indifferent to their opinions, but his mother cared deeply. Lin Yu slowly rose to his feet, respectfully bowing to the elder. He spoke, "Thank you for your trust, great-grandfather. I assure you, I shall not let you down. Although this matter is one of sorrow that I would prefer not to mention, there are indeed some individuals who cannot bear to see others thrive." Lin Yu spoke while casting a glance at Zhao Du's mother. Upon meeting Lin Yu's gaze, Zhao Du's mother sprang to her feet, pointing at him and exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? Are you insinuating that I have slandered you? My son has confided in me about your actions, and it is truly disheartening that I allowed my son to associate with someone like you." Lin Yu gazed at Zhao Du's mother with a bittersweet expression, and then slowly retrieved his mobile phone. After unlocking it, Lin Yu remarked, "In such a situation, I initially intended to spare you some dignity. Since you have chosen otherwise, I shall grant your wish." Chapter 20. Unveiling Zhao Du's true nature before him, Lin Yu displayed the chat records with Zhang Qian. The conversation was sparse, consisting solely of Zhang Qian inquiring about Lin Yu's salary, followed by records of Lin Yu transferring his wages to her. As he needed to send a portion to his mother for household expenses, his salary card remained with Lin Yu. Aside from the amount designated for his mother, all the rest had been transferred to Zhang Qian. Lin Yu slowly began to speak. "Every month, the entirety of my salary, after providing my mother with a modest contribution for household expenses, is transferred to Zhang Qian. This is clearly documented. Yet, Zhang Qian uses my money to survive with Zhao Du, and even invests it in a company. I have been treated like a fool. After discovering their affair, they even assaulted me, and it was this friend by my side who came to my rescue. Otherwise, I would not be standing here today. Now, they dare to turn against me. What am I working tirelessly for each month? It is to marry and fulfill my mother's wishes. Yet Zhao Du treats me this way, shamelessly claiming it is all my doing." As Lin Yu recounted this tale with a calm demeanor, the audience was anything but composed. They were deeply moved by his experiences. Is this truly the conduct of human beings? It seems we have misjudged Lin Yu. We ought not to doubt the character of the Lin family. I shall apologize to Lin Yu's family shortly. Can such individuals truly exist? It is utterly despicable to bully someone in silence and then retaliate. Amidst the murmurs surrounding him, Xiaodu's mother suddenly stood up, enraged, and exclaimed, "What can you prove with mere chat records? Do not slander here, or I will accuse you of defamation." Lin Yu let out a soft scoff and swiftly navigated to Xiaodu's WeChat, initiating a video call. After a brief moment of ringing, it seemed as though the other party pondered for quite some time before finally accepting the call. Upon seeing the connection established, Lin Yu activated the speakerphone. Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, Xiaodu smirked cunningly and remarked, "Oh, isn't this the pretty boy who has latched onto a wealthy woman? What's the matter? Surely you don't believe that clinging to a rich lady will secure you a lifetime of indulgence?" As Lin Yu remained silent, Xiaodu seized the opportunity to pull Zhang Qian, who was seated beside him, into view. He continued to taunt Lin Yu, "Look, your girlfriend, no, your ex-girlfriend, seems quite comfortable in my embrace," and with that, he passionately kissed Zhang Qian, adding, "See? Quite delightful, isn't it?" Lin Yu broke into a grin, seemingly unfazed by Xiaodu's provocations, and promptly turned his phone screen towards the gathered friends and family, particularly directing it at Xiaodu's mother. The crowd, already incensed by the voice on the phone, now witnessed the brazen display between the two, igniting an uncontrollable fury within them. Xiaodu, upon seeing the familiar faces on the video, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Lin Yu would choose such a public forum to speak. Based on his understanding of Lin Yu, he would only address matters privately with his mother. This was precisely why he had attempted to discredit Lin Yu before he could speak out, hoping to prevent his mother from believing him. The elder, watching the two on the screen, was beside himself with rage, slamming his palm onto the table and trembling with indignation. This is outrageous. Having endured the trials of war and navigated the complexities of village politics for decades, he had never encountered such a disgraceful situation. Suddenly, one of the villagers stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiaodu on the video, exclaiming, "You vile wretch, are you even human? If I catch you, I swear I will break your legs." This man was Xiaodu's uncle, the very one who had spread the rumors about Lin Yu's affiliation with a wealthy woman. When Xiaodu's mother confided in him about the situation, he, being a meddler who thrived on gossip, had hastily disseminated the news. However, with the unexpected turn of events, he felt a deep sense of remorse towards Lin Yu, which fueled his outrage. Xiaodu's mother, utterly speechless with fury, could not even lift her head in shame. Lin Yu then turned the phone screen back to himself, gazing at the still dumbfounded Xiaodu, and said, "What's the matter? Are you still processing this? Did you assume my character would prevent me from speaking out, that I would merely seek to downplay the situation? Surprised, are you? Everyone knows now, and they castigate me as if I were a pariah. Are you satisfied? When you betrayed me, I ceased to be the naive Lin Yu of the past. How did I assist you in your time of need? You turned out to be a heartless ingrate. Now I merely seek to unveil your true nature. What's wrong? Are you angry? This is nothing compared to what you've done to me." Listening to Lin Yu's piercing words, Xiaodu found himself at a loss for words, eventually seething, "Fine, Lin Yu, remember this is not over," before abruptly ending the call. Those present, absorbing every word from Lin Yu, reacted with a mix of shame and sorrow. Some bowed their heads in embarrassment, while others regarded Lin Yu with pity. What had this child endured? How profoundly disappointed must he be in these two individuals to express such sentiments so calmly? It was indeed a cruel fate. Old Lin had lived his life as a good man, yet fate had dealt such a harsh hand to his child. Overwhelmed with guilt, they regretted speaking without thought upon hearing the news. Zhang Dehua, astonished by this unexpected twist, noted that rather than inciting hatred, Lin Yu had become the object of sympathy, eliciting comfort from those around him. Sitting beside Lin Yu, his mother was clinging to him tightly, her heart pierced with pain upon hearing of her son's tribulations. Had Xiaodu been present, she would have confronted him without hesitation. Although Su Qingxue was already aware of the situation, hearing it recounted again filled her heart with bitterness. Lin Yu turned to Zhang Dahu and inquired, "Are you satisfied now?" The guests, whose emotions had yet to settle, immediately shifted their gaze towards Zhang Dahu upon hearing Lin Yu's words. It was he who had initiated this incident. Zhang Dahu, a notorious bully with no reputation in the village. Previously, due to various relationships and the fact that the grievances were confined to individual families, he had managed to evade consequences. However, now, in the glaring light of public scrutiny, he had become the target of collective ire. The elder slowly rose from his seat, clearing his throat. "Zhang, you are not welcome here. I care not who your father may be. Creating a disturbance at my birthday celebration is intolerable. Leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind." As soon as the elder uttered these words, all the guests stood up, their gazes fixed menacingly upon Zhang. Acknowledging the elder's command, Zhang nodded and gradually exited his seat. Once he reached an open area, he spat out in resentment, "You old fool, threatening me, are you? Relying on your numbers, is it? Remember this." With that, he cast a venomous glare at Lin Yuyi. Upon hearing his words, the guests immediately grabbed their stools and pursued Zhang. Fortunately for him, he was swift of foot. Otherwise, he would not have survived the day unscathed. Yet, Lin Yuyi perceived a different aspect of Zhang. Earlier, he had merely appeared as a petty man, but just moments ago, Lin Yuyi had glimpsed a visage of menace, bloodlust etched upon his forehead, and a palpable aura of violence in his eyes. The ancestral teachings had clearly warned against provoking individuals bearing such a countenance, for it foretold impending calamity. A cold glint flickered in Lin Yuyi's eyes as he realized sleep would elude him tonight. The ancient adage, "a physician cannot heal himself," echoed in his mind. His mother and Su Qingshua's physiognomy showed no signs of trouble, leaving only himself as the possible concern. The elderly patriarch's countenance today, radiant with the blessings of his grand birthday celebration, revealed no discernible omens. Without knowledge of the patriarch's celestial destiny, Lin Yuyi couldn't perform a divination for precaution. He reasoned it unlikely. After all, the minor conflict between them today shouldn't warrant serious consequences. The greater enigma lay within himself. Just then, the master of ceremonies announced, "Let us set this matter aside for now and commence the birthday celebration." One by one, the patriarch's descendants stepped forward to offer their blessings and gifts. As the ceremony neared its conclusion, Lin Yuyi rose and addressed the gathering. "Great-grandfather, during my time in Jiangcheng, I learned a traditional Chinese massage technique. On this auspicious occasion, may I humbly request a few minutes of your time to perform it for you?" Noticing the puzzled expressions around him, he added gracefully, "This method has proven quite effective. I've practiced it on my own mother, who found it most beneficial. I seek only this opportunity to express my filial devotion." Upon hearing this, Lin Ma promptly responded, "My Linzi is indeed correct. It feels quite pleasant after pressing it." One of the old gentleman's sons glanced at Lin Yuyi and then turned to his father, saying, "Father, why not grant Linzi this opportunity to express his filial piety?" The old gentleman nodded and, with a smile, remarked, "Then I shall indulge in a bit of Linzi's devotion." After hearing the old gentleman's consent, Lin Yuyi hurriedly approached. It turned out that after much contemplation, Lin Yuyi still felt something was amiss. To err on the side of caution, he decided to examine the old gentleman's hand bones. Lin Yuyi ascended the stage, first channeling his spiritual energy to massage the old gentleman behind him, infusing vitality into his internal organs, thereby rejuvenating his being. Upon Lin Yuyi's touch, the old gentleman experienced an indescribable sense of comfort and promptly exclaimed, "Young Lin, you are quite thoughtful. Your massage technique is indeed exceptional." The old gentleman praised him, attributing his good health to his own robust constitution. After completing the massage on his back, Lin Yuyi moved to the left side and began to examine the bones. As soon as his fingers made contact, a jolt of realization surged through him. From the old gentleman's skeletal structure, Lin Yuyi discerned that he faced a calamity on the day of his 90th birthday. If he could successfully navigate this peril, he would be free from significant misfortune until he reached the age of 100. This revelation illuminated the situation. It seemed that the ominous threat posed by Zhang was specifically targeting the old gentleman's impending trial. Despite being aware of the danger looming over the elder, Lin Yuyi maintained his composure and continued with the massage. After a short while, he completed the work with both hands and gracefully exited the stage, mindful not to disrupt the guest dining experience. A grand birthday celebration lasts 3 hours, symbolizing the significance of today's 90th birthday, the supreme essence of 3 and 9. As they traveled, Su Qingxue and Lin Ma engaged in cheerful conversation when Lin Yuyi suddenly interjected, "Mother, this evening, Grandfather is in danger. I wish to keep watch over him. Lin Yu pondered for a long time, struggling to concoct a plausible excuse. It would be more straightforward to speak candidly. What? Lin Ma turned her head in bewilderment to gaze at Lin Yu, suspecting she had misheard him. I said, the old master is in danger tonight, and I wish to keep watch over him. Lin Yu reiterated. Observing this, Lin Ma hastily placed her hand on Lin Yu's forehead, feeling it for a moment before placing it on her own, murmuring, but there's no fever. Su Qingxue, witnessing Lin Ma's series of actions, could hardly contain her laughter, while Lin Yu wore a face of exasperation. Mom, I truly am not lying to you, Lin Yu implored, though his interactions with the old master had been scarce. He vaguely remembered the kindness the old master had once shown his father. Just based on that, Lin Yu felt compelled to assist the old master in overcoming this predicament. Su Qingxue noticed Lin Yu's rising anxiety and quickly interjected. Auntie, Lin Yu has a keen sense. He saved my life last time. She recounted the previous crisis and Lin Yu's heroic rescue in meticulous detail. Why not let Lin Yu go and take a look? After hearing Su Qingxue's words, Lin Ma recognized the validity in her reasoning, nodded in agreement, and permitted Lin Yu to proceed. Lin's mother observed her son's anxious demeanor and, with a sigh of resignation, turned to Su Qingxue, saying, My Lin is just like this, overly eager in his endeavors. You must be patient with him. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingxue's face flushed crimson. The implication was unmistakable. She hurriedly responded, Auntie, we are truly just ordinary friends. To which Lin's mother, with a smile gracing her features, replied, Friends now, but who can say what the future holds? At that moment, Xiaodu's mother grasped Lin Yu's arm. Her expression filled with remorse, and said, Little Lin, I am truly sorry. In the next life, I will serve you like a humble beast of burden to make amends. Please, you must forgive my Xiaodu. Lin Yu felt an increasingly intense connection with the old master, and in his anxiety, he hastily pushed aside Xiaodu's mother, exclaiming, I truly have pressing matters to attend to. Let us discuss my affairs with Xiaodu later. After clearing the way, Lin Yu continued to hasten towards the grand celebration venue. Once Lin Yu had distanced himself, the look of regret on Xiaodu's mother's face swiftly vanished, replaced by disdain. Humph! She spat onto the ground, her voice laced with resentment as she remarked, What an ungrateful wretch! I have humbled myself to apologize, yet you show no appreciation. You must be too preoccupied with your own affairs. With that, she spat again in the direction Lin Yu had hurried off. Chapter 22. The Obstruction of the Old Master's Daughter. The distance that seemed considerable to an ordinary person was, in Lin Yu's ears, unmistakably clear. Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully, paying no heed to Xiaodu's mother's venomous words, and hurriedly made his way towards the old patriarch, his unease reaching its zenith. Lin Yu arrived at the venue where the old gentleman had previously celebrated his birthday, only to find that the old gentleman was nowhere to be seen. After a brief moment, Lin Yu finally reached the old gentleman's residence. After Lin Yu knocked on the door, he discovered that it was the son of the old master who had come to answer. Lin Yu hurriedly inquired, Uncle, where is great-grandfather? I have a pressing matter that I wish to seek his guidance on. Lin Yu's gaze shifted, and he tentatively inquired, This matter might only be resolved with the assistance of my great-grandfather, and it holds some significance. Would it be possible for my uncle to disturb him on my behalf? Although the elderly gentleman's son felt a slight displeasure, sensing Lin Yu's lack of decorum, he observed Lin Yu's urgency and chose to refrain from further comment. Instead, he nodded and guided Lin Yu inside. Upon reaching the threshold of the elder's chamber, the son gently knocked on the door and softly called out, Father, are you awake? Young Lin has a matter he wishes to discuss with you. Turning to Lin Yu, the elder son remarked, My father may be asleep. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow. After all, it is the elder's birthday today, and he must be feeling quite fatigued. Lin Yu paid no heed and forcefully pushed open the door. The old man's son, witnessing Lin Yu's disrespectful action, instantly became enraged and scolded. What on earth are you trying to do? He then seized Lin Yu, pointing an accusatory finger at him, and declared, This is utterly outrageous. I extended a courtesy to you by knocking, considering your apparent urgency. Yet you trespass and even curse my father. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not leave through this door. With that, he called out to summon the younger generation of the old man's family who were still in the courtyard. Lin Yuyi could no longer concern himself with such matters. He simply yanked his hand free from the grasp that held him and strode forward. Upon reaching the venerable elder, Lin Yuyi immediately discerned something amiss. The elder's complexion was an ashen hue, devoid of any trace of color, and his facial muscles appeared rigid, a clear indication of poisoning. Lin Yuyi directly summoned his spiritual energy to discern the locations within the old gentleman's body where the toxins were predominantly concentrated. Subsequently, he delved into the inheritance within his mind, seeking the most effective remedy. At that moment, the old gentleman's son entered the room with his siblings, each displaying a countenance of displeasure. Lin Yuyi, what exactly are you trying to do? Come here. If you disturb my father's rest again, do not blame us for being impolite. The old gentleman's son reprimanded once more. Lin Yuyi turned to the elderly gentleman's son and urgently exclaimed, "You must hasten to gather some supplies. Great-grandfather has been poisoned." At that moment, the elderly gentleman's daughter leaped up in outrage, scolding Lin Yuyi, "What are you trying to do? Curse my father." Afterward, she turned to her elder brother, imploring, "Brother, you must intervene." Upon hearing his sister's words, the elderly gentleman's son could no longer contain his fury. On a day meant for celebration, to have my father cursed again and again, he shouted, charging at Lin Yuyi with anger. "It seems your mind has become deranged. Let me bring you back to your senses." As he approached Lin Yuyi, the latter swiftly grasped the incoming fist and, with a deft motion, pulled the elderly gentleman's son toward their father. Only upon seeing their father's pallor did the son begin to grasp the gravity of Lin Yuyi's words. "I will explain everything shortly. For now, you must find a silver needle. If there is none available, go to my home and bring my suitcase. It contains what we need. Quickly, prepare a basin of hot water and towels. Trust me on this," Lin Yuyi commanded, noting the shift in belief from the elderly gentleman's son. The elderly gentleman's daughter interjected, "Brother, do not listen to him. Summon an ambulance at once. You can call for an ambulance, but the small clinic in town will not be able to aid our father. If we wait for the county hospital, it will take at least 2 hours." Lin Yuyi insisted. Hearing this, the elderly gentleman's son realized there was no time to waste. After briefly conferring with his siblings, he dashed out. Lin Yuyi gazed at the bewildered individuals within the room and instructed, "Please fetch me some hot water and towels at once." Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's command, the others hurried off to gather the necessary items, leaving only the elderly gentleman's daughter standing in place, lost in her own thoughts. Lin Yuyi then began to channel his spiritual energy to suppress the toxins within the elderly gentleman's body. Before long, the elderly gentleman's son rushed in, panting heavily, clutching a box, and quickly handed it to Lin Yuyi. Lin Yuyi opened the box and retrieved a silver needle, then turned to command, "Please assist me in removing the elder's coat." At that moment, the elder's daughter stepped directly in front of Lin Yuyi, blocking his way, and exclaimed, "I cannot permit you to take action. Regardless of your medical expertise, how did you ascertain that my father has been poisoned? You cannot simply assume it is poisoning. This matter is not your concern." Observing the elder's daughter, Lin Yuyi pondered, realizing that she had consistently obstructed his efforts from the very beginning. Now that he was poised to act, she had chosen to intervene. The onlookers, upon hearing her words, fell into contemplation. Her argument indeed held merit. Witnessing how the elder's daughter had managed to sway the opinions of those present, Lin Yuyi found himself at a loss for words. Should he confess that his conclusion was derived from calculations? Caught in a quandary, he understood the necessity of saving the elder, yet he struggled to articulate a valid rationale. Chapter 23. Rescuing the Elder. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yuyi addressed the elder's son, saying, "Sir, I can only pledge my father's honor that my intentions are solely for the sake of the elder. Should anything go awry, I shall bear the responsibility. Will that suffice? What can you offer as responsibility? Your worthless life?" The elder's daughter retorted harshly. At her words, Lin Yuyi lost his patience and, with swift precision, struck her neck with his hand. She immediately collapsed. "Trust me. If you have doubts, you may call for an ambulance at once." He glanced at the assembled crowd. The elder's son regarded Lin Yu with a resolute gaze, nodding in agreement. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of correctness emanating from Lin Yu's eyes. With the assistance of a few individuals, Lin Yu successfully removed the old gentleman's coat. Due to his advanced age, Lin Yu first applied a warm towel to the skin to stimulate the pores. Otherwise, the efficacy would not be as pronounced. After a brief moment, Lin Yu removed the warm towel and promptly retrieved the silver needles, commencing the acupuncture procedure. As the silver needles were fully inserted into the elderly gentleman's body, they instantly turned pitch black. Lin Yu summoned his spiritual energy, first sealing the old man's blood vessels. He then infused the silver needles with his power, gradually expelling the toxins from the old man's body. After removing the needles and cleansing them, he reinserted them into the old man's body, this time targeting the acupoints in his hand, such as Higu, to accelerate his metabolism. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he hastened the metabolic processes within the old man's body. Finally, after completing these tasks, Lin Yu let out a slow sigh. Just as he withdrew the silver needles once more, the old man suddenly awoke, coughing violently. Upon regaining consciousness and noticing the crowd surrounding him, he inquired with a hint of confusion, "What are you all doing here? Dad, don't you remember what happened?" His son quickly asked. The old man looked at his son, bewildered. "What happened? Did I not just take a nap?" Shaking his head, the son recounted the events to the old man. After hearing his son's account, the old man gazed at him in disbelief. "Really?" His son nodded vigorously. "You can ask them if you don't believe me." The people surrounding them promptly nodded in agreement with his words. Realizing the truth of the situation, the old man turned to Lin Yu with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young Lin. I appreciate your help with this old body of mine. If your father knew what you were doing now, he would surely be very proud." Lin Yu quickly waved his hand, denying any such notion. After all, his great-grandfather had treated his father with utmost kindness, which was only reasonable. Coincidentally, he had acquired a smattering of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine while in Jiangcheng. The massage techniques he employed on his great-grandfather were derived from this ancient practice. Even if he were to claim that someone had divined a fate for his great-grandfather, few would believe it. As Lin Yu elucidated, the onlookers nodded in agreement. After all, in this new era and society, who would place faith in the words of a fortune-teller? The elderly gentleman gazed at Lin Yu with a look of profound appreciation and remarked, "It truly is commendable of you, young Lin. Your thoughtfulness is remarkable. I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude." "Do not mention it, great-grandfather. You are being overly formal," Lin Yu replied with a smile. The elderly man hastily waved his hand, saying, all right, I shall refrain from further comments." Subsequently, Lin Yu leaned closer to the elderly man's ear and whispered a few words. The elderly gentleman's expression shifted abruptly, as if he comprehended something profound. His face then bore a look of bitterness, and he let out a heavy sigh. Lin Yu promptly requested paper and pen from the elder son, diligently inscribing a prescription. He advised, "Please follow this prescription precisely, taking the medicine 3 times a day, preferably within half an hour to 1 hour after meals." Although Lin Yu had swiftly expelled the toxins from the elder's body, some minor remnants had still infiltrated the organs, which could only be eliminated through the elder's metabolism. While the situation was not dire, expediting the removal of these toxins would be beneficial. It was not that Lin Yu lacked the ability to purge the toxins from the organs. Rather, his current capabilities were insufficient. With his present spiritual energy, attempting such a feat would be tantamount to courting death. Observing the elder's condition, Lin Yu spoke, "I assume you have an inkling of who is responsible, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. I shall take my leave now." With that, he strode directly towards the exit. The elder's son, eager to see Lin Yu off, was halted by the elder, who instructed him to let others accompany Lin Yu instead, while he proceeded to discuss matters with his son. The others expressed their gratitude as they escorted Lin Yu through the door, pausing to watch him depart in the distance. This young man truly possesses a noble character. He repays kindness with virtue, leaving us feeling quite ashamed. Indeed, if only old Lin had lived longer, knowing he had such a son would have made him smile even in dreams. Meanwhile, as Lin Yu left the elder's residence, atop a nearby hill. Zhang Dahu was observing the scene through a telescope, frowning as he watched Lin Yu emerge, lost in thought. Lin Yu could only briefly recount the matter to the two of them. Is it true or not? Upon hearing her son's words, Lin Ma looked at Lin Yu with disbelief. Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you, being your son? Lin Yu replied with annoyance. All right. I believe this matter will soon become the talk of the town. Just let me help you with your treatment, Lin Yu urged, eager to prevent his mother from probing any further. He was well aware of her inquisitive nature. Once she started gossiping, it would be endless, and he did not wish to lose sleep over it that night. With her son's insistence, Su Qingxue also took action, prompting Lin Ma to nod in agreement and begin accepting her son's treatment. Thus, Lin Yu resumed his healing process. However, while treating his mother, he experienced several bouts of dizziness, realizing that his spiritual energy was excessively depleted, and his body could hardly withstand it. Su Qingxue observed everything, her concern growing as she noted Lin Yu's condition. Yet, with Lin Ma present, she hesitated to voice her worries, knowing that if she did, Lin Ma would surely prevent her son from exhausting himself on her behalf. After the treatment concluded, Su Qingxue assisted Lin Ma into her room to rest, finally finding the opportunity to check on Lin Yu. Emerging from Lin Ma's room, Su Qingxue glanced at Lin Yu, who was still sound asleep on the sofa. A wave of emotion washed over her, and she quickly helped him into his bedroom, laying him gently on the bed, while she settled down on the sofa for the night. The following morning, upon waking, Lin Ma was taken aback to find Su Qingxue resting on the sofa and erupted in anger, marching to Lin Yu's room and knocking vigorously on the door. The commotion startled both Su Qingxue and Lin Yu awake. Lin Ma, noticing her outburst had roused Su Qingxue, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Qingxue, I didn't mean to be so hasty. I just saw you sleeping on the sofa and got a bit anxious. You must not have slept well. Go back to my room and rest a little longer. Su Qingxue quickly responded. That's enough. I slept well. I simply woke up early and dozed off on the sofa after leaving the room. Just then, Lin Yu opened his door, looking bewildered at the scene before him. Spotting Su Qingxue on the sofa, he remarked, What? I'm in bed. And you spent the night on the sofa? Su Qingxue felt an immediate wave of frustration. Inwardly lamenting, when there is a path to heaven, you refuse to tread it. When there is no door to hell, you insist on barging in. I can no longer assist you. Even if Jesus himself were here today, he could not save you. Upon hearing Su Qingxue's words, Lin Ma's previously quelled anger flared up once more. She swiftly grasped Lin Yu by the ear. So, you think it's acceptable to make Qingxue sleep on the sofa? Do you not comprehend how to treat a girl with care? This trait you've inherited from your father is truly disappointing. You seem utterly devoid of empathy, forcing a young lady to endure such discomfort. As she scolded, she moved to retrieve a broom from behind the door. Lin Yu, already bewildered from the earlier encounter, felt a surge of panic at his mother's impending action and quickly yanked her hand away, fleeing in haste. Mother Lin, upon seeing her son, continued with her tasks and gently said, You may come in. Qingxue has informed me. Su Qingxue, meanwhile, remained inside, stifling her laughter. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu cautiously stepped over the threshold, entering the home with trepidation, fearful of his mother's jest. In truth, he himself was oblivious to the reason behind his slumber on the bed while Su Qingxue occupied the sofa. Upon returning home, the familiar voice of his mother resonated through the yard once more. If I had known you were so exhausted that you would collapse on the sofa, I certainly would have refrained from insisting on further treatments. Don't you realize how much you mean to me? I have but a few years left. While you are still so young, your health is of utmost importance. Listening to his mother's words, Lin Yu felt a pang of emotion. In this world, regardless of age, it is only parents who continue to cherish us as their most precious treasures. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, absorbing Mother Lin's sentiments, fell into a contemplative silence, lost in her thoughts. After enjoying a hearty lunch, Lin Yu administered another acupuncture session for his mother. Following this, they would be able to commence with the medication. Once the treatment concluded, Mother Lin sensed that her presence might disrupt the two young ones and decided to take a stroll outside. Bored at home, Su Qingxue inquired whether Lin Yu knew of any interesting places, perhaps scenic spots or picturesque views. Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled a mountain he frequently climbed as a child with a few friends, where atop stood a Taoist temple known as Baiyun Temple. Each time they ascended, they would encounter an old Taoist priest awaiting them there. Lin Yu vaguely remembered that every time they ascended, the old Taoist would retreat into the temple to fetch some provisions and water for them. They would invariably pose a myriad of questions. Yet one query consistently emerged. Has the master arrived? This habitual question stemmed from a moment when one among them had innocently inquired of the old Taoist, "What is one doing here?" Thus, each subsequent visit saw Lin Yu and his companions ascend the mountain, eagerly awaiting news of the master. Years have since passed, and he pondered the well-being of the old Taoist. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, Lin Yu turned to Su Qingxue and said, "There truly is a place, though it may not be a tourist attraction. The scenery is splendid. Shall we go? However, it requires a bit of climbing." Upon hearing that Lin Yu knew of a place with delightful views, Su Qingxue eagerly nodded in agreement. Consequently, Lin Yu casually packed 2 bottles of mineral water and some snacks, and together they set off. The two bantered and laughed along the way, drawing the attention of passers-by, resembling a sweet couple in love. Thus, they arrived at the foot of Baiyun Temple. Lin Yu gazed at Su Qingxue with a beaming smile and inquired, "What do you think? Are you capable?" Su Qingxue glanced at the towering peak, feeling a twinge of apprehension in her heart. Yet she feigned confidence and retorted, "Please don't underestimate me." With that, she resolutely took the lead in the ascent. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Such determination!" He then commenced his ascent. At last, Su Qingxue could no longer endure, panting as she gazed at Lin Yu, and said, "I need to drink water." Lin Yu, with a beaming smile, twisted open the cap of the bottled water before handing it to Su Qingxue. She accepted the bottle and began to gulp down the water eagerly. The swift stream cascaded down her chin, tracing a path through her hair and soaking into her clothes. Given the sweltering heat of the day, Su Qingxue was dressed rather lightly. As the water flowed over her, her attire became almost transparent, revealing glimpses of her delicate skin. Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Observing Su Qingxue consume nearly half the bottle without pause, he quickly exclaimed, "Drink less. Otherwise, you might find it inconvenient later." Upon hearing this, her cheeks, already flushed from fatigue, blushed an even deeper shade of crimson as she shot Lin Yu a playful glare. "I won't talk to you anymore," Su Qingxue retorted, finding no better words to counter Lin Yu and resorting to this playful threat. Lin Yu awkwardly touched his nose, uncertain of where he had misspoken, and could only follow Su Qingxue as she set off again. During their journey, Lin Yu noticed several times that Su Qingxue was on the verge of exhaustion and offered to carry her, but after some hesitation, she ultimately accepted his assistance. Yet, despite nearly fainting from fatigue, Su Qingxue resolutely relied on her own strength to reach the White Cloud Temple. After a tiring afternoon, she stood before the now-abandoned temple, relishing the refreshing breeze that enveloped her. Meanwhile, Lin Yu gazed at the desolate shrine, lost in contemplation. He wondered if the old Taoist priest awaited his master and fellow disciples, and whether he was still alive. Suddenly, Su Qingxue broke the silence, enjoying the cool wind as she spoke. "Lin Yu, do you think all parents in the world cherish their children as dearly as my mother does?" Lin Yu was taken aback by the unexpected question posed by Su Qingxue. Chapter 25. In a turbulent era, the Taoist with a sword descends into the Jianghu. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. "Not necessarily. Take my initial foray into the jewelry sales industry as an example. In hindsight, we discovered that the bride price led to the marriage of a daughter to a man she had never met, who was even over a decade older than her. Isn't this akin to selling one's daughter? There was a complete disregard for her feelings. Ultimately, the daughter despaired as she watched her mother use the entirety of the bride price to purchase jewelry. Lin Yu said, enjoying the refreshing breeze that brushed against him, and inquired, "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Lin Yu turned his head and was taken aback to find Su Qingxue crouched on the ground, her head buried between her knees, seemingly lost in her own world. Noticing that something seemed amiss with Su Qingxue, Lin Yu hurriedly approached to check on her. Lin Yu gently patted Su Qingxue on the shoulder and inquired softly, "What is the matter, Qingxue?" After being touched by Lin Yu, Su Qingxue finally came to her senses, lifting her gaze to meet his. "What is it?" she asked. Noticing the slight haze in her eyes, Lin Yu remarked, "You seem a bit off. Have you recalled something?" Su Qingxue hurriedly shook her head, responding, No, it's nothing. I merely asked because I feel that Auntie is a wonderful person." Lin Yu listened to Su Qingxue's clumsy excuse without uttering another word. After adjusting her demeanor, Su Qingxue stood up, pointed towards the dilapidated temple, and said to Lin Yu, "I wish to explore the interior." Lin Yu nodded, his curiosity piqued. He too wished to venture inside, hoping to uncover traces of the old Taoist. In his youth, he had not realized the significance of those teachings, but upon entering society, Lin Yu recognized the profound wisdom imparted by the venerable master. The two of them stepped into the temple, only to find it overgrown with weeds, clearly a place long abandoned by human presence. Lin Yu first arrived at the temple, standing before the statue of the three pure ones. He tidied up the surrounding area and then began to pray earnestly. Upon receiving the inheritance, Lin Yu came to believe in the celestial beings he once regarded as mere illusions. As the old adage goes, where there is faith, there is existence. Where there is disbelief, there is nothing. Having witnessed the truth, his reverence naturally grew deeper. Observing Lin Yu, Su Qingxue also approached the statue of the three pure ones to offer her prayers, remaining silent for an extended period. After concluding her prayers, Lin Yu began to explore the surroundings. He had only visited this sacred place a few times in his youth, at which time he held little interest in the solemn statues. Now, as he gazed upon these familiar yet foreign scenes, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia for the faith that once filled the space. Wandering through the temple, Lin Yu eventually found himself in the room where the old Taoist priest had once resided. The modest chamber was covered in dust, containing only a wooden bed and a wooden desk. Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed a book resting on the table. He approached, lifted the book, and gently brushed off the dust before beginning to peruse its contents. To his surprise, it was a diary, signed by Li Yuantong. The entry read, "Today, I encountered several delightful little beings. It is truly wonderful to see them now, full of spirit. Year of the Ihai." Lin Yu meticulously finished reading the diary, observing the notes evolve from youthful innocence to vigorous boldness. On the final page, he encountered the following phrase: "In a prosperous age, the Buddhist sect flourishes across the nation. The Taoist hermit dwells alone in the deep mountains. In a turbulent world, the Bodhisattva remains indifferent to worldly affairs, while Laozi wields his sword to rescue the weary." Upon reading this, Lin Yu seemed to enter a realm devoid of human presence, watching Taoist priest Li Yuantong transition from childhood to twilight years, as if he were experiencing it firsthand. Unbeknownst to him, his internal spiritual energy also began to grow. What a remarkable scene of the Taoist descending from the mountains to navigate adversity, Lin Yu mused, finally comprehending why his mother had chosen Taoism over Buddhism in her beliefs. After tidying up the old Taoist diary, he tucked it away, thinking that Taoist Li would not be displeased, considering it a memento left for future generations. Standing at the mountain's edge, Lin Yu turned to bow once more to the temple, feeling enriched by the knowledge gleaned from Taoist Li's notes. Upon returning home, he discovered that his mother had prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting his arrival. As they sat down to eat, Lin's mother remarked, "Have you heard? The old master's daughter has been cast out of the family. It's quite an odd occurrence, as everyone knows how dearly the old master cherished her." Lin Yu found it rather peculiar, for he had whispered into the old man's ear that the toxin had entered his body through alcohol. Yet, the old man had abstained from drinking for many years. The only cup he had consumed during his birthday celebration was one offered by his most cherished daughter. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, intrigued by the unfolding tale, eagerly inquired, "Auntie, do share more." Consequently, Lin's mother commenced recounting the news she had overheard during their afternoon stroll. It was rumored that the old man's daughter had poisoned him, ostensibly due to a piece of land that had attracted the attention of a prospective buyer, whom the old man resolutely refused to sell. Subsequently, this individual approached the old man's daughter, and together they concocted the sinister plot. However, the identity of the land buyer remained shrouded in mystery, Lin's mother added. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu fell into deep contemplation, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. After dinner, he rose to clear the table, while Su Qingxue diligently prepared the medicinal herbs that Lin's mother would require that night. Lin Yu intended to administer one final acupuncture treatment to his mother before she commenced her medication. As evening descended, Lin Yu resumed his mother's treatment. While channeling his spiritual energy for acupuncture, he noticed a remarkable increase in his own spiritual power, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, this development boded well, as it could expedite his mother's recovery while minimizing her reliance on medication. An ideal scenario, given the adverse effects of excessive drug intake. Once the treatment was complete, Lin Yu promptly brewed a concoction for his mother to consume. After checking her pulse, he discerned that her condition had significantly improved. With a few more doses of medicine, she could finally eradicate the ailments that had plagued her for years. This session of treatment had taken considerably less time than Lin Yu had initially anticipated. In the dead of night, amidst a haze of slumber, Lin Yu was suddenly jolted awake by a series of urgent calls. Chapter 26. The Revenge of Zhang Dahu. Lin Lima was abruptly awakened and, upon investigating the source of the sound, discovered that it was Su Qingxue speaking in her sleep. Lin Yu approached with the intention of adjusting Su Qingxue's blanket slightly, only to discover beads of sweat adorning her forehead, and her lips were still murmuring softly. Lin Yu could only gently pat Su Qingxue. Upon awakening, Su Qingxue gazed at Lin Yu with a dazed expression. Lin Yu hurriedly remarked, "It seems you had a nightmare. Are you all right?" As he spoke, he casually retrieved a tissue from the bedside table and handed it to Su Qingxue, encouraging her to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. Su Qingxue sat up, accepted the tissue, and after wiping her brow, she addressed Lin Yu, saying, "I apologize for disturbing you. It's all right as long as you're fine. Please go back to sleep." Lin Yu replied before lying down once more. However, he could distinctly sense that Su Qingxue was not lying back down to rest. She appeared lost in thought. The following morning, upon rising, Lin Yu noticed Su Qingxue was absent from the bed, suggesting she had already gotten up. He proceeded to leave the room to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, he spotted Su Qingxue emerging from her room, carrying breakfast. Observing her weary demeanor, Lin Yu inquired, "You didn't sleep well last night, did you?" Su Qingxue merely shook her head in response, remaining silent. Lin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of unease and directly inquired, "Qingxue, are we friends?" Su Qingxue was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating such a question from Lin Yu, yet she replied, "Indeed, we are. Since we are friends, you should feel free to share anything with me. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Your demeanor suggests that there are matters weighing heavily on your heart," Lin Yu remarked. Su Qingxue shook her head, insisting there was nothing troubling her. She merely felt fatigued from yesterday's hike and assured him that with a bit of rest, she would be fine. Observing her reluctance to open up, Lin Yu refrained from pressing her further and instead went to rouse his mother for breakfast. After their morning meal, Lin Yu conveyed his intentions to his mother. He planned to bring her to live with him, believing that it would enable him to care for her more effectively. Listening to his mother's words, Lin Yu decided against further persuasion. Once a decision was made by her, it was beyond anyone's power to alter. He could only nod in agreement. "Enough about me. I simply wish to see you married soon," said Lin Ma, casting a glance at Su Qingxue, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. She added in a hushed tone, "Qingxue is quite lovely, possessing a pleasing figure, suitable for motherhood. Do your best and see if someone worthy might take an interest in you." Upon hearing this topic, Lin Yu promptly rose and departed. Lin Ma, with relentless enthusiasm, continued to urge from behind, "Trust your mother, you won't be mistaken. Put in more effort or someone else might snatch her away. Such a wonderful girl. Where else will you find another?" Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, listening to Lin Ma's words in the kitchen, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. It was as if she were being directly addressed. After finishing the dishes, Su Qingxue exited the kitchen and unexpectedly collided with Lin Yu, both of their faces instantly turning crimson. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Ma immediately spoke up, "Lindsay, isn't Qingxue beautiful? My dear son, you are rather shy, so allow your mother to assist you." Hearing her words, Su Qingxue turned her gaze towards Lin Yu, eager to discern his response. Ultimately, Lin Yu succumbed to the pressure and ambiguously replied, Must I even be asked? In response, Lin Ma continued, Qing Shui, what do you think of my son Lin Zi's character? Su Qing Shui was taken aback, not anticipating that Lin Ma had another trick up her sleeve. Now it was Lin Yu's turn to cast a knowing smile at Su Qing Shui, as if to say, let us see if you dare to continue this charade. With a flushed face, Su Qing Shui retorted, Auntie, please don't jest with us. We are truly just friends. I'm merely inquiring, not suggesting that you share a deeper relationship. Could it be that there is more between you? Lin Ma seized the opportunity to counter. Realizing she had fallen into Lin Ma's carefully laid trap, Su Qing Shui understood the predicament and, alongside Lin Yu, chose to retreat, unwilling to engage further with Lin Ma. Experience proved formidable. They were indeed intimidated. Observing their flustered expressions, Lin Ma shook her head and remarked, honestly, you both lack the courage of your father. He was far braver in his youth. The trio stood before Su Qing Shui's European GT, where Lin Ma, with a red slip of paper beneath her right eyelid, cautioned Lin Yu, drive carefully. My eyelid has been twitching since early morning. Call me once you arrive in Jiang City. Of course, we shall take our leave now. Take care of yourself, mother. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. The two replied before they entered the vehicle and set off towards Jiang City. Once again, Lin Yu took the wheel while Su Qing Shui, not feeling her best these days, promptly fell asleep upon entering the car. Suddenly, as they turned a corner, Lin Yu noticed a row of spikes ahead. He swiftly pressed the brakes and swerved the steering wheel, but due to the cunning placement of the spikes, they collided. The vehicle lost control and barreled towards the railing. With a loud crash, the railing gave way, and the car plunged towards the precipice. The tremendous noise jolted Su Qing Shui awake, and she heard Lin Yu shout, Quick, cover your head and duck down. At the moment Lin Yu shouted, he happened to catch a glimpse of Zhang Dahu gazing down from above in the rearview mirror. Lin Yu had no choice but to relinquish the steering wheel, channeling all his spiritual energy to envelop himself, exerting every effort to protect Su Qing Shui. In an instant, the glass shattered, shards flying towards Lin Yu. With a thud, the car finally plummeted to the bottom of the valley. Lin Yu shook his head, the powerful shockwave having left him covered in cuts from shattered glass, resembling a figure drenched in blood. As he gazed at Su Qing Shui, whom he had shielded beneath him, he was not surprised. Soon after, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him, until Lin Yu awakened. The moment he stirred, a sharp pain surged through his body, causing him to grimace in agony. Observing Lin Yu regain consciousness, Su Qing Shui hurried to his side, her face etched with concern as she inquired, How do you feel? You mustn't be harmed. Lin Yu gazed at the bandaged wounds wrapped in cloth, which astonishingly turned out to be Su Qing Shui's outerwear. Meanwhile, Su Qing Shui was clad in nothing but a thin t-shirt, stirring a wave of emotions within him. Lin Yu said half-jokingly, I feel utterly unwell at the moment. Su Qing Shui had initially intended to retort, but upon observing Lin Yu's current demeanor, the words caught in her throat. Instead, she remarked, there isn't a trace of signal here, and the vehicle has been reduced to ashes. We have nothing left, and there are no medicines for treatment. How can you still find a reason to smile? Seeing Su Qing Shui in such a state, Lin Yu felt an even stronger urge to tease her. If death is our fate, so be it. At least with you by my side, the journey to the underworld shall not be a lonely one. Lin Yu had anticipated a rebuttal from Su Qing Shui, yet before she could utter a word, a distant roar resonated through the air. Chapter 27. The elusive past of Su Qing Shui. The sudden bellow immediately startled both individuals. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought crossed their minds. A bear. Panic flickered in Su Qing Shui's eyes, but after a brief moment, she regained her composure and turned to Lin Yu, saying, Can we escape? If not, I shall carry you. Let us swiftly distance ourselves from this place. Lin Yu struggled to rise, realizing that his entire body was sore. Observing Lin Yu in such a state, Su Qing Shui immediately crouched down and said, I will carry you. Hurry! Lin Yu shook his head, urging her to leave, insisting that she should not concern herself with him. He did not wish to burden Su Qing Shui. If she were alone, she might have a chance to escape, but with him as a weight, their chances of fleeing diminished. Su Qing Shui gazed at Lin Yu's stubborn demeanor and, for the first time, uttered a curse. "You're talking nonsense. Have you lost your mind? Didn't we say we were friends?" With that, she squatted down, disregarding Lin Yu's protests, and lifted him onto her back, resolutely making her way forward. Thus, Lin Yu, a tall man standing at nearly 6 feet and weighing around 150 to 160 pounds, was carried by Su Qingxue, whose delicate frame strained under the weight as she limped onward. Before long, beads of sweat began to trickle down Su Qingxue's face, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Lin Yu sensed Su Qingxue's condition on her back and sighed. "Why do you have to put yourself through this? Just shut up. Why is it that you can protect me with your body, but I cannot do the same for you?" Su Qingxue retorted sharply. Her words left Lin Yu utterly speechless. With sheer determination, Su Qingxue relied on various means to carry Lin Yu for nearly half an hour until she was completely exhausted. After carefully placing Lin Yu down, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Fate will take its course. I have done my best," Su Qingxue declared. "If you let me down, you won't have to leave it to fate," Lin Yu said, observing Su Qingxue's sweaty face. This time, Su Qingxue did not counter Lin Yu's remark. She was so drained that she could hardly muster the energy to speak, merely shooting him a glare. The two exchanged silent glances, and after a while, as Su Qingxue regained some strength, she gazed at the stars above and spoke. "Lin Yu, to be honest, I really envy you." Lin Yu felt a surge of interest at Su Qingxue's words. How should one interpret them? Despite enduring hardships, at least one's future, love, and marriage lie within one's own grasp. Moreover, there exists a loving mother who cares deeply. Su Qingxue continued to gaze at the stars, her face betraying no emotion. In contrast, everything in my life has been meticulously orchestrated, leaving me with no opportunity to choose love, akin to a bird imprisoned in a cage. As Su Qingxue slowly articulated her thoughts, Lin Yu pondered the trials she must have faced. After a moment of reflection, he ventured, "Have you ever attempted to change all of this? Change? What would I use to effect such change? My fate was sealed from birth. What talk of transformation is there?" Su Qingxue replied with a bitter tone upon hearing Lin Yu's words. "You have not tried. How can you be certain it cannot be altered? If you make an effort to change, you stand a 50% chance. If you do not try, you possess no chance at all. Heaven favors those who strive." Lin Yu encouraged, recalling the unexpected awakening of his own legacy, a matter he felt compelled to keep to himself, lest he inadvertently make himself a subject of discussion. Upon hearing Lin Yu's heartfelt advice, Su Qingxue turned to gaze into his eyes and asked, "Will you stand by my side?" Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging the bond they shared. "You saved me and I saved you. Our fates are intertwined. I shall always stand behind you, even if you find yourself alone." Indeed, one cannot ascertain the possibility of change without first attempting it. "Mother, I believe you would not wish for me to be unable to shape my own future, even from paradise." At that moment, Su Qingxue threw herself into Lin Yu's embrace, her voice trembling as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. If I manage to escape from here, I will no longer allow others to dictate my life. My future shall rest firmly in my own hands." After receiving the inheritance, Lin Yu experienced a remarkable enhancement in his self-healing abilities. In just a short period, he could move his arm once more. Lin Yu gently caressed Su Qingxue's silky hair, offering her solace. Before long, Su Qingxue succumbed to slumber, the chill of the night air causing her to curl up motionless in Lin Yu's embrace. Lin Yu was diligently restoring the spiritual energy within his body, remaining ever vigilant against potential dangers, so that he could awaken Su Qingxue at the first sign of trouble. Fortunately, the source of the earlier roar did not disturb the two of them again, and they passed the night in peace. By dawn, Lin Yu's bodily functions had completely recovered. He intended to gently touch Su Qingxue's forehead to offer her some comfort, but the moment his hand made contact, he was met with an intense heat. Lin Yu hurriedly checked and found Su Qingxue's small face flushed, her lips cracked. Realizing that she had a fever, he felt a pang of sorrow for her. Exhausted, cold, and hungry, he had even used the only piece of clothing that could ward off the chill to dress his own wounds. However, before long, Su Qingxue's condition visibly improved. After half an hour of cooling down, her fever finally subsided, and Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. After carrying the still slumbering Su Qingxue on his back, He relied on the faint stars to roughly calculate his position and began to make his way out. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed in, and Lin Yuyi finally emerged from the thicket. Gazing at the brilliant sunlight, he inwardly mused, Zhang Dehua, prepare yourself to face the consequences. When you harbor thoughts of wanting to end my life, you must be ready to lose your head. The dazzling sunlight also stirred Su Qingxue from her slumber. Realizing she was on Lin Yuyi's back, she hurriedly wriggled free. Once on the ground, she discovered that she had already made it outside. Lin Yuyi, are your injuries healed? Su Qingxue exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yuyi smiled faintly, attributing her recovery to your proficient bandaging. Truly, you are a professional. Su Qingxue blushed with a shy smile, her heart resolutely setting a goal. Having faced life and death, she must strive diligently. Her future is to be held firmly in her own hands. Thus, the two of them journeyed together, and before long, they arrived at a quaint county town. Lin Yuyi inquired with a passerby about his location, only to discover that he was quite distant from Jiang City, yet relatively close to his own village. Lin Yuyi first called his mother to assure her of his safety, concocting an excuse about last night's power outage, claiming he had forgotten to charge his phone. He then sought out a breakfast stall to have a meal. Initially, the owner of the stall appeared apprehensive upon seeing Lin Yuyi, but after his explanation, the kind lady quickly fetched 2 of her own garments, offering them to Lin Yuyi and Su Qingxue to wear temporarily. As Lin Yuyi and Su Qingxue sat at the entrance of the breakfast stall enjoying their meal, a group of ruffians clad in eccentric attire approached the lady's stall. Isn't it time to pay this month's protection fee? One of the men with yellow hair addressed the stall owner. Bigi brother, could you possibly delay that for a few days? My child needs to pay tuition soon. The stall owner replied with a forced smile. With a swift motion, the yellow-haired man overturned the stall. You old hag, look at your age. Calling me big brother. Are you blind? He shouted, pointing at her. Hurry up. I couldn't care less about your child's tuition. You'd better pay the protection fee today, or I cannot guarantee your safety. The old lady trembled in fear, rendered motionless by the ruffian's aggression. Just as Su Qingxue set down her chopsticks, Lin Yuyi gently pressed her hand, signaling her to remain calm, and then stood up. Addressing the gang, Lin Yuyi spoke. Isn't this treatment towards an elderly woman rather unseemly? Surely you have parents of your own. Upon hearing his voice, the yellow-haired man turned slowly, and his gaze fell upon Su Qingxue, who was still seated. A smirk spread across his face. Having parents is nothing compared to the affection of Chairman Mao, he remarked, his eyes fixated on Su Qingxue, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The old lady, noticing the ruffian's gaze, hurriedly approached him, apologizing. I'll fetch it for you right away. Perhaps we could go inside to get it? With a rough shove, the yellow-haired man knocked her to the ground. Are you blind? Do you have any sense? You've really lived long enough. Just go get it. I'm busy with important matters, he barked, making his way towards Su Qingxue. Lin Yuyi stepped directly in front of the yellow-haired man. Did you not hear me speaking to you? As the yellow-haired man looked up at Lin Yuyi, he was about to respond when Lin Yuyi swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face. The force knocked the yellow-haired man to the ground, one of his teeth flying out along with a spray of blood. Furious, the yellow-haired man glared at Lin Yuyi, blood dripping from his mouth. Call my brothers. Beat him senseless. If he dies, it's on me. Upon hearing the command, the ruffians surged forward. The commotion drew a crowd, and onlookers began to murmur among themselves. This young man is in for trouble. How did he get on this guy's bad side? Indeed, relying on his connection with the third master, he has been acting like a tyrant around here. We should leave. Who knows what might happen next? As the ruffians charged at him, Lin Yuyi swiftly dispatched them, leaving them sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. The yellow-haired man realized that his comrades were no match for this formidable opponent and felt a twinge of fear. Do you know who I am? I'm affiliated with the third master. If you know what's good for you, admit your mistake, or you'll regret it. Lin Yuyi found the remark somewhat amusing. Was this fool truly oblivious to the situation? With a smirk, he approached the yellow-haired individual and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Repeat it. Before the yellow-haired man could finish his sentence, Lin Yuyi had already stepped on his hand. Was it this hand that struck the lady? Who is San Yi? Speak again. Lin Yu demanded, fixing his gaze upon him. The yellow-haired man, taken aback by the fact that he hadn't even managed to utter San Yi's name, hastily shook his head, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. No, I didn't mention anyone, big brother. Please, spare me. I was wrong. Hearing the yellow-haired man's pleas for mercy, Lin Yu effortlessly lifted him and instructed, apologize to the lady. With Lin Yu finally ceasing his aggression, the man hurried to the elderly lady and uttered, I'm sorry. Lin Yu frowned at the yellow-haired man. Terrified, he immediately reiterated his apology. I'm sorry, dear lady. I was in the wrong. The elderly lady, startled by the unfolding scene, was rendered speechless. All right, buy the lady's breakfast in its entirety, and you may leave, Lin Yu declared. The yellow-haired man nodded vigorously, emptying his pockets and handing all his money to the lady. Seeing her still in shock, he forcefully placed the money into her hands. He was thoroughly intimidated by Lin Yu's unreasonable demeanor. Typically, invoking San Yi's name would suffice in such matters, but today he had encountered someone truly formidable. He had no choice but to concede for now and would promptly seek out San Yi later. Get lost, Lin Yu uttered slowly. The yellow-haired man and his companions breathed a sigh of relief and hastily supported each other as they scurried away. Once they had covered a suitable distance, the yellow-haired man turned back and exclaimed, You wait here, kid. I'll have San Yi deal with you. After the yellow-haired man and his companions had fled, the elderly lady finally came to her senses and approached Lin Yu, grasping his hand. Young man, I appreciate your good intentions, but you have no idea of San Yi's formidable reputation. You should leave with your girlfriend at once. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when San Yi arrives. Lin Yu spoke slowly. Auntie, do not worry. Everything will be all right. If I were to leave, they would undoubtedly vent their frustrations on you. I shall remain here to await the arrival of that third master. I am curious to ascertain his true nature. Rest assured, all is well. After the incident involving Zhang Dahu's retaliation, Lin Yu realized that one must eradicate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles. Hence he chose to wait for the third master here. Having said this, Lin Yu assisted the aunt in tidying up her stall before returning to his seat to continue enjoying his breakfast. The aunt, observing Lin Yu's demeanor, felt at a loss for words on how to persuade him otherwise. Su Qingxue watched Lin Yu sit down, a hint of concern in her voice as she asked, Lin Yu, are you truly all right? That third master sounds rather formidable. Should we consider reporting this to the authorities? Do you still doubt me? Lin Yu replied, taking a spoonful of kanji. Su Qingxue nodded, acknowledging his prowess. I know you are capable, but that is quite the skill. Enough to drive a car off a cliff. Lin Yu listened to Su Qingxue's words, rendered speechless once again. Once I capture Zhang Dahu, I must have him validate my driving skills. Before long, the previously departed Huang Mao returned with a large group of individuals in tow. Leading them was a bald man, his face a canvas of brutish features, exuding an aura of menace. San Yi, it's him, Huang Mao exclaimed, pointing at Lin Yu, who remained seated. The bald man raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to halt immediately. Kid, I admire your courage for waiting here for me. I can't tell if you're just thick-headed or genuinely skilled, the bald man remarked slowly. Are you San Yi? Lin Yu inquired, regarding the bald man. Surprisingly, you know my name. Here's the deal. If you hand over the beauty beside you, I'll let you off the hook and even allow you to join me. To be with San Yi means feasting on wine and meat daily. The bald man leered lecherously at Su Qingxue. At that moment, a small-time thug accompanying San Yi stepped forward and whispered a few words into his ear. The expression on San Yi's face shifted dramatically, fluctuating between dark and light. Lin Yu felt a sense of familiarity with the ruffian before him, though he could not quite place it. Kid, I've changed my mind. I won't let you off the hook now. With that, San Yi waved his hand, and all his subordinates drew out their knives and clubs. The onlookers, initially gathered to witness the unfolding drama, were now terrified and hastily fled the scene of impending chaos. Tak, whoever brings him down shall receive a share of that woman, San Yi commanded, gesturing to his underlings. In an instant, excitement surged among them, and they all charged at Lin Yu like a pack of wolves. Such a beautiful woman was a rare sight, and with the promise of a reward, They all vied for the glory of being the first to subdue him. As the thugs brandishing machetes advanced, Lin Yuyi narrowed his eyes, fully alert. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can still be fearsome. Slowly, he grasped a chair from behind him. The elderly woman stood nearby, paralyzed with fear and unsure of how to react. Su Qingxue, after a moment's contemplation, took out her phone. She had previously saved Li Ziqing's number when he had called her during the reports. Dialing the number, she never anticipated the brutality of these thugs, brazenly shouting and threatening violence in broad daylight. The first assailant with a machete approached Lin Yuyi, swinging it directly at him. Lin Yuyi raised the chair to block the strike and then delivered a powerful kick, sending the attacker sprawling backward. Yet, the relentless surge of assailants continued to rush forward, unperturbed by the chaos. Observing the situation, Lin Yuyi felt a twinge of apprehension. Was Su Qingxue truly this formidable? It appeared that, to capture the thief, one must first apprehend the king. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuyi charged into the fray, ready to confront the crowd. Lin Yuyi swept through the crowd like a fierce tiger, effortlessly toppling anyone who dared to come close. In a mere moment he stood before San Yi. Glancing back at the path he had cleared, it was evident that 6 or 7 thugs lay sprawled on the ground. However, upon Lin Yuyi's arrival, San Yi exhibited no sign of trepidation. This was not without reason. He possessed a trump card, his imposing companion, Deshan. This formidable ally had been his ace in the hole during countless skirmishes, turning the tide of battle and leaving adversaries in disarray. Years ago, when Deshan was selling himself on the street to afford his mother's burial, San Yi recognized his physical prowess and offered him a sum of money to ensure a proper farewell for his mother. Subsequently, Deshan pledged his allegiance to San Yi. He often remarked that his most prudent decision in life was aiding Deshan, who had never disappointed him. Not only was Deshan immensely strong, but he was also a prodigy in martial arts. With just a fleeting glance at any technique, he could master it with remarkable precision. As Lin Yuyi approached, San Yi stepped back slightly and commanded, "Deshan, advance." At San Yi's call, Deshan moved forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his leader. Lin Yuyi, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, appeared somewhat diminutive in the presence of the robust figure before him, who seemed to embody the very essence of the mountains. As he gazed upon the imposing, dark-skinned man, Lin Yuyi felt a twinge of surprise. This individual exuded a certain aura. According to ancient texts, when the physical form reaches a certain pinnacle, a unique energy radiates from the body. To his astonishment, Lin Yuyi found himself encountering such a phenomenon. Although the man's aura was still faint, it was not to be underestimated. No wonder the third master exhibited such fearlessness. It was evident he possessed a hidden strength. With a determination to test the waters, Lin Yuyi resolved to make his move. With a swift motion, he lunged toward the formidable figure in front of him. Bang! Lin Yuyi's punch was abruptly halted by the brawny man, producing a resonant thud. Undeterred by this setback, Lin Yuyi swiftly launched another strike. In his previous encounters, no matter the prowess of the martial artists or the champions he faced, they invariably succumbed to the might of 3 of his attacks. It appeared he had underestimated this youthful opponent. With that thought, Lin Yuyi began to channel ancient martial techniques. Deshan, realizing he had not gained any advantage against this young man, felt a surge of frustration and lunged at Lin Yuyi once more. Lin Yuyi deftly evaded Deshan's onslaught, pivoting to position himself behind him, executing a technique that allowed him to effortlessly throw Deshan to the ground. The impact echoed as Deshan crashed onto the earth, displacing a cloud of dust and leaving a subtle depression in the ground beneath him. As Deshan lay there, Lin Yuyi employed a gentle technique, securing the fallen man in a lock. Straining with all his might, Deshan found himself unable to break free from Lin Yuyi's grip. Observing the once formidable brawny man gradually losing his strength, Lin Yuyi released him, rising slowly to his feet while fixating his gaze on San Yi. Witnessing his ace being vanquished, San Yi could no longer maintain his composure, his legs trembling involuntarily beneath him. Lin Yuyi and Third Master were just 5 steps apart. As soon as Lin Yuyi took his first step, Third Master knelt down on both knees. Lin Yuyi was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't he quite formidable earlier? Why had he suddenly capitulated? Big brother, I am but a humble fool who fails to recognize greatness. Please spare me, San Yi pleaded, kneeling before Lin Yu. Just a moment ago he had been so confident. Now he appeared utterly cowed. However, it was too late. Lin Yu spoke slowly, advancing towards San Yi. With each step Lin Yu took, it felt as though the specter of death drew closer. San Yi was acutely aware of Deshan's prowess. Years ago, Deshan had single-handedly faced a throng of over 30 adversaries, emerging with only minor injuries. His ascent to this point was entirely due to Deshan's formidable strength. Now, witnessing Deshan's downfall at the hands of this young man, San Yi was overwhelmed with fear. Brother, I bow before you. Will you spare me? I shall never dare to offend again. I promise to be a better person, San Yi implored, prostrating himself. His followers, witnessing this scene, were so terrified that they dropped their weapons to the ground, rendered speechless. So he is merely a coward, relying entirely on that burly man. Lin Yu pondered, struggling to comprehend how such a man could serve under someone like San Yi. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then turned his head to search and soon spotted the man who had previously whispered in front of Third Master. Lin Yu pointed at the man and, addressing San Yi, said, I shall grant you an opportunity. What did that person say to you that caused you to change your mind so abruptly? With that, Lin Yu pressed his foot down onto the kneeling man's knee. A sharp crack echoed as San Ye's kneecap shattered, and in agony, he collapsed to the ground, wailing. Speak, Lin Yu stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Having suffered time and again due to his own mercy, Lin Yu's disposition had transformed. In this treacherous society, one must be ruthless towards adversaries. I will tell you, I will tell you. San Yi, fearing another blow from Lin Yu, hastily replied. Chapter 30. Lin Yu was shot Zhang Dehu. It's all about Zhang Dehu. That scoundrel said it was you who thwarted Zhang Dehu's plans. San Yi uttered through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. You have connections with Zhang Dehu? Upon hearing the name, Lin Yu's gaze turned icy. San Yi sensed the shift in Lin Yu's demeanor and quickly clarified. No, I have no ties to Zhang Dehu. I merely know him. Last night, he came to my place seeking refuge and shared his predicament with me. He claimed he had become a wanted man, all because of someone named Lin Yu, and he hoped I could help him evade capture for a few days. Seeing as he was also involved in the underworld and was pleading pitifully, I took him in. That scoundrel used to run with Zhang Dehu. He mentioned your connection to the authorities, which is why I changed my mind. After hearing San Ye's explanation, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief. It was no wonder that the little thug appeared somewhat familiar, as he was one of those who had previously followed Zhang Dehu, intending to bully his mother and Su Qingxue in the village. Where can I find Zhang Dehu? Lin Yu inquired, determined to find the man and uninterested in dealing with a minor character. San Yi slowly responded, He is right in my territory. Brother, shall I lead you to him? Lin Yu shook his head and, with a swift kick, knocked San Yi unconscious. Take me there. You, a cripple, are wasting my time. Lin Yu turned his head towards the young hoodlum who had been whispering to Third Master. He waved his hand and said, Come here and lead the way for me, provided that you do not wish to end up like him, while nudging his chin towards Third Master, who lay on the ground. The young hoodlum hurried to Lin Yu's side, exclaiming, Big brother, I will take you there. Rest assured, I would never dare to play tricks. Just then, Lin Yu noticed a patrol car approaching from the intersection. Through the glass, Lin Yu observed Li Ziqing and promptly seized the small thug before him, urging him to flee to a safer distance. He had no desire to allow Zhang Dehu to face consequences without his personal intervention. Meanwhile, with Li Ziqing's arrival, Qingxue felt assured that no harm would come to her. It turned out that Li Ziqing had come to this area specifically to apprehend the suspect Zhang Dehu, and upon receiving a call from Su Qingxue, she rushed over without hesitation. After hearing Su Qingxue's words, Li Ziqing captured a thug apprehended by her teammates and inquired, Do you know the location of Third Master's territory? When the thug remained silent, Li Ziqing pressed on, What about an opportunity to earn merit? Upon hearing the mention of earning merit, the thug eagerly nodded and led Li Ziqing towards Third Master's domain. At this moment, Lin Yu, under the guidance of a small-time thug, arrived at the hideout of Zhang Dehu. Upon discovering that Zhang Dehu was indeed within, Lin Yu swiftly incapacitated the thug with a decisive blow, for he wished to avoid any further mishaps. After neutralizing the thug, Lin Yu proceeded into the lair where Zhang Dahu was concealed. As Lin Yu entered the room, he immediately spotted Zhang Dahua reclining on a chair, resting. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Zhang Dahua was seized by a terror akin to encountering a ghost. You were supposed to be dead. Lin Yu grinned. Do you wish for my demise so fervently? Yet, I am resilient. Alas, you may not share the same fortune. He continued, now enlighten me. How precisely did you orchestrate this? At such a close range, rest assured, escape is not an option. Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Dahu as he spoke. Zhang Dahu slowly rose from his chair and replied, It is all your doing. Not only did you cause my family to forsake me, but you also transformed me into a fugitive. I yearn for your death. Do you understand? I waited for 2 days along your path, only to find that you are still alive. As he spoke, Zhang Dahu gradually moved his hand behind him. Lin Yu grinned broadly. I am aware that you have a gun tucked at your waist. Do not move. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhang Dahu was utterly astonished. How do you know? Although taken aback, he still drew his handgun, while Lin Yu had already readied his spirit-gathering needle. Lin Yu. At that moment, Li Ziqing entered from outside the door. Zhang Dahu, startled by Li Ziqing's call, instinctively moved to fire his weapon. Although Lin Yu realized the situation, he was still a step too late. At the moment the spirit-gathering needle was launched, Zhang Dahu had already pulled the trigger. Bang! In that instant, Lin Yu summoned every ounce of his physical strength to its utmost limit. Channeling all his spiritual energy into his shoulder, he gently pushed Li Zi aside. Just as the bullet struck Lin Yu's shoulder, the spirit-gathering needle pierced through Zhang Dahu's palm. In an instant, a spray of blood erupted from Lin Yu's shoulder, while Zhang Dahua grimaced in pain as his handgun slipped from his grasp. Li Ziqing, noticing the weapon fall, swiftly advanced 2 paces and executed a flying knee strike, knocking Zhang Dahua to the ground. With a deft motion, she retrieved the handcuffs from her waist and secured Zhang Dahua to the ground. After subduing him, she hastily rose to assess Lin Yu's condition. Despite being apprehended, Zhang Dahua's face bore no trace of fear. Instead, he laughed maniacally, taunting, Lin Yu, aren't you quite the tough one? You survived a plunge off a cliff. Didn't you know I was armed? Why didn't you evade? Is it because of that woman? Ha ha ha. Hey, calling 03, we have an injured person here. Hurry and call. Li Ziqing pressed the intercom, but her words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Yu. Lin Yu shook his head and urgently implored, Hurry. Assist me in finding a silver needle. There are also some medical supplies. Leaning against the door, Lin Yu struggled to remain upright. Although he had enveloped his shoulder with spiritual energy, the proximity of the bullet's lethal force could not be underestimated. It had barely missed penetrating his shoulder. At this moment, he could only rely on his spiritual energy to staunch the flow of blood, and he needed to procure the silver needle swiftly to seal the meridians. Upon hearing Lin Yu's plea, Li Zi swiftly darted outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Dahu, observing Lin Yu's dire state, wore a sinister grin, exclaiming, No matter how formidable you believe yourself to be, what does it matter? I relish the thought of witnessing your blood spill and your demise. Lin Yu, summoning the remaining vestiges of his spiritual energy, once more coalesced a spiritual needle. With a swift motion, the needle pierced through Zhang Dahu's heart and lungs. You shall not merely face the consequences of the law, you must also endure my retribution. I will become your nightmare, an indelible memory. Lin Yu, struck by Zhang Dahu, felt a surge of indignation. Lin Yu's spirit-gathering needle pierced the heart and lungs of Zhang Dahua, a technique recorded in ancient texts as one of the deadly poisons. The meridians over the heart and lungs would be severed, gradually consuming these vital organs until they diminished completely. Once a month, a day of affliction would arrive, during which excruciating pain would ravage his entire body, akin to a multitude of ants gnawing at his heart, accompanied by nightmarish visions that instilled profound terror in his mind. Subsequently, Zhang Dahua was convicted on multiple charges and sentenced to life imprisonment. Each month in his cell, he was engulfed by the dread instigated by Lin Yu, ultimately succumbing to mental illness. However, due to his family's neglect, he was eventually committed to a psychiatric hospital by the state. Zhang Dahua, dismissive of his predicament, muttered defiantly, Do you think I was raised in fear? Do not grant me an opportunity. If I ever get the chance, I shall make you suffer. Lin Yuyi shook his head and spoke. Rest assured, you have no chance left. Shortly after, Li Ziqing and Su Qingxue rushed in, with Li Ziqing holding a set of silver needles in her hand. Chapter 31. Lin Yuyi, you are truly harsh on yourself. Su Qingxue, with a look of anxiety, knelt beside Lin Yuyi. Upon seeing his shoulder, which was a gruesome sight, her heart ached with compassion. Lin Yuyi softly reassured, "It's nothing," as he reached out to accept the silver needle and a medical kit that Li Ziqing had gently offered. Li Ziqing also crouched down, inquiring, "What should I do now?" "The ambulance is already on its way." Lin Yuyi shook his head and proceeded with determination. He retrieved a silver needle and severed all the meridians connecting his arm to his body. Once he stabilized the meridians, the pain emanating from his arm became imperceptible. With the connection severed, blood immediately began to flow from his arm. Lin Yuyi quickly used the silver needle to seal the blood vessels, and in an instant, the bleeding ceased. He then took a pair of tweezers from the medical kit and plunged them into the flesh, grasping the bullet. With a firm pull, he extracted the bullet head. Li Ziqing observed Lin Yuyi's actions with a tumult of emotions. Despite having experienced life and death on overseas peacekeeping missions, she found this scene utterly repulsive. Su Qingxue, witnessing the gruesome sight of mangled flesh and the raw meat clinging to the bullet, could no longer contain herself and rushed outside, covering her mouth. After the bullet was removed, Lin Yuyi poured a bottle of hydrogen peroxide over the wound, causing a chemical reaction that produced a frothy effervescence. Once the disinfection appeared sufficient, he sprinkled a bit of Yunnan Baiyao and took the gauze prepared by Li Ziqing, wrapping it firmly around the wound. Once everything was completed, Lin Yuyi withdrew the silver needle, and the severed arm was instantly engulfed by a sharp pain, causing him to grimace. Observing all of this, Li Ziqing slowly inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Having witnessed corpses and dismembered limbs on the battlefield, she had never encountered someone so ruthlessly determined to inflict pain upon themselves for the sake of extracting a bullet without so much as a blink. Lin Yuyi was amused by Li Ziqing's teasing, exclaiming, "I am who I am. Who else could I possibly be? Such a peculiar question you pose." Meanwhile, Zhang Dahu, standing nearby, was so astonished that he dared not utter a word, paralyzed in place, pondering the nature of the person he had inadvertently provoked. Lin Yuyi slowly rose to his feet, channeling his spiritual energy to alleviate the pain, and approached Zhang Dahu. Li Zi, misinterpreting Lin Yuyi's intentions as vengeful, spoke out of duty. "Lin Yuyi, refrain. He will face the consequences of the law. Do not." Lin Yuyi cast a glance at Li Ziqing, remaining silent yet conveying through his gaze that he would not resort to violence. "I apologize, but you will not witness my demise. Your wish remains unfulfilled. However, remember my words. I shall become your nightmare," Lin Yuyi declared, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Dahua, whose countenance was marred by terror. "Are you even human? Stay away from me." Zhang Dahua stammered, genuinely frightened. "Let us go," Lin Yuyi said to Li Ziqing, his mind preoccupied with the image of Zhang Dahua when his affliction struck. Li Ziqing paused momentarily before awakening the unconscious ruffian whom Lin Yuyi had subdued, subsequently escorting both individuals outside. Upon exiting, Lin Yuyi observed Su Qingxue still crouched on the ground, retching, having already expelled the breakfast she had previously consumed. Lin Yuyi stepped forward and gently patted Su Qingxue on the shoulder, then retrieved a tissue from his bag and offered it to her. Su Qingxue looked up at Lin Yuyi, then glanced at his shoulder, which was wrapped in bandages, before bowing her head and retching once again. Lin Yuyi gazed at Su Qingxue, feeling that her reaction was entirely understandable. It was only natural for a young lady to be overwhelmed by such a scene. He mused that if he were to witness something similar, he might find himself even more embarrassed than Su Qingxue. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yuyi felt a peculiar disquiet, turning to cast an odd glance at Li Ziqing behind him. How was it that this fellow seemed unfazed? Eventually, Lin Yuyi reached a conclusion. This individual surely could not be female. What woman would relish in violence? Noticing Lin Yuyi's strange gaze, Li Ziqing misinterpreted it as a sign of a personal flaw, glancing down at her attire and finding nothing amiss. She shrugged it off and proceeded to escort the two individuals outside. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Li Ziqing glanced back at Lin Yu, who was still comforting Su Qingxue with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. A vague, inexplicable sensation stirred within her, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. Finally regaining her composure, Su Qingxue stood and addressed Lin Yu, asking if he could refrain from such impulsive behavior in the future. Hadn't they agreed that he would support her? If you're gone, who will stand by my side? She implored. Lin Yu felt a warmth at her earnestness and nodded, assuring her that this was merely an accident and that it would not happen again. Why do I sense such concern from you? Have you perhaps developed feelings for me? Upon hearing Lin Yu's teasing, Su Qingxue shot him a glare and walked away, disregarding him entirely. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yu shook his head, realizing that she was not one to appreciate jokes. He quickly caught up with her, and they continued onward. Upon arriving at the original location, they found all the ruffians being escorted onto patrol vehicles, and a crowd had gathered once more. As Lin Yu emerged, the crowd erupted in excitement. Look, look, it's him. Yes, the one who dealt with this gang of thugs. Truly a young man of great promise. How dashing. If I were 30 years younger, I would certainly want to bear his children. Get real. Does he even notice you? Well, I certainly don't find you appealing. Hearing the chatter from the crowd, Lin Yu hurried over to the elderly woman from earlier. She looked at his injured arm with concern. Oh dear, didn't I tell you to leave first? Look what has happened. It's nothing really. This minor injury is of no consequence. We still owe you for the breakfast, he replied, reaching for his wallet. The elderly woman quickly pressed his hand down. My dear, you've done us such a tremendous favor. How could I possibly accept your money? She then retrieved several more buns from her stall, offering them to Lin Yu. You surely didn't eat enough earlier. Take a few more. Thus, Lin Yu found himself firmly pressed with a handful of buns as he departed. After escorting Lin Yu and the others to their apartment, Li Ziqing also alighted from the vehicle. Observing their departing figures, she wrestled internally before finally uttering a simple, heartfelt, thank you. Lin Yu turned to Li Ziqing and asked, what are you thanking for? I don't understand. Infuriated, Li Ziqing got into the car and drove away. Throughout her life, she had never expressed gratitude to anyone. Her strong will often overshadowed her ability to show appreciation. Aware that Lin Yu had shielded her from danger and sustained injuries because of it, she had struggled internally for a long time before finally uttering those rare words of thanks. After the two entered the apartment and reached the staircase, Lin Yu noticed someone standing at his door. Chapter 32. The unique tenderness of Su Qingxue and Li Ziqing. Lin Yu looked closely and discovered it was Zhang Wenzhong from the Medicine King Hall. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Zhang Wenzhong hurriedly approached. However, upon noticing the bandages wrapped around Lin Yu's shoulder, a look of concern crossed his face. Lin Yu gazed at Zhang Wenzhong and inquired, Old Zhang, is there something on your mind? Upon discovering the elder's identity, Lin Yu took the initiative to conduct some research. After learning about the elder's remarkable deeds, he felt a heightened sense of reverence towards Zhang Wenzhong. Given his already favorable impression of the elder, Lin Yu believed it appropriate to address him as Elder Zhang. Zhang Wenzhong gazed at Lin Yu's shoulders, pondering for a moment before speaking. I wish to introduce a few individuals to you, but seeing as your shoulders seem somewhat unsteady, perhaps it would be best to forego it. Who are they? Are they significant? Lin Yu inquired. Not particularly, Zhang Wenzhong replied. They are merely a few seasoned medical practitioners who wish to meet you. I initially intended to call, but thought it might be impolite. So I came directly to find you, which may be a bit presumptuous. Not at all, Elder Zhang, you honor me. I have specifically reviewed your achievements and hold you in high esteem. It is indeed a privilege for you to seek me out, Lin Yu quickly responded. You have dedicated your life to the art of traditional Chinese medicine, an endeavor few can undertake. Since you have come to see me, my shoulders are of no concern, and I too wish to engage in discourse with those who study medicine. What Lin Yu expressed was not mere pleasantries, but heartfelt sincerity. Zhang Wenzhong devoted his entire life to promoting the heritage of traditional Chinese medicine, which deeply impressed Lin Yu. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhang Wenzhong breathed a sigh of relief and promptly replied, Then I shall take it as your agreement. I will come to pick you up the day after tomorrow. Lin Yu quickly waved his hand. No need, just tell me the time and place. There's no need to trouble yourself. Well then, How about 7 o'clock the night after tomorrow at the Marriott Hotel? Zhang Wenzhong replied. All right, I will definitely be there on time, Lin Yu said, his enthusiasm palpable at the mention of the Marriott Hotel. It had proven to be a fortuitous place for him, where he not only received Su Qingshue's assistance in confronting his ex, but also enjoyed a complimentary lavish meal. Very well. I shall take my leave then, Zhang Wenzhong said before making his way toward the staircase. Just call me Lin Yu, and take care, old Zhang. Lin Yu waved his right hand. Su Qingxue observed Lin Yu's demeanor, a slight furrow appearing on her brow. Can't you take a break? Even though it doesn't concern me. Lin Yu teased. Is this an indication of preparing for the housekeeper? Su Qingxue shot him a glare and proceeded towards the door, remarking, since some individuals wish to dine at the Marriott Hotel, let them do so. I had intended to prepare a meal, believing that caring for the injured was the duty of a nurse. Since that is the case, let it be. Just as Lin Yu attempted to speak, it was too late. Su Qingxue decisively shut the door. While at home, Lin Yu had the pleasure of tasting a meal prepared by Su Qingxue, and he was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite flavors. He couldn't help but wonder where Su Qingxue had acquired such remarkable culinary skills. After a brief respite, just as Lin Yu was about to step out to purchase some ingredients, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Su Qingxue standing outside and heard her invitingly say, Are you hungry? If so, come over. Eager at the prospect of a meal, Lin Yu promptly followed Su Qingxue to her room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a table adorned with 2 dishes and a soup. Pig liver and spinach soup, braised fish and stir-fried eggs with laba beans. Lin Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart, realizing that all of this had been prepared for him. These dishes, as clearly documented in the tradition of dietary therapy, were all meant to replenish iron and blood, promoting the healing of wounds. There is a saying in the tradition that aptly expresses this sentiment. Nourishment from food surpasses that from medicine. As soon as Lin Yugong took his seat, Su Qingxue promptly served a bowl of rice and handed it over. Lin Yu gazed at the solitary bowl of rice and then lifted his eyes to meet Su Qingxue's. What are you staring at? Do you expect to be fed? Su Qingxue retorted with irritation. These dishes were not to her liking, yet she had diligently researched and prepared them, knowing they were beneficial for Lin Yu's health. Well, it's not out of the question to feed me, Lin Yu replied with a cheeky grin. If you refuse to eat, I shall serve it to the dog, Su Qingxue threatened. Lin Yu could no longer afford to be frivolous. He picked up his utensils and began to eat hastily. Under the watchful gaze of Su Qingxue, he consumed every morsel of the 2 dishes and soup without leaving a trace. As soon as he finished, Su Qingxue began ushering him out, and Lin Yu barely had time to take a sip of water before being expelled from the room. Upon returning to his own quarters, Lin Yu immediately commenced his training. The encounter with the burly man had made him realize that his strength was not as formidable as he had imagined. In their physical clash, he had even found himself at a slight disadvantage. It was only through the augmentation of ancient martial techniques and spiritual energy that he had managed to triumph over the burly adversary. Thus, he recognized the necessity of diligent practice. He resolved to visit the antique market the following day, hoping to stumble upon 1 or 2 artifacts that could enhance his spiritual energy. Otherwise, with his current level of power, it would be ages before he could progress in the subsequent teachings of his inheritance. Just as Lin Yu was standing still in meditation, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number, yet it was registered to Jiang City. Ultimately, he answered the call. On the other end, he heard the voice of Li Ziqing, still carrying that frosty tone. Hello, Lin Yu, could you please send me your bank account number? The reward for capturing those 2 criminals has yet to be disbursed to you, and there will be another sum once the case is concluded. Lin Yu exhibited no modesty whatsoever, declaring that this was a national reward bestowed upon him. Thus he felt compelled to accept it and promptly provided his bank account details. Noting that Li Ziqing showed no intention of ending the call, Lin Yu inquired, Is there anything else? Li Ziqing remained silent for a moment, and just as Lin Yu contemplated terminating the call, he heard her softly speak from the other end. Thank you. I will transfer a sum of money to you as nourishment fees. After uttering this, she hung up, leaving Lin Yu somewhat bewildered. Is gratitude in this day and age so assertive? Shaking his head, he chose to disregard it and resumed his cultivation. After an entire night of practice the following morning, Lin Yu completed his morning routine and purchased some breakfast, including a portion for Su Qingxue. However, he soon discovered that Su Qingxue was not at home, evidently having already departed for work. Ultimately, to avoid wasting food, Lin Yu consumed both servings himself. In a moment of desperation, in the dead of night, Li Ziqing called her beloved grandfather, only to be met with his cheeky remark suggesting she was in heat, which infuriated her further and rendered her unable to sleep. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Yu proceeded directly to the largest antique market in Jiangcheng, hoping for a stroke of luck. Upon entering the market, he was approached by a young vendor. "Hey there, come take a look at this bronze vessel. This was once used by King Wu of the Zhou dynasty, GFA, and it possesses the aura of a true dragon. I can see we are fated to meet. Let us speak honestly," said the vendor, extending his hand. "All I ask is 50,000. Purchasing this will undoubtedly be a wise investment. You could easily double your money upon resale." Chapter 33. Celestial Iron, the Rui Golden Cudgel? Lin Yu was amused and infuriated by the counterfeit item held by the vendor. "Do I appear to be a fool?" he scoffed. "Setting aside the question of authenticity, if it were truly worth twice its value, would you still be peddling it? You claim it's from the Western Zhou period, but it seems more akin to last week's leftovers. If it were indeed a genuine bronze artifact, would you dare to hawk it here, having never even sipped tea inside?" The vendor found himself in an awkward predicament. It was his first day setting up a stall, having gritted his teeth to secure the prime location, yet his lack of eloquence betrayed him, resulting in a fruitless morning with not a single item sold. Lin Yu shot a glance at the street vendor before stepping inside. "I won't pay even 5 yuan, let alone 50. Do you really think I'm foolish with an abundance of money? Even if I were, I refuse to pay an intelligence tax. That would merely make me look foolish, wouldn't it?" Every time Lin Yu approached a stall, he would activate his perception to scan the surroundings, only to discover that they were filled with modern replicas, devoid of any traces of spiritual energy among the hundreds of items. This led Lin Yu to question the efficacy of his perception. Was it not depicted in films that with a mere glance through dimensional eyes or golden pupils, one could discern authenticity? After repeated attempts at scanning, Lin Yu felt dizzy and sat down, gasping for breath. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a stall nearby. There, atop the table, lay a dilapidated wooden box. Through his perception, Lin Yu discerned a row of slender silver needles within. Although the needles emitted no signs of spiritual energy, he realized that he was utterly unable to perceive them. Lin Yu meticulously rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he was merely experiencing visual strain. As he once again activated his ability to perceive, fixating intently on the silver needle, he found himself increasingly bewildered, unable to discern the essence of that gleaming object. Could it perhaps be something extraordinary? Lin Yu pondered silently. Lin Yu then rose to his feet and gradually made his way over. Upon arriving at the stall, Lin Yu was immediately greeted with warmth and enthusiasm by the proprietor. A glance at this owner revealed a stark contrast to the youthful businessman he had encountered earlier. This man possessed a broad, well-rounded forehead and pronounced cheekbones, characteristics that betrayed his astuteness and capability, indicating that he was naturally destined for a life in commerce. "Young man, what catches your eye? I can fetch it for you to examine," he said, as he casually withdrew a cigarette from his pack and offered it to Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu did not have a smoking addiction, he still accepted the cigarette. Upon seeing Lin Yu take the cigarette, the boss immediately handed him a lighter to ignite it. Under the gentle coaxing of his employer, Lin Yu lit a cigarette, reflecting inwardly. It seems that the features indeed reveal the truth. He is a shrewd businessman, who, right from the outset, strives to establish rapport and adopts a humble demeanor. Such an astute proprietor must not be allowed to perceive any flaws. Otherwise, one risks facing dire consequences. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lin Yu began to survey the items displayed at the stall. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an ancient painting amongst the merchandise. Although it emanated no aura of spiritual energy, it undeniably bore the marks of age, a replica from the late Qing dynasty. Lin Yu pointed at the ancient painting, gesturing for the proprietor to bring it closer for inspection. The owner promptly handed over the piece, exclaiming, "Ah, you possess a discerning eye, my young friend. This is truly the crown jewel of my collection, a landscape by the esteemed painter Zhu, known as Bada Shanren. While it may not rival his other renowned work, it is nevertheless a rare gem in its own right. Observe the pine trees and the peculiar rocks. Each detail exudes the noble spirit of the literati. Without a doubt, within this antique market, this is the pinnacle of artistry. If Lin Yuyi had not already discerned that it was merely a Qing dynasty imitation, he might have been genuinely impressed. Lin Yuyi pretended to examine the painting meticulously. After a moment he spoke, "Boss, this is rather unseemly. While it is indeed an ancient painting from the Qing dynasty, it pales in comparison to the works of Bada Shanren." As he spoke, Lin Yuyi casually pointed out several flaws. Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's words, the boss was momentarily at a loss for words. This young man, despite his age, possessed an impressive understanding. Although the boss was uncertain about the specific flaws Lin Yuyi had identified, his ability to discern that this was a late Qing imitation led the boss to conclude that Lin Yuyi's insight was genuine. The boss awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, It seems I may have misjudged. When I acquired this piece, I believed it to be an authentic work of Bada Shanren. Clearly, my discernment has its limits, while your eye for detail is commendable." One could not help but admire the boss's eloquence. He not only sidestepped the awkwardness of confusion but also offered praise to Lin Yuyi. "Oh no, I merely happen to have a bit of knowledge about Bada Shanren's paintings. Otherwise, I too could have made a mistake," Lin Yuyi replied graciously. "However, this imitation is indeed quite good. I cannot afford an authentic piece by Bada Shanren, but I would be delighted to purchase a replica. Please, name your price. Since you are sincerely interested, let us settle on this. I shall take a loss of half, so how does 50 sound? But do not let me suffer too great a loss," the boss replied. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuyi turned and prepared to leave. The boss, observing Lin Yuyi's demeanor, hurriedly called out, "The price is negotiable. After all, this is merely a replica of a late Qing dynasty painting. Young man, do share your ideal price." Lin Yuyi turned his head to gaze at the proprietor and spoke. "It was evident that you were not genuinely interested in conducting business earlier. This is merely an obscure imitation from the folk, and if it were of any repute, it might indeed be worth the price you mentioned. What does the young gentleman consider a fair price?" The owner inquired cautiously. 5,000 yuan, Lin Yuyi replied, slowly extending one hand. "How about 10,000?
Yassure you.
I am purchasing it as an authentic piece. Presently, a painting from the Qing dynasty commands a price in the range of 80 to 90 million, the owner said, his brow furrowed. As Lin Yuyi appeared ready to turn away, the owner quickly added, 7,000, 7,000. Any less and I truly cannot part with it. 6,000, and I would like you to throw in a couple of small items as well. Can we make that work?" Lin Yuyi suggested. The owner pondered for a moment, recalling that he had acquired the piece for merely 1,000 yuan. 6,000 seemed reasonable. It would at least cover his stall expenses for a month. And those small items were nothing but a collection of insignificant trinkets. Parting with one would pose no issue. "Agreed. The deal is struck. What small item would you like?" "But I cannot be too generous," the owner remarked. Lin Yuyi, feeling somewhat bemused by the owner's shrewdness, began to browse through the stall. He subsequently picked up a wooden box containing silver needles. Upon seeing Lin Yuyi open the box, the owner immediately exclaimed, "Crafted from extraterrestrial iron. Just look at the exquisite patterns. This is undoubtedly a rare treasure." Internally, he reveled in his good fortune, as he had purchased it for a mere 2 yuan from a scrap dealer. "Please, take it away," he thought eagerly. Lin Yuyi cast a glance at his boss and remarked, "Today, you could claim it to be the Rui Jingu Bang of the great sage, and I would readily believe you. As for that celestial meteorite, I see it merely as a suitable tool for cleaning my teeth." With that, Lin Yuyi tossed the dilapidated wooden box to his boss, saying, "This will do. It's quite effective for dental hygiene." He then produced the bank card given to him by Li Fuqiang. Purchasing this item was akin to shopping for groceries. It required a subtle psychological strategy, ensuring that the boss remained oblivious to his true intentions. The boss promptly accepted the bank card handed to him by Lin Yuyi and retrieved the POS machine from beneath the stall to process the transaction. Lin Yuyi initially harbored concerns that the vendor might lack proper equipment. However, to his surprise, the stall was modest yet well-stocked. After completing the payment, The vendor handed 2 items to Lin Yu, inquiring, "Would you care to take another look, young man? There's nothing worth seeing. Besides, you are genuinely unscrupulous," Lin Yu retorted, preparing to depart. "Just because there are no good items on the surface does not imply there are none beneath," the vendor countered, as he pulled forth a large box from beneath the stall, beckoning Lin Yu with a flick of his finger. This scene resembled a seductive courtesan enticing her patrons. Chapter 34. I have a balance of 1 million. I cannot recall. Lin Yu initially intended to hastily inspect the silver needles, but upon observing the demeanor of the shopkeeper, his interest was piqued. He slowly approached the back of the stall and gazed into the box. After a thorough examination, Lin Yu discerned a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from a particular tome, which filled him with uncontainable joy. After clearing his throat a couple of times, Lin Yu spoke. "Please state your price first. I shall ascertain whether my purse can accommodate it before inspecting the items." The shopkeeper, wearing a broad smile, replied, "Ah, young man, you are indeed an aficionado. Feel free to examine. I genuinely believe you are worth engaging with, which is why I am allowing you to see these items. Otherwise, I typically do not permit such scrutiny." "Well then, in light of your words, I shall take a look and see if anything captures my fancy," Lin Yu remarked. Inside the box, there was a hodgepodge of various items, all of which were indeed of significantly higher quality than those displayed on the stall, with each possessing a certain antiquity. This sparked a curiosity within Lin Yu. Could it be that only calligraphy and ancient texts harbor spiritual energy? Or must they possess a certain age to resonate with such power? Lin Yu slowly picked up the ancient scripture, meticulously flipping through its pages. The closer he examined it, the more intense the fluctuations of spiritual energy became. To avoid arousing the boss's suspicion, Lin Yu remarked, "Please bring out all the ancient texts and paintings. I have some knowledge in this area, but I cannot grasp the others." The boss promptly retrieved all the ancient texts and paintings from the large box. After setting aside the scripture, Lin Yu began to inspect other ancient works and unexpectedly discovered a calligraphy book from the Ming dynasty. It seemed the boss indeed had some valuable items, although Lin Yu jested, "Unfortunately, my wallet cannot accommodate them." The boss chuckled, "Rest assured, these items are undoubtedly authentic. Consider this a friendly gesture. The price will not be exorbitant." Lin Yu rummaged through the items, picking up a scripture pulsating with spiritual energy alongside a medical text from the Qing dynasty. He inquired, "How shall we appraise these?" The shopkeeper slowly interlaced his fingers, forming a gesture that signified 100,000. "You, being knowledgeable, understand the value of this inheritance.Medical. Although it is not the original manuscript, it is a rare edition from the Qing dynasty, undoubtedly more comprehensive than what is currently available in the market. I shall not charge you excessively, 100,000. As for this scripture, I acquired it from an elderly Taoist on a solitary mountain. He is a genuine descendant of the San-Yi lineage. Though I cannot comprehend it myself, he claimed it was handed down by his master, which surely indicates its ancient origins. If you are interested in the inheritance.Medical, I shall gift you the scripture as a gesture of friendship." Lin Yu was about to negotiate the price when the boss preemptively interjected, stating, "These goods are acquired with my hard-earned money. This is indeed the lowest price. You cannot expect me to part with my profit entirely." Upon hearing the boss mention the complimentary scripture, Lin Yu was overjoyed. However, the thought of finding the 10,000 yuan he needed left him in a quandary, as he was uncertain of the balance on the card given to him by Li Fuqiang. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu inquired, "Boss, could you kindly check the balance on this card for me? I cannot recall the amount and am unsure if it will suffice." The boss nodded, albeit feeling a bit bemused at the notion of a customer not knowing their own funds. Nevertheless, adhering to the adage that the customer is king, he complied. As the boss placed the bank card on the POS machine to check the balance, he found himself in a rather amusing predicament. Lin Yu observed his boss's demeanor and mistakenly thought there was insufficient money on the card. He hurriedly exclaimed, "If the funds are inadequate, please hold on to these 2 items for me. I shall go withdraw some cash." The boss regarded Lin Yu with an expression that suggested disbelief, and remarked, "Are you jesting with me, young man?" As he spoke, he placed the POS terminal in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu was taken aback upon seeing the amount displayed on the POS. 994,000 yuan. Did Li Fuqiang truly give him 1 million? Lin Yu found it hard to fathom. He had initially thought that the maximum he could expect would be around 1 or 200,000 at most, but the sum exceeded all his expectations. The boss, overhearing this, let out a bitter laugh. How wealthy one must be to forget such a sum as 1 million. Then, looking at Lin Yu, the boss inquired, "My friend, are you in need of a subordinate?" Thus, under the teasing of the boss, Lin Yu completed the payment and left, his heart racing with exhilaration. Lin Yu had initially intended to continue his leisurely stroll, but suddenly his gaze fell upon a store named Jin Liufu Jewelry. Wasn't this a brand under the auspices of the Fuqiang Jewelry Group? However, upon further reflection, it made sense. Such establishments were indeed purveyors of fine jewelry. With that thought, he stepped into Jin Liufu Jewelry. After all, Li Fuqiang had generously bestowed upon him a sum of 1 million, coupled with a paid vacation. Now, as the head of the sales department, it was only fitting to conduct a field visit to the market. He felt it was his duty to justify the salary he received. Upon entering the jewelry store, the welcoming sales associate scrutinized Lin Yu closely, only to furrow his brow in disdain, clearly perceiving him as an impoverished individual. Lin Yu's attire consists of garments purchased several years ago. In recent years, he has refrained from acquiring new clothing in an effort to economize. Consequently, his clothes have begun to fade. Furthermore, with bandages wrapped around his shoulder, he unmistakably presents an appearance of financial hardship. Lin Yu observed the sales staff within the store, his brow slightly furrowing. He recalled that during his own tenure in sales, he had never been so superficial. Subsequently, he glanced at his own attire and conceded that appearances do hold significance. People are often judged by their clothing, a common sentiment that he could not fault them for. With no sales personnel attending to him, Lin Yu began to explore the merchandise independently. Utilizing his ability to perceive beyond the ordinary, he realized that the prosperity of the Fuqiang Jewelry Group was indeed justified. The quality of their products was in perfect alignment with their pricing, devoid of any deceitful substitutions. As he gazed at the jade bangles displayed in the showcase, memories of his mother's bare wrists surfaced. Years ago, she had sold all her jewelry to fund his sister's medical treatment, and since then, she had not adorned herself with a single piece. With this thought lingering in his mind, Lin Yu resolved to purchase a bangle for his mother. Upon further inspection, he discovered a bangle of exceptionally high quality, made from pristine ice jade with exquisite flecks, and it was attractively priced at 200,000. Lin Yu pointed at the exquisite bangle in the cabinet and said, "Please take this bracelet out for me to examine." The room fell into silence. No one moved to retrieve the bangle. Instead, they continued their own conversations, attending to their individual tasks of cleaning the glass. Lin Yu felt a surge of displeasure. Raising his voice slightly, "Hand over that bracelet to me. Can you not hear? Can you afford it?" retorted the attendant behind the counter. "How do you know I cannot afford it?" Lin Yu shot back at the attendant. The attendant scoffed derisively, replying with an air of arrogance, "Look at your cheap, faded clothes. The items here start at tens of thousands. Can you truly afford it? If you were to break something, would you be able to compensate? Young lady, do not judge others through a tinted lens, or you shall suffer the consequences." Lin Yu replied slowly. Chapter 35. Zhao Du has come seeking trouble again. I shall not indulge him. A former colleague who once worked with him faced a similar fate, ultimately enduring such verbal humiliation that he had to call upon his underlings for assistance. Upon hearing Lin Yu suggest that she would suffer, the attendant pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "Suffer? I do not even know what suffering is. But someone like you, who looks as though they collect scrap, certainly cannot. Now get out of here, or I shall summon security from the market. Take a moment to reflect on whether you truly belong here." Lin Yu turned his head, and his expression instantly turned icy to the extreme. The newcomers were none other than Zhao Du, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Du's mother. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the three were somewhat taken aback, but soon realized it was a case of enemies meeting, and their animosity flared. "Oh, who do we have here? Is the kept man, the pretty boy? Where is your wealthy lady?"
Zhao Du shirred at Lin Yu.
His hatred for Lin Yu had reached a boiling point. If it weren't for him, his mother would not have been forced to leave the village. He had even been subjected to relentless scorn from the villagers. so much so that he had to change his phone number. Occasionally, a call would come in, and as the owner of an investment shop, he couldn't afford to ignore them, lest it be a customer. However, answering the phone often resulted in a barrage of venomous insults that nearly drove him mad. Consequently, he inadvertently botched several business deals, having hung up on a scolding caller only to realize moments later it was a customer calling back. Zhang Qian, noticing the items in Lin Yu's hands, further insulted him, saying, "Lin Yu, isn't that quite fashionable? Why are you holding onto this junk? Look at that. A shabby wooden box? Is that toilet paper? How filthy." Lin Yu let out a cold snort. "Just as he was troubled by his inability to find you. Now that you have arrived, let us take care of it together." As Lin Yu concluded his words, he observed Zhao Du snatch a bracelet from his mother's hand and toss it directly before Lin Yu. The sound of shattering resonated sharply as the bracelet broke upon impact with the ground. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Du swiftly pointed at Lin Yu, exclaiming, "Lin Yu, what are you doing? Do you have any idea how much this bracelet is worth? It's valued at 1,000,000. How dare you take my belongings? Now look, it's shattered. How do you intend to compensate for this?" Taken aback, Lin Yu was astonished by Zhao Du's unexpected display of cunning and couldn't help but admire his clever tactic. "Are you certain I was the one who broke it?" Lin Yu inquired, intrigued to see what further tricks Zhao Du might unveil. "In my establishment, it's not you, an outsider, who could have broken it. It must have been someone else." As he spoke, Zhao Du turned to the counter girl, Xiao Li, and asked if she was the one responsible for the damage. "Did you see that?" he demanded. Xiao Li quickly nodded and pointed at Lin Yu, scolding, "I told you not to touch anything. You beggar. Look what you've done now. How will you make amends?" Initially fearful of the repercussions when her boss was present, she seized the opportunity to assert herself upon realizing that this individual was the boss's adversary. Indeed, the boss cast her an approving glance, acknowledging her performance. "Lin Yu, this is worth 1,000,000. I doubt your wealthy benefactor will bail you out of this predicament. So what do you intend to do to repay me? Perhaps I should offer you a chance. Eat it, and if I can't see it, we'll consider the matter settled," Zhao Du declared, gesturing towards the shattered bracelet. Suggesting that they summon his mother to partake in this absurdity, he declared, "Isn't she quite fond of you? Since you've erred, let us involve her in this as well." "Excellent idea. Lin Yu, quickly call your mother." Lin Yu never anticipated that Zhao Du's mother could be so malevolent. It seems to confirm the old adage, like mother, like son. Have you ever contemplated how your actions might be perceived by your employer? Remember, there are divine beings watching from above. Lin Yu could no longer suppress the fury boiling within him, especially when his mother was mentioned again. "Damn it, I'm the boss here. In this establishment, I am the authority. I declare the surveillance is malfunctioning, and no inspection will change that. Hurry and serve me, or I shall have the market security make you swallow it." Zhao Du erupted in rage, leaping up and pointing an accusing finger at Lin Yu. "Fine, then I shall grant your wish," Lin Yu retorted, picking up the shards from the ground and slowly advancing towards Zhao Du. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach with the broken bracelet in hand, Zhao Du felt a twinge of panic and hastily shouted, "What do you intend to do? Do you think I won't call security?" Lin Yu paid no heed to the commotion and seized Zhao Du by the collar. He forcefully thrust the shards of jade into Zhao Du's mouth and, without hesitation, delivered a punch to his abdomen, causing Zhao Du to writhe in pain. With his mouth forcibly held shut, Zhao Du was compelled to swallow the jagged pieces. Zhang Qian and Zhao's mother, witnessing this distressing scene, rushed forward to pull Lin Yu away. However, with a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Yu sent both women sprawling to the ground. Zhang Qian, regaining her composure, dashed towards the exit. Zhao's mother, utterly distressed by her son's mistreatment, sprang up and grasped Lin Yu's arm, exclaiming, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and help. Call the police." At this point, Zhao Du was left with a mouthful of blood, unable to utter a single word. Little Li, who had been stationed behind the counter, was paralyzed with fear, too terrified to move. Yet Lin Yu, still feeling a surge of indignation, continued to rain down punches upon Zhao Du, undeterred by the absence of his bracelet. Before long, a throng of onlookers from the antique market had gathered outside, and a group of security personnel, led by Zhang Qian, stormed into the store. Upon witnessing Zhao Du's pitiful state, the security guards shouted, "Stop at once, or we shall not hold back." Lin Yuyi showed no sign of stopping, and the group of security personnel dared not make a move. They had never encountered such a ferocious individual. "Brother, please stop. If you continue, he will surely die," shouted the astute shopkeeper, who had previously sold scriptures and silver needles, from outside the door. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuyi finally regained some clarity. Dead? How could he allow himself to succumb so easily to death? Lin Yuyi slowly rose to his feet, gazing down at Zhao Du on the ground. He spat once more and declared, "Zhao Du, remember this. I shall not permit you to perish so easily." Lin Yuyi surveyed his surroundings, exuding an aura reminiscent of a deity of death, instilling an involuntary shiver in everyone present. At this moment, Lin Yuyi finally released all the accumulated hatred. The security personnel remained hesitant to act, fearful that the man before them might strike again. Zhao Du's mother quickly assisted him in rising, handing him a bottle of water to cleanse the remnants of debris from his mouth. "Clear the way. We are here to investigate." A voice resonated outside the Jin Liufu jewelry store. Chapter 36. If you do not believe, I shall demonstrate it to you. A team of inspectors slowly made their entrance, having received a report of a violent individual intending to harm others. Upon reaching the market entrance, they sensed something amiss. The throng gathered outside was certainly not ordinary, prompting their immediate response. Upon entering the jewelry store, the team leader was taken aback by Zhao Du's grievous state. Bloodied and unrecognizable, his former appearance utterly obscured. Spotting the suspect standing still, the team leader swiftly withdrew his sidearm and commanded, "Do not move. Get down." Lin Yuyi cast a glance at the patrol team leader, and after a moment of contemplation, he crouched down, cradling his head in his hands. Observing Lin Yuyi's resigned posture, Zhao Du let out a wild laugh, fueled by the last vestiges of his strength. "Lin Yuyi, remember this. You will meet a tragic end, and as for your mother, I shall take good care of her." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Zhao Du threaten his mother once more, Lin Yuyi immediately rose to his feet. The captain of the patrol team hurriedly shouted, "Get down quickly, or I shall suspect your intentions." Lin Yuyi slowly turned around, his eyes gleaming with an ominous intensity, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper poised to claim a life, instilling a shiver in the hearts of the seasoned patrol officers accustomed to dealing with ruffians. "Did you hear that? He threatened me. I merely need to make a phone call, and then you may deal with him as you wish, understood?" Lin Yuyi addressed the captain of the patrol team. After a considerable period of contemplation, the captain eventually nodded, genuinely apprehensive of any further actions from this thug. He resolved to calm the man's agitation for the moment, but insisted, "You may only use my phone to call. I must record your conversation to ascertain whether it contains any illegal content." Lin Yuyi nodded and observed as the patrol team leader retrieved his phone, gradually relaying Li Fuqiang's number. The team leader switched the call to speaker mode, allowing Lin Yuyi's words to be heard on the other end. The phone rang for quite a while, but ultimately, no one answered. "Ha ha ha. So, you called your wealthy benefactor, did you? I wonder who can save you now." Zhao Du cackled madly, blood splattering from his mouth. Just as the patrol team leader was about to put the phone away, it rang unexpectedly. Noticing that the number matched the one mentioned by the criminal before him, he promptly answered the call. A voice slowly emerged from the other end. "Who is this? I was signing earlier and didn't hear the call." Lin Yuyi spoke from a distance, addressing Mr. Li. "It is I, Lin Yuyi, the head of the department at Fuqiang Group. I possess the authority to revoke the signage of any store under our umbrella." Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's words, Zhao Du coughed derisively, eliciting a chilling reaction from those around him. "Who are you trying to intimidate? Take a good look at yourself, you sycophant. You're on your way to becoming a convict. Rest assured, I will pay you a visit, and the harm you have inflicted upon me will be repaid to your mother." The patrol team leader quickly intervened, anxious to prevent further escalation from the criminal, who exuded an unsettling aura of death. On the other end of the line, a voice replied, "Sure. What's up, Lin Yuyi? Is there something you need assistance with?" Upon hearing Lin Yuyi mention a personal favor, Li Fuqiang promptly responded, "Just tell me what you need. There's no need for any formalities." I understand that to connect the signage of your chain stores requires a deposit. This owner has crossed me and is now threatening me. Do you grasp my meaning? Also, kindly take care of my mother. Lin Yu spoke slowly and deliberately. Lin Yu was uncertain whether Li Fuqiang would still offer assistance after becoming aware of his transgressions, yet he regarded it as a trial to discern Li Fuqiang's true character. Drawing upon the legacy stored within his mind, Lin Yu was confident that he would not remain confined for long. The country's policies were exceedingly favorable, providing substantial support for those who demonstrated remarkable innovation and creativity. Li Fuqiang finally recognized that something was amiss, but just as he intended to inquire further, he realized the call had been disconnected. Following the abrupt termination of the call, Li Fuqiang promptly executed Lin Yu's instructions and summoned his assistant to investigate the circumstances surrounding Lin Yu's predicament. Observing the team leader end the call, Zhao Du interjected before the leader could speak. Lin Yu, whom do you think you are trying to intimidate? I will be present at your court hearing. Enough! The inspection team leader interjected, noting the victim's provocation of the suspect's emotions. Lin Yu then slowly extended his hands toward the team leader, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to make the call and his willingness to cooperate with their efforts. Seeing Lin Yu's compliance, the team leader breathed a sigh of relief, retrieving handcuffs from his bag to secure Lin Yu. Rest assured, we shall not wrong any innocent person, nor will we let any guilty party escape, he declared, casting a warning glance at Zhao Du as Lin Yu was being handcuffed. Those around them cleared a path. Just as Lin Yu was about to be escorted away,
Zhao Du phone.
Lin Yu turned to glance back, and the inspection team leader did not create any difficulties, signaling his teammates to wait for a moment. After Zhao Du answered the phone, a cold voice emerged from the other end. Is this Zhao Du? I am the operations manager of Fuqiang Jewelry Group. I am officially notifying you that you must dismantle your Jin Liufu chain sign within today. Our company suspects that you have been passing off inferior goods as high quality, significantly tarnishing our reputation. We will freeze your collateral assets and all jewelry within your store until the matter is clarified. The legal department will soon send you the official documents. The call was abruptly terminated, and when Zhao Du attempted to dial again, he found himself blocked. Zhao Du stared at Lin Yu in a frenzy, shouting, Lin Yu, what on earth have you done? You must explain this to me. Why has my capital been frozen? At that moment, it could be said he was facing bankruptcy. Money was more precious to him than life itself, and he could hardly contain his agitation. He struggled to rise, attempting to grasp Lin Yu, but due to his physical condition, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The inspection team leader observed Zhao Du's state and quickly exclaimed, Do not obstruct our duties. Did you think your wealth could protect you? Remember, what is not yours will ultimately remain out of reach. With that, Lin Yu turned and walked away, leaving Zhao Du behind, frantically howling in despair. Lin Yu was escorted out of the jewelry store, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, all speculating about his identity. Who is this person? With just a single phone call, he managed to freeze someone else's funds? How impressive. Little do they know, earlier when he shopped at my place, he couldn't even recall the million balance in his card. Who could possibly be the heir of such a powerful family? How remarkable. Chapter 37. The thoughts of all parties. Lin Yu sat silently in the patrol car, finally feeling a sense of relief. He deeply admired Li Fuqiang's efficiency in handling matters, and was even more gratified that he could witness Zhao Du's frantic state before leaving. Recalling Zhao Du's earlier demeanor, a faint smirk involuntarily curled at the corners of Lin Yu's lips. However, to the patrolling officers guarding him, this smile carried an eerie and unsettling quality. After stepping out of the vehicle, Lin Yu gazed at the all-too-familiar surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. It hadn't been long since his last visit. Yet here he was again, though this time, fortune would not smile upon him as kindly as before. Lin Yu was escorted to the interrogation room, and the questioning commenced without delay. Lin Yu sat on the tiger bench while two inspectors prepared their notebooks for recording. Once ready, they commenced the interrogation of Lin Yu. Name? Lin Yu. Gender? Age? Place of household registration? With each question posed by the inspectors, Lin Yu responded truthfully. Why did you intentionally harm another today? Lin Yu fell into a moment of silence before he began recounting the events that transpired with Zhao Du from the beginning. As the inspector listened, His hand gripping the pen began to tremble slightly. After Lin Yu recounted the events, the two inspectors responsible for the interrogation wore expressions of sheer indignation. This scoundrel deserves punishment. I truly cannot fathom how such individuals exist in society, exclaimed a younger inspector. The older inspector, seated beside him, cleared his throat twice and admonished, "Mind your language. You are an inspector. Master, I truly cannot contain myself. Just look at what this person has done. Even if I receive a reprimand today, I must speak a few words on behalf of Lin Yu." Just as the younger inspector was about to continue, the door to the interrogation room swung open. The group turned to see Li Ziqing entering, clad in her uniform. Upon noticing Lin Yu, she was taken aback. Before the older inspector could finish his statement, the younger inspector attempted to voice his thoughts on Lin Yu, only to be interrupted by Li Ziqing, who commanded, "You two may leave. I will conduct the interrogation." "Captain Li," the younger inspector began, but was immediately restrained and pulled out by his superior. Once the two were outside, Li Ziqing shook her head and remarked, "I never expected you to be this kind of person. I have always been this way. I believe I have done nothing wrong." Lin Yu retorted promptly, convinced that his actions today were justified. If someone intended to make his mother suffer, he felt it was only fair that they experience the consequences of their actions. "Very well, then I must proceed according to the standard procedure," Li Ziqing said, exasperated, as she sank into a chair and picked up the interrogation records. Just that morning, she had deposited a bonus into Lin Yu's account, and now he was being treated as a criminal. Upon reviewing the details of the incident, she began to question her initial judgment. "Is everything you said true?" Li Ziqing inquired after finishing the records, looking at Lin Yu. "Do you think I would lie? There are surveillance cameras." Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Li Ziqing fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Observing her lack of words, Lin Yu asked, "If we proceed according to standard procedure, how many years might I be sentenced?" Li Ziqing sighed, "That will depend on the victim's injuries. Could range from 3 to 7 years. However, if the victim agrees to reconciliation, it might be reduced to 3 to 5 years. As your actions have had considerable social repercussions, especially given the public's reaction in the bustling market area." Lin Yu nodded. "It was worth it. Those who insult my mother deserve no pity." Li Ziqing picked up her pen once more, preparing for the interrogation, but then set it down again. Rising, she gazed at Lin Yu, shook her head, uttering a phrase of disapproval before exiting the interrogation room. Shortly thereafter, the two patrolling officers re-entered, commencing the next phase of Lin Yu's interrogation. After leaving, Li Ziqing promptly summoned 2 colleagues and drove to the crime scene, eager to search for evidence. She believed that obtaining evidence swiftly would enable her to effectively assist in Lin Yu's case. As she departed, the young officer gave Lin Yu a gesture of encouragement. Sitting on the tiger bench, Lin Yu felt no fear of the prison. His only concern was for his mother's distress. In the early morning, the young officer from the previous day brought Lin Yu a breakfast, offering a few comforting words before taking his leave. Lin Yu spent the entire night in meditation on a stool, while others remained sleepless. After acquiring information from his assistant, Li Fuqiang was consumed with indecision about whether to save Lin Yu or not. If he chose not to intervene, he would have to relinquish a significant opportunity, rendering all previous efforts futile. Conversely, should he decide to rescue him, he questioned the means by which he could do so, for this was a society governed by law, unlike the times when he first entered the world of adult responsibilities years ago. Meanwhile, Li Ziqing, having concluded her search for evidence, was equally disheartened, even foregoing dinner. All evidence presented was favorable to Lin Yu. The bracelet had been broken by Zhao Du himself, and Zhao had initiated the provocation. However, it remained an undeniable fact that Lin Yu had resorted to violence. She had consulted numerous legal acquaintances, and even with this evidence, it would not suffice to secure Lin Yu a suspended sentence. Winning the case might only reduce his sentence to a year unless Zhao Du showed leniency. Yet, from her investigation, it was clear that Zhao harbored an unquenchable hatred for Lin Yu, making forgiveness utterly implausible. Caught in a web of despair, Li Ziqing reflected on the fact that Lin Yu had once saved her life, yet she could not betray her duty as a law enforcement officer. At the Jiangqing affiliated hospital, Li Fuqiang entered Zhao Du's hospital room bearing a contract. He approached Zhao's bedside and placed the document on the table, stating, Zhao Du, I am the chairman of Fuqiang Group. Please sign this letter of understanding regarding Lin Yu. Once signed, I will unfreeze all funds related to your shop.
Zhao Du merely scoffed, ignoring Li Fuqiang's request.
Frustrated by Zhao's demeanor, Li Fuqiang restrained himself from lashing out, reiterating, Rest assured, I understand your concerns. There will be no repercussions afterward. Just sign and I can return the funds from the pledged jewelry. I have inquired, and you still owe for your medical expenses. If you do not settle soon, the hospital will expel you. So what do you say, will you sign? Get out. I do not understand why you would plead for Lin Yu. I will never sign this. Even if I die today, I refuse to sign. You think I would let him off the hook? Not a chance.
Zhao Du spat vehemently.
I want to see him imprisoned, to bear the label of a criminal for life. That would satisfy my vendetta. Li Fuqiang clenched his teeth in frustration. Had he not consulted friends the previous night, he would have never realized that the only way to prevent Lin Yu's imprisonment was to obtain Zhao Du's letter of understanding. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Du was a mere insignificant figure, someone Li Fuqiang would not even glance at. Yet here he was, seeking his favor. Such an idea was utterly absurd. Consider this carefully. If Lin Yu is incarcerated, what ramifications will your company face? You assess the situation. I shall leave this letter here. Just inform me once it is signed. Li Fuqiang concluded before exiting the room. Once outside, he muttered curses under his breath, feeling disrespected by Zhao Du's obstinacy. Chapter 38. Protecting Lin Yu? After Li Fuqiang's departure, Zhao Du's mother spoke up, Son, perhaps we should just sign it. I truly have no money left for your medical bills.
Zhang Qian echoed her sentiments. Zhao Du.
Let us just sign. As long as we have our lives, we can find another opportunity to settle the score later. Zhao Du turned to Zhang Qian with a ferocious glare. What are you saying? Let him go free? Did you not hear me this morning? My stomach has been gutted. I will only be able to eat soft food from now on, unable to consume anything substantial. You want me to let him off? Do you look down on me? If you wish to find him, go ahead. You can sell the jewelry I bought you to cover my medical expenses. Hurry. With that, Zhao Du attempted to snatch at her. When Zhang Qian resisted, he struck her across the face, shouting, You think because I have no money you will abandon me? Try it, and see if I don't kill you. Terrified, Zhang Qian recoiled, shaking her head frantically. After leaving the hospital, Li Fuqiang called his assistant to arrange a meeting with the director for tea before hurrying over. At 8:30 p.m., at the Myriad Hotel, 3 elderly gentlemen convened in a private room. Enough already. Stop bickering. We've been waiting for half an hour. What's another few minutes? One of the elders advised. I won't wait any longer, declared the elder in a Zhongshan suit as he prepared to rise. Give me 5 minutes to make a call and check. Will you? Just do me this favor, Old Tang, Zhang Wenzhong said with an ingratiating smile. Old Tang huffed but sat back down. If anyone were to witness this gathering, they would be awestruck. Each of these men was a titan in the realm of Chinese medicine, a formidable force in traditional healing. Zhang Wenzhong dialed a number, requesting information about Lin Yu's whereabouts. Moments later, he received a call back. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Wenzhong felt a wave of numbness wash over him. With a sigh, he cautiously revealed, Lin Yu has been arrested. What did you say? Old Tang exclaimed, leaping to his feet. I assure you, this time I will not be mistaken. If I am wrong, I shall shut my doors to guests and cease my studies in traditional medicine altogether, Zhang Wenzhong asserted. Hearing this, the third elder grew anxious. With the current shortage of esteemed practitioners, losing even one to trivial matters would be disastrous. He quickly urged, Do not act impulsively, Old Zhang. This is no trivial matter. Old Tang, too, felt the weight of the situation, surprised at how resolute Zhang Wenzhong had become over this young man. You are saying this without consideration? If he fails to meet expectations, you will bear the responsibility. Indeed, this is not something we can decide lightly. If those old-timers find out, they will not easily relent. Do not tarnish your lifelong reputation over this boy, the third elder echoed. Zhang Wenzhong shook his head resolutely. I will not allow him to be imprisoned. I see in him the hope for the future of traditional Chinese medicine to shine on the world stage. Realizing Zhang Wenzhong's determination was unyielding, the two elders could only nod in resignation. Zhang Wenzhong then addressed them. Now, I hope you can assist me. Help me provide a testimony. Old Tang, I know you have long coveted my platinum needles. If you assist me, I will gift them to you. Old Deng, I owe you a favor. Thus, the three men, Miao medicine practitioner Tang Qing, traditional Chinese medicine expert Zhang Wenzhong, and Mongolian medicine practitioner Deng Jianya, established an agreement, their combined stature in medicine formidable enough to shake the foundations, all for the sake of an unknown young man. Having concluded their discussion, the three individuals neglected their meal and proceeded directly to the bureau. Meanwhile, Li Fuqiang had already been waiting in the director's office for an entire afternoon, yet the director had not appeared. After finally managing to summon the director, Li Fuqiang presented the matter at hand. The director, acknowledging the issue, led him into the office, where they remained ensconced without emerging. They endured the passage of time, forsaking even dinner. As the clock approached 9, Li Fuqiang rose once more and called out toward the window. Please, relent. I owe you a favor, would that be agreeable? The director, seated in the office, shook his head, replying, this is a society governed by law unlike the past. Our duty is to ensure the safety of the people and their property. Even if the victim is no longer among us, we cannot release him. I only share this much due to our long-standing relationship. I cannot breach protocol, and I hope you will not pressure me further. Li Fuqiang sighed, resigning himself to the wait. I refuse to believe you won't come out, he declared.
Moments later.
The office door finally swung open. The director emerged, questioning, why do you put yourself through this? You know this is impossible. Even if you were to sleep here, it would not change anything. Why must you make this difficult for me? I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities. Li Fuqiang shook his head, lowering his gaze as he spoke. You must understand, after years in business, I am solely focused on profit. With that, he withdrew a pack of inexpensive cigarettes from his bag, offering one to the director, who accepted and lit it. I still have a fondness for these cigarettes. I cannot seem to shake it off. They keep me alert, unlike those impoverished days, Li Fuqiang remarked, and together they squatted by the office door, smoking. Li Fuqiang continued, do you know he saved my son? Initially, I was merely impressed by his medical skills. However, today, as I witnessed Zhao Du signing the letter of understanding at the hospital, I encountered something profound. He paused, and the director remained silent, awaiting further revelation. I saw a little girl perish before my eyes, succumbing to brain cancer, just like my son. It dawned on me what a benefactor I had encountered. After my wife gave birth, she underwent sterilization. We could not have more children. She sacrificed so much for me, and I was blessed with a child late in life. After the birth, we decided on sterilization together, wishing to spare her the agony of pregnancy. Had I not met Lin Yuyi, I would be a sinner, the one responsible for the extinction of the Li family. Upon hearing Li Fuqiang's words, the director fell into silence. After a long pause, Li Fuqiang spoke again. This is why I must shamelessly press you. Whether you assist or not, I must see this through. Just as he finished speaking, Li Ziqing rushed in hurriedly. The director looked at her and inquired, what is it? Is there an urgent matter? I wish to bail Lin Yuyi, Li Ziqing declared. Both Li Fuqiang and the director were taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected turn. Li Ziqing's stern demeanor was well known even to the businessman Li Fuqiang. The director pondered for a moment before replying, go fetch your grandfather. You are not qualified. This remark effectively silenced Li Ziqing. Am I not qualified? She retorted, just as three elderly men approached slowly. The director regarded the advancing trio with curiosity. As the three elders reached him, the director recognized their identities, immediately rising to salute. He was acutely aware of Zhang Lao's stature. Even representatives from the United Nations would show him respect. I seek to secure Lin Yuyi's release. Is that permissible? Zhang Wenzhong spoke deliberately. Observing the director's unwillingness to relent, he gestured subtly, prompting Deng Jianya and Tang Qing to step forward and introduce themselves. I am Tang Qing, a member of the Huaxia Medical Association, a recipient of the first National Medical Master Award, and a participant in the World Medical Research Conference representing Huaxia, there is no need to mention lesser titles. I am Deng Jianye, also a member of the Huaxia Medical Association and a recipient of the first National Medical Master Award, similarly having represented Huaxia at the World Medical Research Conference. The revelation of their credentials left everyone present in stunned silence. What an impressive assembly! The World Medical Research Conference was something they had only seen on television. Observing their astonished expressions, Zhang Wenzhong felt a sense of relief and continued, "We are here solely to secure Lin Yuyi's release. The subsequent details are classified information and can only be disclosed to you." With that, Zhang Wenzhong made his way into the office, with the director hastily following him. After a considerable interval, Zhang Wenzhong and the director emerged. The director turned to Li Ziqing and instructed, "You are to arrange for Lin Yuyi's release. Follow the proper procedures, and I shall sign off on it and report to the higher authorities." Upon hearing this, Li Ziqing dashed toward the interrogation room. Li Fuqiang observed the scene, feeling somewhat out of place, as though he no longer belonged. Reminded of a previous instance of discomfort, he offered a few respectful words and took his leave. Upon being released from the interrogation room by Li Ziqing, Lin Yuyi happened to catch sight of Li Fuqiang as he approached the entrance. At that moment, Li Fuqiang turned his gaze inward, and the two exchanged a brief glance. A subtle nod of acknowledgement passed between them, conveying their mutual understanding. Subsequently, Li Fuqiang exited and entered his vehicle. Lin Yuyi approached the group, gazing at Li Ziqing with a hint of confusion. Previously, Li Ziqing had said nothing, merely allowing him to follow. Li Ziqing began the introduction. "This is our director, and you should be familiar with these individuals." The director slowly extended his hand, shaking hands with Lin Yuyi, and said, "Lin Yuyi, several esteemed individuals have come to secure your release. You need not worry about the subsequent matters. We will handle them appropriately. All you need to do is devote your heart and soul to your work." Lin Yuyi found himself somewhat bewildered as he glanced at Zhang Wenzhong, who promptly signaled him with his eyes. Lin Yuyi feigned a nod, assuring, "I will do my best." "Well then, as the day has grown late, Zhang, you and your companions should retire early. After all, you are treasures of our nation, and we cannot afford any mishaps," the director stated with utmost respect. Zhang Wenzhong nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your consideration, especially at this late hour." After exchanging a few courteous remarks, he led Lin Yuyi and the other two away from the premises. "For matters of state secrecy, you might as well inquire with your grandfather to see if he will divulge anything," the director retorted, effectively silencing Li Zi with a single remark. "Rest well," he concluded before departing, having been cooped up inside since the afternoon without a morsel to eat. He needed to hasten to procure a cup of instant noodles to quell his hunger. Lin Yuyi followed the three individuals outside and promptly entered a Santana vehicle. "Ah, you sought my assistance earlier, and now that the insurance has come through, you no longer require my help, do you?" Tang Qing huffed, glaring at them. Observing the tension between the two, Deng Jianye quickly interjected with words of counsel from the side. Lin Yuyi looked on in confusion as the two individuals argued without understanding the cause. Eventually, they ceased their quarrel, and Zhang Wenzhong shot a glare at Tang Qing before recounting the events to Lin Yuyi. Meanwhile, just as Lin Yuyi was leaving the predicament, Su Qingxue sat on the sofa, hugging a cushion in a daze. Having not seen Lin Yuyi for the past couple of days and receiving no response to her calls, Su Qingxue feared that he had fallen victim to someone's vengeance. It was only 2 hours ago that she received a call from Li Ziqing, who informed her of Lin Yuyi's situation, something he had only just learned. From the moment he saved her the first time to the last instance when he shielded her with his body, she had already developed feelings for Lin Yuyi. Although she hesitated to confess her true feelings to him, she cherished every single day spent in his company. Chapter 40. Zhang Qian's Shamelessness. Upon hearing the account recounted by Zhang Wenzhong, Lin Yuyi remarked, "That young man will undoubtedly live up to Elder Zhang's expectations. I shall exert every effort." As soon as Lin Yuguang finished speaking, Tang Qing interjected with a remark about whether it was a matter of being worthy or not, but rather whether one had the qualification to do so. Upon hearing Tang Qing's words, Zhang Wenzhong hurriedly attempted to mediate, saying, "Lin Yuyi, don't take him seriously. That's just his nature. In reality, he's quite a good person. Lin Yu nodded, indicating his understanding. If the situation were dire, he would not have sought bail from Elder Zhang. Upon being exposed by Zhang Wenzhong, Tang Qing scoffed, stating that her kindness was contingent upon one's worth. She agreed to bail Lin Yu only because Elder Zhang promised to give her his platinum needle. Otherwise, she would not have wished to wade into such murky waters. Hearing of the lengths Elder Zhang had gone to secure his bail, Lin Yu felt a pang of guilt. They had only met once, yet he had extended such assistance, albeit with the intention of enabling Lin Yu to participate in the competition. Nonetheless, this kindness must be repaid. Zhang Wenzhong looked at Lin Yu and declared, "Then it is settled. We shall await you at the affiliated hospital tomorrow. You must not fail to show up this time." Lin Yu nodded hastily, assuring that he would definitely arrive on time tomorrow. After escorting Lin Yu to the apartment, Zhang Lao and the others also departed in their vehicle. Lin Yu hesitated to activate his ability to see if Su Qingxue was asleep, fearing that he might inadvertently witness any peculiar sleeping habits she possessed. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Su Qingxue quickly set her phone aside and inquired, "Who is it?" Having made up her mind, yet still unable to shake off her concern for Lin Yu, she resolved to prioritize his rescue over her own future. She picked up her phone, intending to call her father. Just then, a familiar voice emanated from outside the door. It was Lin Yu. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, but she swiftly sprang to her feet and rushed to open the door. Upon doing so, she was delighted to find that it was indeed Lin Yu, and in her excitement, she leapt into his arms. Lin Yu was at a loss regarding what had transpired with Su Qingxue, and could only hold her waist to prevent her from falling. Su Qingxue leaned against Lin Yu's shoulder, overwhelmed with joy and tears, exclaiming, "I was terrified, thinking I might never see you again." Lin Yu, puzzled, replied, "Aren't I here, safe and sound?" Su Qingxue nodded gently, resting her head once more on his shoulder. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the space around them was filled solely with their embrace. After a prolonged silence, Su Qingxue gradually lifted her head and gazed into Lin Yu's eyes, confessing, "Lin Yu, I have feelings for you." After much inner turmoil, she had finally resolved to express her sentiments to Lin Yu, fearing that she might never have another opportunity. Upon speaking her truth, Su Qingxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lin Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Is this a confession of love directed at me? How could Lin Yu not be enamored with Su Qingxue? She is beautiful, gentle, and possesses a hint of charming aloofness. Even in the most perilous moments, she refuses to abandon him, carrying him on her back for over 10 minutes. However, after his experiences with Zhang Qian, Lin Yu dares not entertain such thoughts. He is gripped by fear that Su Qingxue might find him unworthy, fear that she might one day leave him. Yet, this springtime arrival takes Lin Yu by surprise, casting doubt on whether he has misheard the circumstances. Lin Yu gently set Su Qingxue down, his hands resting on her shoulders as he tenderly inquired, "Are you truly serious?" "Take a guess," she replied, and then closed her eyes. Lin Yu gazed into Su Qingxue's enchanting eyes and alluring crimson lips, leaning in for a kiss. Love is not a commodity that can be purchased at will. It eludes me. Just then, Lin Yu's phone rang unexpectedly, interrupting the moment. Suppressing the fury within, Lin Yu took a deep breath and retrieved his phone. Upon seeing it was his mother's call, the flames of anger within him diminished slightly. Answering the call, Lin Yu inquired, "Mother, what is the matter? Is it not permissible to call without reason?" On the other end, his mother's displeased voice resonated. "What has become of the matter I mentioned to you last time?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment, realizing that his mother had never mentioned anything to him. He then inquired, "What is it, mother? I seem to have forgotten. Also, what about you and Qingxue?" A hint of irritation crept into his mother's tone, as if she had taken his words as mere trifles. Lin Yu felt utterly speechless. Had it not been for this phone call, he might have already turned raw rice into cooked rice. Upon hearing his aunt's words over the line, Su Qingxue, standing beside Lin Yu, couldn't help but chuckle. As he braced himself for his mother's impending verbal onslaught, Lin Yu hastily concocted an excuse to end the call. Once the call was terminated, Lin Yu attempted to resume their earlier unfinished business by pulling Su Qingxue closer, only to be firmly pushed away by her. "Opportunities are fleeting. You missed yours." Let's talk about it another time. Besides, I merely expressed my fondness for you. I never said you were my girlfriend. With that, Su Qingxue shoved Lin Yu towards the exit, and despite his futile attempts to resist, she threatened, "If you keep this up, I won't pay you any attention." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu had no choice but to obediently leave Su Qingxue's room. The following morning, while Lin Yu was still in meditation, he was suddenly interrupted by a sound at the door. Lin Yu felt somewhat perplexed. Who could it be this early in the morning? Could it be Qing Shui? He rose to open the door. Upon opening it, Lin Yu was taken aback, utterly unprepared to find Zhang Qian standing outside. Lin Yu was about to close the door when Zhang Qian immediately stepped forward, blocking it with her body. Lin Yu said impatiently, "Are you here to plead for Zhaodu? Impossible. I have no intention of laying a hand on women, but you are an exception. Now leave." Zhang Qian hurriedly explained, "No, I am not here to plead. I implore you to grant me a chance to finish." Upon hearing that she was not there to intercede, Lin Yu became even more perplexed and coldly fixed his gaze on Zhang Qian, stating, 3 minutes. Zhang Qian pushed the door open and slowly said, "Lin Yu, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I was blind to be deceived by Zhaodu. Now I realize your sincerity. Let us reconcile. I made a grave error by allowing Zhaodu to exploit me for his hospital fees. I sincerely hope you can forgive me." Lin Yu silently watched Zhang Qian's performance, not uttering a single word. Observing Lin Yu's indifference, Zhang Qian decisively closed the door and leaned closer to him while removing her clothing. "Lin Yu, haven't you experienced this before? Now I wish to fulfill your desires. Will you not grant me this? I implore you, forgive me. I truly recognize my mistakes." Chapter 41. The bet Lin Yu turned away, refusing to look at Zhang Qian's filthy form. "Get away from me, or I swear I will treat you as less than human." Lin Yu bellowed in anger. It was as if Zhang Qian had not heard him. She had already discarded her top and was about to embrace Lin Yu. At that moment, the door swung open once more, revealing Su Qingxue, her face a mask of fury. As soon as Zhang Qian turned around, Su Qingxue seized her by the hair and delivered a resounding slap to her face. 5 vivid red marks blossomed on Zhang Qian's cheek, leaving her momentarily stunned. Without pausing, Su Qingxue picked up the discarded clothing from the floor and dragged Zhang Qian toward the exit. "You shameless wretch, leave at once. I cannot bring myself to strike a woman, but should I see you again, I will not hesitate to do so." After forcefully expelling Zhang Qian from the room, Su Qingxue exerted all her strength to slam the door shut. At this moment, Lin Yu turned around to face Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue resembled a fierce mother tiger, protective of her young, and felt somewhat intimidated upon seeing Lin Yu. Aware of her own unsettling demeanor, she took several deep breaths, allowing her flushed face to regain its composure. While she was in the midst of her morning routine, the sound of Lin Yu's furious shout prompted her to rush over, whereupon she encountered Zhang Qian, igniting a fire of indignation within her. Once she had calmed down, Su Qingxue gazed at Lin Yu and inquired, "Did I appear fierce just now?" Lin Yu playfully flicked Su Qingxue's nose, his demeanor not fierce but rather endearing, reminiscent of a gentle lioness. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, a blush crept across Su Qingxue's cheeks as she playfully retorted, "You are the lioness. I am not that fearsome." All right, you are the most adorable." Lin Yu replied with a smile, then inquired, "Why haven't you left for work yet?" Upon hearing him, Su Qingxue glanced at the time and hurriedly dashed to her room, anxious about being late. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lin Yu initially contemplated teasing her, but upon checking the time, he too rushed to the washroom to freshen up. He had promised Mr. Zhang that he would not be late today, and any further delay would jeopardize that commitment. After completing his morning routine, Lin Yu hurried out the door, only to collide with Su Qingxue in an unexpected embrace. As they both rushed, Su Qingxue inquired, "Is there something urgent that requires your early departure?" Thus, both hurried along, lacking even a moment for breakfast. Lin Yu relied on his legs to get to work, while Su Qingxue, whose car was still under repair, had no choice but to take public transport. Lin Yu sprinted at an extraordinary pace, even harnessing his spiritual energy to propel himself further. A woman, accompanied by a child, happened to witness Lin Yu's frenzied dash. The child pointed at him and inquired, "Mom, is that the Flash?" To which the woman replied, "No, that is the omnipotent Matewan Express, more formidable than the Flash. While the Flash is merely swift, Matewan is all-encompassing." Lin Yu arrived at the affiliated hospital just a minute before the scheduled time with Mr. Zhang. Lin Yu sighed inwardly, realizing that acquiring a vehicle was a necessity. Otherwise, relying solely on his own legs would prove to be quite burdensome. After regaining his composure and not wanting the elders, Zhang and others, to perceive his haste, Lin Yu approached. Upon reaching the entrance of the dean's office, he discovered that several individuals were already awaiting his arrival. Upon entering, Lin Yu quickly offered his apologies, only to discover an additional individual present. Zhang Wenzhong, noticing Lin Yu's arrival, remarked, "It's quite all right. After all, we are all but a step away from the grave, so a few minutes matter little." No sooner had Zhang Wenzhong finished speaking than an elderly gentleman, whom Lin Yu had not encountered the previous day, interjected, "While you may not mind your impending demise, I certainly do. My time is exceedingly precious, and I had anticipated the presence of someone of significance, only to find a mere inexperienced youth instead." His words were laced with palpable disdain. Lin Yu stepped forward and spoke, "What of my youth? I possess the vitality and vigor of youth, which grants me the potential to live several decades more than you. Just because of your age does not imply that you possess greater wisdom." The elderly man, incensed, pointed at Lin Yu and shouted, "You dare to repeat that?" Just as it seemed a quarrel was inevitable, Zhang Wenzhong hurriedly interjected, "Is there not a more civil way to address this? Must we resort to shouting?" The stranger retorted, "If you can prove your worth, I shall henceforth address you as master whenever we meet. I have navigated the realm of traditional Chinese medicine for many years. What manner of person have I not encountered? You are but one among thousands." Lin Yu responded, "I have no desire for such a burdensome apprentice. It would shorten my lifespan. If I can indeed match your skill, you must apologize to Zhang Lao and henceforth refer to him as elder brother. Should I fail, I shall kneel before you and offer my apology today. Young man, since you have spoken so boldly, do not accuse me, Chun Dongshan, of bullying a mere child. Today, you must bow," the elderly stranger declared. Yet, each time the board of directors was elected, Zhang Wenzhong narrowly triumphed, leaving the elderly man with a lingering grievance. Just as their wager was solidified, a nurse hurriedly approached. "Director," she exclaimed, "we have a patient suffering from alcohol-induced cirrhosis with esophageal variceal bleeding. Director Zhang is at a loss and requests your presence." Upon hearing the nurse's words, Zhang Wenzhong abandoned the dispute and instructed the nurse to lead him to the patient. Seeing Zhang Wenzhong rush off, the others quickly followed. Upon entering the patient's room, they were taken aback. The patient was vomiting blood, and significant fluid accumulation in the abdomen had distended it considerably. Alcoholic cirrhosis, a consequence of prolonged alcohol consumption, had led to the rupture of varices in the esophagus and stomach. The patient was in the advanced stages of cirrhosis. As the director arrived, Zhang, the attending physician, suggested, "Director, shall we involve the hepatology department for surgery?" Zhang Wenzhong found himself in a quandary. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes regulation, yet this situation left no room for such an approach. Surgery was the only immediate option, with later adjustments to follow. "Let us prepare for surgery," he finally declared. Just as he spoke, Lin Yu gently proposed, "Zhang Lao, might I have a chance to try?" Western medical procedures necessitate endoscopy to visualize the internal condition, yet Lin Yu had already discerned the precise location of the bleeding through his insight. By utilizing silver needles to channel his spiritual energy to the affected area, he could staunch the bleeding. "Who are you? What gives you the right to speak here, you young whippersnapper?" Zhang, the attending physician, retorted. Chun Dongshan's heart resonated with the remark, and he chimed in, "This is a case of decompensated alcoholic cirrhosis. Do you wish to gamble with the patient's life? We must first stop the bleeding with surgery and then use traditional medicine for recovery." Lin Yu spoke slowly. "Your inability does not signify that others are likewise incapable. It merely demonstrates that you have more to learn." Director Zhang, well aware of Chun Dongshan's esteemed status, was taken aback by the audacity of the young man who dared to retort. "You should leave at once. Your presence is unwelcome here." Do you comprehend the significance of Elder Chen? To suggest he still has much to learn is preposterous. The number of patients he has treated far exceeds the grains of salt you have consumed. Director Zhang, mind your words. I insist you exit immediately. Before Lin Yu could interject, Zhang Wenzhong had already spoken. Elder Zhang, it is of no concern. Since there are those who remain skeptical, I shall offer tangible proof. Lin Yu replied calmly. Zhang Wenzhong glanced at Lin Yu, his eyes silently inquiring whether he was resolute in his decision. Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. Following their silent exchange, Zhang Wenzhong refrained from further comment and stepped aside, saying, Very well, Lin Yu, you may proceed, but do not overexert yourself. The director, intimidated by Zhang Wenzhong's words, fell silent, yet the derision in his gaze remained unabated. Lin Yu approached the patient without uttering a word and directly retrieved a box of silver needles he had purchased from an antique market. As he opened the box, Tang Qing was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixated intently on the silver needle in Lin Yu's hand. The slender silver needle, adorned with exquisite engravings at its tail end, exuded an unparalleled beauty, a testament to masterful craftsmanship. Lin Yu paid no heed to the peculiarities of the silver needles. He extracted them and activated his vision of insight. The needles swiftly plunged into the patient 3, 6, 9 in succession. Observing Lin Yu's technique, those present, save for Zhang Wenzhong, Tang Qing, Deng Jianya, and Qin Dongshan, were utterly astonished by his deftness. Zhang Wenzhong, witnessing the expressions of the others, could not suppress a faint smile, relishing their disbelief as their eyes widened in astonishment. As Lin Yu channeled his spiritual energy through the silver needles into the patient, he discerned an unusual swiftness in the process today. The needles seemed to function as natural conduits for spiritual power. After a while, the energy he transmitted coalesced at the site of the bleeding, gradually mending the wound. Under Lin Yu's ministrations, the patient's condition improved incrementally, the vomiting of blood ceasing. Lin Yu perceived unusual movement in the fluid accumulation within the patient's body and urgently exclaimed, Hurry! Prepare the drainage for the patient. Upon hearing Lin Yu's command, the nurse swiftly fetched a drainage basin. Moments later, the nurse returned with a large drainage basin and positioned it beneath the patient's posterior. Lin Yu summoned his spiritual energy, causing the earth to tremble as if a mighty river were flowing eastward. After the patient expelled the accumulated fluid from his liver, Lin Yu gently withdrew the silver needle. All done. Now we can proceed with the gastric examination, and subsequently, the rehabilitation process can commence. Observing the patient lying on the bed, seemingly unchanged, Director Zhang was about to speak when he witnessed the remarkable sight of the patient supporting himself and preparing to rise. The patient's newfound mobility was, in fact, a result of Lin Yu intentionally leaving spiritual energy within him, instilling a sensation of vitality to provide a more tangible demonstration of the treatment's efficacy. Director Zhang, in awe, found himself rendered speechless, his gaze vacant as he remained entranced by the astonishing display. Such medical prowess truly existed in this world. No, it was nothing short of divine art. The esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were equally astounded. Although Zhang Wenzhong had glimpsed Lin Yu's skills through surveillance, witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience, a profound visual impact. Zhang Wenzhong regained his composure first, urgently instructing Director Zhang, Please escort the patient for a gastroscopy immediately, and based on the patient's current condition, devise a follow-up rehabilitation plan. Startled by Zhang Wenzhong's call, Director Zhang quickly assisted the patient towards the examination room. Once the patient had exited, Tang Qing sighed, Indeed, such divine techniques exist in this world. It seems we have lost far too many treasures from our ancestral heritage. Hearing Tang Qing's words, Lin Yu turned his gaze towards Qin Dongshan, who, without hesitation, raised his hands in salute and bowed deeply, proclaiming, Master, please accept your disciple's homage. The others were taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. An ancient saying in China posits that a true master is worthy of respect, and Chen Dongshan willingly acknowledged Lin Yu as his master. This declaration left everyone astonished, as they did not anticipate Chen Dongshan would engage in a verbal game to avoid addressing Zhang Wenzhong as brother. With no objections raised, the group recognized the undeniable superiority of Lin Yu's medical skills, far surpassing their own. However, Tang Qing interjected. I have a question that I would like to pose to my young friend Lin Yu for clarification. His tone had transformed to one of familiarity. Lin Yu gestured for Tang Qing to speak. Tang Qing said, I would like to examine the silver needles in your possession. I wish to ascertain whether they are the same as those I have encountered in ancient texts. Lin Yu was taken aback when he heard Tang Qing claim to be acquainted with the matter. Having harbored doubts himself, he had sensed the extraordinary nature of the silver needles during their previous use. He hastily presented the entire box of silver needles to Tang Qing. Upon receiving the box, Tang Qing opened it and carefully laid all the needles out on the bed. The others gathered around, including Chun Dongshan, who was no exception. Everyone in their circle understood Tang Qing's passion for needles. He cherished ancient and rare needles, and any needle that caught his eye was undoubtedly not an ordinary one. After observing for a considerable time, Tang Qing exclaimed, What a magnificent craftsmanship! The others, feeling an anxious curiosity, urged him, Do tell us, what do you mean by magnificent craftsmanship? Tang Qing replied, If I am not mistaken, these are the Lingji needles crafted for Bianke by the master of the Mo family. It is said that the master of the Mo family was injured and later saved by Bien Quebec. Once he recovered, he crafted 2 sets of silver needles as a token of gratitude, one set being the Lingji needles and the other the Tianji needles. Everyone knows that the Mo family's art of mechanism forging is unparalleled in the world. According to ancient texts, these 2 sets of silver needles were made from extraterrestrial iron, as hard as rock, impervious to any force that could sever them, yet as soft as fine hair, capable of being folded double without breaking. Judging by the intricate carvings on these needles, they should indeed be the Lingji needles. It is said that Bianke used this very set of needles to treat Duke Kaiheng, and with these 2 sets, he devised 108 extraordinary needle techniques, paving the way for the subsequent era of gold needles and replacing the previous practice of stone acupuncture.
Tang King Sai.
I never expected the records in ancient texts to hold true. The Lingji and Tianji needles truly exist. Today, not only have I witnessed divine techniques but also divine needles. Chapter 43. The scent of calming medicine spreads for miles upon hearing Tang Qing's words. Lin Yu was taken aback. Celestial iron from the heavens? It truly left that astute businessman bewildered. Tang Qing turned her gaze towards Zhang Wenzhong and remarked, My research on acupuncture is directly proportional to my medical skills. Understood? Zhang Wenzhong offered a sheepish smile, aware of Tang Qing's profound knowledge in the field of acupuncture, and swiftly shifted the topic. What about the other set of Tianji needles? However, he added, this is merely recorded in ancient texts, and it is likely to be greatly exaggerated, with no way to verify its authenticity. After speaking, Tang Qing turned her attention back to Lin Yu and inquired, My young friend, do you possess the Tianji needles? Might I borrow them for a moment of observation? Lin Yu shook his head, stating that this was merely something he stumbled upon in the antique market. Tang Qing, with a look of regret, acknowledged that encountering such a divine needle once in a lifetime was sufficient. After expressing his sentiments, Tang Qing turned to Lin Yu with a cheerful smile. Lin Yu observed Tang Qing's mischievous smile and hastily interjected, I'm well aware that someone of elder Tang's stature would hardly spare a glance at such trivial offerings from a junior like myself. Wouldn't you agree? Before Tang Qing could respond, Lin Yu had already deftly blocked his words, leaving the elder with nothing but an awkward chuckle. Young friend Lin Yu, your medical prowess paired with this set of Lingji needles is truly like a perfect match. A steelyard beam finding its counterweight, Tang Qing conceded. Seeing that matters were settled, Lin Yu retrieved a prescription from his person and handed it to Zhang Wenzhong. Elder Zhang, I'd be grateful if you could review this formula and see if the required herbs are available. Zhang Wenzhong nodded, accepting the slip of paper to examine its contents. After a brief pause, he replied, You may procure these directly from the Hall of Medicinal Kings. Simply mention my name and they will oblige. Since there's nothing else requiring my attention, perhaps I should set off now, Lin Yu suggested, turning to Zhang Wenzhong. So soon? At least stay for a meal before you depart. Zhang Wenzhong responded with mild surprise, having originally intended to host Lin Yu and the others for dinner. The medicinal ingredients in Lin Yu's prescription are specifically designed to treat insomnia and promote tranquility. Upon learning that Su Qingxue was struggling with her sleep, Lin Yu had already prepared to procure the necessary herbs. However, he was in the countryside at the time and lacked access to a pharmacy. Now, Lin Yu is determined to concoct the calming remedy before Su Qingxue finishes her work, hoping to grant her a more restful night. Observing Lin Yu's reluctant demeanor, Zhang Wenzhong compassionately remarked, "If you have matters to attend to, my young friend, I shall not press you further." Lin Yuzhao cast a grateful glance at Zhang Wenzhong before taking his leave. As soon as he stepped outside, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. "Divine Healer, we are immensely thankful to you. We visited numerous hospitals without finding a remedy, and it was only here that we found healing. Thank you, truly, thank you so much." Lin Yu was indeed taken aback by the fervor surrounding him. 6 or 7 individuals encircled him, expressing their gratitude, with one woman even attempting to kneel before him. Fortunately, Lin Yu's quick reflexes prevented her from doing so. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenzhong and his companions stood by, observing Lin Yu's flustered demeanor, having witnessed such scenes countless times before, rendering them quite indifferent to the spectacle. "Please do not be so excessive. It is our duty as healers to save lives and alleviate suffering. It is but a mere trifling act," Lin Yu calmly stated. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, he ultimately sought an excuse to make his escape. Upon exiting the hospital, he glanced back with lingering trepidation, relieved to find no one pursuing him, and he then proceeded towards the apothecary. Upon arriving at the apothecary, Lin Yu had not yet entered when Xiao Tong, who had been promoted due to Lin Yu's previous assistance, was already waiting at the door. "Mr. Lin, our manager has informed me of your needs. I have gathered the medicinal herbs you requested. Please let me know if you require anything else," she said, extending the prepared herbs towards him. This thoughtful gesture left Lin Yu feeling somewhat embarrassed. "No need for such formality. You may simply call me Lin Yu," he replied hastily upon receiving the herbs. He found himself puzzled, as he felt he had not done anything of significance for her. Dismissing the thought, he made his way home. Once at home, Lin Yu promptly commenced the preparation of tranquilizing medicine. As the name suggests, this medicine serves to calm the mind and alleviate anxiety. Lin Yu crushed together various medicinal substances such as realgar and magnetite, which are commonly employed to alleviate palpitations, insomnia, and mental unease. Subsequently, he added plant-based herbs like biota seeds, passion flower, and polygala, known for their heart-nourishing and liver-replenishing properties, particularly beneficial for calming an agitated mind. Sedative herbs differ from other categories as they primarily target the brain's meridians, necessitating a balance to temper their potent effects. Before long, a delicate fragrance began to waft from the pot, and merely inhaling the aroma brought about a wave of comfort. Noticing the enticing scent, Lin Yu nodded in approval. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered that this batch of pills far surpassed the previous one in quality. It seemed that his alchemical skills had steadily matured. Just as Lin Yu was extracting the herbs, a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening the door, Lin Yu discovered Su Qingxue standing gracefully outside. Upon opening the door, Lin Yu found Su Qingxue eagerly inhaling the fragrant air within his room. "Lin Yu, have you applied perfume? It smells exquisite. What brand is it?" Lin Yu listened to Su Qingxue's words, feeling rather speechless. Indeed, she seemed to be perpetually preoccupied with her own beauty. Lin Yu gently extended the medicinal herbs in his hand towards Su Qingxue. "Did you not have trouble sleeping in the countryside last time? I specially concocted this calming remedy for you. Take it an hour before bedtime, and I assure you your slumber will be much more restful." Upon hearing that it was merely herbs, Su Qingxue felt a pang of disappointment, far removed from her expectations. She shot Lin Yu a teasing glance and, with a playful pout, exclaimed, "You actually intend to charge me? How could you dare to ask for money? What about your dignity?" Lin Yujian chuckled, "My face holds no value in the presence of wealth. I merely wish to lie back and earn money effortlessly." After playfully teasing Su Qingxue, Lin Yu, feeling rather idle, took out the Lingji needle for further examination. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could Bian Ke also possess spiritual energy? Since this needle was custom-made by the Mo family Scion specifically for Bian Ke, it seemed to function as a natural conduit for spiritual energy when used during the day, which inspired Lin Yu's contemplation. After hours of study, he gleaned little insight and ultimately decided to abandon his efforts. He then retrieved a tome imbued with spiritual energy, which he had purchased together at the antique market. Chapter 44. The troubles of Zhang Ziyu. Lin Yu may not comprehend the text, yet his consciousness dances in rhythm with the words. Lin Yu once again entered a state of complete immersion, his spiritual energy augmenting in tandem with the ancient scriptures. As he harnessed this energy, Lin Yu distinctly sensed its amplification. Lin Yu clenched his fists, realizing that his spiritual energy was sufficient to practice some additional techniques from the heritage. This revelation filled him with excitement. The spirit-gathering needle alone had enabled him to overcome numerous challenges, and it was merely the most rudimentary aspect of the inheritance. Now that he could learn more advanced skills, how could Lin Yu not feel elated? He promptly began his more profound cultivation. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the morning that Lin Yu finally awoke, having exhausted his spiritual energy from the previous night's arduous training, which had left him utterly drained. After freshening up, Lin Yu headed to the office as usual. More importantly, he wanted to express his gratitude to Li Fuqiang for coming to his rescue during his arrest. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Yu went straight to Li Fuqiang's office door. He knocked several times but received no response. Eventually, Li Fuqiang's secretary hurried over and informed Lin Yu that Li Fuqiang was absent that day. Unable to find Li Fuqiang, Lin Yu proceeded to the sales department to review the team's performance. He believed in fulfilling his responsibilities diligently. After all, one should not take a salary without earning it. As soon as he entered the sales department, colleagues who had previously treated him with disdain now showered him with flattery. Lin Yu shook his head, reflecting on the harsh realities of society. He promptly convened a meeting, for having commenced his career at the grassroots level of sales, he possessed an acute awareness of certain afflictions within the sales department. Now that he held this position, he could not afford to be neglectful. After arranging a series of matters, Lin Yu was taken aback to discover that Zhang Ziyu had not reported to work today. This was quite surprising, as Zhang Ziyu was a model employee. From the very first day Lin Yu met him, he recognized Zhang Ziyu's steadfast character. Unless confronted with a significant issue, he would invariably be present at work. After pondering this, Lin Yu retrieved Zhang Ziyu's number and dialed. The phone rang for an extended period before finally being answered. "Ziyu, why haven't you come to work today? Have you encountered some trouble?" Lin Yu inquired. On the other end, Zhang Ziyu insisted that nothing was amiss and that he merely wished to take a day of rest. However, Lin Yu could distinctly discern an unusual tone in Zhang Ziyu's voice. Lin Yu did not explicitly state his intentions over the phone. After hanging up, he proceeded directly to Zhang Ziyu's residence. Along the way, Lin Yu's resolve to purchase a car grew increasingly steadfast. Relying solely on his legs had proven to be quite burdensome. Zhang Ziyu's home was not far from the office, and after more than half an hour, Lin Yu arrived at the doorstep of Zhang Ziyu's house. After Lin Yu knocked on the door, he heard Zhang Ziyu's voice from within, inquiring who it was. "It's me, Lin Yu. I came to check on Auntie," Lin Yu replied. A lengthy silence ensued before the door was finally opened with great reluctance. Upon entering, Lin Yu was taken aback by the sight of Zhang Ziyu, whose face bore numerous bruises and whose gait was markedly impaired. Zhang Ziyu merely shook his head, signaling Lin Yu to refrain from further inquiries. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall retire," Zhang Ziyu stated coldly. Observing Zhang Ziyu's clear intent to dismiss him, Lin Yu felt it inappropriate to press on and thus nodded, turning to leave. Before departing, he cast a glance inside the room and noted the chaotic disarray, evidence of a recent tumult. Once Lin Yu had distanced himself, Zhang Ziyu, with a pained expression, closed the door behind him. Lin Yu, upon witnessing Zhang Ziyu closing the door, immediately turned around and made his way directly to the residence opposite Zhang Ziyu's. After knocking, the door was opened by a woman in her 50s, who seemed to possess the wisdom of experience. Lin Yu wore a beaming smile as he inquired, "Madam, I would like to know what has transpired with the family residing across from you." The elderly woman regarded Lin Yu with a look of suspicion, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Lin Yu hurriedly explained, "I mean no harm. I am merely his friend. However, he is unwilling to disclose what transpired, leaving me at a loss to assist." Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, the elderly woman seemed to comprehend and then spoke up. "Such a tragedy. The child is so industrious and capable, yet he is ensnared by the misdeeds of his father." The elderly woman lamented, her expression reflecting a deep sense of injustice. It appears that his father has mortgaged their home. Last night, creditors came demanding payment, and the child could hardly muster such a sum. Those individuals seem to have resorted to violence. I have only heard rumors. Yet the entire neighborhood is aware of his father's gambling debts. He is nothing more than a hopeless gambler. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yuyi once again found himself standing outside Zhang Ziyu's door. This time, however, he did not approach the situation with courtesy. Instead, he pounded on the door with great force. "Zhang Ziyu, come out." Moments later, Zhang Ziyu opened the door once more, looking at Lin Yuyi with confusion. "Are we no longer friends? If I hadn't asked your neighbor, you wouldn't have intended to inform me at all, would you?" Lin Yuyi unleashed a torrent of words upon Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Ziyu lowered his head in despair. "So you already know. I just didn't want to trouble you." After pondering for a moment, he decided there was no point in further concealing the truth and recounted the events to Lin Yuyi. It turned out to be quite similar to what the old lady had mentioned. His father had mortgaged their house to procure funds for gambling. Having gone into hiding, Zhang Ziyu's father left the creditors to come directly to Zhang Ziyu's home. With no means to raise such a substantial amount, 500,000, Zhang Ziyu was brutally beaten. Their home was left in ruins, and before departing, the assailants had threatened Zhang Ziyu to gather the money quickly, or else prepare for a coffin. As he listened to Ziyu's account, a flicker of anger ignited in Lin Yuyi's eyes. Once Zhang Ziyu had finished recounting the ordeal, Lin Yuyi formulated a plan in his mind. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. However, having harmed my brother means this matter cannot simply be settled. Reflecting on the funds he had available, Lin Yuyi promptly pulled out his bank card and handed it to Zhang Ziyu. Receiving the card, Zhang Ziyu stared at Lin Yuyi, bewildered. "What does this mean? Isn't it your father who owes money? You should pay them back first." Lin Yuyi replied, "Just take it." Zhang Ziyu quickly tossed the bank card back into Lin Yuyi's hands. "No, I don't know where you got this money, but I absolutely refuse to accept a single penny from you. I refuse to believe they can truly kill me. I already sent my mother to my aunt's this morning. I will stay here and wait for them," Zhang Ziyu declared with unwavering determination. Lin Yuyi once again handed the card to Zhang Ziyu, stating, "You must remember, this is a loan, not a gift, and it must be returned. I am merely providing you with immediate assistance. So why are you so flustered? If you refuse to accept it, it would mean you no longer acknowledge me as a friend." Chapter 45. Fractured Bones. Ultimately, Zhang Ziyu gratefully accepted the bank card. After securing the card, he expressed his desire to kneel before Lin Yuyi, who quickly intervened, chiding him once again. Observing Zhang Ziyu's somewhat limping leg, Lin Yuyi offered to help him sit down and inquired, "Do you want me to take a look at your leg?" Zhang Ziyu, taken aback, responded, "Are you joking? Since when did you acquire medical skills?" Lin Yuyi smiled gently, "There are countless things you remain unaware of. Can you place your trust in me?" Lin Yuyi ceased his speech and directly activated his X-ray vision, directing his gaze towards Zhang Ziyu's leg. Upon observing the small bone of Zhang Ziyu's calf, Lin Yuyi furrowed his brows. He noticed a minute fissure gracing the bone. While it posed no immediate threat, the passage of time would only exacerbate the condition. Fortunately, Lin Yuyi had detected it in time. Otherwise, there loomed the potential risk of amputation in the future. Noticing Lin Yuyi's expression, Zhang Ziyu anxiously inquired, "Lin Yuyi, what is it? Is it serious? You can speak candidly with me." Lin Yuyi pretended to press on Zhang Ziyu's calf and remarked, "It's nothing serious. Merely a minor setback has caused some temporary numbness in your calf bone." As he spoke, Lin Yuyi retrieved the Lingji needle from his possession and continued, "Allow me to administer a few needles to invigorate the circulation. This will expedite your recovery." After receiving a nod of consent from Zhang Ziyu, Lin Yuyi swiftly extracted 3 needles and proceeded to insert them into Zhang Ziyu's leg. Lin Yuyi harnessed his spiritual energy, gradually channeling it into the Lingji needle. It must be said that having this needle has made things remarkably easier. As Lin Yuyi inserted the silver needle, Zhang Ziyu felt a subtle chill emanating from his calf. Moments later, the spiritual energy began to adhere to the fissure in Zhang Ziyu's leg bone, slowly mending it. When the fine crack in the bone was finally repaired, the initial coolness transformed into a searing warmth. Following this sensation, Zhang Ziyu realized that the pain in his calf had entirely vanished. Lin Yu, how come I was unaware of your exceptional medical skills? Well done, my friend. Zhang Ziyu praised. Lin Yu did not respond verbally. Instead, he rose and declared, I will go buy you some medicine now. It will expedite your recovery. With that, Lin Yu promptly exited Zhang Ziyu's home, leaving no opportunity for Zhang Ziyu to decline. Lin Yu sought out a nearby traditional Chinese medicine shop and promptly requested several herbal ingredients. Sanqi, gusuabu, duzhong, and natural copper. The medicinal herbs mentioned by Lin Yu are all excellent remedies that promote the healing and restoration of bones. After making the payment, Lin Yu carried the herbs and made his way to Zhang Ziyu's residence. Upon arriving once more at the doorstep of Zhang Ziyu's home, Lin Yu discovered a crowd gathered at the entrance. Lin Yu regarded these individuals with suspicion and hastily approached. Upon reaching the entrance, he peered inside and caught sight of Zhang Ziyu being held by the collar by a man of diminutive stature, who was reprimanding him. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the small-eyed man struck Zhang Ziyu across the face. Lin Yu frowned and proceeded towards the house. Who is this scoundrel? Get out of here at once. Can't you see we are busy? A man stationed at the door blocked Lin Yu's path and reprimanded him. Lin Yu cast a commanding gaze at the man before him and proclaimed with an irresistible authority, Step aside. The man obstructing Lin Yu merely snorted in disdain, utterly disregarding Lin Yu's presence. Are you seeking death? He retorted, preparing to strike. In an instant, Lin Yu unleashed a powerful punch, rendering the man unconscious on the ground. Witnessing their comrade's defeat, the group of debt collectors immediately encircled Lin Yu. Zhang Ziyu, hearing the commotion from outside, turned and, upon recognizing Lin Yu, urgently called out, Lin Yu, hurry and call the police. I've repaid the money, yet he is now demanding interest. Upon hearing Zhang Ziyu's words, Lin Yu's fury intensified, his demeanor growing cold as he fixed his steely gaze upon the surrounding individuals. Just as the debt collectors were about to strike, a voice from within the room pierced through the tension. Do not act recklessly. Allow him to enter. At the command of the bespectacled man, those encircling Lin Yu hesitated not a moment, promptly parting to grant him passage. Lin Yu strode directly into the room and approached the man with small eyes. The man spoke, Kid, how dare you touch my people? I admit you possess a certain courage, but it is best for everyone to maintain harmony. I presume you two are quite familiar with each other. If you assist him in repaying the debt, we can consider it a budding friendship, and I shall overlook your assault on my subordinate today. Zhang Ziyu quickly shook his head and exclaimed, Lin Yu, don't give in. The card you provided me has already been taken by him. Now he demands that I repay 700,000. 700,000? Lin Yu inquired. The man with small eyes continued, Indeed, 700,000. We require funding for our manpower and resources. The expenses for dining and smoking during our outings are all consuming our funds. Is it unreasonable for me to ask for a bit more? Lin Yu nodded. It's not excessive. I still have over 800,000 in my card. If you need 700,000, that should suffice. Once your debt is settled, what about my friend? Before Lin Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by the man with small eyes. I have changed my mind. I now want 1 million. This card holds 800,000. So I am still short by 200,000. Lin Yu suddenly smiled. Initially, he intended to settle accounts with Zhang Ziyu, but unexpectedly, he found himself caught in this ploy. Well then, let us calculate both matters simultaneously. It is the perfect opportunity to test the newly acquired technique. Lin Yu gazed at the man with small eyes and spoke slowly. My money is not easily obtained. Do you believe that if you take it, you will bleed from all 7 orifices and succumb to heart and lung failure? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the man with small eyes erupted into laughter. He pointed at his own head and said, Do you have a problem up there? So, I'll deduct 10,000 from you and suggest you seek help. Lin Yu paid no heed. He merely raised his hand and traced an arc in the air, murmuring a phrase before falling silent. Observing Lin Yu's theatrical gestures, the small-eyed man could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter, rolling on the ground in mirth. However, as the laughter continued, his expression morphed into one of agony. The subordinates outside, witnessing the small-eyed man writhing on the floor in distress, rushed in to investigate. Quick, take me to the hospital. I must have eaten something bad this morning. The small-eyed man gasped through his pain. His companions hurried to assist him, lifting him up and escorting him outside. Upon hearing the small-eyed man's plea for more money, Zhang Ziyu felt a chill settle in his heart, standing frozen and uncertain. Meanwhile, Lin Yu wore a barely perceptible smile. Chapter 46. Colleague gathering, will you accompany me? Once the group had departed, Lin Yu turned to the somewhat dazed Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Ziyu quickly shook his head. You've already done so much for me. These people are merely leeches. They will never be satisfied. I must report this. Observing Lin Yu's confident demeanor, Zhang Ziyu nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Yu informed Zhang Ziyu about the preparation method for the herbal medicine he had procured before bidding farewell. As he stepped outside, Lin Yu's phone rang. He retrieved it to find a call from Li Fuqiang. Upon answering, he heard Li Fuqiang's voice on the other end. Lin Yu, I heard from my secretary that you were looking for me this morning. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before slowly expressing his gratitude, saying, I just want to thank you for all the effort you put in during my recent predicament. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Fuqiang seized the opportunity to respond, saying, Lin Yu, that is rather ungrateful of you. Gratitude cannot merely be spoken. You must at least treat me to a meal. If there is no better time than the present, let us dine today, for I have yet to have my meal. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Having yet to eat himself, it would be impolite to decline such an invitation. Thus he acquiesced. All right, just tell me your location, and I shall come to fetch you now, Li Fuqiang said over the phone. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before revealing his location, as he was uncertain about where to dine and thought it better to let Li Fuqiang make the choice. After a brief while, Li Fuqiang arrived to pick up Lin Yu and headed straight to a charming agritourism establishment. Upon entering, it was evident that Li Fuqiang was a regular patron. After exchanging pleasantries with the lovely proprietress, he bypassed the menu entirely and proceeded directly to the sole private room. Once seated, Li Fuqiang poured tea for Lin Yu and remarked, Lin Yu, as a sales department supervisor, it is quite unbecoming of you not to possess a vehicle. Here's what we shall do. You can pick up a car from across the company, treating it as a company allocation. As for the price, you can manage that yourself. Just ensure it is something you like. Lin Yu, this time, did not hold back. He nodded directly. He understood that Li Fuqiang merely wished to forge a closer bond with him. However, ever since Li Fuqiang had gone to great lengths to rescue him last time, Lin Yu had resolved to be tied to Li Fuqiang. It was best to accept the favors given, for in the event that Li Fuqiang encountered difficulties, it would be awkward for him to ask for assistance. Observing the beaming smile on Li Fuqiang's face, Lin Yu slightly furrowed his brow and then spoke. Mr. Li, there is something I am uncertain whether I should say. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Fuqiang quickly replied, What do you mean uncertain? Do not be polite. Just speak your mind. Lin Yu continued, It is advisable for you to be cautious of those around you. Based on your features, it seems you may be attracting some negativity. Gradually, Lin Yu articulated his thoughts. Li Fuqiang's current facial expression indicated a troubling sign, with his nose appearing dull, suggesting a recent downturn in financial fortune, compounded by the presence of ill-intentioned individuals. As a businessman, Lin Yu felt compelled to advise Li Fuqiang to be vigilant regarding those in his vicinity. This revelation left Li Fuqiang momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he finally responded, Lin Yu, are you jesting? This is hardly a humorous joke. With that, Li Fuqiang erupted into hearty laughter. Lin Yu remarked earnestly, Mr. Li, in any case, please take heed. I am not jesting with you. Li Fuqiang pondered for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Lin Yu observed Li Fuqiang's expression, uncertain whether he had genuinely absorbed the words or was merely feigning understanding. Hesitant to press the matter further, he chose to let it rest. Once the meal was served, the two engaged in conversation while dining. Just as they began discussing Lin Yu's appointment as the head of the sales department, Li Fuqiang's phone rang. After stepping outside to take the call, he returned to the private room and, with a look of sincere apology, addressed Lin Yu. Lin Yu hastily waved his hand, urging, Mr. Li, please attend to your business. The company matters are of utmost importance. I can take a car later. After exchanging a few polite words, Li Fuqiang tossed down the keys and departed without further delay. Lin Yuyi stepped out of the farmhouse and received a call from Su Qingxue. Lin Yu, could you come to the hospital to pick me up? There's a gathering with my colleagues tonight, and I find it difficult to decline. Would you be able to accompany me? Lin Yu glanced at his slightly bulging belly and ultimately nodded in agreement. Considering the late hour, he worried about what might happen during the gathering, so he drove Li Fuqiang's car towards the hospital. As he approached the hospital, heavy traffic during rush hour caused a significant delay. Concerned that Su Qingxue would be waiting too long, Lin Yu found a suitable spot to park the car and got out to walk over. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he noticed a considerable crowd gathered outside. Seeing Lin Yu's arrival, Su Qingxue hurriedly ran up to him, eager to introduce him to several individuals. However, one man, impeccably dressed in a suit, impatiently interjected, "Let's hurry up. We've already wasted too much time waiting for him. We can introduce ourselves later." With that, he climbed into the car, revving the engine. 9 people piled into 2 vehicles, leaving only Su Qingxue and Lin Yu without a seat, and there was but one spot remaining. The impatient man, with a mocking expression, taunted, "Qingxue, doesn't your boyfriend have a car? Why don't you just get in?" Su Qingxue quickly shook her head. "No, it's fine. Chun Shan, you all go ahead. My boyfriend and I will take a taxi." Upon hearing Su Qingxue affectionately refer to Lin Yu as her boyfriend, the man named Chun Shan's displeasure visibly intensified. All right. Qingxue, make sure to come quickly," he replied before shutting the car door. Once the door was closed, Lin Yu caught a faint murmur from within the car. With no car, I can't fathom why Su Qingxue would choose him. As the 2 vehicles slowly pulled away, Su Qingxue, having overheard the comment after the door closed, lifted her gaze to Lin Yu. Lin Yu shook his head and took Su Qingxue's hand, saying, "I still do not know you well." Initially, this was merely to foster better relations among colleagues. Now, if you do not attend, what will they think? After speaking, he directly walked towards the parking area. Once he settled into Li Fuqiang's Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Yu drove in the direction indicated by Su Qingxue. Chapter 47. The Salesman. Upon arriving at their destination, Lin Yu casually parked the car. Having already reserved a private room, Su Qingxue led Lin Yu inside. As they entered, the previously lively atmosphere of the room fell into an immediate hush. Observing the awkward ambience, Chun Shan slowly spoke up, "Come on, Qingxue. Weren't you supposed to introduce us? Please go ahead." Without hesitation, Su Qingxue took Lin Yu's hand and declared, "This is my boyfriend, Lin Yu." Just as she finished speaking, Chun Shan interjected, "I wonder where your boyfriend holds a position of distinction." Lin Yu observed the expressions of those present and could not help but find it amusing that the proceedings had begun so abruptly upon his arrival. Su Qingxue felt a moment of awkwardness. She was aware that Lin Yu was currently employed at Fuqiang Jewelry Group, yet she remained oblivious to the specifics of his position. A wave of guilt washed over her. After all, he was her boyfriend, and she was unaware of what he did for a living. Lin Yu gently squeezed Su Qingxue's hand to reassure her before speaking. "I work at Fuqiang Jewelry Group." Upon hearing this, one of Su Qingxue's female colleagues gasped in astonishment. That company was a premier enterprise in Jiangcheng, even ranking among the top 500 in China. Who would have thought that her boyfriend was so young and accomplished? "May I inquire what position Mr. Lin holds?" Lin Yu did not conceal his position, stating, "I work in the sales department." At this, Chun Shan let out a laugh, then waved his hand dismissively towards Lin Yu, his expression betraying embarrassment as he said, "I'm not laughing at you, Lin. I just choked on my drink. Please don't take offense." However, despite his words, a look of disdain had already settled across his face. A person without even a car. What could he possibly be doing in the sales department? Surely, he couldn't be anything other than an entry-level salesperson, not to mention a department head. The group had already cast Lin Yu in the role of a mere salesperson, each with their own ulterior motives. Even the individual who had previously expressed surprise and intended to cultivate a friendship with Lin Yu had turned to disdain, unwilling to utter another word. In the eyes of the women, there was a hint of mockery, deriding Su Qingxue for being so beautiful yet choosing such an ineffectual boyfriend. The men's gazes were filled with jealousy and contempt, envying Lin Yu for having won Su Qingxue's affection despite being merely a salesperson. Some even harbored thoughts of usurping Su Qingxue as their girlfriend. After all, they were all postgraduate graduates, and working at the Jiangqing affiliated hospital was considered a high-paying profession. Surely, it was more respectable than that of a lowly salesperson. Then, they turned to Lin Yu and said, "Lin, why don't you go grab a chair for yourself? The seats were reserved earlier, and you arrived late, so you must have been overlooked." Su Qingxue glanced at the dining table, where only one chair remained, yet 3 spots were conspicuously vacant, her brow furrowing slightly. The private room had been booked large enough to accommodate 11 or 12 people, specifically to avoid such a situation. It was evident that they had removed the chairs. Just as Su Qingxue was about to confront them directly, Lin Yu gently pressed her hand down. Lin Yu discerned the subtle shift in Su Qingxue's demeanor, aware that her temper would likely prompt a retort, and he hastily interjected, "Qingxue, please go and dine with your colleagues. I'll simply fetch another chair. I've already eaten, and I came here solely to keep you company." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Qingxue refrained from speaking. Chen Shan, surprised, noted the remarkable restraint exhibited by Lin Yu, recognizing that such composure was typical of those accustomed to the rigors of grassroots sales. The more Lin Yu endured, the more Chen Shan relished the unfolding scene, eager to witness the limits of his patience. Su Qingxue contemplated departing. She wished to shield Lin Yu from the caustic remarks of her colleagues. Ultimately, she reasoned that silence would suffice, yet Lin Yu insisted she remain seated. Observing Lin Yu's nonchalance, Su Qingxue stifled her inner fury, knowing that any hint of discontent from him would provoke her immediate ire. After successfully persuading Su Qingxue to stay, Lin Yu exited the private room to retrieve a chair. To his astonishment, he encountered an old acquaintance, Li Ziqing, who was dining with a young man. Dreading another unpleasant encounter with Li Ziqing, Lin Yu hurried back to the room. Upon his return, he found them engaged in lively conversation, while Su Qingxue merely consumed her food, nodding in response to their inquiries, evidently disinterested in further conversation. Having sensed Lin Yu's waning enthusiasm for the exchange, Lin Yu did not join the others. Instead, he took a chair and settled in the corner, retrieving his phone. Upon unlocking it, Lin Yu entered a game he hadn't played in many years, Honor of Kings. During his college days, like many young men, he harbored a dream of becoming a professional gamer. However, after graduation, the weight of reality suffocated him, compelling him to set aside that modest aspiration in favor of confronting the demands of life. Thus, Lin Yu found himself rather inconspicuously engrossed in the game in his corner, completely disregarding those around him. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue's colleagues seamlessly overlooked Lin Yu's presence. Given Su Qingxue's reticence, the meal progressed swiftly, and after only 2 rounds of gaming, Lin Yu noticed that everyone was rising from their seats. Lin Yu glanced at the others and inquired, "Have you all finished your meal?" "Yes, we have." "What's the matter? Are you hungry?" Chen Shan replied, "If you're feeling hungry, feel free to help yourself. There's still plenty left." Before Lin Yu could utter a word, Su Qingxue's anger flared. "What do you mean, Chen Shan? Do you think you're being humorous?" With that, Su Qingxue strode forward and slapped Chen Shan across the face. The resounding crack left everyone present in a state of shock. Chen Shan had merely intended to tease Lin Yu, completely unprepared for such an intense reaction from Su Qingxue. He slowly replied, "I apologize, Lin brother. This slap from Qingxue has jolted me awake. I may have indulged a bit too much. I truly am sorry." Lin Yu gazed into Chen Shan's eyes, which brimmed with malice, and a faint smile crept across his lips. It's all right. If you remain oblivious, allow me to assist you." Lin Yu had originally intended to take action, but to his astonishment, Su Qingxue was swifter than he. He decided to let it be. Su Qingxue no longer paid any attention to the others and directly grasped Lin Yu's hand, leading him outside. She had reached her limit. Had it not been for Lin Yu's engrossing gameplay, she would have departed long ago. Previously, they had been covertly mocking Lin Yu's professional status, but fortunately, he was so focused on his game that he remained oblivious to their jibes. However, now that they had the audacity to voice their disdain, Su Qingxue certainly would not indulge them any longer. Observing Su Qingxue and Lin Yu exit the private room, the others followed suit, hoping to clarify their stance with her. After all, they would inevitably encounter one another as colleagues in the near future. Upon reaching the corridor outside the room, they were met with a throng of people densely packed, creating an impenetrable barrier. Chapter 48. What an impressive special guest. At this moment, Lin Yuyi and Su Qingxue found themselves amidst the throng of people. In the center of the crowd lay a delivery worker, seemingly in his 40s. Lin Yuyi glanced over and noticed the man's pallid complexion, sunken eyes, and cyanotic lips. According to the records of tradition, these symptoms indicated insufficient cardiac output due to myocardial infarction and heart failure, leading to peripheral circulatory ischemia. It was imperative to expedite the reestablishment of blood flow. Just as Lin Yuyi crouched down to examine the delivery worker for any additional injuries, he saw Chen Shan, a colleague of Su Qingxue, forcefully pushing his way through the onlookers. Make way, make way. I am a doctor. Let me see, Chen Shan asserted as he approached Lin Yuyi, exclaiming, step aside. Can you even help? You're just in the way. With that, he shoved Lin Yuyi aside. However, it was not Chen Shan who moved Lin Yuyi. Rather, Lin Yuyi slowly rose to his feet on his own. Observing Chen Shan's assistance, Lin Yuyi chose not to contest the matter, as he had no desire to move anyway. Upon rising, Lin Yuyi was astonished to observe Chen Shan commencing cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the patient. Lin Yuyi urgently exclaimed, "This individual is experiencing a myocardial infarction. It would be prudent to refrain from further compressions of the heart and lungs. Continuing such actions will only hasten the decline of cardiac function." Chen Shan ceased his movements, slowly turning to face Lin Yuyi. "Are you truly underestimating your own position? Do you have any notion of who I am? I am an invited expert from the affiliated hospital, and you dare to question my expertise?" Upon Chen Shan's words, the others also pressed closer, directing their gazes toward Lin Yuyi. What right does a mere subpar salesman have to criticize? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own shortcomings. The group began to converge on Lin Yuyi. Su Qingxue, incensed, stepped forward to shield Lin Yuyi. Observing Su Qingxue's instinct to defend him, Lin Yuyi quickly grasped her arm, wishing to prevent any further discord between her and his colleagues. Lin Yuyi whispered into Su Qingxue's ear, "I will handle this myself." Su Qingxue turned to gaze at Lin Yuyi, who nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, she heavily nodded in agreement and retreated behind him. Observing the subtle exchange between the two, the hospital staff harbored growing dissatisfaction towards Lin Yuyi. "Are you so confident in your medical skills?" Lin Yuyi spoke slowly. Chen Shan, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, "What exactly do you wish to convey? If the treatment of the patient is delayed, will you bear the responsibility? I have already given you face for Qingxue's sake. But if you hinder my efforts to save a patient now, then no one will have the upper hand." Lin Yuyi shook his head in resignation. "I have stated my position. Are you truly so confident in your medical expertise? As a specially invited expert at this hospital, how can you fail to discern the patient's ailment? If I cannot see it, do you believe you can? Shall I take my leave then? You take over," Chen Shan declared straightforwardly. Lin Yuyi nodded, having indeed contemplated this course of action. Initially reluctant to intervene, he was taken aback by the sheer ignorance of this so-called invited expert. "I fear you might inadvertently cause the patient's demise." With that, Lin Yuyi swiftly retrieved his silver needles and crouched before the patient. "Ha! If anyone is to blame for the patient's potential fate, it would be you," Chen Shan retorted coldly. "This is merely a straightforward case of hypoglycemia. Your use of silver needles suggests a vendetta. One would think you are seeking retribution. Hypoglycemia?" Lin Yuyi turned to Chen Shan, bewildered. Chen Shan, with an air of certainty, replied, "What else could it be? The pallor of the face and the bluish tinge of the lips are simply symptoms of a common hypoglycemic episode." The onlookers, engrossed by Chen Shan's confident assertions, began to nod in agreement, collectively rebuking Lin Yuyi for his apparent lack of understanding. Lin Yuyi shook his head, realizing that the affiliated hospital was indeed in dire straits. If someone like you can be appointed as a special expert, it seems necessary to have a serious conversation with Elder Zhang. After Lin Yuyi finished speaking, he disregarded everything else and took immediate action. He swiftly administered 3 acupuncture needles to the Neiguan, Yongquan, and Danzhong points. As the third needle pierced the acupoint, the man who had collapsed on the ground began to cough violently, showing signs of awakening. Lin Yu, having perceived through his vision that the previously obstructed blood vessels of the man on the ground were now unblocked, withdrew the silver needle. Chen Shan, observing the signs of revival in the man below, was utterly astonished. How could this be possible? It was inconceivable that a mere needle could rouse someone from a state of hypoglycemia without any administered medication. Lin Yu slowly rose to his feet and addressed Chen Shan, saying, "You still have much to learn." Chen Shan spat disdainfully on the ground, retorting, "It was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. What's there to be proud of?" Observing Chen Shan's persistent arrogance, Lin Yu continued, "Do you still doubt me? Do you truly believe that being a special expert at the affiliated hospital elevates your status? Just one phone call from me could have you expelled from this institution." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, not only Chen Shan but the majority of those present erupted in laughter. "Look, we have a pretentious braggart here. If he claimed to have blown up the Pentagon today, I would believe him," remarked a colleague of Su Qingxue. This statement instantly provoked an uproar of laughter from everyone in attendance. Lin Yu fell silent, instead pulling out his phone to dial Zhang Wenzhong. Watching Lin Yu hang up, Chen Shan's laughter grew more derisive. "Why am I still here? You want me to leave? Useless salesperson." Just as he finished his mockery, Chen Shan's phone rang. "Wow, did your call have an effect? Should I put it on speaker?" "But it seems to be my brother-in-law's," Chen Shan said, answering the call and promptly activating the speakerphone. A furious voice erupted from the other end. "Chen Shan, what on earth are you doing? Who have you offended? The dean just called me. You don't need to come in tomorrow. Hurry and apologize, or even the heavens won't save you." After delivering this stern warning, the caller abruptly hung up. Chen Shan was left in shock, and those around him were equally stunned by the outburst. Is it really possible that one phone call could lead to this esteemed expert's downfall? Chen Shan glanced at Lin Yu, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He had never seen his brother-in-law so enraged. Something significant must have transpired to provoke such anger. Just who was Lin Yu? As Chen Shan contemplated apologizing, a server at the restaurant entrance called out, "Could the owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom with the license plate Jiang A58 please move their vehicle? It's blocking an ambulance." Lin Yu slowly raised his hand and turned to say, "We'll be right out." Chapter 49. Losing oneself amidst the calls of Big Brother, Lin Yu grasped Su Qingshue's hand and began to exit. The group that had previously mocked him now felt a deep sense of shame. A Rolls-Royce Phantom? One phone call had caused Chen Shan to pack up and leave. What kind of boyfriend had Su Qingxue found? 5'8". Just one license plate could buy us several cars. We had the audacity to ridicule him for not having one. They realized the gravity of their misjudgment. We must apologize immediately. He simply didn't want to stoop to our level, and we mistook his generosity for weakness. Chen Shan, seeing Lin Yu and Su Qingxue slip away from the crowd, came to his senses and hurried after them. "I must apologize. I cannot afford to lose this job. This position was secured only after a dispute between my sister and brother-in-law, who felt pressured to give me a backdoor opportunity. If I lose it now, I may never get such a chance again." Pushing through the crowd, disregarding the jeers from onlookers, Chen Shan burst out the door and finally caught up with Lin Yu. As Lin Yu opened the door to the aforementioned Rolls-Royce Phantom, Chen Shan rushed forward and knelt down. "Brother Lin, no, Lin Gu, I was wrong. Please forgive me," he pleaded, striking his own face as he spoke. "Lin Gu, you're magnanimous. I spoke out of turn, unaware of your true identity. Please don't hold it against someone as petty as me." Lin Yu turned his head to look at Chen Shan and spoke. "I had no intention of confronting you. It is you who hastens towards your own demise. Had I truly engaged with you, you would be preparing to enjoy tea inside by now." A quack of a physician, mistaking acute myocardial infarction for hypoglycemia. "Had I not intervened and prevented you from applying further pressure, the patient might have already been beyond saving. My decision not to pursue this matter is the utmost leniency I can extend. A person like you is unworthy of being a doctor." With that, Lin Yu entered his vehicle, shut the door, and drove off in one fluid motion. Watching Lin Yu's car recede into the distance, Chen Shan slowly succumbed to despair. Just as he pondered his next steps, his phone rang again. Upon answering, he heard his brother-in-law's voice. "Chen Shan, has the person you offended forgiven you?" Chen Shan stammered for a moment before finally admitting, That person has already left. Upon hearing this, his brother-in-law's furious voice erupted from the other end of the line. You useless fool. You've ruined me. If I lose my job, you and your sister had better get out of my sight. With a crash, the phone slipped from Chun Shan's grasp, falling to the ground. He had not anticipated the gravity of the situation, nor its potential impact on his brother-in-law's job. What was he to do now? Lin Yu drove home, while Su Qingxue had not uttered a single word since getting into the car, lost in her own thoughts. Could it be that Lin Yu is disappointed in me? She pondered, slowly lifting her gaze to meet Lin Yu's eyes. Lin Yu also noticed the gaze cast by Su Qingxue and turned his head in confusion to look at her. What's wrong? You don't seem well. Are you feeling carsick? Should I stop so you can catch your breath? Upon hearing Lin Yu's gentle voice, Su Qingxue shook her head and lowered her gaze once more. Simultaneously, she made a resolute decision in her heart. She would elevate herself to protect Lin Yu. Even if she could not shield him, she would no longer be a burden. Observing that Su Qingxue appeared to be fine, Lin Yu chose not to pry further and dismissed any lingering thoughts. Upon returning home, Su Qingxue stood at the doorway and addressed Lin Yu, saying, Lin Yu, I will not allow anyone to bully you again. After uttering this, she stepped inside and slammed the door shut, leaving Lin Yu bewildered and pondering the meaning of her words amidst the wind. Once inside, Lin Yu immediately commenced his training, recognizing that all his current achievements stemmed from his own strength. Such is the harsh reality of society. Early in the morning, Lin Yu received a call from Zhang Ziyu, who informed him that the man with small eyes was seeking him, earnestly requesting a meeting. Lin Yu had anticipated that the man would approach him, yet he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. Lin Yu asked Zhang Ziyu to continue causing trouble for a while he first escorted Su Qingxue to the hospital for work before driving towards Zhang Ziyu's residence. Along the way while taking Su Qingxue to work, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with her. She remained unusually quiet, clutching a laptop and engrossed in something on the screen. Lin Yu arrived outside Zhang Ziyu's home and immediately noticed the small-eyed man standing at the entrance. This time, the small-eyed man was not accompanied by his usual entourage. Instead, he stood alone, waiting at the door, while Zhang Ziyu faced him, seemingly engaged in conversation. Lin Yu gradually drove his car to the entrance. After closing the door and stepping out, he noticed the pained expression on the small-eyed man. What's the matter? Are you here to settle scores with me already? Should I hurry and gather some money? Lin Yu jested, gazing at the small-eyed man. The small-eyed man appeared on the verge of tears, nearly begging on his knees as he saw Lin Yu. Brother, it's my fault for not recognizing your greatness. I implore you, have mercy and spare me. Zhang Ziyu, witnessing Lin Yu emerge from Li Fuqiang's luxury car, felt a sense of perplexity. Having worked at the company for many years, he was well aware that the car belonged to Li Fuqiang. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, yet remained perplexed by the swift transformation of the man before him. Logically, such an ailment should manifest after 3 days. It turned out that yesterday, Lin Yu had employed a newly learned incantation from his heritage against the man with the small eyes, which required a formidable reservoir of spiritual energy. However, Lin Yu's own power could only manifest the most rudimentary layer of the spell. By chance, he had encountered the small-eyed man at that opportune moment and decided to practice on him. What is wrong with me? I have done nothing at all. Lin Yu feigned surprise as he spoke. Brother, I truly made a mistake. The master I consulted yesterday informed me that if I do not locate the person I have offended, I shall inevitably suffer from heart and lung failure after 3 days, and... The small-eyed man began, but upon catching Lin Yu's piercing gaze, he quickly shut his mouth, refraining from continuing his statement. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziyu stood nearby, observing the exchange and feeling somewhat bewildered. Wasn't there a plan to cause trouble just yesterday? Why was there an apology today? Lin Yu smiled, realizing that the master you sought possesses some merit after all. Lin Yu was aware that his initial display of skills might appear somewhat awkward, yet it was certainly not something an average person could discern. He continued, however, you have not provoked me. It was your actions against my friend yesterday that have placed the decision beyond my control. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the man with small eyes immediately turned and knelt before Zhang Ziyu. Without uttering another word, he bowed his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Brother, I was truly in the wrong. I implore your forgiveness." As he spoke, he retrieved his bank card from his bag. "Brother, here is your card. I have deposited 100,000 into it. Please, I beseech you to forgive me." Zhang Ziyu was taken aback by the suddenness of the small-eyed man's actions, momentarily frozen in place. Observing Zhang Ziyu's lack of response, the small-eyed man continued to bow fervently. After a visit to the hospital yielded no discernible symptoms, he sought the counsel of a highly esteemed master that evening. The master informed him that he had been cursed by someone, and when he implored the master to lift the curse, he was told that it was beyond his abilities and that he must seek out the one who had cast it. Lin Yu's earlier remarks had already implied the culprit, almost stating outright that it was he who had placed the curse. Thus, the small-eyed man knelt and bowed before Zhang Ziyu the moment Lin Yu spoke. His rise to prominence among the four major forces in Jiangqing was attributed to his cunning and a strong desire for self-preservation. The matters of pride were of little consequence. Chapter 50. The four major forces underground. It could only be said that he was fated to endure this tribulation. Ordinarily, such trivial matters of debt collection would be delegated to his subordinates. However, yesterday, he happened to be on his way to meet the formidable leader of the southern district of Jiangqing, Fire Phoenix, and decided to seek a bit of amusement along the way, unwittingly encountering a solid barrier instead. Zhang Ziyu, witnessing the small-eyed man nearly drawing blood from his forehead with his incessant bows, finally reacted and urgently called out, "Stop bowing." Yet, the small-eyed man dared not cease, fearing that if he displeased the man further, he would remain cursed. Realizing the fear the small-eyed man harbored towards Lin Yu, Zhang Ziyu turned to Lin Yu and urged, "Lin Yu, do not let him continue. Someone could get hurt." Upon hearing Zhang Ziyu's plea, Lin Yu addressed the small-eyed man, "Cease your bowing." At Lin Yu's command, the small-eyed man finally halted, his forehead already marked with traces of blood. Lin Yu slowly spoke, "You are somewhat clever. The curse can indeed be broken, but it is still insufficient." Upon hearing that Lin Yu was reluctant to assist him in breaking the curse, the bespectacled man was taken aback. "You have shattered his tibia. Do you understand?" Lin Yu remarked, gazing at the man. The bespectacled fellow, filled with confusion, thought to himself, "That can't be true. I merely gave him 2 slaps yesterday. Is he trying to pull a fast one on me?" Lin Yu discerned the thoughts of the man with small eyes and gave a disdainful smile. He turned to Zhang Ziyu and inquired, "Ziyu, did you use the medicine I bought for you yesterday?" Yesterday, Lin Yu procured 2 types of medicine for Zhang Ziyu, one for external application and the other for internal consumption, with the intention of facilitating a swifter recovery for him. Zhang Ziyu promptly nodded, lifting his pant leg. The small-eyed man, upon noticing the herbal bandages adorning Zhang Ziyu's leg, surmised that it was indeed the work of his subordinates during their previous visit. He turned to Lin Yu and said, "Brother, it is my failure in management. I truly did not anticipate they would resort to such severity. How about this? I will compensate your friend with 1 million. I beseech you to assist me in breaking the curse. 1 million is already the total earnings of my underground faction in the East District for an entire year." Lin Yu did not anticipate that the bespectacled man would open his mouth and demand a sum of 1 million. Observing the man's humble bow, his anger dissipated, and he merely wished to negotiate for a greater compensation for Zhang Ziyu. To his astonishment, he had unwittingly stumbled upon a significant catch, unearthing an underground force in the process. Lin Yu nodded, "All right, when can you provide it? Moreover, what do you mean by the underground forces in the Eastern District?" At this moment, the bespectacled man was taken aback and asked incredulously, "Brother, aren't you one of the underground forces?" He had assumed that Lin Yu was also affiliated with these clandestine groups. In Jiangqing, which is neither too large nor too small, the territory is simply divided into 4 regions. The Eastern District is ruled by the Mouse Hunter, a nickname derived from his small eyes and keen intellect. The Southern District is dominated by a woman known as the Fire Phoenix, while the Northern District is led by the Mad Dragon and the Western District by the Black Tiger, together forming the 4 major underground forces of Jiangqing. Although these 4 factions publicly monopolize the underground realm, they alone are aware of several other lurking factions that remain hidden yet restless. Consequently, after being informed by the master last night, He mistakenly regarded Lin Yu as a member of one such obscure faction, only to discover that he was not. Since he wasn't, it became imperative to win him over. Even if he could not be enlisted, offending him would be unwise. The mouse hunter silently vowed, disregarding the earlier humiliation of bowing. His ascent to this position was solely due to his intellect, as he treaded carefully step by step. Otherwise, with his influence in the Eastern District, he would never have risen to become one of the four major forces. After elaborating on the intricacies of the four major factions in Jiangcheng, he added, "Brother, I will have my subordinate gather the 1 million immediately. It won't take long before it is delivered." Lin Yu pondered for a moment before beckoning the rat hunter with a subtle gesture, urging him to approach. As the rat hunter, perplexed, drew nearer, Lin Yu delivered a sharp slap to his chest. The force of the strike elicited a muffled groan from the rat hunter, nearly causing him to spit blood. Lin Yu clapped his hands and spoke. "All right, the curse has been lifted. If you still have concerns, you may seek your master for reassurance." The rat hunter clutched his chest, his expression one of agony, and reluctantly said, "Thank you, brother. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace." After uttering these words, he limped away, still holding his chest. Once the rat hunter had distanced himself, Zhang Ziyu turned to Lin Yu and remarked, "Lin Yu, I have noticed a change in you since our separation." Lin Yu smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, I am still the same Lin Yu who used to run sales alongside you. Now that the matter has been resolved, make sure to take your medication on time. I must take my leave now." With that, Lin Yu turned to depart. Zhang Ziyu, noticing Lin Yu's intention to leave, hurriedly handed him the bank card previously lent to him. "This is what you borrowed from me. Since everything is fine now, please take it back swiftly." Lin Yu took the card and remarked he should return this evening. "If he does not arrive, please give me a call." Zhang Ziyu nodded. Observing Lin Yu as he departed in Li Fuqiang's Rolls-Royce Phantom, a faint smile gracing his lips. Witnessing Lin Yu's current success genuinely filled him with joy. Being recognized by the company's esteemed owner and having the privilege to drive such an exquisite car brought him heartfelt delight for his friend. Lin Yu drove directly to the company, having borrowed Li Fuqiang's car for nearly a day. It was time to return it. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Yu proceeded to Li Fuqiang's office, only to discover that Li was still absent. Ultimately, he left the key with Li's secretary and descended the stairs. Once outside, Lin Yu made his way directly to the forest dealership across the street, relishing the notion that driving was infinitely more enjoyable than walking. He intended to follow Li Fuqiang's suggestion and select a vehicle from this establishment. Entering the dealership, Lin Yu was met by a sales representative who appraised him briefly before dismissing him entirely. Given Lin Yu's attire, which evidently did not reflect a consumer's purchasing power, he was swiftly overlooked, and the salesperson continued to seek their next prospective client. Lin Yu curled his lips in disdain, choosing to disregard the surroundings. Having witnessed too much, he had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. He immersed himself in his own thoughts. As Lin Yu's gaze fell upon a sleek black Range Rover SV autobiography, he found himself momentarily immobilized. The commanding exterior captivated him, and as he rested his hand on the window, peering inside, he was enchanted by the understated opulence of the interior. A single word sprang to mind. Magnificent. Simply magnificent. Lin Yu turned and inquired, "How much is this car?" Despite his admiration, he was well aware that he would not purchase it, as it was ultimately impractical. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to inquire about the price. However, no one responded. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly and asked again, "How much is this car?" A sales associate then remarked, "Even if I tell you, you still wouldn't be able to afford it. Why bother asking?" Chapter 51. Can't I afford a car? How do you know I can't afford it? Lin Yu retorted, his expression icy as he fixed his gaze on the salesperson. The salesperson scoffed and replied, "It's evident that you cannot afford it. Just look at yourself. Do you think your entire outfit is worth even 100? He continued, "Please refrain from touching it. If you get it dirty, how am I supposed to sell it?" Lin Yu was taken aback by the audacity of the salesperson's words. "Is this the attitude you possess as a salesperson? What's wrong with being in sales? Do I need you to instruct me on how to perform my duties? Are you even capable of affording a car? Leave immediately." The salesperson retorted impatiently. Just then, Li Fuqiang entered the room and, upon spotting Lin Yu, exclaimed, "Lin Yu, there you are." As Li Fuqiang approached Lin Yu, he sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere and promptly inquired about the situation. Meanwhile, the previously cocky salesperson's expression shifted to one of delight upon recognizing Li Fuqiang, aware that he was a partner of the 4S dealership, responsible for numerous car purchases each year. However, upon realizing that Li Fuqiang had come to speak with the very customer he had mocked, panic set in. This can't be happening. The friend of our biggest client just walked in? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu slowly remarked, "They say I cannot afford a car." Upon hearing this, Li Fuqiang was instantly incensed. Initially, he had felt elated upon hearing from his secretary that Lin Yu was coming, indicating that Lin Yu had accepted his goodwill. Already overwhelmed with pressing matters, he had sought Lin Yu's counsel, yet now found himself embroiled in such a predicament. Li Fuqiang bellowed towards the second floor, "Dong, come down here." The sales representative hurriedly approached, lowering his voice. "Mr. Li, I apologize. I was unaware that this gentleman is your friend." Before he could finish, Li Fuqiang interrupted him. "Who do you think you are to speak to me? Can I afford a car? If I can, summon your boss." "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, but our boss is not in the store," the sales representative replied, lowering his stance and repeatedly apologizing. Meanwhile, the other sales staff stood at a distance, silent and fearful of attracting Li Fuqiang's ire. They never anticipated that someone dressed so casually could be a friend of their company's most significant client. Upon hearing that the boss was absent, Li Fuqiang retorted, "You have 5 minutes. Call your boss and bring him here. After 5 minutes, any consequences will be yours to bear." The sales representative promptly pulled out his phone to call their superior. Their store's annual sales were significantly reliant on Li Fuqiang's patronage, accounting for more than half of their revenue. They rarely ventured out for sales promotions, and year-end bonuses were primarily due to the volume of purchases from Li Fuqiang's company. If this situation were to be mishandled, not only could he lose his job, but he might also incur debt. After 2 calls, a languid voice answered on the other end. "Who is it? What do you want?" The sales representative quickly responded, "Boss, Mr. Li demands your presence at the company within 5 minutes, or you will be held responsible for the consequences." Initially groggy from a late night, Dong, the boss, was jolted awake. How could he possibly offend such a lucrative client? Without a moment to spare, he dashed out the door, neglecting even to wash his face, and drove to the company. After hanging up, the sales representative hastily prepared 2 cups of tea and presented them to Li Fuqiang and Lin Yu. "Mr. Li, sir, please have a seat and enjoy some tea. Our boss will be here shortly." Li Fuqiang paid no mind and continued conversing with Lin Yu. The previous day, Li Fuqiang had arrived at the company only to discover that a batch of jade roughstones had encountered issues, and the responsible party was absent. This individual had been his colleague for over a decade, so he had entrusted him with the task of procuring the stones. Now, with the person missing and the stones being of inferior quality, Li Fuqiang was in a state of distress, fearing a shortage of high-quality jewelry supplies. He recalled Lin Yu's warnings from the previous day, which had indeed manifested. Beware of treachery, those close to you, and financial losses. Consequently, he hurried to seek Lin Yu's assistance. After listening to Li Fuqiang's troubles, Lin Yu bowed his head in thought. Just as he was about to speak, a disheveled figure, plump and unkempt, rushed over. Li Fuqiang recognized him as Dong Yaoqiang, the owner of the 4S dealership. Observing Dong's untidy appearance, with remnants of sleep still evident, Li Fuqiang frowned slightly. Seeing the disdain on Li Fuqiang's face, Dong Yaoqiang felt helpless. He had been out late with old friends the night before, and with only 5 minutes' notice, he had hurried over. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and inquired, "Mr. Li, is there an urgent matter? If there is something pressing, you could have discussed it over the phone, given our rapport."
Li Fuqiang scoffed. Rapport?
"We are merely ordinary clients. I brought my young friend here to purchase a car, and instead of hospitality, he was ridiculed for his financial capacity." "What?" Dong Yaoqiang exclaimed in shock. Offending the benefactor of his company could result in a drastic reduction in sales. He turned to the staff, commanding, "All of you, gather here." In moments, the sales personnel assembled, standing nervously in a line, particularly the one who had mocked Lin Yu, who lowered his head, afraid to utter a word. Dong Yaoqiang spoke slowly. Who was it that insulted our esteemed guest today? When silence ensued, he raised his voice. Who is responsible? Must our guest point you out? The sales representative who had belittled Lin Yu trembled as he stepped forward, bowing deeply. I apologize, sir. I was blind to your worth and did not recognize you. Listening to these words, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile, realizing that had he known this would happen, he would have acted differently earlier. Li Fuqiang observed Lin Yu's silence before slowly speaking. Boss Dong, considering how many vehicles I have purchased from you over the years, is this how you treat my friends? I believe it is necessary for us to terminate our cooperation. After all, it matters not where a car is purchased. I am confident that other establishments would be more than willing to accommodate us. Chapter 52. Li Fuqiang encounters trouble upon hearing this. Dong Yaoqiang immediately panicked and quickly replied, Mr. Li, we have shared such a long-standing relationship. Please tell me how you wish to resolve today's matter. Whatever you propose, I shall comply. Realizing that this cunning old fox had made a concession, Dong Yaoqiang pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about this? If your friend finds a car he likes today, I will offer a 50% discount and cover half the cost. What do you think? Li Fuqiang scoffed. Am I in need of money? What I seek is an explanation. Understanding that his offer still fell short, Dong Yaoqiang mentally cursed himself for being too accommodating. After deep contemplation, he appeared to have made a significant decision and looked up at Li Fuqiang. Mr. Li, let us do this. Whatever vehicle your esteemed friend selects today, it shall be given as a complimentary gift. Consider it an apology from all our staff. Though Dong Yaoqiang's heart was heavy with loss, he deemed this his utmost concession to retain the affluent Li Fuqiang. The profits accumulated over the years from Li Fuqiang far surpassed this loss, and he had already resolved not to issue year-end bonuses, attributing the mishap to their failure to provide adequate service. Li Fuqiang nodded and turned to Lin Yu. What do you think, Lin Yu? Observing Li Fuqiang's demeanor, Dong Yaoqiang sensed that he had achieved his goal and inwardly cursed. That cunning old fox. Lin Yu nodded. After all, why not seize the opportunity? It was only natural to desire compensation after enduring such humiliation. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's agreement, Dong Yaoqiang proclaimed, Then it is settled with Mr. Li. Now, allow your friend to select a vehicle. With that, he called upon the sales manager from his dealership to assist Lin Yu in his selection. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively and pointed to the Land Rover before him, declaring, No need for an introduction. I'll take this one. Dong Yaoqiang watched the Range Rover SV autobiography in anguish, for he had expended considerable effort to acquire this vehicle, which cost over 2 million. This young man truly had an eye for selection. Li Fuqiang, observing Dong Yaoqiang's expression, was well aware of his discomfort. Yong, what do you think? You don't mind my friend's choice of this vehicle, do you? Dong Yaoqiang quickly shook his head, exclaiming, Of course not. Your friend possesses remarkable taste. I shall have someone process the paperwork for him right away, and he can drive it off shortly. Internally, however, he cursed Li Fuqiang, thinking, If this is a mere vehicle, then I wouldn't be feeling this pinch. Rest assured, everything will be handled seamlessly. Your friend won't need to worry about a thing, Dong Yaoqiang added, issuing instructions before turning to Lin Yu and Li Fuqiang. Let them take care of the paperwork. How about we head to my office for some tea in the meantime? Li Fuqiang waved his hand, saying, No need for tea. I know you're a busy man. Yong, you go ahead with your work while my friend and I discuss a few matters. With that, Li Fuqiang gestured to Lin Yu and exited the store. Once the two had left, Dong Yaoqiang turned to the sales representative who had mocked Lin Yu and said, That car costs over 2 million. You handle it as you see fit, and let me know once you've made a decision. With that, he strode towards the restroom, intending to freshen up. After Lin Yu and Li Fuqiang arrived outside, Li Fuqiang said, I find myself at a loss as to what to do now. Since you possess insight into the situation, I thought I might inquire if you have any suggestions. Perhaps you could escort me to the raw stone market? I could assist you with some initial procurement to alleviate our immediate predicament, and subsequently we could venture to Myanmar for further supplies. Lin Yu gazed at Li Fuqiang and replied. Although Lin Yu had never seen through raw stones, he reasoned that if the walls and bodies could be perceived, then it was likely that the jade raw stones could also be similarly discerned. In this case, selecting high-quality raw stones would undoubtedly yield greater results with less effort. Moreover, purchasing a substantial quantity of jade rough materials in the domestic market would not attract the attention of competitors. "Are you taking me with you?" Li Fuqiang inquired, perplexed. Lin Yu nodded, expressing his extensive knowledge of raw stones. Li Fuqiang regarded Lin Yu with skepticism, still feeling uncertain. Although he was aware that Lin Yu was not one to speak without conviction, this matter pertained to the future development of his company, necessitating caution. "Are you certain?" he inquired. Lin Yu merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Li Fuqiang observed Lin Yu's demeanor and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded earnestly. After all, Lin Yu had already bestowed upon him numerous surprises. He believed this instance would not disappoint. "So when shall we depart?" "The premium materials at the company are only sufficient for 3 days. Thus we must procure them within this time frame," Li Fuqiang remarked, gazing at Lin Yu. "The timing is at your discretion. I am available whenever," Lin Yu replied. "Then let us proceed tomorrow. I will prepare the necessary funds now. You may wait here. Once the formalities are complete, you can simply drive away." With that, Li Fuqiang turned and departed. After watching him leave, Lin Yu turned back and re-entered the 4S dealership. This time, the staff no longer dared to be negligent. Upon his entrance, they hastily presented him with a cup of tea. After a little over 10 minutes, Lin Yu saw Dong Yaoqiang approaching with the car keys in hand. Upon reaching him, Dong Yaoqiang extended the keys, saying, "Esteemed guest, I hope you do not take today's matters to heart. The car's paperwork has been completed. You need only to drive it away." Lin Yu nodded, assuringly responding, "No, Boss Dong, you are being too courteous." With that, Lin Yu reached out to take the car keys. Lin Yu exerted more strength to grasp the keys from Dong Yaoqiang's hand. As he watched Lin Yu drive away in the cost-free Range Rover Sport Commemorative Edition, Dong Yaoqiang suppressed the pain in his heart and waved farewell in the direction Lin Yu was departing. "Maikar, Sobi." After Lin Yu parked his car and alighted, many colleagues from the sales department noticed him. As he leaned against the vehicle, his keen sense of hearing caught the whispers behind him. "How enviable! Truly like a rock soaring with the winds, ascending to a height of 90,000 miles. Indeed, who could disagree? Just half a month ago he was one of us, and now he has caught the eye of General Manager Li. Just look at him, within mere days, he is already driving a luxurious Range Rover worth millions. It's infuriating. Such is life, so unpredictable." Lin Yu listened to the chatter behind him, shook his head, and proceeded directly to Li Fuqiang's office. Upon entering, he discovered that he was not alone with Li Fuqiang. The office housed 4 individuals: Li Fuqiang himself, his secretary, and 2 unfamiliar faces. Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, Li Fuqiang quickly gestured for him to come closer. Come. Allow me to introduce you." Chapter 53. The Mockery of the Stone King. Lin Yu approached slowly. Li Fuqiang gestured towards the 2 strangers beside him and said to Lin Yu, "This is Master Lin, renowned as the King of Jade in the Gemstone Realm, and this is the apprentice of the king. These 2 have been invited by me to assist you, Lin Yu." Lin Yu smiled faintly, sensing that Li Fuqiang still held some reservations about him. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was indifferent. If he was to go, then so be it. It would not hinder him in any way, and having an extra pair of hands would only lessen his own burden. Just as Li Fuqiang finished introducing Lin Yu, Shi Wang let out a cold snort and, with a flick of his sleeve, remarked, "Li, I am here to assist you out of respect for our long-standing friendship. Yet, to ask me to collaborate with a mere novice in procuring raw stones is somewhat dismissive of my capabilities. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing the words of Stone King, Lin Yu furrowed his brows, genuinely taken aback by the intensity of hostility exhibited by these individuals. This situation had rendered Li Fuqiang quite awkward, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Age does not equate to prowess. How dare you presume that I, a young novice, lack genuine skill? Lin Yu, noticing Li Fuqiang's reluctance to speak, slowly interjected. Before Stone King could respond, his disciple interjected with fervor. "Who do you think you are to speak to my master in such a manner? Ha! I have traversed the world of jade for decades. I have encountered countless brash youngsters like you, who, lacking the humility to truly learn, dare to boast after acquiring only trivial knowledge. After the disciple concluded his tirade, Stone King turned his gaze towards Li Fuqiang. Mr. Li, if you trust my judgment, allow me to handle the selection of the raw stones tomorrow. I assure you of your satisfaction, and there shall be no need for certain inexperienced youths to meddle. Li Fuqiang, caught in a difficult position, hesitated as he observed the two. Sensing his discomfort, Lin Yuyi wished to ease the tension. Acknowledging Li Fuqiang's assistance thus far, he gently proposed, Mr. Li, is there any uncut rough material still in the company? Uncertain of Lin Yuyi's intentions, Li Fuqiang replied candidly, there is a small quantity of uncut raw stones left in the warehouse, though the amount is limited. That suffices. Stone King, how about this? Let us wager on the uncut jade stones from the company's warehouse. We shall see who can unveil the higher value. Should you lose, a mere apology will suffice. Lin Yuyi devised this approach merely to gain the trust of Li Fuqiang. As for the Stone King, he was far too indifferent to concern himself with him. Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's words, the Stone King erupted into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, you truly overestimate yourself. However, your suggestion is indeed a viable option, sparing us the trouble of engaging in a mere war of words. I shall not take advantage of you. My disciple, who is of a similar age as you, has been under my tutelage for many years. Let him compete with you, thus eliminating any accusations of me leveraging my superiority against the younger. Lin Yuyi, indifferent, nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards Li Fuqiang, awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fuqiang, finding himself without a viable solution, reluctantly agreed. With determination, the group proceeded towards the company's warehouse. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Upon entering the warehouse, Lin Yuyi observed an array of jade raw stones being meticulously processed by the workers. The head of the processing department, upon hearing that the chairman had arrived, hurried out of his office to extend a warm welcome. Li Fuqiang had initially hoped to discreetly navigate through the matter, as he was caught between the esteemed Stone King of the gambling stone world and his respected employees. A loss for either side would be undesirable, especially since the situation had become quite evident. The Stone King then addressed the workers in the processing department, proclaiming, Masters, I am honored to be referred to as the Stone King in the gambling stone realm, and today I wish to invite all of you to witness an event. At this utterance, the warehouse erupted with excitement. Goodness! The Stone King! What brings him here? The Stone King! He is my idol. I must ask him for an autograph. What does the Stone King intend to do? Let us go and see. The crowd of stone processing artisans quickly gathered around, their curiosity piqued.
Li Fuqiang,
observing the throng of artisans converging, felt a sense of helplessness. The Stone King's actions seemed rather petty. The Stone King's lips curled into a slight smile as he surveyed the crowd, realizing he had achieved his desired effect. His intention today was to demonstrate that anyone who dared to challenge him must be prepared for the consequences, while simultaneously establishing his apprentice's reputation. He was confident that these idle onlookers would assist in his promotion. The Stone King slowly began, Today, I invite you all to witness a performance. I wish for you to observe my gambling stone duel against this unknown contender. The crowd buzzed with excitement at his declaration. Who is this person? To challenge the Stone King is sheer folly. Indeed, perhaps he seeks to ride on the Stone King's coattails for fame. Regardless, it has been years since the Stone King has showcased his skills. This will certainly be entertaining. Hearing the murmurs around him, the Stone King felt a surge of pride, his smile widening. Fear not, for I shall not bully the youth. It is admirable for the young to possess ambition. I shall have my apprentice duel him instead. This way, his confidence will not be too severely shattered. Upon hearing this, disappointment rippled through the crowd. So the Stone King won't participate? How dull. Oh well, I suppose the Stone King's disciple won't be lacking in skill. Raising his hands, the Stone King spoke again. Today, my apprentice will compete against this unknown contender to see who can select the more valuable raw stones from the warehouse. Size and quality do not matter, only value counts. Now, I kindly ask everyone to help me gather the uncut raw stones from the warehouse. Before long, the processing department staff collected all the uncut jade raw stones, revealing dozens of pieces of varying sizes on the ground. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at Li Fuqiang's prowess. So many jade stones were merely a fraction of his vast fortune. The Stone King, also taken aback by the sight of the jade stones, turned to Lin Yu and suggested why not have each person select 3 pieces. This would better showcase their abilities. Lin Yu remained silent, merely nodding in response. Observing Shi Wang's inquiry towards Lin Yu, the surrounding individuals began to express their discontent. Who on earth is this person? Such arrogance. I am not certain, but it seems he is the newly appointed head of the sales department. The sales department? Are you sure there is no mistake? Is someone from the sales department truly here to gamble stones with Shi Wang? Have they lost their mind? Lower your voice. Can't you see the chairman is present? Do you wish to jeopardize your position? Listening to the skeptical voices surrounding him, Lin Yu nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. All right then, let us not waste any more time. You may commence. I shall serve as a judge alongside General Manager Li and the esteemed master from the processing department, Shi Wang declared before gesturing for his apprentice to step forward. Chapter 54. The Gamble of Stone. Shi Wang's apprentice nodded at his master, reassuring him, "Rest assured, master, I shall not let you down," and proceeded to approach the stage. He extracted a flashlight and began inspecting the surface of the raw stone, employing the techniques taught by his mentor. Lin Yu remained stationary, his feet firmly planted in place. After the disciple of the Stone King selected a piece of rough stone, Lin Yu continued to stand still, not making a choice. Why was this person still unmoving? Could it be that he had already forfeited? It seemed he had indeed relinquished his chance. His hesitation suggested a fear of picking a worthless stone. What audacity had emboldened him? One might wonder, was it the encouragement of Liang Jingru? Lin Yu stretched his limbs and finally stepped forward, directly activating his ability to see through, commencing his selection process. When Lin Yu previously entered the warehouse, he activated his X-ray vision and discovered that it could indeed penetrate the surface of jade raw stones. This revelation prompted him to remain still, allowing the Stone King's apprentice to select for a while. With his vision, he swiftly scanned the stones, discerning the jade concealed beneath their surfaces without the need to lift them for a closer inspection. Observers around him watched in disdain as he rapidly swept his gaze over the stones, finding no need to illuminate or examine them closely, each emitting sounds of disbelief. Could it be that he was unaware of how to select raw stones? Was he merely there for amusement? He looked, he walked away, he looked again, and he walked away yet again. Do refrain from speaking. You are truly a talent. Your words are so melodious they could leave one in stitches. Li Fuqiang, hearing the murmurs around him and observing Lin Yu's actions, furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Yu, utilizing his X-ray vision, efficiently selected 3 stones, while the Stone King's apprentice had barely finished choosing his second. The apprentice, witnessing Lin Yu's demeanor, immediately lost interest in continuing his selection. Master, I suspect he does not know how to select raw stones. Upon hearing his apprentice's words, the Stone King turned his gaze toward Lin Yu and slowly spoke. Young friend, raw stones cannot be selected in such a manner. If you truly lack the knowledge, I can provide you with some guidance on the spot, lest your defeat be too embarrassing later on. Lin Yu discerned the sarcasm in the words of the Stone King. How can you be so certain that I did not choose wisely? Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, the Stone King merely scoffed and fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, the Stone King's disciple addressed his master, saying, Master, I shall not delay everyone any further. I will simply compare these 2 pieces. Otherwise, should I win, it would be unearned. The Stone King, upon hearing his disciple's words, chuckled with delight, thinking to himself, Ah, it is indeed this young apprentice who truly understands my intentions. Feigning deep thought, the Stone King then turned to Li Fuqiang and remarked, Mr. Li, my disciple has become a bit overconfident. However, I have faith in his abilities. Shall we allow him to select these 2 pieces for comparison? Li Fuqiang, with a resigned nod, acquiesced. Very well. Let us proceed with the comparison of these 2 pieces. With that, a jade master rushed forward and swiftly seized the stones chosen by the Stone King's disciple. I shall unveil this one, declared the jade master. It is crucial to understand that in the realm of stone gambling, the quality of the raw stones revealed holds great significance. The higher the quality, the more esteemed one becomes in this domain. In stark contrast, no one from Lin Yu's side was willing to assist him, preferring not to squander their time. Lin Yu observed the pretense of those surrounding him and, with a resigned shake of his head, thought to himself, I might as well give it a try. The spectators around him murmured in intrigue. Upon noticing that both parties were ready, the Stone King declared, Let us commence the stone dissection. Immediately, the Jade Master from the Stone King's apprentice rushed to the cutting machine, placing the first piece of jade rough onto it. After aligning the cutting line as sketched by the apprentice, the Jade Master began the dissection. This particular rough stone, sourced from the old pit of Muna, was no larger than the palm of a hand, exhibiting a yellowish skin with a fine sandy texture. The high-speed rotating blade gradually sliced through the surface of the jade rough, while a high-pressure water jet cascaded over the incision, serving to cool the area. In a matter of moments, the selected piece of jade rough was revealed. The Jade Master triumphantly exclaimed, It's green, as he held the dissected stone aloft. A piece of extremely translucent jade, reminiscent of ice, gleamed brilliantly in the Jade Master's hands. The onlookers gasped in admiration at the sight. Given the size of this jade piece, it could yield at least 4 to 5 bangles, and with the endorsement of Li Fuqiang's company, could fetch a price of no less than 100,000 yuan. The Stone King beamed with pride at his apprentice's inaugural jade discovery, unable to suppress his smile. Eagerly anticipating Lin Yu's flustered reaction, he remarked, Now it is your turn to dissect. If you find yourself at a loss, shall I assist you in drawing the lines? Lin Yu disregarded Shi Wang's mockery and directly approached the cutting machine, holding the carefully selected stones in his hands. Lin Yu placed the stone atop the surface and, with a decisive stroke, began to dissect it, a stark contrast to the meticulous approach employed by the previous gem master. Lin Yu's hasty actions elicited a wave of astonished murmurs from the onlookers. Moments later, the jade rough stone in his hand was revealed. The crowd gathered around, eager to discover its secrets. With great care, Lin Yu lifted the jade, and gasps filled the air. Goodness! Is that ice jade? Am I seeing things? Your eyes are not deceiving you. It is indeed ice jade. I never imagined that such high-quality material still remained among these rough stones. In an instant, the entire warehouse was once again ablaze with excitement. In Lin Yu's hand lay a piece of jadeite, its vibrant green hue and radiant texture captivating. It possessed a delicate warmth intertwined with a frigid coolness, featuring only the faintest traces of inclusions, resembling a high-purity ice block. Were it not for the inclusions, one might easily mistake it for a glass-grade jadeite. If this jade were to be processed, it would surely fetch a minimum of 500,000. Nonsense. With the reputation of Jin Lu Fu, it would be valued at least 600,000. Did you pocket that extra 100,000? The two engaged in a spirited exchange, nearly escalating to fisticuffs over the jadeite. Meanwhile, Li Fuqiang's face bore an expression of astonishment, pondering whether Lin Yu truly possessed profound knowledge of jade. Stone King, observing the ice-grade jadeite unveiled by Lin Yu, felt his smile evaporate, replaced by simmering anger. This kid must have stumbled upon a stroke of luck. How could he have actually encountered such a find? Listening to the cacophony within the venue, Lin Yu turned to Stone King and inquired, Which piece of jade do you consider the finest among these? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Stone King felt as though he had been soundly slapped across the face, a fiery sensation coursing through him. His disciple lowered his head, unwilling to meet his master's gaze, fully aware that the master placed immense value on his reputation. Having tarnished his master's dignity, he dared not look up. Let this brat revel in his moment. There are still 2 rounds to go. Stone King silently berated Lin Yu as he observed him. Eventually, Stone King spoke, This is certainly not up for debate. Everyone can see it clearly. However, you, my young friend, seem to possess quite the fortune to have encountered this. Listening to Shi Wang's words, Lin Yu inwardly cursed the old fox. Not a word was mentioned about his victory. Instead, it was attributed to mere luck. Since I have won this round, let us proceed to the next. There is no time to waste, Lin Yu resolved, releasing his grip on the matter and speaking up. Chapter 55. The exquisite red jadeite. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Fuqiang chimed in, Then let us move on to the next round. Shi Wang observed Li Fuqiang's demeanor, feeling a surge of contempt. Indeed, he was a consummate businessman. Suppressing his resentment, Shi Wang nodded, signaling for the competition to continue. Thus, the two resumed their game of stone identification. This time, Shi Wang's disciple unveiled another piece of glutinous ice jadeite. However, this piece was remarkably large, weighing at least 10 kilograms, suitable for crafting a jade ornament, and possessed exceptional quality, exhibiting flecks of color that nearly reached the clarity of ice jade. With its expansive size and superior quality, coupled with the renowned brand of Jin Liufu jewelry, this raw material, once sculpted, could fetch a value exceeding 1 million. Shi Wang's smile returned, for Lin Yu's other two pieces remained diminutive. Even if Lin Yu were to unearth an ice jadeite this time, its worth could hardly compare to that of his disciple's magnificent find. Moreover, it was no simple task to stumble upon ice jadeite. Merely encountering such luck once was a sign of good fortune. The disciple of Shi Wang, emboldened by his master's smile, finally dared to lift his gaze towards him. Lin Yu glanced around, casually picked up a piece, and slowly made his way forward. As Lin Yu took a few steps forward, a stone carver swiftly approached him. "Allow me to assist you in the carving. Just indicate where you would like the lines drawn, and leave the rest to me." Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle a bit, yet he nodded and casually drew a line. The master examined the material, appearing somewhat troubled. "This fabric is rather thin. Shall we open a window first? Perhaps polish the surface?" Lin Yu, weary of engaging in idle chatter, succinctly stated, "Proceed with your method, if you so wish." The stone master, misinterpreting Lin Yu's intent, assumed he had acquiesced and nodded in approval. He then approached the stone, examining it from various angles before selecting a suitable spot. With resolute determination, the stone master grasped the grinding machine and commenced the polishing process. With utmost caution, he worked meticulously, penetrating the stone 3/10 of an inch, yet no trace of green emerged within. "Ah! See? I told you it was merely his luck. Just observe his stone selection technique. It is undoubtedly luck. All right, you have prevailed. In the worst-case scenario, it's merely 1,000 yuan for an extravagant night out. Is that truly something to boast about?" The Stone King, witnessing Lin Yu's stone being polished to the point of almost revealing its core yet devoid of any green, cast a scornful glance in Lin Yu's direction. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd surrounding him, Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head. The stone analyst truly had a knack for selection, deliberately choosing the side devoid of jade. Li Fuqiang, observing the deep cuts made without yielding any jade, found himself increasingly anxious. Could it truly be mere luck? He was at a loss. Yet, witnessing Lin Yu's calm demeanor, Li Fuqiang sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. The stone analyst cast a perplexed glance at Lin Yu, momentarily unsure whether to proceed or halt the endeavor. Lin Yu turned to Master Jie and said, "Just cut along the lines I previously marked." Upon hearing this, Shi Wang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Are you still hoping to find something valuable?" With Shi Wang leading the mockery, the rest of the spectators began to jeer as well. "I can see he's not giving up. He still wants to fight for it. But look at that stone. Even if something does come out, do you really think it could be a win?" Amidst the cacophony of voices, Li Fuqiang could no longer contain himself, commanding, "Silence." The noise subsided upon hearing the chairman's voice. Master Jie glanced at Li Fuqiang, who gestured for him to proceed as Lin Yu had instructed. With the chairman's approval, Master Jie set aside his doubts and began to work as directed. The cutting machine roared to life once more, and moments later, the stone was sliced open. Master Jie handled it with utmost care, akin to scratching a lottery ticket, meticulously revealing the contents bit by bit. This time, no one dared to approach. In their minds, Lin Yu's stone had already been sentenced to death. Suddenly, a loud exclamation from Master Jie pierced the air, and he fainted, collapsing to the ground while still clutching the freshly cut jadeite. Onlookers rushed to assist him, and gasps of astonishment filled the air as they exclaimed, "It's red! It's red!" As some helped Master Jie to a sitting position, he fell back again, desperately trying to grasp the jadeite. Confusion spread among the crowd as they gathered around. What does red mean? Shouldn't it be green? Red? Could it be red jade? As everyone craned their necks to see, the person who had first helped Master Jie held up a piece of exquisite high-quality red jade. "Wow! It's indeed red jade. Yes, it was truly red jade. Even Li Fuqiang and Shi Wang, seasoned connoisseurs of fine gems, couldn't resist moving closer. The piece of red jade exhibited an exceptional quality, with a translucent texture, ample water content, and a vibrant, even color that exuded life and vitality, a visual delight. At that moment, everyone understood why Master Jieshe had fainted. Such a remarkable piece of red jade was a rare treasure, hard to come by. Li Fuqiang carefully examined the piece, already envisioning how it should be carved, what form it would take, and who it would be gifted to. Throughout his years in the jewelry business, he had encountered many imperial green jade pieces, but never had he seen red jade of such exquisite quality. He had seen red jade before, but none had boasted such superior clarity. For a piece like this, one could easily offer an 8-digit sum without hesitation. Meanwhile, Shi Wang's face turned ashen. Despite being called Stone King, he had never unearthed such red jade. He shook his head vigorously in disbelief. Turning to Li Fuqiang, he exclaimed, "Li, this is rather suspicious, don't you think? Even if he's your friend." But, before Shi Wang could finish his thought, Li Fuqiang interjected, "What do you mean? Are you implying that I am involved in some trickery?" Realizing his misstep at Li Fuqiang's ire, Shi Wang quickly backtracked, saying, "I didn't mean that, Li. I suspect that Master Jieshe might be up to something." Li Fuqiang merely snorted in response, choosing not to engage further. Yet, in his mind, he was already contemplating how to deal with Shi Wang later on. Lin Yuyi gazed at the master stone carver, who lay unconscious on the ground, uncared for by anyone, and approached to examine him. Lin Yuyi discovered that the stonemason fainted merely due to excessive excitement, resulting in insufficient blood supply, and that it was nothing serious. Chapter 56. The old man is shameless. The old man lacks magnanimity. Lin Yuyi placed his hand upon Master Jieshe's temple, channeling his spiritual energy and gently transferring it to the elder's head. Instantly, a wave of refreshing clarity surged through Master Jieshe's mind, gradually rousing him from his slumber. Upon awakening, he exclaimed loudly, "Where is my red jade?" Immediately someone retorted, "Your red jade? No, it is the red jade you uncovered, not yours." Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Master Jieshe, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sheepishly touched his nose. Lin Yuyi, unwilling to squander any more time, turned his gaze towards the Stone King and declared, "The outcome has been determined. It is time to fulfill the wager." The Stone King replied, "Isn't there still one round remaining? We agreed to a best-of-3 match, and we have only completed 2 rounds thus far. Were we not wagering on value? I do not recall stipulating that it was a best-of-3 victories." Lin Yuyi was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the old man to engage him in a game of words. Li Fuqiang also heard the shameless remarks from Shi Wang and was about to speak when Lin Yuyi interrupted him. "This time, I shall personally select," Shi Wang declared. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding crowd fell silent, their restlessness quelled. Could it be? Shi Wang was about to take action. Wasn't it agreed that his disciple would take the stage? Hadn't they already lost 2 rounds? Why all the needless chatter? Wasn't he simply eager to bet against Shi Wang? Shi Wang's involvement was precisely what he desired. Ugh, how shameless. To be so old yet not keep one's word. I might just turn from a fan to a critic. Listening to the voices around him, Shi Wang's displeasure quickly etched itself across his aged face, as he mused to himself, "Soon, I shall slap these fickle spectators in the face." He remained unconvinced that Lin Yuyi could produce such quality jadeite. It must have been Li Fuqiang assisting Lin Yuyi out of friendship. Now that it was his turn, with my discerning eye, I refused to believe that the two could pull any tricks right under my nose. Shi Wang turned to Lin Yuyi and stated, "Since it is a contest between us, the stone you selected earlier cannot be counted. Correct?" Lin Yuyi smiled disdainfully. He had long seen through the old man's ulterior motives. "Mattered not. Since you remain unconvinced, I shall ensure that you are made to concede." Lin Yuyi nodded. "Then what shall we do if you lose this time? How shall we settle the wager?" "Me lose? Just now, I merely allowed my ineffectual disciple to spar with you. Do you truly think I fear you?" Shi Wang replied, gazing at Lin Yuyi. "Let us do this. If I lose, I shall kneel before you as my master, and from this day forth, I will proclaim to the world that I am your disciple." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming that it was once again about acknowledging a master. Last time, Chen Dongshan had not yet taken on the old man as his master. "You are not an innocent maiden. How could I allow such an old man to call me master? Wouldn't that be rather uncomfortable? If we are to gamble, let us wager something of real value." After a brief moment of contemplation, Shi Wang spoke up. "I possess a jade bracelet of ice-type emerald, which, while not particularly rare, bears the remarkable craftsmanship of the esteemed Mr. Chang Shiqi. Surely you have heard of the illustrious Chang, a true master in the realm of jade carving in our nation, and the first microsculpting artist in contemporary China to be honored with the title of master by the state. His creations are invariably exquisite. Should you emerge victorious, I shall bestow this bracelet upon you. However, should you lose, you will publicly acknowledge your mistake before everyone present." "Chang Shiqi? I have not heard of him," Lin Yu thought, noticing Li Fuqiang standing behind Shi Wang, exchanging knowing glances. Lin Yu gazed at Li Fuqiang, a sense of curiosity creeping into his mind. Could it be that he was indeed an extraordinarily formidable master? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu nodded and declared, "Very well. If I lose, I shall apologize to you in front of everyone. Mr. Li, this is a testament." With that, Shi Wang proceeded towards the remaining jade. Lin Yu observed the movements of the cunning old fox and promptly stepped forward to make his selection once again. After meticulously examining all the materials, he realized that none of them were of notable quality, so he reluctantly chose the finest piece among them. Next, the Stone King, armed with a bright flashlight, scrutinized each piece. As he continued to sift through the selections, his expression grew increasingly grave. Those around him, witnessing his demeanor, couldn't help but feel a rising tension within themselves. At long last, after much deliberation, the Stone King selected a piece. He turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "Shall you cut first, or shall I?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment before declaring, "Allow me to take the lead this time. In the previous 2 instances, your disciple commenced the cutting, so it is only fitting that I start today." With that, Lin Yu approached with the stone in hand. The master who had earlier assisted Lin Yu in unearthing the red jade was about to step forward to offer his help when the Stone King interrupted, instructing him to remain where he was and leave Lin Yu to his own devices. Upon hearing the words of the Stone Master, the Stone King felt a surge of anger but chose to suppress it in order to observe Lin Yu's actions. Lin Yu casually selected a spot and placed the chosen jade rough onto the machine, activating it and thereafter disregarding it as the cutting machine took over.
Moments later.
The jade rough was sliced in 2. As the raw stone was severed, the surrounding onlookers exhibited even greater excitement than Lin Yu himself, all eager to witness what marvel he would unveil this time. When Lin Yu revealed the cut jade, a piece of glutinous ice jade emerged before their eyes. However, upon seeing merely a piece of glutinous ice jade, the crowd's enthusiasm plummeted. Their hopes had soared only to be met with profound disappointment. The previous piece of red jade Lin Yu had presented had left them in awe, and now, confronted with just a glutinous ice jade, they found it hard to muster any interest. Li Fuqiang, observing Lin Yu's stone, was similarly disheartened. If he were to triumph, the closed-door masterpiece of Master Chang Shiqi would be within his grasp. He had admired the Stone King's bracelet upon their first encounter, instantly captivated by its allure. Yet, the Stone King had always guarded it jealously, making it nearly impossible for him to even glimpse, let alone purchase. Initially, he had resolved to buy it at any price should Lin Yu prevail, but now, faced with the glutinous ice jade, Li Fuqiang felt his hopes dwindling. He could not fathom that the Stone King would select a piece inferior to glutinous ice jade. The crowd gazed at Lin Yu with a sense of disappointment, while only the Stone King remained silent, his attention fixated on the jade in Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the Stone King and spoke slowly. "Stone King, it is your turn. Do begin. What significant matter awaits us?" Chapter 57. The Stone King has lost. The Stone King took a deep breath, clutching the carefully selected jadeite rough stone as he approached. After marking the lines on the jadeite, he commenced the cutting process. The crowd gathered once more, eager to witness what the Stone King would unveil. Moments later, the cutting blade cleaved through the jadeite rough, and the Stone King gently pried apart the stone. Observing his meticulous demeanor, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard. As the jadeite was fully revealed, the spectators gazed in disbelief at the Stone King's unveiling. How could this be? How could the Stone King possibly have unearthed only the glutinous ice-type material? What is impossible? Most of the materials were indeed the remnants left behind. After several fine pieces were selected by Supervisor Lin, what other exquisite materials could possibly remain? Does this mean the Stone King has lost? The size of this material is so diminutive. While its quality is decent, it evidently pales in comparison to what Supervisor Lin has revealed. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into an uproar. The Stone King has lost. The Stone King, in a wager of stones, has been defeated. The Stone King gazed at the material in his hands, shaking his head in bitter resignation. He had sensed the lack of quality in the materials during his selection. Despite having applied all his lifelong knowledge to choose this piece, it was still insufficient. Slowly, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yuyi, acknowledging, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I concede my defeat wholeheartedly, and I apologize." The Stone King bowed deeply to Lin Yuyi. "Rest assured, the bracelet that Master Chong crafted in seclusion will be entrusted to Mr. Li for you." He had known he was destined to lose the moment he stepped onto the stage. His years of jade research far exceeded Lin Yuyi's age. Initially, he struggled to accept the loss, but now he understood that his apprentice's defeat was not unwarranted. It was truly a matter of skill. Lin Yuyi gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Stone King, never expecting such a rapid change in the old man. It appears that sometimes, one must resort to force to gain compliance. Stone King gently cleared his throat, turning to address the onlookers. "Everyone, please quiet down. I wish to publicly apologize to Lin Yuyi for my disrespectful remarks today. Young Lin's stone identification skills are truly remarkable, far beyond my own capabilities." The crowd was astounded to hear Stone King admit that his skills in stone identification were inferior to Lin Yuyi's. Was this truly the same proud and arrogant Stone King they had always known? It was hard to believe. Stone King, acknowledging another's superior abilities? Surely, I must have misheard. Yet, with Stone King's admission, disbelief held no weight. Lin's prowess was undeniable. Stone King disregarded the murmurs around him and turned to Li Fuqiang, his expression filled with contrition. "Mr. Li, tomorrow's selection of raw stones can only be entrusted to Lin Yuyi. I also apologize for my earlier comments to you all. I realize now that I have been somewhat arrogant. My sincerest apologies." Upon hearing Stone King's acknowledgement, Li Fuqiang, who had refrained from any contradictory remarks, nodded in agreement. Observing Stone King's demeanor, a sense of satisfaction welled up within Li Fuqiang. This old fellow had always acted as though he were superior whenever Li sought his assistance in selecting raw stones. Now, he appeared rather humbled. Yet, being a businessman at heart, Li Fuqiang replied, "Stone King, you exaggerate. It is merely a stone gamble. There is no need to take it so seriously." Stone King shook his head, calling his apprentice to his side. "I wish you success tomorrow, Mr. Li. I shall take my leave with my apprentice now, and I will ensure that the bracelet is sent to you." With that, Stone King departed with his apprentice. Li Fuqiang watched him leave, then turned slowly to Lin Yuyi, pondering, "I am truly curious. What is it that you cannot do?" He began to enumerate with his fingers. Medicine, physiognomy, stone identification. Just as Lin Yuyi was about to utter a few modest words, his phone suddenly buzzed. Li Fuqiang gestured for Lin Yuyi to answer the call, indicating that he need not concern himself with him. Lin Yuyi promptly answered the phone, while Li Fuqiang turned his attention to examining the exquisite red jade. On the other end of the line, a familiar voice resonated. "Is this Brother Lin? It's Mouse Hunter." Lin Yuyi felt a sense of curiosity regarding how this individual had acquired his phone number, prompting him to inquire, "How did you come to know my number?" he asked into the phone. The voice on the other end hurriedly explained that this person had sought out the master from their previous encounter, who had informed him that the curse within him had been lifted. Eager to express his gratitude, he quickly gathered his associates to raise the necessary funds. Once he had the money, he approached Zhang Ziyu, tearfully pleading for Lin Yuyi's contact information. Now, he stood beside Zhang Ziyu, saying, "Brother Lin, it's me. I was wondering when you might be free. I would love to invite you to dinner. Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I merely admire your formidable skills. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu promptly terminated the call, for he had no desire to entangle himself with the underground forces. As soon as Lin Yu hung up the phone, Zhang Ziyu called. Upon answering, Zhang Ziyu said, "Lin Yu, why not just agree to him? He is directly clinging to my leg and being unreasonable." Lin Yu found himself both amused and exasperated by Zhang Ziyu's words. Is this truly the kind of thing a leader would do? What an intriguing individual indeed. Lin Yu suddenly developed an interest in the mouse hunter and asked Zhang Ziyu to pass the phone to him. Upon receiving the call, before Lin Yu could speak, he heard the mouse hunter say, "Brother Lin, just call me Mouse." Lin Yu shook his head in resignation and conceded, "All right, regarding the mouse, here's the deal. In a few days, once I have attended to my matters, I shall call you. However, until then, please refrain from bothering my friends." He could only hear the obedient response of the pest controller, and unwilling to endure any further flattery, Lin Yu hung up the phone once more. After the call ended, Li Fuqiang approached Lin Yu, holding the piece of red jade. Lin Yu never anticipated that Li Fuqiang would actually grant him 5 points. Despite the seemingly modest nature of these 5 points, the total profit from the jewelry brand owned by Li Fuqiang, after processing and sale, amounts to merely 4 points. After deducting the costs, Li Fuqiang would only receive a little over 2 points. Thus, directly allocating 5 points to Lin Yu is nearly equivalent to a quarter of Li Fuqiang's earnings. Lin Yu shook his head. "Mr. Li, this is rather inappropriate." Li Fuqiang did not anticipate Lin Yu's outright refusal. While he had assistants overseas for labor and procurement, he would also rely on someone domestically in case of emergencies. Shi Wang frequently aided in selecting raw stones in the domestic market. Historically, their collaboration had involved a commission of 5% of the procurement funds. With the intention of winning Lin Yu over, Li Fuqiang decided to offer him the same 5% based on the market selling price, only to be met with rejection. Was it possible that Lin Yu found the offer insufficient? Chapter 58. Su Qingshue's best friend. Li Fuqiang furrowed his brows, expressing his displeasure. "What is it? Do you find it lacking?" Lin Yu discerned the peculiarity in Li Fuqiang's tone and promptly responded, "General Manager Li, you may be overthinking this. My perception of unreasonableness stems from the fact that your offer is exceedingly generous. As a mere employee of the company, receiving an additional 5% is indeed excessive." Lin Yu indeed harbored such thoughts. One must understand that when it comes to jadeite rough stones, the figures can easily soar into the tens of millions or even billions. This is merely the price of the raw stone, excluding the market selling price. Having spent numerous years in sales, he was well aware of the substantial profits involved. Even if he were to assist Li Fuqiang in selecting a raw stone worth 10 million tomorrow, the subsequent sale could yield him over 1 million. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Fuqiang felt a wave of shame wash over him, causing him to lower his head in embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu would consider the amount excessive. After a moment of adjustment, Li Fuqiang gradually raised his gaze to meet Lin Yu's. He realized he had been petty. Initially, he felt a twinge of reluctance, but now he believed it was entirely worth it. Those 5 points were undeniably essential. Lin Yu gazed at Li Fuqiang and spoke, "Let us proceed with a commission of 5% based on the selected rough stone. After all, this arrangement grants me peace of mind. I have not exerted any effort in the sales market, yet I am reluctant to take what I do not deserve." Observing Lin Yu's firm resolve, Li Fuqiang nodded, his admiration for Lin Yu transcending mere acknowledgement of his prowess. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall grant you the 5% based on the rough stone's value. Shall I pick you up tomorrow morning?" Li Fuqiang inquired, looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded and proceeded to walk outside the company. Upon reaching the parking area, his phone rang once more. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call from Li Ziqing. "Lin Yu, do you have some time in the next few days? I would like to meet you." "What? You want to meet me?" "Yes." After a moment of silence, Li Ziqing finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Lin Yu, are you out of your mind?" Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss, pondering his own state of affairs. After some contemplation, he replied, "I may not have much time in the next couple of days." He then heard Li Ziqing gently respond, "All right then, just give me a call when you have the time." With that, Li Ziqing promptly hung up. Lin Yu, accustomed to this, paid it no further mind and drove home. Upon returning, Lin Yu happened to spot Su Qingxue opening the door. He intended to greet her, but she swiftly entered before he could say anything. In recent days, Su Qingxue had been rather elusive, often preoccupied with either reading or working on her computer. As Lin Yu approached the door, he noticed Su Qingxue poking her head out. "Lin Yu, my best friend is arriving tonight. Could you accompany me to pick her up? Her flight lands at 9, and as you know, my car is still at the dealership, and I haven't had the time to retrieve it. I wouldn't dare go alone if I were to be late." Lin Yu nodded. He had just purchased a car and had yet to inform Su Qingxue. "All right, a busy person, utterly irresponsible. Teases me and then runs off," Lin Yu remarked. In an instant, Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson. She lifted her head and planted a kiss on Lin Yu before promptly shutting the door. At 8:30, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening the door, Lin Yu beheld Su Qingxue standing outside. Captivated by her presence, Lin Yu fell into a stupor once again. Su Qingxue, having meticulously adorned herself, wore a flowing azure floral dress complemented by elegant white high heels, her stature nearly reaching Lin Yu's earlobes. Observing Lin Yu's entranced expression, Su Qingxue playfully swayed before him, fully aware of his infatuation. Upon realizing the situation, Lin Yu exclaimed, "Oh, how could you? You don't even wear it for me to see. Am I not still your boyfriend?" Hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Qingxue immediately lowered her head, lost in contemplation. It seemed that ever since she had acknowledged their relationship as a couple, she had scarcely paid any attention to Lin Yu. Lin Yu gazed at Su Qingxue, momentarily perplexed by his own misstep. Suddenly, Su Qingxue lifted her head to meet Lin Yu's gaze and spoke. "Lin Yu, I apologize. It is I who have failed to accompany you. But please believe me, I merely wish to avoid becoming a burden to you." Her words only deepened Lin Yu's confusion. After all, he had merely been jesting, so why had she taken it so earnestly? Lin Yu reached out and gently patted Su Qingxue's head, saying, "When have I ever claimed that you are a burden to me? As long as you are well, I shall support you in all your endeavors. Did we not agree that I would always stand behind you?" Su Qingxue nodded, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I shall not keep you waiting for long." Suddenly, Su Qingxue burst into action, hastily grabbing Lin Yu's hand and urging him, "We must hurry, or we will be late. My best friend will scold me otherwise." As they stepped outside, Lin Yu stood before a Land Rover Range Rover Special Edition and announced, "I bought a car, and I haven't told you yet."
Su Qingxue,
Pointing at the vehicle with surprise, asked, "Is this car yours?" Lin Yu nodded and spoke, "So, what do you think? Can I do it? Just wait. I will buy a large house for us to call our new home." After the two boarded the car, Lin Yu drove towards the airport. Along the way, he recounted the events of the past few days to Su Qingxue, who was delightedly amused by his stories. Upon their arrival at the airport, Su Qingxue's phone rang. Noticing it was her best friend's call, she sensed trouble brewing. Trembling, she answered the phone, and immediately, a furious voice erupted from the other end. "Su Qingxue, do you no longer love me? How could you be so heartless? Are you still flirting with that boyfriend of yours? Have you forgotten about me?" Su Qingxue covered her ears and replied, No, I just got here." Listening to the furious roar emanating from the other end of the phone, Lin Yu felt a twinge of fear. After Su Qingxue hung up, she turned to Lin Yu and said, "She may have quite a bit of luggage. We might need to go down and assist her." Lin Yu nodded and found a suitable spot to park the car before stepping out first. Guided by Su Qingxue, the two entered the airport. Upon arriving at the hall, they were approached by a woman dragging 3 suitcases, her demeanor exuding anger. Chapter 59. By Yanxi, the woman was of similar height to Su Qingxue, clad in a blue-printed Dior t-shirt and deep blue jeans, her high heels bearing the YSL label. She wore a pair of black sunglasses, radiating an air of international sophistication. Upon reaching Lin Yu and Su Qingxue, she abruptly pushed her suitcase in front of Lin Yu, placing her hands on her hips as she scrutinized Su Qingxue, and then turned her gaze up and down upon Lin Yu. "Qingxue, come here for a moment," she commanded, pulling Su Qingxue aside, leaving Lin Yu standing alone. The two engaged in hushed whispers, but as the woman's gestures grew increasingly exaggerated, Lin Yu could not help but glance in their direction. "I hope you think this through, Qingxue," the woman remarked, You two are ill-suited. I initially wondered who had captured your heart, but it turns out to be someone like him. Are you blind? You know your family would never approve of this marriage. Su Qingshua's expression grew increasingly troubled as she responded. My feelings for him are enough. Besides, Lin Yu is truly exceptional. Why should my marriage be dictated by them? The woman burst into laughter. Everything you have is provided by them. Except your fate, Qingxue. If you leave them, what will you have left?
Su Qingsue fell silent.
But after a moment, she raised her head and declared to her friend, I will not acquiesce to fate. The woman looked at Su Qingsue with a mixture of pity and disdain, shaking her head. Then I shall observe closely the kind of person you've fallen for. With that, she strode directly towards Lin Yu. Upon reaching him, she extended her right hand with a slow grace. Hello, I am Bai Yanxi. Lin Yu extended his hand, suspended in the stillness of the air. I apologize. I am rather particular about cleanliness, Bai Yanxi remarked once more. Lin Yu took a deep breath, observing Su Qingsue hurriedly approaching, and chose to remain silent. Su Qingsue had already noticed her best friend's antics from a distance, prompting her to rush over before Lin Yu could express his anger. Upon reaching him and realizing that Lin Yu appeared unfazed, she slowly exhaled in relief. Lin Yu gently touched the bridge of his nose and said to Su Qingsue, Well then, let us be off, Qingsue. It is getting late. Just then, Bai Yanxi interjected, I haven't eaten anything yet. I'm famished. The food on the plane was dreadful. I need to find something to eat. Su Qingsue felt a bit conflicted, as Lin Yu had previously mentioned in the car that they would be assisting Li Fuqiang in selecting raw stones the following day. Lin Yu also noticed the change in Su Qingshue's expression and shook his head, saying, Then let us be off. However, it is rather late now. The restaurants have all closed. Perhaps we are left with only the snack street. Upon hearing Lin Yu mention that only the snack street had offerings, Bai Yanxi frowned and muttered to herself, Well, it will have to do. Su Qingsue, perplexed by her friend's unusual demeanor today, could not comprehend why her once amiable companion was behaving so strangely. Lin Yu was the first to walk towards his parking spot. Bai Yanxi, observing Lin Yu's retreating figure, turned to Su Qingsue and remarked, What kind of person is this? Is he utterly devoid of chivalry? Does he not see that I have so much luggage and fails to offer his assistance? Lin Yu heard Bai Yanxi's words but continued to walk toward the parking area with an impassive expression. Su Qingsue, aware of Lin Yu's temperament, turned to her friend and inquired, Yanxi, what is troubling you? You seem different. Has something happened? Bai Yanxi appeared as though she had been pierced by a truth. Quickly diverting the conversation, Let us go.
I am absolutely famished.
Observing her friend's demeanor, Su Qingsue refrained from pressing further, instead grabbing 2 suitcases and heading toward Lin Yu's parking spot. At this moment, Lin Yu was already waiting in front of the car. Upon seeing Su Qingsue and her companion approach, he stepped forward to take the suitcase from Su Qingshue's hands and placed it in the trunk before getting into the vehicle. If you do not bestow upon me a pleasant demeanor, then why should I, Lin Yu, offer you any courtesy? Were it not for your long-standing friendship with Su Qingsue, I would scarcely spare you a glance. When Bai Yanxi noticed that Lin Yu was driving the newly released model, her expression softened somewhat. Once inside the car, Lin Yu promptly started the engine. During his previous tenure in sales, he often found himself with little time for meals, and when hunger struck, he would resort to the nearby snack street. Thus, he steered the car toward the familiar culinary haunt. Lin Yu arrived at the bustling snack street, which remained as lively as ever. Unable to drive in, he found a suitable spot to park his car. After disembarking, Lin Yu led his companions to a restaurant they used to frequent. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the owner of the establishment expressed surprise, saying, Ah, it's young Lin. It has been such a long time since we last met. Lin Yu greeted the boss and casually chose a seat to sit down. Su Qingsue also took a seat directly. Only Bai Yanxi remained standing at the door, her brow furrowed in concern. Su Qingsue noticed her best friend still standing and promptly called out, Yanxi, come in. What's wrong? Bai Yanxi replied, Qingsue, how can we eat here? Just look at the hygiene. It's filthy and chaotic. Su Qingsue was somewhat taken aback. This was not the impression she had of her friend. In their school days, they often roamed these snack streets late into the night. The shop owner, a middle-aged man in his 50s, overheard Bai Yanxi's remarks and immediately set down the grilled fish he had been flipping, rushing over to wipe the chairs and tables at Lin Yu's table. Lin Yu hurriedly grasped the shopkeeper's arm and said, "Uncle, please attend to your work. We can manage on our own, just as before." The shopkeeper nodded and returned to his tasks. Su Qingxue rose and gently urged her close friend to take a seat, saying, "It's quite late now, and this is all that remains. Besides, didn't you used to enjoy these dishes?" Su Qingxue sensed a certain unfamiliarity in her friend. It had only been 2 years since their last meeting, yet so much had changed. Lin Yu sat quietly on the stool, observing Bai Yanxi. The three exchanged not a word, the atmosphere steeped in an unbearable awkwardness. Su Qingxue resembled a wayward child, casting furtive glances at Lin Yu before bowing her head in contemplation. The scene unfolded far from the harmonious encounter Su Qingxue had envisioned upon learning of her best friend's arrival. Soon after, the shopkeeper approached, balancing large and small platters of barbecued delicacies. Lin Yu hurriedly assisted in setting the table. The elderly shopkeeper, noticing the lack of customers, took a seat as well. He glanced at Su Qingxue and Bai Yanxi, then turned his attention to Lin Yu, inquiring, "Who are these two young ladies?" Lin Yu hurriedly introduced, "This is my girlfriend, and this is her friend." Upon hearing Lin Yu refer to Su Qingxue as his girlfriend, the shopkeeper cast a peculiar glance at him. Su Qingxue, recognizing that the shopkeeper was an old acquaintance of Lin Yu, promptly stood up to greet him. Meanwhile, Bai Yanxi, upon the arrival of the barbecue and the delightful aroma wafting through the air, began to eat without paying any heed to the others. Lin Yu observed Bai Yanxi's manner of eating, a disdainful smile forming on his lips. Hadn't she claimed it was trash earlier? Yet now, she devoured it faster than anyone else. Lin Yu was engaging in casual conversation with the shopkeeper while savoring the long-awaited delicacies. Just then, an unpleasant voice interrupted the moment. Chapter 60. The Conflict with the Green-Haired One. "Hey there, wanna be friends?" Lin Yu glanced upward and beheld 4 men, unmistakably street thugs, seated at the table opposite him. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze upon them, the leader with green hair spoke again. "Let us become friends. Allow the 2 lovely ladies beside you to join us for a drink." Lin Yuyi felt a surge of frustration and glanced at green hair, saying, "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." At that moment, Bai Yanxi put down her chopsticks and interjected before green hair could respond. "They're asking us to accompany them for drinks. Why are you just sitting there?" Su Qingxue quickly seized Bai Yanxi's arm, signaling her to remain silent. Turning to Lin Yu, she vigorously shook her head, imploring him to avoid trouble. She was acutely aware of Lin Yu's capabilities. Those few individuals were clearly no match for him. However, in this society governed by law, she did not wish for Lin Yu to face incarceration again. Having lost everything, she did not want to repeat the helplessness she felt the last time he was imprisoned. Knowing she could do nothing to assist him, Lin Yu discerned Su Qingxue's apprehension. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, he turned his gaze towards the green-haired individual and remarked, "While friendship may be fostered over drinks, it is entirely unnecessary." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the green-haired man chuckled and shared a knowing glance with his companions. "Did you hear that? This lad genuinely believes I desire his companionship." The 3 individuals beside him erupted into laughter as well. After their mirth subsided, the green-haired man turned back to Lin Yu and exclaimed, "Are you truly that foolish? I merely wish for the 2 lovely ladies beside you to join us for a drink. Who in their right mind would want to befriend you? Do you even think you are worthy?" Lin Yu cast his chopsticks onto the table and rose abruptly. The elderly shopkeeper had already stood up and approached the green-haired individual, positioning himself before him. "Let us speak civilly. Otherwise, you may dine freely tonight, as though I were treating you all." In response, the green-haired man forcefully shoved the shopkeeper to the ground, exclaiming, "You old fool! What are you obstructing for? Can you truly afford such a treat? I have hundreds of brothers. Do you really intend to treat us?" Lin Yu witnessed the shopkeeper being pushed to the ground and promptly exclaimed, "Apologize." The green-haired individual scoffed dismissively, "Who do you think you are? I'm taking these 2 ladies with me tonight, so you'd better clear out if you know what's good for you." At that moment, Bai Yanxi also sensed the gravity of the situation and interjected, "Do you know who I am? You would do well not to lay a hand on me." The green-haired man appeared taken aback, replying, I do enjoy someone with status. But if you truly held a position of importance, would you be dining in a place like this? However, if you desire a sense of identity, I could certainly accommodate you. In this area, I hold some influence. If you were to accompany me, you would indeed gain a certain standing. Anyone who encounters my woman would undoubtedly address her as sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Bai Yanqi realized she was conversing with a bunch of thugs. Just as she was about to respond, Lin Yu, having grown impatient, leaped over the table and delivered a swift kick to the man's chest. The green-haired thug was sent sprawling backward. Lin Yu was already seething with anger when the green-haired miscreant pushed the shopkeeper to the ground. Yet, upon witnessing Su Qingshua's concern, he granted the green-haired fellow a chance. However, despite being afforded this opportunity, the individual proved utterly inept. The green-haired ruffian lay on the ground, grimacing and clutching the area where he had been kicked. "You brat." He began to curse only to see Lin Yu approaching him. The aura emanating from Lin Yu was akin to that of a deity of death, his gaze frigid and desolate. The green-haired individual was so frightened that he could scarcely finish his words, while the three brothers standing beside him stood frozen in place. Suddenly, an unusual scent wafted through the air. Upon closer inspection, a damp stain marked the spot where the green-haired figure had lain. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected reaction of the green-haired individual. Yet, he remained composed and calmly stated, "I demand an apology." After his initial visit to this establishment, he had discovered its delightful flavors, leading to a growing familiarity between the two. Over time, the elderly shopkeeper had become aware of Lin Yu's difficult family circumstances and treated him with exceptional care, akin to that of a guardian. The green-haired man, thoroughly intimidated by Lin Yu's presence, disregarded the dampness of his trousers and hurriedly assisted the shopkeeper to his feet, stammering, I'm sorry. Once the shopkeeper was upright, he observed Lin Yu's unyielding demeanor and quickly approached him, grasping his hand. "Lin Zi, do not act impulsively," he urged. Su Qingxue also came to Lin Yu's side, pleading, "Think of the old man. If you punish him now, what will happen to him after we leave?" Upon hearing Su Qingshue's words, Lin Yu's breathing gradually steadied. After a moment of calm, he finally uttered, "Leave." The four individuals led by the green-haired man felt an immense weight lift off their shoulders, as they had been suffocated by Lin Yu's aura. They promptly fled to a distance. Once the green-haired man had distanced himself and ensured that Lin Yu would not pursue, he took a moment to collect himself. Addressing Lin Yu, he sneered, "You think you're tough, huh? Just you wait. I'm going to gather some people. You better not run. If you escape, I'll relish watching how this old fool manages." With that, the green-haired man and his companions dashed away once more. Indeed, Su Qingshue's prediction about the situation proved to be accurate. Lin Yu took out the car keys and promptly handed them to Su Qingxue. "Qingxue, you go ahead. I will wait for them here." Su Qingxue shook her head vigorously. "I am not going anywhere. I want to stay here with you." The elderly shopkeeper, upon hearing Lin Yu's intention to wait for the ruffians, quickly urged, "Lin, you should leave. At my age, they won't do much to me, but if they really show up, it will be difficult for you to make your escape." Bai Yanqi, overhearing Lin Yu's words, began to mock him. "What are you trying to prove by acting like a hero? If it weren't for you bringing me and Qingxue to this place, would any of this have happened?" Lin Yu turned his gaze towards Bai Yanqi, who immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, cold and ruthless, as if the Grim Reaper were fixated upon her. Before Lin Yu could utter a word, Su Qingxue spoke up, addressing Bai Yanqi, "Yanqi, I have noticed a change in you, and I believe Lin Yu is in the right." Upon seeing Su Qingxue's fury and feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Yu, Bai Yanqi averted her gaze, choosing to remain silent. Lin Yu no longer paid attention to Bai Yanqi and turned to Su Qingxue, saying, "Rest assured, I shall remain here and wait for them for a while. I will not take any action." Su Qingxue still shook her head. Lin Yu, feeling helpless, said, "Then you wait for me in the car. If anything happens later, just call the police, all right?" Bai Yanqi, noticing that Su Qingxue intended to stay, directly took her hand and said, "We can't be of much assistance here. It would be better for us to wait in the car." Lin Yu nodded vigorously. Finally, Su Qingxue also gave a slight nod, and was promptly pulled away by Yanxi towards the parking area. After Su Qingxue and her companion departed, the shopkeeper continued to urge Lin Yu to leave hastily. Lin Yu gazed at the shopkeeper and said, "Do you not recognize me? I would never engage in matters lacking certainty. You need not worry. Please attend to your duties." The shopkeeper, after contemplating for a moment and observing Lin Yu's resolute demeanor, reluctantly retreated inside, intending to contact the authorities. Before long, a group led by the green-haired individual hastened towards their direction. Lin Yu gazed from a distance, noticing that green hair had not even changed his trousers. A faint smile graced his lips as he resumed his consumption of the now lukewarm barbecue, patiently awaiting green hair's approach. Chapter 61. You truly show no mercy when dealing with your younger brother. As green hair arrived with his companions before Lin Yu, one of them boldly inquired, "Who has wronged you? Step forward." The tone was steeped in a sense of urgency as if life itself were at stake. Without hesitation, green hair pointed directly at Lin Yu, who remained absorbed in his meal. One of green hair's associates kicked the bench upon which Lin Yu sat and declared, "Hey, it's you, isn't it?" Lin Yu, upon hearing a somewhat familiar voice, set down his chopsticks and lifted his head. When he beheld the individuals accompanying green hair, a look of surprise crossed his face. However, the moment the person beside green hair caught sight of Lin Yu's face, without a moment's hesitation, he turned around and delivered a resounding slap across green hair's cheek. Stunned by the blow, green hair clutched his left cheek and exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing?" The cadre of brothers who had been brought along were equally bewildered, questioning the actions of their leader. Lin Yu gazed at the individuals brought by green hair and slowly spoke, "Hunt Mouse, have you gathered such a multitude to invite me for a meal?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Hunt Mouse suddenly knelt before him with a crash. "Brother Lin, it is my lack of guidance that has led to this. I implore your forgiveness." As he spoke, Hunt Mouse struck his own face, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered. Had he provoked someone he should not have? Surely not. In Jiangqing, even leaders from other districts would not bow so low. Could it be that an extraordinary figure had emerged, one so formidable that they were beyond compare? After hearing Lin Yu's words, Hunt Mouse gradually rose to his feet. Bowing slightly at the waist, he addressed Lin Yu, "Brother Lin, I truly had no idea it was you. Had I known, I would have dealt with him long ago. Earlier, I was enjoying drinks at the venue, discussing you with my brothers, when my inept younger brother came to me, claiming he had been bullied. That person even threatened him, which is why I brought my brothers along." Lin Yu, upon hearing these words, slowly turned his gaze towards the green-haired individual. "Is that so?" The green-haired one hesitated, remaining silent. Observing his brother's demeanor, the rat hunter advanced and delivered a sharp slap, causing the green-haired one to bleed from the corner of his mouth, revealing the force behind the blow. Confronted by his furious elder brother, the green-haired one finally began to reveal the truth. After listening to his brother's account, the rat hunter, indifferent to the blood trickling from the green-haired one's mouth, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. "I let you deceive me. I let you provoke Brother Lin. I let you act out." Lin Yu observed the scene of the mouse hunter as if he intended to strike down Green Fur, prompting him to intervene swiftly. "Enough, enough," he said. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the mouse hunter ceased his actions and dragged Green Fur before Lin Yu, urging, "Apologize to Brother Lin at once and express your gratitude for his mercy." Reluctantly, Green Fur addressed Lin Yu, uttering, "I am sorry, Brother Lin." After witnessing his brother's apology, the mouse hunter turned to his companions and declared, "This is the Brother Lin I mentioned earlier. It is only thanks to his leniency that I stand here today." In response to the mouse hunter's words, the brothers behind him chorused, "Greetings, Brother Lin." Their voices resonated thunderously, startling the elderly shopkeeper in the kitchen, who hurriedly rushed out. Upon his emergence, the shopkeeper was taken aback by the crowd surrounding the establishment and promptly positioned himself in front of Lin Yu, saying, "Let us discuss this amicably. No need for violence." The mouse hunter steadied the elderly shopkeeper, asserting, "We are not here to cause trouble, but to apologize." After this, the mouse hunter looked towards Green Fur. Sensing his brother's gaze, Green Fur stepped forward to express his apology. The elderly shopkeeper, bewildered, found the situation unfolding contrary to his expectations. Lin Yuyi observed the bewildered expression of the elderly shopkeeper and stepped forward to gently guide him away. "Do not worry, my friend. I assure you, I mean no harm. Please attend to your duties." However, the once vibrant street of food stalls was now deserted, all patrons having fled in fright from the individuals brought by the rat-catching commotion. After contemplating the situation, the shopkeeper, noticing that further conflict seemed unlikely, proceeded to close his stall, concluding that there would be no more customers that evening. Lin Yuyi slowly turned his head to gaze at the mouse hunters and said, "Let them all disperse. What purpose do they serve by remaining here?" Lin Yuyi perceived a trace of resentment flickering in the eyes of the green-haired individual. Once the crowd dispersed, the rat hunter turned to Lin Yuyi and spoke, "Brother Lin, I sincerely apologize. It is truly my failure to discipline him properly. With my parents passing away early, he had little opportunity for education. I helped him establish a modicum of influence, but in my efforts to protect this territory, I had little time to oversee him, allowing him to devolve into this state." No sooner had the rat hunter finished speaking than a patrol vehicle approached, halting before the two men. The door of the vehicle opened slowly, revealing a long leg stepping out. Upon arriving, Li Ziqing had noticed a group of ruffians departing and hurried over. As she alighted from the vehicle, her brow furrowed as she looked at Lin Yuyi. "Lin Yuyi, what brings you here?" Her gaze then shifted to the rat hunter, her frown deepening. She recognized him as the leader of the underground forces in the Eastern District, with whom she often conducted business. However, he was exceedingly cunning, leaving no evidence of wrongdoing, making it nearly impossible to apprehend him. The rat hunter, upon noticing Li Ziqing, quickly interjected, "Officer Li, I was merely having a friendly chat with Brother Lin." "A friendly chat? I received a report indicating that there was some disorder here. Moreover, those individuals who just left, were they not your subordinates?" The rat hunter hastily shook his head. No, Officer Li, you can ask Brother Lin. I assure you, we were just chatting." Li Ziqing turned to Lin Yuyi, who nodded in affirmation. Lacking evidence, she had no choice but to relent, casting a warning glance at the rat hunter. "Be cautious. Do not let me catch you slipping up. The Officer Li is well aware that I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly engage in nefarious deeds?" "I welcome your oversight," he replied, bowing slightly in her direction. Fearing that Li Ziqing might uncover any inconsistencies, the rat hunter quickly redirected his attention to Lin Yuyi. "Brother Lin, I take full responsibility for tonight's incident. I will ensure that my brother and I come to apologize to you in due time." Lin Yuyi nodded. In front of Li Ziqing, he did not wish to provoke any further troubles. After the rat catcher departed, Li Ziqing turned her gaze back to Lin Yuyi. "Lin Yuyi, if you have a moment, could you assist me with a favor?" Lin Yuyi felt somewhat puzzled. During their phone conversation at noon, Li Ziqing had mentioned something about being busy and asked if he could assist in any way. Although unfortunate events often seemed to accompany encounters with Li Ziqing, Lin Yuyi still held a favorable impression of her. She was diligent, responsible, and harbored a deep-seated aversion to injustice, qualities that made it difficult to harbor resentment towards her. Li Ziqing spoke slowly. "I am aware of your remarkable medical skills, and I would like to request your assistance in examining my grandfather's condition. Ever since you saved me after I was shot and began to self-treat, I knew you possessed medical expertise. Moreover, I witnessed you performing a remarkable treatment at a restaurant, where you successfully treated a patient suffering from an acute myocardial infarction with just a few silver needles. It is evident how exceptional your skills are. Subsequently, I conducted a private inquiry and discovered that you have successfully treated numerous complex ailments." Listening to Li Ziqing's words, Lin Yuyi slightly furrowed his brows. It is only natural to feel discomfort when one's secrets are laid bare. Noticing Lin Yuyi's expression, Li Ziqing continued, "I am aware that my actions may be deemed inappropriate, yet I find myself with no alternative. Just a few days ago, my grandfather unexpectedly fell ill, and despite seeking help from physicians across the nation, no remedy has proven effective. When I mentioned the acupuncture techniques you employ to old Master Zhang, he immediately uttered your name. Subsequently, I learned of your extraordinary medical skills from him, which is why I humbly seek your assistance." After Lin Yuyi listened, he remained motionless. Li Zi, feeling anxious, implored once more. I beg you, my grandfather means the world to me. I am truly at my wit's end. Upon hearing of your remarkable medical skills, I found a glimmer of hope that prompted me to seek you out. If you would be willing to assist in saving my grandfather, I would be willing to do anything. Chapter 62. The background of Su Qingxue. Upon hearing Li Ziqing's words of willingness to do anything, Lin Yuyi smiled gently and replied, "What are you saying? I never mentioned not helping. I am merely contemplating when I might find the time." Li Ziqing quickly realized the implications of her previous statement, her face flushing with embarrassment. "I am simply a bit anxious. My grandfather has always been in good health, but he suddenly fell ill, and now he resembles a person in a vegetative state. I truly feel at a loss." Upon hearing Li Ziqing's mention of her grandfather's ailment, Lin Yuyi felt a twinge of curiosity, for there was no record of such a case in the lineage. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. Perhaps your grandfather should have a report of his medical examination. When you have it, please send me the details of his current symptoms along with the report, and I shall study it. This way we can tailor an appropriate remedy." With that, Li Ziqing signaled to her colleagues to board the vehicle. Moments after they had settled in, the window slowly descended once more, and Li Ziqing leaned her head out. Addressing Lin Yuyi, "Be wary of that rat catcher. He is entangled with the underworld and is not a person of good character. I would rather not see you get involved again." Lin Yuyi nodded, and Li Zi drove away with ease. Lin Yuyi cleared his mind and called out to the shopkeeper, an elderly man from the back kitchen of the store. Lin Yuyi had long been aware of the shopkeeper's relentless toil and his prolonged suffering from chronic rheumatism. After summoning the elderly proprietor, Lin Yuyi remarked, "Uncle, I understand your struggle with rheumatism. I recently encountered an elderly Chinese physician who shared with me a potential remedy. Would you be willing to consider trying it?" Upon hearing that there might be a remedy, the shopkeeper's spirits soared, as he had endured years of excruciating pain brought on by this affliction. Lin Yuyi is well aware of his own character. He would only act when he is certain of the outcome. Thus, he swiftly responded, "Lin Zi, just speak your mind. I shall go and purchase it tomorrow to give it a try." Lin Yuyi spoke slowly. "Take 1 tael each of aconite, processed and peeled, white atractylodes, licorice, angelica, roasted, siler, cinnamon twig, and koik seed, and half a tael each of frankincense, myrrh, and poria. After procuring these herbs, grind them into a fine powder. Each dosage should consist of 9 grams, to be taken with 220 milliliters of water on an empty stomach, 3 times during the day and once at night." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude for Lin's diligent efforts. Lin Yuyi shook his head and said, "All right, enough is enough. You've tidied up quite well. It's late. You should hurry and get some rest." With that, Lin Yuyi took out the only cash he had, a little over 1,000 yuan, and tossed it onto the table before hastily departing. He was aware that the shopkeeper, an elderly man, would likely refuse to accept it, leaving him with no other choice. Once the shopkeeper realized what had transpired, he quickly grabbed the money and rushed after him. But Lin Yuyi had already entered his car and driven away. After Lin Yuyi got into the car, he hurriedly drove away, fearful that the shopkeeper would catch up to him. Suddenly, he heard Bai Yanqi's sarcastic voice, inquiring about the identity of the woman from earlier, remarking on their apparent closeness. Lin Yuyi glanced at the mirror and coldly inquired, "Does it matter who is connected to you?" Su Qingxue observed the brewing confrontation between the two and quickly addressed Bai Yanqi, saying, "I know that person. He is a patroller. It must be related to the disturbances caused by those individuals tonight, and someone has reported it." Bai Yanqi turned to Su Qingxue with an exasperated expression and remarked, "You, as ever, remain so naive. Never mind. Forget I said anything." Lin Yuyi fell silent, quietly driving without revealing his thoughts. After a while, he arrived at the apartment. Observing Su Qingxue preparing to retrieve her luggage, Lin Yuyi stepped forward to assist her. Upon reaching the entrance of the room, Bai Yanqi looked at Su Qingxue in astonishment and remarked, "You reside in such a place?" Lin Yuyi entered his room, and after freshening up, he heard a voice emanating from Su Qingxue's room. "Why, Qingxue, what on earth are you thinking? Why would you choose to endure hardship in such a place when you could have a better life? I simply cannot comprehend it. Is life not meant for enjoyment?" Su Qingxue retorted, I am merely pursuing what I desire, and what I seek is not mere enjoyment. Is there anything wrong with that? Lin Yu directly harnessed his spiritual energy to isolate the sound, choosing not to listen to the private conversation between the two. Upon witnessing Su Qingshue's luxurious vehicle, Lin Yu gradually discerned that her identity was anything but ordinary. Yet what of it? If the person Lin Yu cherished were to be concerned with such matters, it would merely indicate a divergence in their worldviews. Lin Yu refrained from delving deeper, trusting that if Su Qingxue wished to convey something, she would surely share it with him. The ambient noise faded away, clearing his mind, and Lin Yu began to reflect on the peculiar state he found himself in this evening. At the moment he faced the green-haired adversary, a myriad of lethal intentions had already surfaced in his mind, and a bloodthirsty urge took form within his thoughts. Lin Yu was uncertain about the reason behind it, yet he was certain it was not a favorable matter. After pondering for a considerable time, he still could not comprehend the situation. He merely sensed an obscure connection to his own emotions. With a deep sigh, Lin Yu resolved to exercise greater restraint over his feelings. As dawn broke, Lin Yu regained his vitality, having practiced diligently throughout the night. He felt as though all the negative emotions from the previous day had dissipated, leaving him remarkably refreshed. After completing his morning routine, Lin Yu opened the door, ready to step outside, only to discover a breakfast delicately hung on the doorknob. Upon retrieving it, he noticed a note attached. Lin Yu, I have taken my friend out for some leisure. Yanxi has not always been like this. Please do not take offense. I believe she must have gone through something significant, otherwise, she would not be behaving this way. I am taking her out to help her unwind, hoping to uncover what she has experienced. Please do not be upset. Love, Qingxue. Lin Yu gazed at the graceful characters, each letter as exquisite as a person, and smiled faintly. After re-entering the room and partaking in breakfast, he ventured out once more, driving directly to meet Li Fuqiang. Upon arriving at their prearranged location, he discovered Li Fuqiang already awaiting his presence. Exiting the vehicle, Lin Yu noticed several bodyguards accompanying Li Fuqiang. This was understandable. Even in a society governed by law, one could not be overly cautious, and having bodyguards instilled a greater sense of security. As Lin Yu approached, Li Fuqiang remarked, Lin Yu, the roads in Yunnan are treacherous. I suggest we forego my vehicle. You may drive, and let them use those trucks designated for transporting raw stones. Lin Yu gazed at the several Jeep Wranglers lingering behind Li Fuqiang's Rolls-Royce Phantom, a sense of wistfulness washing over him. It was only someone as extravagant as Li Fuqiang who would utilize a Wrangler for transporting goods. After nodding thoughtfully, Lin Yu climbed into the vehicle, with Li Fuqiang taking the passenger seat, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards as they set off towards Yunnan. On the highway, a procession of off-road vehicles unfolded, with Lin Yu's Range Rover leading the way, followed by a line of Wranglers. An impressive sight indeed. Suddenly, a green Ferrari sped past on the left. Moments later, Lin Yu noticed a sticky mass hurtling toward his windshield, followed closely by a flying water bottle. Finally, a hand emerged from the window, extending a middle finger in a rather audacious gesture. Chapter 63. A clean gesture on the glass. Li Fuqiang glanced at the glob of phlegm now affixed to Lin Yu's windshield, nearly bursting into laughter. As the green Ferrari vanished from sight, Lin Yu could only helplessly commit its license plate to memory. What had begun as a jovial atmosphere between the two men turned somber after that incident, the mood descending into an almost palpable silence. Several hours later, the group neared their destination and exited the highway. The rugged mountain roads of Yunnan proved to be a challenging terrain. Despite the superb off-road capabilities of Lin Yu's Range Rover, the jolts and bumps were unmistakable. Clearly, Li Fuqiang had learned from past experiences, as he would not have parked his Rolls-Royce Phantom so early in Jiangxing otherwise. Not long after, Lin Yu's gaze caught a glimpse of green ahead. As he drew closer, he realized it was none other than the Ferrari that had previously rewarded him with a mouthful of phlegm on the highway. Standing in front of the Ferrari were a man and a woman, who, upon seeing Lin Yu's approaching vehicle, enthusiastically waved their arms in greeting. Lin Yu arrived in front of the Ferrari and came to a halt, promptly exiting the vehicle, followed closely by Li Fuqiang. The convoy trailing behind them also came to a stop. Upon noticing the pair stepping out, A young man hurriedly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and extended it towards them. He then said, "Brother, my car's undercarriage is stuck. Could you lend me a hand?" A smile gradually appeared on Lin Yu's face. "Do you find this car somewhat familiar?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the young man leaned in to observe closely. He noticed the smile on his face slowly fade away. My apologies, brother. I truly did not mean to offend earlier." Lin Yu gazed at the man and remarked, "I see that the gestures you made earlier were intentional." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the man ceased to feign innocence and directly produced a wad of cash, tossing it in front of Lin Yu. "Is this sufficient? Use the rest to get the car washed. Can we delay any longer?" Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he seized the young man, effortlessly pulling him before the car's windshield. Lin Yu pressed the young man's head against the previously stained area, using his face as if it were a rag to wipe it clean. "Come on, let me help you out. Look how spotless this glass is." The woman inside the Ferrari screamed in terror. Once he finished, Lin Yu released the young man, admonishing him, "Don't think you're impressive just because you have a bit of money." The young man rubbed his aching left cheek and retorted angrily, "Do you even know who I am?" At that moment, a group of bodyguards in a Wrangler were summoned down by Li Fuqiang. Amidst the young man's distress, Lin Yu retrieved a rope from the car's trunk and tossed it at the young man's feet. "All right, what happened earlier is behind us. I'll move my car to the front to give you a pull, but I won't be held responsible for any damage to yours." Lin Yu promptly entered the vehicle, started the engine, and drove it in front of the Ferrari. Initially, he wasn't particularly enraged. However, upon descending from the car, he was taken aback by the audacity of the young man who dared to hurl money at him. This compelled Lin Yu to teach the young man a lesson. Having learned from his previous encounter with the green-haired individual, Lin Yu was genuinely concerned that this young man might be paralyzed with fear, thus prompting him to offer assistance. Observing that the young man remained motionless, frozen in terror, Lin Yu called out, "Are you still hesitating? If not, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, the young man finally snapped to attention, hurriedly rising to fetch the rope Lin Yu had discarded on the ground to secure the vehicle. Once the rope was properly fastened, Lin Yu engaged the vehicle, gradually applying power. A metallic scraping sound echoed from the undercarriage of the Ferrari as Lin Yu's Range Rover successfully extricated it from its trapped position. After Lin Yu exited the vehicle, he promptly untied the rope and tossed it into the car, signaling for Li Fuqiang to get in. Once both men were seated, Lin Yu restarted the engine and swiftly vanished from the young man's sight. Lin Yuyi chose not to concern himself with the path that lay ahead for the young man, as he was no enlightened being. Merely assisting him in extricating himself was commendable enough. The young man gazed at the dust swirling around the Range Rover, murmuring, "Clear grievances. Quite impressive." He displayed no trace of resentment from being pressed against the windshield. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at his destination, Ruili in Yunnan. He noticed Li Fuqiang pointing at a sign outside the window, exclaiming, "Lin Yu, look at that. It seems we have truly arrived at the perfect moment." Lin Yu turned to gaze at the spot indicated by Li Fuqiang. There stood an enormous sign, boldly proclaiming, "Colorful Yunnan welcomes you to the 19th Jade Exchange Conference." Lin Yu turned to Li Fuqiang, expressing his bewilderment. "I always assumed it would be a mining site or a stall, but I never anticipated there would be an exchange conference." Li Fuqiang promptly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we have arrived at the right moment. Such events are rare. I have heard from friends about this exchange conference, where numerous exquisite jadeite raw stones will be exhibited and auctioned. It seems our procurement journey this time will yield a plethora of high-quality jade." Lin Yu nodded. In front, there were guards preventing vehicles from entering, so he found a suitable spot to park. After exiting the car, Li Fuqiang instructed the bodyguards behind them to wait there, as the exhibition had its own dedicated security, rendering their presence unnecessary. Once the instructions were given, the two of them proceeded into the exhibition. Just as Lin Yu entered, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye, feeling an uncanny familiarity. However, when he turned to look again, the figure had vanished. Lin Yu quickly shook his head, signaling that everything was fine, and the two continued deeper into the venue. Upon entering, they were greeted by a multitude of stalls, forming an elongated line that stretched inward. At the first stall stood a captivating young woman distributing flyers. Upon noticing Lin Yuyi and his companion, she handed them 2 flyers. After accepting the flyers, Lin Yuyi began to peruse them. The flyers detailed the activities of the exhibition, which was scheduled to last for 3 days. On the final day, a bidding auction would commence, while the preceding 2 days were reserved for prospective buyers to observe. Each numbered raw stone was not available for sale until the auction on the 3rd day, while the unnumbered raw stones remained open for purchase, with the highest bidder securing the item. This event was organized by Ma Chongren, known as the King of Jade from Yunnan. Upon seeing this name, Li Fuqiang remarked to Lin Yuyi that this individual held significant prestige in the realm of jewelry and jade, hailing from a family renowned for their jade expertise. He had once made a remarkable profit of 400 million with a single cut, earning him the esteemed title of the gambling king of the jade industry. Lin Yuyi counted silently in his mind 8 zeros and then 1 decisive cut. However, upon further reflection, he felt at ease. Possessing the extraordinary ability of foresight, he was confident that he could handle any situation that arose. "Shall we take a look now or grab something to eat first?" Li Fuqiang inquired. Lin Yuyi pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't we take a look inside first? I am quite curious about it." Earlier, when Lin Yuyi employed his X-ray vision, he was momentarily overwhelmed by dizziness due to the sheer multitude of raw stones, rendering the scanning ineffective. Thus, he decided to venture inside for a brief glimpse. Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's proposal to enter, Li Fuqiang took the lead and stepped inside. Chapter 64. The journey begins for the Jadeite conference. Lin Yuyi also quickened his pace, arriving alongside Li Fuqiang at the first stall. The proprietor was engrossed in his mobile phone, neglecting to acknowledge the 2 visitors. This was hardly surprising. Those who frequented such venues typically possessed a degree of prowess. Moreover, many high-quality raw stones had already been appraised by experts at the exchange conference, marked with identification numbers for auction. What remained was purely a matter of skill in uncovering hidden treasures. With security present, the stall owner seemed merely a formality. Lin Yuyi activated his clairvoyance and began to scan the surroundings immediately. Lin Yuyi never anticipated that the very first piece of jadeite rough he unearthed would be from the so-called Dogshti land. The name itself carries a derogatory connotation. The rough stone is characterized by its coarse granules, abundant impurities, and an overall dark brown hue. Even as a foundation, this piece would be deemed insufficient. Truly, it encompasses a plethora of flaws, leaving everything to the discerning eye. Observing Lin Yuyi intently examining the rough stone, Li Fuqiang mistakenly assumed he had struck gold and hurriedly inquired, "Lin Yuyi, what is the matter? Have you spotted something valuable?" Upon hearing Li Fuqiang's words, Lin Yuyi swiftly gestured dismissively, for the jadeite rough before them bore no identification number and could be purchased outright. Concerned that Li Fuqiang might impulsively make a bid, Lin Yuyi subtly shook his head after a brief moment and proceeded to the next stall. Arriving at the second booth, his gaze was immediately drawn to a piece of jadeite rough that was marked with a number. Peering within, Lin Yuyi discovered that it contained a high-grade jelly-like apple-green jadeite. The skin of this specimen was exceedingly thin, suggesting that even the discerning experts would easily recognize its quality. Thus, its identification number was notably low. The promotional material printed alongside explained that the lower the number, the higher the starting bid price. Lin Yuyi instructed Li Fuqiang to consider this material as a potential option, suggesting that they could evaluate the price later and secure it if it proved suitable. Lin Yuyi continued to sift through the material and stumbled upon a piece of jade rough, no larger than a fist, which surprisingly contained a beautiful type of jade known as farong. The interior was abundant, and with meticulous carving, it could yield 2 exquisite bracelets and a small pendant. In due course, it would undoubtedly be worth several tens of thousands. Lin Yuyi turned to the vendor and inquired, "How much for this piece?" The vendor glanced up, noticed Lin Yuyi was pointing at a fist-sized piece with a rough surface, and immediately lost interest. Assuming the 2 were merely tourists, he returned to his reading, casually stating, 2,000. A faint smile graced Lin Yuyi's lips as he declared, "I want it." The boss set aside his book and retrieved a QR code from his bag, presenting it before Lin Yuyi, indicating for him to scan it. Li Fuqiang promptly stepped forward to scan the code. Upon witnessing the funds being transferred, the boss gestured for Lin Yuyi and himself to take their share. Lin Yuyi reached out and grasped the piece of material, subsequently making his way towards the stalls below. After browsing for 2 hours, just as mealtime approached, the two of them finally departed from the stands. During those 2 hours, Lin Yuyi discovered a substantial jade raw stone, marked with a number, yet astonishingly composed of icy jade. Lin Yuyi instructed Li Fuqiang to take note that this piece of material must be secured. After 2 hours of searching, this was the sole prize he deemed worthy. The rest held no appeal for him. Observing the smaller pieces, Lin Yuyi chose not to purchase them, as acquiring them would provide little assistance to Li Fuqiang. Lin Yuyi initially purchased that piece of material solely for the purpose of achieving a prosperous beginning. Since ancient times, it has been emphasized that fortune is paramount. A favorable start heralds a flourishing destiny. Lin Yuyi casually tucked the raw stone into his pocket, signaling to control his fortune. He understood that fortune is fleeting, which aligns with the ancient adage that wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations, primarily due to an inability to maintain prosperity. The two arrived at the dining hall of the exchange conference, where they briefly indulged in some refreshments before resuming their quest for raw stones. Time was of the essence, and Lin Yuyi was reluctant to place all his hopes on the auction. He needed to first identify a few promising stones. Upon returning to the vendor stalls, Lin Yuyi felt rejuvenated after their brief respite, and his ability to perceive the stones intensified. Li Fuqiang, observing Lin Yuyi's relentless pace, felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that there were no valuable stones to be found? Ever since Lin Yuyi's triumphant win against the Stone King during their last gambling venture, Li Fuqiang had developed an unwavering trust in Lin Yuyi's discerning abilities. During that previous encounter, Lin Yuyi had merely glanced at the stones without physically inspecting them. Now, as he swiftly moved past the stalls without pausing, it seemed evident that there were no quality stones to be had. Suddenly, Lin Yuyi halted, turning back to a piece of jadeite that he had just scanned. Li Fuqiang, trailing closely behind, bumped into him. Rubbing his slightly sore nose, he regarded Lin Yuyi with curiosity. Indeed, Lin Yuyi had quickened his pace, nearly overlooking this exceptional find. In his mind, he praised his own vigilance. This particular stone was a large piece of icy, apple-green jadeite, roughly the size of 2 basketballs. Although it had a thick skin, the core material was substantial. Securing this stone could facilitate the mass production of mid to high-end bracelets, precisely what Li Fuqiang urgently required. Observing Lin Yuyi's focused scrutiny, Li Fuqiang eagerly inquired, "Have you found something worthwhile?" Lin Yuyi nodded slightly, signaling Li Fuqiang to refrain from speaking for the moment. The vendor, noticing the piece of material that Lin Yuyi was observing, quickly put away his phone and spoke up. "Are you two gentlemen interested in that particular piece? Would you like me to shine a flashlight on it for you? Though it may not appear impressive at first glance, once illuminated, it will undoubtedly reveal some exceptional quality within." As Lin Yuyi listened to his boss's words, he couldn't help but smile faintly, realizing that it was indeed a case of a dog lifting the curtain, all reliant on mere words. "How much?" Lin Yuyi bypassed the usual banter and directly inquired. His boss slowly extended both hands, indicating 500. Upon hearing the boss's quotation, Lin Yuyi couldn't help but chuckle. After a rough calculation, he estimated that this piece of material would fetch no more than 1,000 at best. After accounting for the various procedures and intermediaries, there would be little profit left for Li Fuqiang. While Li Fuqiang intended to procure some material as a stopgap, Lin Yuyi had a different perspective. With his ability to see through, merely treating it as an emergency measure seemed a waste of such a formidable tool. "Boss, shall we negotiate?" Lin Yuyi spoke slowly. "You really speak without thinking. Do not underestimate my youth. I have been studying jade for several years. This particular piece has a high risk. The skin is so thick that even with a laser, it would be difficult to discern what lies within." The boss felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that his attempt to intimidate the young man had been thwarted. "It seems I have misjudged. Please, state your price," the vendor said awkwardly. "Weren't we just discussing a negotiation? It should be split in half." Lin Yuyi replied, "One cut brings poverty, another brings wealth. One cut to split the cloth. I have already stated my maximum limit, and I cannot afford more." As the boss began to retort, Lin Yuyi interrupted him once more. "With such thick skin, if you dare to open a window, I would indeed be willing to take it for 500. The boss lowered his head, contemplating. Every word from this young man resonated with reason. If they were to open the window and find green, then 500 might indeed be attainable. However, if nothing emerged, then not even 50 would be feasible. After a brief pause, the boss nodded, signaling the agreement. Lin Yuyi had already anticipated that the proprietor would be too timid to open the window. If he dared to do so, Lin Yuyi would seize the opportunity to secure a more advantageous price. At that moment, the owner slowly retrieved the POS machine from beneath the stall, preparing to process the payment for the two individuals. The POS machines here were specifically designated for such transactions, as the amounts often reached hundreds or thousands, necessitating the use of these unrestricted devices. Just as Li Fuqiang was about to present his card and proceed with the payment, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. "I shall take this piece of fabric." Chapter 65. Zhao Du reappears. Once again in action, Lin Yuyi and Li Fuqiang turned to see an unexpected figure approaching. It was Zhao Du who was assisting a woman weighing over 200 pounds. The rotund woman addressed the vendor, stating, "The flyer indicates that the highest bidder prevails. Since you haven't received payment yet, may I raise my offer?" Upon hearing her intention to increase her bid, the vendor quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Certainly, certainly." Zhao Du regarded Lin Yuyi with a mocking smile, his eyes brimming with resentment. Lin Yuyi never anticipated this, nor did Li Fuqiang. How could this individual, whose funds remain frozen to this day, manage to intervene here? It truly is a case of adversaries crossing paths. Lin Yuyi recalled the familiar silhouette he had seen earlier. What had puzzled him moments ago now became clear. That silhouette belonged to Zhao Du. Upon hearing the boss mention an increase in the bid, the hefty woman proclaimed, "Since he cannot afford 500, I shall offer 500. The boss's eyes sparkled with excitement. Today was indeed fortunate, as he had not anticipated such a generous patron. He then turned to Lin Yuyi and inquired, "What say you, sir? The highest bidder prevails, and this esteemed lady has outbid you. Will you raise your offer?" Lin Yuyi squinted, gazing at the mockery emanating from Zhao Du. The raw stone, worth over 500, offered little prospect for profit. However, it was evident that these two were intent on irritating him, seeking to compel him to inflate his price. Lin Yuyi slowly spoke, "I no longer want it." Upon finishing his words, he gestured for Li Fuqiang to move towards another stall. Li Fuqiang, still somewhat reluctant, attempted to resist but was promptly pulled away by Lin Yuyi. Zhao Du watched Lin Yuyi's retreating figure, feeling a surge of secret delight in his heart. He then leaned against the plump woman beside him and said, "Jing Jing, you are truly wonderful." The plump woman gently caressed Zhao Du's face, replying, "As long as you are happy, I will comply with whatever you desire." She was as proud and flamboyant as could be, exuding a certain greasy charm, akin to a young girl playfully teasing a boy. This scene caused the stall owner to stifle a laugh, bending down to conceal his amusement, nearly regurgitating the meal he had just consumed. Lin Yuyi and Li Fuqiang arrived at the next stall, with Li Fuqiang casting a puzzled glance at Lin Yuyi. Lin Yuyi discerned the thoughts swirling in Li Fuqiang's mind and spoke, "I am aware of your formidable strength, yet that particular raw stone may not be of such necessity." Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's words, Li Fuqiang experienced a moment of clarity, exhaling softly before replying, "Very well. I shall leave everything in your capable hands. I shall merely act as a wallet." He continued, "If I have managed to overpower you once, I can certainly do so again. Do not let me catch you off guard. Should you present me with another opportunity, rest assured I will not grant you even a fleeting chance to escape as I did before." As Lin Yuyi resumed his selection of raw stones, Li Fuqiang noticed a throng gathering nearby. Lin Yuyi was also drawn in by the shouts from that direction, and the two made their way towards it. Upon approaching, they discovered that it was a live stone-breaking event. Lin Yuyi glanced over and realized it was the young man he had previously pressed against the glass to wipe clean. Lin Yuyi felt a sense of perplexity as he pondered how the young man had arrived here, for the Ferrari he had come in was clearly unable to access the area. The young man's face flushed crimson. The ground was strewn with debris, all of it worthless, while a raw stone, nearly the size of a football, lay atop the cutting machine, revealing the original size of the material. The rotund man standing opposite the young man remarked, "Youngster, I warned you about the depth of this raw stone. You cannot grasp its worth. Ignoring my advice has led to this unfortunate outcome." Upon hearing these words, the young man's face grew even redder. Do I truly care about this sum of money? It's merely 1,000,000. So what? I am pleased. There remains half a piece and I can still cut it. Laughter erupted among the onlookers at the young man's declaration. You've already cut it halfway, you can at most make 2 more cuts. Do you genuinely believe there is still hope? One voice chimed in. You should have yielded to him earlier. This raw stone is clearly not worth that much, and he was merely attempting to inflate the price. Listening to the jeers surrounding him, the young man clenched his fists, seething with anger towards the rotund man. A minor celebrity, standing beside him, hurriedly grasped his hand, fearful of his impulsive reaction. The rotund man, however, remained unmoved, wearing a mocking grin. What is this? Do you wish to strike me? Come. I assure you I won't retaliate. Everyone knew this was the territory of the Emerald King of Yunnan, and any confrontation here would be met with formidable security. You better not let me see you outside, you fat fool, the young man declared, urging the stone cutter to continue. The cutter, observing the young man's demeanor, appeared quite apprehensive and hesitantly remarked, Do you still wish to proceed? If you make another cut, no one will take it off your hands. Just cut it. Do I care for such trivial sums? The young man replied impatiently. With the young man's insistence, the cutter begrudgingly readjusted the machine and began to cut once more. Under the watchful gaze of all present, the blade descended. As anticipated, the result was still worthless. Gazing at the color reminiscent of refuse, the young man slowly closed his eyes. He was not concerned about the money. Rather, it was a matter of pride. If it weren't for this insufferable man provoking him, he wouldn't have spent such a large sum on this raw stone. Although 1,000,000 was trivial for his family, it still represented a significant portion of his monthly allowance, causing him some discomfort. The rotund man seized the opportunity to mock him again. The young man harbored a desire for vengeance against the rotund fool, yet he was acutely aware of the limitations imposed by the locale. It is often said that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Despite his family's power in the capital, it held no sway here. The young man felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, having lost face twice in front of this newly acquainted celebrity. The previous embarrassment at the hands of the man driving the Range Rover was one thing, as he had physically intervened and ultimately assisted in extracting his vehicle. However, being humiliated by this rotund man through deception was simply intolerable. Let us go, he instructed his female companion. After much contemplation, he found no effective means to confront the rotund man, deciding instead to leave this place behind. As the cutter observed the young man preparing to depart, he hurriedly inquired, Do you not want this raw stone? Forget it. Let it go. The young man replied just as he took a step forward, only to find someone blocking his path. Upon hearing the young man declare that he no longer desired the raw stone, Lin Yuyi hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Lin Yuyi smiled warmly at the young man and inquired, Would you be willing to sell me this half piece of raw stone? Upon recognizing the man who had previously pressed him against the glass, the young man furrowed his brow and retorted, What is the matter? Are you here to mock me as well? Meanwhile, the insignificant celebrity, upon catching sight of Lin Yuyi, was so frightened that she instinctively recoiled, having witnessed his earlier display of violence. Lin Yuyi shook his head, stating that it was merely a moment of impulse, a desire to acquire a piece to play with. Observing the young man's still furrowed brow, Lin Yuyi continued, Rest assured, there is absolutely no malice in this. Besides, I previously assisted you in towing your vehicle. Where could the ill intent possibly lie? I harbor no desire to dampen anyone's enthusiasm. The tension in the young man's forehead began to ease. After all, the earlier predicament on the highway was due to his own boredom. It was only natural for someone to teach him a lesson, especially since this man had helped him with his car. After a moment of contemplation, the young man finally spoke, If you want it, then take it. All right. You said it yourself, now it belongs to me. With that, Lin Yuyi promptly approached the cutting machine and began adjusting the apparatus. The young man watched Lin Yuyi's actions, offering a resigned smile. Despite being reduced to such worthless scraps, he still fancied they might be perceived as treasures. Chapter 66. The waste stone reveals green, he peeled it. He peeled it as Lin Yuyi proceeded with his work. The stout man interjected, Young man, it's best you refrain from meddling. Allow me to impart the wisdom garnered over my 15 years of experience with jade. This raw stone's fate is already sealed. Do not waste your efforts. You would be better off observing the raw stones instead. Lin Yuyi slowly turned his gaze towards the rotund man. What if I were to draw a green? The man burst into laughter, exclaiming, if you manage to do that, I shall eat excrement while standing on my head. Upon hearing this outrageous declaration, a young man who had initially intended to leave suddenly shouted, I support you. If you draw a green, I want to see how you would accomplish that feat. Though the young man himself harbored little hope, after all, he had already sliced through 3 pieces of unyielding stone. He nonetheless chose to lend his support, recalling the grotesque expression on the rotund man's face from earlier. Lin Yuyi slowly remarked, you wish to eat, yet there is nothing to consume. Are you not vying for scraps with the doorkeeper Wang Kai? Just observe if he is willing to share even a morsel. His words, devoid of any vulgarity, immediately elicited uproarious laughter from the surrounding crowd. The hefty individual pondered for a moment, struggling to formulate a rebuttal, and could only resort to the original stone as a topic of contention. Let us cease this verbal sparring. Although you have invested no money in this waste stone, I am still curious to witness your expression upon unveiling the absurdity it conceals. Very well. I shall indulge your small desire. If someone wishes to witness folly, I cannot possibly obstruct them. With that, Lin Yuyi promptly activated the machine. The onlookers, initially prepared to depart, lingered once more, eager to see whether this confident young man could indeed reveal something remarkable. As the blade struck the stone, the remaining piece, roughly the size of a half-football, was sliced open. Under the gaze of all present, Lin Yuyi gently extracted the severed stone. Ice Yang green. It is indeed Ice Yang green. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. In an instant, the atmosphere was electrified. This was the first piece of Ice Yang green unveiled at the Jade Exchange Conference. Aside from those already displayed at the event, this was truly the first piece of Ice Yang green revealed on site. Lin Yuyi observed the commotion at the scene, unable to suppress a smile. Earlier, from outside the crowd, he had discerned the peculiar raw stone through his keen insight, noting that only a minuscule section contained jade, which was indeed rather strange. Although this piece was somewhat diminutive in size, a skilled sculptor could undoubtedly craft a delicate bracelet from it. Currently, bracelets of this quality in the market are among the most sought-after items. Should the quality be elevated, the price could double, while a lower quality would diminish its collectible value. This piece is worth at least 70 to 80, and given its water quality and texture, even a small bracelet would fetch no less than 500,000. Furthermore, with the remnants left after the bracelet is carved, a small pendant could also be fashioned, resulting in yet another source of income. Lin Yuyi slowly turned his gaze towards the rotund man and inquired, do you have anything further to say? Earlier, the young man, upon noticing the emerald, had disregarded his female companion and bolted outside. Meanwhile, Li Fuqiang stood frozen in place, watching as Lin Yuyi fortuitously acquired a fortune of over several 100,000. Although such an amount was trivial to him, it was, after all, a piece of waste that had been sliced 3 times by others. Even from a distance, it was evident that he was once again astounded by Lin Yuyi's remarkable stone identification skills. Were it not for the principles of the new socialist era, which dismisses superstition and the supernatural, he might have suspected Lin Yuyi possessed some extraordinary ability akin to X-ray vision. The rotund man was also taken aback by Lin Yuyi's stone identification prowess, remaining speechless for a considerable time. Observing the man's stunned silence, someone from the crowd, unable to contain himself, rushed forward and exclaimed, young brother, are you willing to sell that piece? I'll offer 300,000. Upon hearing the initial offer of 300,000, another individual quickly chimed in, only 300,000? You must be dreaming. I'll offer 500,000. With a hint of regret, Lin Yuyi responded, our company is in urgent need of materials. I was tasked with procurement during this outing, so I cannot sell this piece. Upon learning that Lin Yuyi was also a company buyer, those who had contemplated making an offer fell silent. Li Fuqiang's face lit up with a smile. He felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered someone like Lin Yuyi. Don't go. Isn't he supposed to eat the excrement while standing on his head? I barely borrowed that Tibetan mastiff from security. The rotund man, terrified by the sight of a Tibetan mastiff larger than a child, began to cry out, "Quick! Take it away!"
I am scared.
The mastiff, sensing the man's panic, exhibited a menacing demeanor.
I am scared, Mommy.
The rotund man wailed, tears streaming down his face. Amidst this chaos, a pile of dog excrement slowly emerged, prompting the young man who had been mocked by the rotund man to react with uncontainable excitement, as if he had discovered gold. The crowd, witnessing the young man's reaction, could not help but think, is this the legendary notion of valuing filth as treasure? Hurry! Hurry! Didn't you say you would eat it? Get on with it! The young man shouted eagerly at the rotund man, who was already in a state of despair, his face streaked with tears as he pleaded, "Brother, brother, I was only joking earlier. Please don't take it seriously." Lin Yuyi observed the young man's actions and demeanor, and couldn't help but exclaim, what an intriguing individual he truly is. Lin Yuyi slowly spread his hands before the hefty man, asserting, "I am not the one holding the dog. It was you who mentioned the unsavory act earlier. I did not take it seriously, but it seems the one walking the dog did." Hearing Lin Yuyi's words, the rotund man felt a wave of despair wash over him as he watched the lion-like Tibetan mastiff approach ever closer, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "I was wrong, my friend. I implore you. Take it away. I am terrified." The young man replied slowly, "Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Continue to berate me." With that, he brought the Tibetan mastiff directly before the hefty man. The mastiff opened its enormous jaws and extended its tongue, giving the man a direct lick across his face. The air abruptly stilled, and a foul stench began to waft through the atmosphere. Lin Yuyi noticed the yellow liquid pooling in front of the chubby man's trousers and slowly furrowed his brow. Have people's nerves become so fragile in this day and age? Why is it always me who encounters such situations? Lin Yuyi, clutching the jade in his hand, hastened towards Li Fuqiang, eager to vacate the area. The Tibetan mastiff, catching the scent, broke free from the young man's grasp and turned away, distancing itself from the corpulent figure. Goodness, how severe can his prostatitis be? One individual in the crowd exclaimed, pinching his nose in disgust. The gathering of people was swiftly scattered by the presence of the overweight man, retreating from the scene. The young man, frightened by the sight of the rotund figure, no longer pursued the matter. His pent-up resentment had been alleviated, and he hastily led his female companion in the direction Lin Yuyi was heading. Lin Yuyi also sensed the person pursuing him from behind. He turned around and discovered it was indeed the young man from earlier. A slight frown creased his forehead. Could it be that he sought the jadeite raw stone in his possession? Chapter 67. What dreadful ordeal has Zhao Du encountered? The young man, having caught up with Lin Yuyi along with his female companion, spoke breathlessly, "Brother, may we become friends?" Lin Yuyi was somewhat taken aback, pondering what scheme was afoot this time. The young man, sensing Lin Yuyi's surprise, hastily clarified, "I genuinely wish to befriend you. Firstly, I want to express my gratitude for your assistance in towing my vehicle. Secondly, I am thankful that you validated my discerning eye." After addressing Lin Yuyi, the young man turned to his female companion, beaming with pride as he remarked, "I told you that raw stone would undoubtedly yield results." The young woman accompanying him found herself at a loss for words, resorting to an awkward smile. "By the way, my name is Hao Shaowen," he added, retrieving a business card from his bag and handing it to Lin Yuyi. Lin Yuyi accepted the business card, only to discover that it was embedded with 24K gold. It bore nothing but a name and a phone number. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuyi inquired, "That raw stone is mine, is it not?" "Of course it is yours," came the enthusiastic reply. "This trivial sum means little to me. You have already avenged me. Did you see how terrified that chubby fellow was? He nearly wet himself, which utterly amused me," the young man exclaimed, slapping Lin Yuyi on the shoulder. Realizing the impropriety of his gesture, he quickly adopted a contrite expression and added, "Brother, truly, I merely wish to get acquainted with you. I hold you in the highest regard. To think that such a seemingly worthless stone, marred by 3 cuts, could reveal its inner green under your discerning gaze. Calling you the king of jade would not be an exaggeration." Lin Yuyi observed the affable demeanor of the young man before him, and his initial wariness diminished considerably, realizing he was likely a person of genuine character. Slowly extending a hand, he said, "Greetings, I am Lin Yu." Noticing Lin Yu's acquiescence, the young man eagerly grasped Lin Yu's hand with both of his own. "Hello, Brother Lin. You can simply call me Xiaowen." After speaking, Hao Xiaowen rubbed his nose and inquired, "Brother Lin, it seems you are here for procurement. Am I correct?" "I am merely here for leisure. May I accompany you to have a look?" Lin Yu glanced at Li Fuqiang, his eyes seeking counsel. After all, the topic of the company was inevitable, and he wished to gauge Li Fuqiang's perspective. Li Fuqiang merely nodded. He too found a peculiar interest in Hao Xiaowen, who, despite having endured a beating, remained remarkably enthusiastic, a rare character indeed. Seeing Li Fuqiang's agreement, Lin Yu nodded in return, signaling his willingness to accompany him. "All right, but I cannot promise to teach you anything," Lin Yu remarked. Hao Xiaowen quickly shook his head. No, I simply seek a bit of amusement." Thus, the two transformed into a quartet, resuming their quest for raw stones. As night fell, the four had procured 2 pieces of raw stone in total. One of these, weighing a hefty 20 pounds, was cradled in Hao Xiaowen's arms. Originally, it could have remained at the stall, where Li Fuqiang's bodyguards would later retrieve it. However, Hao Xiaowen insisted on holding it, claiming that whatever Lin Yu selected must be of exceptional quality, and he wished to witness it firsthand. Reluctantly, they acquiesced, reasoning that such a sizable piece of stone was unlikely to be carried off in haste. As dinner time approached, at Hao Xiaowen's request, they decided to open this 20-pound raw stone before heading to eat. The stone turned out to be a type of jadeite known as glutinous ice, rich in jade content, suitable for mass-producing bracelets, and it had cost Li Fuqiang $1 million to acquire. Although the profit margins on this piece were slim for Li Fuqiang, the financial outcome was of little consequence. Initially, Lin Yu had no intention of acquiring it, but after a day devoid of fruitful finds, he resolved to appease the company's needs. The group arrived at a restaurant for dinner. The stalls would remain closed for the evening. After their meal, they departed, making their way to a nearby farmhouse inn. Just as Lin Yu and his companions were nearing the inn, they spotted Zhao Du quietly observing them from a distance. Lin Yu also noticed Zhao Du's presence. Upon seeing Zhao Du beckoning him with a finger, Lin Yu exchanged a few words with several companions before making his way towards Zhao Du. Lin Yu was also curious to see what tricks Zhao Du had in store. When Lin Yu approached Zhao Du, he was met with an exuberant laugh. "Lin Yu, did you ever expect this?" "Neither did I. It seems fate has conspired against us. Is it true that you are here to procure raw stones?" "Fear not. I assure you that I shall prevent you from acquiring any. Starting tomorrow, I shall accompany you." Lin Yu regarded Zhao Du, whose demeanor bordered on madness, with a hint of amusement, pondering what could have transpired to bring about such a state.
Zhao Du,
Perceiving the expression on Lin Yu's face, assumed he was the subject of ridicule, which only intensified his frenzy. "Do you have any idea? This ghastly appearance of mine is entirely your doing. Are you aware of the repulsiveness of that wretched, corpulent woman? Do you comprehend the torment of a candle and a whip? At night, I am startled awake by the sound of grinding teeth, yet I harbor no grievances. After she settled my hospital bills, I vowed to bring about your demise." Lin Yu gazed at Zhao Du, who was in a state of frantic hysteria, feeling a twinge of fear himself. What had that wretched woman subjected him to? No wonder he appeared so profoundly troubled. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu addressed Zhao Du, saying, "I am at your service whenever you wish, but next time, fortune may not favor you so generously." Zhao Du's teeth ground together audibly, and he seemed utterly unhinged. Lin Yu shook his head, dismissing the old acquaintance. It was inevitable that there would be a hint of excitement upon seeing me. Best to ignore him and head off for a meal instead. Only Li Fuqiang was aware of the deep-seated animosity between that man and Lin Yu, yet seeing Lin Yu remain silent, he too refrained from speaking. After dinner, Lin Yu gleaned some insights into Hao Xiaowen's background at the table. It was said that he hailed from a prominent family in the capital and had come out to enjoy a leisurely outing with his girlfriend. However, it was painfully evident that his intentions towards the woman were merely frivolous. Once the meal concluded, Hao Xiaowen departed with his companion, fully aware of the implications of their late-night escapades. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Li Fuqiang settled into a guest house, preparing to adjust their states for the procurement scheduled for the following day, as the current supply of raw stones fell significantly short of the company's demands. The next morning, after freshening up, Lin Yu stepped outside only to find Hao Xiaowen waiting for him at the entrance. Lin Yu gazed at Hao Xiaowen, feeling a deep sense of pity as he observed his haggard appearance, lacking any semblance of vitality. "Xiaowen, you ought to exercise some restraint," he remarked before leading Hao Xiaowen to seek out Li Fuqiang. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Hao Xiaowen merely touched his nose and offered an awkward chuckle or two, acknowledging that he had indeed overindulged the previous night, while his female companion remained soundly asleep. After locating Li Fuqiang and finishing breakfast, the trio set off once more towards the raw stone vendors. Li Fuqiang, too, exhibited signs of sleeplessness, having been restless the previous night, preoccupied with thoughts of the raw stones he intended to purchase that day. The urgency was palpable. He was determined to secure the stones, especially if faced with bidding wars. Upon arriving at the stalls they had visited the day before, Lin Yu adopted a serious demeanor and activated his vision to scan for potential finds. After inspecting 2 stalls without discovering anything of interest, Lin Yu felt a twinge of frustration. The exchange conference seemed somewhat deceptive. Truth be told, the quality of the raw stones was inferior to those stored in Li Fuqiang's company warehouse. Just as Lin Yu lamented his luck, a flash of green light flickered in his mind. Chapter 68. With your speed, even seizing the opportunity would be futile. Lin Yu sensed a notable increase in the spiritual energy within his mind. This realization swiftly dissipated his previous feelings of frustration. He turned his gaze towards the emerald rough stone that had contributed to this surge of energy. The exterior of this rough stone was exceedingly unsightly, riddled with pits and devoid of any vibrant colors, marred by numerous speckles. To the untrained eye, it might easily be mistaken for granite. However, through his perspective, Lin Yu discerned that within lay a piece of glass-like material. Lin Yu was encountering such exquisite material for the first time. During his previous stint in sales, he had only glimpsed such jade online in his quest to recognize it. It was crystal clear and radiantly bright, seemingly ready to drip with moisture. This discovery left Lin Yu in a state of disbelief. Could high-quality jade truly enhance his spiritual energy? Regardless, he resolved to acquire this piece without hesitation, as it bore no identification number, suggesting it would not be overly priced. Lin Yu gazed at his boss and inquired, "How much for this material?" The boss turned to Lin Yu and replied, 100,000. Upon hearing the price, Lin Yu nearly leaped in place. In order to conceal his excitement from the boss, he swiftly harnessed his spiritual energy to calm his agitated heart. Lin Yu hurriedly gestured for Li Fuqiang to make the payment. Just as Li Fuqiang handed his bank card to the owner to be swiped on the POS machine, preparing to enter his password, he once again heard Zhao Du's voice. "Boss, I wish to raise the price." Lin Yu swiftly seized the POS machine from Li Fuqiang's grasp and promptly entered the password. Ding! The transaction was successfully completed. Li Fuqiang stared blankly at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with a myriad of questions. "How did you know my password?" Lin Yu awkwardly smiled and hurriedly explained to Li Fuqiang, "I possess an exceptionally good memory. Yesterday, since you did not intervene, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of it. There was no ulterior motive. It is merely a piece of glass material that must not be taken." In reality, however, it was during his own moment of X-ray vision yesterday that he had fortuitously seen Li Fuqiang's password. Lin Yu's memory is currently remarkable. Just moments ago, he was genuinely apprehensive about having the precious piece of ore, which would enhance his spiritual energy, snatched away by Zhao Du. Thus, he felt compelled to seize it and input the password directly. Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Li Fuqiang was even more astonished. However, his astonishment stemmed not from the password, but from Lin Yu's revelation that the material was, in fact, of the glass type. Lin Yu disregarded Li Fuqiang's astonishment and slowly turned to Zhao Du, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. "Oh, you're late. The payment has already been made. At your pace, you wouldn't even be able to snatch up the scraps." Zhao Du glared at Lin Yu, his teeth clenched in frustration.
Observing Zhao Du's expression.
Lin Yu felt an urge to provoke him further and continued, "Would you like to know what this material is?" With that, Lin Yu directly approached the cutting machine, exchanged a few words with the stone cutter, and then proceeded to take action. Swiftly and efficiently, he unveiled the jade ruff within moments. Lin Yu picked up the jadeite of glass quality and approached Zhao Du, exclaiming, "Look, glass quality, worth 100,000. At his words, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. The stall owner nearby stepped out to examine the material in Lin Yu's hands, while those selecting materials around them gathered in curiosity upon hearing glass quality. Wow, truly is glass quality. Isn't this the one who unveiled the icy yang green yesterday? And now they're showcasing glass quality again? Who is this young master emerging from nowhere? Did I just hear it's priced at 100,000? How much has it surged?" Hearing the chatter around him and observing Lin Yu's smug expression, Zhao Du felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Meanwhile, the plump woman beside him, upon hearing Lin Yu's words,
promptly talked Zhao Du's ear.
"Why didn't you wake me up this morning? If you had, this piece would have been mine." Zhao Du yelped in pain as she pulled his ear, hastily defending himself. "I just wanted you to have a little more sleep." Internally, he felt immense frustration. Waking her up could have resulted in her morning temper being unleashed upon him. Upon hearing his response, the plump woman snorted dismissively before releasing her grip on Zhao Du's ear. Lin Yu gazed at the two individuals, unable to suppress a shiver. After the plump woman released Zhao Du's ear, the malice in his eyes towards Lin Yu intensified. Lin Yu waved the materials in front of the two and then sought out Li Fuqiang once more, leaving behind a vendor in tears, gazing foolishly at the departing figures. Hao Shaowen, upon seeing Lin Yu approach, exclaimed with admiration, "Brother Lin, you are incredible. Although I am unaware of the value of this jade, I have heard that it is of the finest quality." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was a trivial matter. Lin Yu held the jadeite in his hand, yet he refrained from infusing it with any additional spiritual energy, leaving him utterly perplexed. Could it be that only a minuscule amount was required, and that it needed to be of superior quality? With this thought in mind, Lin Yu became even more meticulous, hastening his search, to the extent that he failed to hear Hao Shaowen speak on several occasions. As the morning hours gradually slipped by, Lin Yu found himself unable to uncover a single piece of jadeite that could augment his spiritual energy. Lin Yu also encountered a piece of glassy jade, yet this particular specimen bore a number and had already been partially revealed. Upon first sighting the jade, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, no matter how intently he gazed upon the raw stone, it yielded no response. Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, Li Fuqiang initially assumed that the stone contained hidden treasures, appearing determined to acquire it. Ultimately, upon seeing Lin Yu wave his hand dismissively, he refrained from adding that piece to his list of potential bids. After the group finished their lunch, they resumed their procurement efforts without a moment's pause. As they progressed, they encountered an increasing number of numbered raw stones, the majority of which had been partially revealed. Lin Yu did come across a few high-quality icy jade pieces, yet none exhibited any enhancement in spiritual energy, leaving him considerably disappointed. The only two stones that seemed suitable for company use were seized by Zhao Du and an unexpected accomplice, a hefty woman, who emerged from seemingly nowhere to snatch one away. The other piece, due to its considerable size and exorbitant price, was ultimately raised to 20 million by the hefty woman, compelling Li Fuqiang to ultimately secure it for 22 million. This particular raw stone weighed over a ton and had been partially revealed, merely displaying a surface of glutinous icy jade. The stone was marred by numerous surface cracks, and despite Zhao Du's efforts to entice higher bids, the hefty woman was unwilling to raise her offer further. She was apprehensive that the interior might be insufficient, fearing that a loss would not merely amount to a mere 10 or 20,000, but potentially escalate into the hundreds of thousands, a risk she was unwilling to take. Initially, Li Fuqiang was also hesitant to increase his bid, but upon receiving a nod of encouragement from Lin Yu, he ultimately decided to raise his offer by an additional 2 million. Lin Yu, possessing the gift of perception, discerned the exquisite jade within, the tricolored jade, a quintessential representation of the vibrant spring, abundant in quality. According to the sign of Li Fuqiang's company, even if 500 bracelets were crafted, the profits would be substantial, thereby fulfilling Li Fuqiang's pressing needs. Hence, Lin Yu encouraged Li Fuqiang to bid freely. Although Lin Yu did not encounter any more exceptional materials, he realized a peculiar issue. He had mostly seen the materials numbered within the first 100 and had marked several for Li Fuqiang to consider bidding on. However, he had yet to come across those numbered within the top 10. Ultimately, after consulting a local guide, he learned that the top 10 materials could only be viewed at the auction. Meanwhile, Hao Shaowen, after finishing his meal, departed from Lin Yu once again in search of a companion for the evening. Lin Yu had discerned the physical issues plaguing Hao Shaowen, yet he chose to remain silent. Their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy, and furthermore, some matters were best left untouched. Lin Yu preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. As dawn broke, Lin Yu felt a surge in his spiritual energy today, and with his recent diligent practice, he had further acquired a semblance of meditation techniques. Lin Yu practiced meditation throughout the night, awakening in the morning feeling invigorated. After having breakfast, he opened the door to find Hao Shaowen standing at the entrance, looking even more disheveled than before. Shaking his head dismissively, Lin Yu chose to ignore him and proceeded to seek out Li Fuqiang. After breakfast, the group made their way to the purchasing area. Just as they were about to enter, security personnel blocked their path. "I apologize, gentlemen, but due to the limited capacity of the auction venue, entry requires the purchase of a ticket," the security officer stated. Hao Shaowen quickly interjected, asking, "How much for a ticket?" as he pulled out his phone. 100,000 for the back row, 300,000 for the VIP front row, the security replied, producing a POS machine from his pocket. "What?" Lin Yu thought he had misheard and asked for clarification. The security officer impatiently reiterated, "Back row 100,000, front row 300,000. Hao Shaowen, irritated by the security's demeanor, was about to retort when someone from behind interjected, "Are you buying or not? If you can't afford it, don't block the way." Turning around, Lin Yu and his companions were surprised to see the plump man from the previous day. The man, upon recognizing them, turned pale and quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. Let me help you buy." He stepped forward and took out his bank card. "I'll buy 4 back row tickets." As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Shaowen erupted, "Get lost. Don't compare your salary to my pocket money. My brother Lin is meant for VIP seating." When the plump man attempted to return to his previous position to enter, he found himself squeezed out, leaving him no choice but to rejoin the line. However, when he finally reached the security desk again to purchase his ticket, he was informed that there were no tickets left. As Lin Yu and the others entered what was termed the auction venue, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Even Hao Shaowen, who had previously spent 900,000 on tickets without blinking, now felt that perhaps he had been swindled. This was hardly an auction house. It was merely an open space with a makeshift canopy and a row of wooden chairs. The so-called VIP front row was simply the first row of chairs, adorned with a layer of leather for slight comfort, and accompanied by a bottle of inexpensive beverage. After the trio settled into their seats, they patiently awaited the commencement of the auction. Before long, an auctioneer entered, holding up a sign and announcing, "Welcome, esteemed guests. The auction is now officially underway." Just as she finished her announcement, 2 individuals entered the previously vacant seats beside Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced over, and to his astonishment, it was Zhao Du and that corpulent woman. Indeed, the two were truly inseparable. Lin Yuyi narrowed his eyes, resembling a majestic eagle fixated on its prey. In response to Lin Yu's gaze, Zhao Du refused to back down, intensely locking eyes with him, his expression brimming with resentment. "Very well. We shall proceed to photograph the stones in reverse numerical order. Now, let us welcome our number 100 raw stone to the stage." Upon hearing the voice of the lady, Lin Yu slowly turned his head to gaze at the auction platform. The auctioneer announced, "This raw stone weighs 5 pounds. There is little more to say. I trust everyone has had a chance to examine it. Let us commence the bidding. The starting price is 50,000. Each increment must not be less than 1,000. The bidding escalated, reaching 63,000 yuan before the raw stone was finally secured. Lin Yu and Li Fuqiang merely gazed silently, their auction slips already inscribed with the raw stones they intended to bid on. Meanwhile, Zhao Du, seated beside Lin Yu, fixated intently on Lin Yu, completely disregarding the stones being presented on stage. After the auctioneer concluded the bidding, the host inquired, "Does this gentleman wish to unveil the stone?" The successful bidder promptly responded in the affirmative, proceeding onto the stage. Ultimately, the raw stone revealed a substantial piece of jade, though it was categorized as a lower grade. Nevertheless, the yield was satisfactory, incurring minimal loss. Subsequently, one raw stone after another was brought forth for auction. Lin Yuyi and his companions did not intervene. They merely observed. Some laughed maniacally at their winning bets, while others wept bitterly over their losses, showcasing the myriad facets of human existence. At last, it was Lin Yuyi's turn as the auctioneer announced the item he had inscribed on the bidding sheet. Lot number 82, the auctioneer proclaimed, a raw stone with a starting bid of 200,000. The minimum increment for each bid shall not be less than 2,000. Let the auction commence. Lin Yuyi signaled to Li Fuqiang that he could proceed. Immediately, Li Fuqiang raised his voice and declared, 210,000. Upon witnessing Li Fuqiang's move, Zhao Du hurriedly approached the hefty woman and whispered something to her. The woman, with an air of authority, retorted, 220,000. Soon after, another bidder chimed in, 222,000. The bidding escalated, leaving only Li Fuqiang and the hefty woman engaged in the contest, while all others withdrew. The price soared to 400,000. Li Fuqiang then turned his gaze slowly towards Lin Yuyi, who merely nodded in response. Without hesitation, Li Fuqiang boldly announced, 800,000. Truly, he was a cunning fox, attempting to intimidate his opponent with sheer audacity. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Wow, who is this big shot? Such wealth. Today was indeed a spectacle. Were these two sworn rivals? Yet, it had no effect. The hefty woman immediately countered with 900,000. Just as Li Fuqiang was about to speak again, Lin Yuyi placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Li Fuqiang turned, puzzled, to look at Lin Yuyi. Lin Yuyi shook his head, observing the figure of the hefty woman, clearly determined to seize this opportunity. Lin Yuyi could not fathom what kind of enchantment Zhao Du had cast, rendering this corpulent woman so resolute. This material was merely a piece of glutinous jade, albeit of considerable size. If the price were to be driven higher, it would undoubtedly result in a loss. Lin Yuyi initially intended to acquire this piece for no more than 500,000, with a maximum limit of 1 million. However, unexpectedly, a formidable competitor emerged. Zhao Du, observing the hefty woman successfully securing the piece, hurriedly approached and planted a kiss on her. When the host inquired whether they wished to open the stone on site, Zhao Du sprang to his feet with enthusiasm. He then cast a haughty glance at Lin Yuyi and declared, open it. Let us unveil it right here. With that, Zhao Du strolled towards the stone. As the stone was opened, the auction attendees gasped at the sight of a substantial piece of icy jadeite, eliciting a wave of admiration. Had I known, I would have taken a chance too. This could easily appreciate by hundreds of thousands. One lamented, just give it up. Did you not see their demeanor? With your meager fortune, you wouldn't even be able to fill their gaps. Upon hearing the mention of a potential increase of several 100,000, Zhao Du slowly raised his middle finger towards Lin Yuyi in a mocking gesture. Isn't it infuriating? Another several 100,000 in the bag. Once Zhao Du resumed his seat, Lin Yuyi, with his keen sense of hearing, caught snippets of the conversation between Zhao Du and the hefty woman. See? I told you. As long as we compete with this kid, the value is bound to rise. Lin Yuyi's lips gradually curved, revealing a barely perceptible smile. As he inscribed the second piece of material on the auction slip, yet another scene of contention unfolded between the two. The onlookers, witnessing the fierce bidding war, chose to withdraw, allowing the two to vie for supremacy. Zhao Du, as he desired, once again secured the material. This time, it was a block of icy yang green jadeite, which soared in value, multiplying several times over. Upon viewing this piece, the crowd disregarded the rules and began to place bids on the spot. Only after being persuaded by the staff did they agree to conduct private transactions later. Observing Zhao Du's growing excitement, Lin Yuyi's smile deepened. Chapter 70. An exorbitant price. Well then, let us not waste anyone's time and proceed to the next piece of raw stone for auction, the hostess announced. Following this, they presented the raw stone numbered 19, which several individuals struggled to lift onto the stage using a support frame. This stone weighed over 400 pounds and exhibited a window of icy jadeite, albeit with numerous cracks, thus presenting a significant gamble. Lin Yu gazed intently at the raw stone before him, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon it, while he lightly tapped Li Fuqiang's shoulder. Zhao Du observed Lin Yu's gesture, and a faint smile crept across his lips, after which he whispered something into the ear of the hefty woman beside him. The auctioneer then announced, "This raw stone was originally designated as the 10th lot for a discreet auction, but due to an unfortunate error by the stone cutter, it has been mistakenly classified as the 19th lot for open bidding. I believe you have all seen this remarkable piece, characterized by its icy apple green hue and its substantial size, making it a rare and exceptional find." Listening to the auctioneer's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. With so many cracks, the risk was immense, yet no mention was made of it. The starting bid was set at 10 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. And now, the auction commences. With that, the auctioneer raised his small hammer and struck the table. At Lin Yu's signal, Li Fuqiang boldly placed a bid of 11 million. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, a voice from the corner called out, 111 million, 115 million, 12 million. The price soared rapidly, and ultimately, Li Fuqiang halted his bids at 15 million. It was at this moment that the silent hefty woman spoke up. 15,500,000. Li Fuqiang was not one to back down, raising the stakes to 16 million. 16,500,000. 17 million. The onlookers could only marvel at the fervent exchange between the two, pondering the true wealth displayed before them. They wondered how the prices would escalate during the subsequent silent auction. As Li Fuqiang reached 17 million, the hefty woman hesitated. Lin Yu fixed his gaze intently on Zhao Du, his expression laden with gravity. He observed as Zhao Du leaned in to whisper something discreetly into the ear of the plump woman. Lin Yu's keen hearing caught Zhao Du's words, revealing a hint of tension on his face. After Zhao Du spoke, the rotund woman chimed in, 18 million. Li Fuqiang grasped Lin Yu's hand and murmured, "I only have 18 million now. What should we do?" Although his voice was somewhat subdued, Zhao Du, seated nearby, still caught a glimpse of it. A slow smile crept across Zhao Du's face. Li Fuqiang raised his paddle and inquired, "Is there anywhere here that can be mortgaged?" The host shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir, but we have no collateral options available." Li Fuqiang sighed softly, expressing his regret. At that moment, Hao Shaowen interjected, "I still have 2 million. Would you like to borrow it?" The two seemed to find a glimmer of hope and nodded eagerly. However, all their movements were keenly observed by Zhao Du and the rotund woman. Li Fuqiang then raised his paddle once more, declaring, "I bid 19 million. I refuse to believe this." This time, Zhao Du remained silent, allowing the rotund woman to proclaim, "I bid 21 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Li Fuqiang wilted, bowing their heads in despair. Zhao Du abruptly stood, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yu, and barked, "Lin Yu, you worthless fool. Continue bidding. Aren't you so impressive? Out of money now, are you? Are you angry seeing the material you desire slip through your fingers?" With that, he spat on the ground, exuding an air of vindictiveness. 21 million once. 21 million twice. 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to this beautiful lady for winning the bid. Due to the significant amount, the host urged the lady to come forward and make the payment. If payment is not feasible, this raw stone will be unsold, and the bidders will face our auction house's most severe penalties. The rotund woman, upon hearing the host's words, promptly approached the stage, producing 2 bank cards from her bag and handing them over. After a brief transaction, the POS machine chimed, indicating a successful payment. The host beamed at the rotund woman. "Congratulations, beautiful lady. This raw stone is yours. Due to its size, only a large cutting machine outside the auction house can process it." The woman paid no heed to the host's words, instead embracing the raw stone, kissing and licking it. "My treasure, I believe you won't disappoint me. You will surely appreciate in value." The onlookers at the auction house were left feeling queasy at her actions. After indulging in her peculiar display, she beckoned Zhao Du, saying, "Zhao, let us go and cut the stone." With that, she led her entourage to carry the raw stone out. Zhao Du followed eagerly, not forgetting to mock Lin Yu as he left. Many others who had been silently bidding also chose to exit, following to witness the stone cutting.
11 Zhao Du parted.
Lin Yu and Li Fuqiang exchanged a glance, a flicker of smiles appearing on their faces. With many people leaving, the competition for bids would surely diminish. Lin Yu signaled to Li Fuqiang with a glance and then strode directly outside. The three arrived at the auction venue, where a large cutting machine was operating slowly. A group of stone workers exerted considerable effort to secure the rough stone that the hefty woman had purchased. Upon seeing Lin Yu and the others emerge,
Zhao Du immediately approchait de Lin Yu.
Lin Yu, widen your eyes and observe closely to see what material will emerge from this stone, Zhao Du proclaimed. He then turned his attention to Li Fuqiang, adding, and you, if it weren't for you, my funds wouldn't be frozen. You're upset that I snatched today's rough stone, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Lin Yu merely smiled, remaining silent. A deafening roar filled the air as the cutting machine gradually approached one side of the raw stone. Due to its immense size, it was impossible to slice through the center entirely. Thus, they could only begin from one side. The atmosphere was hushed, with everyone fixated on the exorbitant raw stone valued at 20 million. With each incremental cut, the hearts of the onlookers raced. Only Lin Yu and Li Fuqiang maintained their composure, while Hao Shaowen chattered incessantly beside them. Brother Lin, why does the paper you showed me only indicate 2 million? I could manage 4 or 5 million. I've saved my pocket money for half a year just for this outing. Listening to Hao Shaowen's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. What kind of family is this, where several million is merely pocket money? At the same time, he lamented the state of the world, where the wealthy indulge in excess while the streets are lined with the frozen bones of the destitute. Finally, he watched as the cutting machine delved into the raw stone, with everyone's eyes fixated intently on the spectacle.
Chapter 71. Zhao Du was driven met.
As the stone cutter lifted the cut side, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. The venue fell into a hushed silence. After a moment, a bystander broke the quiet, exclaiming, "Is it ruined? Are you foolish? This isn't ruined yet. 20 million is about to dwindle to 2 million. No, not even 2 million, at most 1 million. It became apparent that the raw stone had merely a 2-centimeter deep window of high-quality jade, while the rest was filled with worthless material. Zhao Du gazed at the rubbish within, shaking his head vigorously, muttering, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Meanwhile, the hefty woman stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, lost in her thoughts. Lin Yu's stone identification had always left him profoundly shaken, to the point of becoming accustomed to such upheaval. Zhao Du, however, remained unconvinced, frantically rushing forward to seize the collar of the stone cutter, shouting in a voice laced with fury, "Was it you? Did you swap my original stone?" The stone cutter, taken aback by Zhao Du's outburst, hastily gestured for calm. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Isn't this just one side? We can slice it again. Let us see what happens." Yes. Zhao Du grasped this glimmer of hope, urging the stone cutter, "Hurry, make another cut." Moments later, the second slice was made. Yet the result was once again disheartening. It remained utterly disappointing. "Cut!" Zhao Du cried out hoarsely. Another slice yielded no change. "Cut again." His eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared almost possessed. The stone cutter, visibly shaken by Zhao Du's demeanor, trembled as he replied, "It's becoming difficult to cut now. Any further slicing may damage the jade." People around them chimed in, "Stop cutting. If you slice into the jade flesh, the value will plummet. Quickly, if I tell you to cut, then cut. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Zhao Du retorted, glaring at the one who had advised against it. "Whose stone is it, yours or mine?" With no alternative, the stone cutter relented and made another cut. As expected, he indeed sliced into the jade flesh. Upon witnessing this, the very person who had previously tried to dissuade Zhao Du now reveled in schadenfreude, exclaiming, "Serves you right. It's worth 500,000 now, and it takes a blind fool to want it." Zhao Du was left utterly dumbfounded, collapsing onto the ground. "Was it you, Lin Yu? It must have been your doing." With that, Zhao Du struggled to rise. Just as he stood, a hefty woman approached and kicked him fiercely. Following that, she struck him across the face. "You worthless fool! Did you not claim it would surely rise in value? Where is my money? Where is my jade? That was over 20 million. As she spoke, she removed her handbag and began to strike Zhao Du mercilessly. Suddenly, Zhao Du pushed the hefty woman down and, from seemingly nowhere, drew a dagger. The air was filled with the sudden flash of blood. In a fit of rage, Zhao Du plunged the knife into the woman's abdomen. "You wretched woman! I have endured enough. Damn you! You torment me every night. I can't take it anymore." Zhao Du screamed, repeatedly stabbing her. This unexpected turn of events terrified everyone present. "Run, run, run." When one person shouted this, chaos ensued as everyone scrambled to escape. Meanwhile, Li Fuqiang grasped Lin Yu, preparing to flee, while Hao Shaowen felt an unsettling thrill at the unfolding chaos. Lin Yu positioned himself behind Li Fuqiang, gradually advancing towards Zhao Du. Zhao Du resembled a bloodthirsty demon, consumed by a frenzy of violence, his visage smeared with crimson. "Lin Yu, haha, it is all your fault. You shall perish as well," he exclaimed, charging directly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu approached directly without mobilizing his spiritual energy. With his right hand, he struck Zhao Du's Naguan acupoint from the inside. In an instant, the dagger in Zhao Du's hand slipped away due to the pain.
Lin Yu exhibited no hesitation,
executing a flawless combination of strikes. His left hand transformed into a palm, delivering a precise blow to Zhao Du's point, while his right hand swiftly transitioned into a fist, landing a direct punch on Zhao Du's juke point. Simultaneously, his right foot executed a swift kick to Zhao Du's fengshe point. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, completed in one fluid motion. As a result of Lin Yu's relentless trio of attacks, Zhao Du collapsed to the ground. Lin Yu skillfully employed the acupuncture points of traditional Chinese medicine. Directing all his strikes towards Zhao Du, Lin Yu gazed at Zhao Du as he collapsed in pain, slowly crouching down as if observing a jester, a smile adorning his face as he looked at Zhao Du. "Would you like to know why? Allow me to elucidate." Lin Yu began to speak softly. It turns out that he had conferred with Li Fuqiang about this matter the previous night, feeling that the current situation was untenable, with Zhao Du persistently monopolizing the acquisition of raw stones. Thus, Lin Yu conceived a cunning plan. "Since you relish in seizing, then let me allow you to seize." Lin Yu embarked on a series of intricate calculations, meticulously considering even Zhao Du's character and temperament. Yet it was a grand gamble, wagering upon the nature of the corpulent woman, more precisely, her desires. After listening to the entire plan, Li Fuqiang was also willing to accompany Lin Yu in this high-stakes bet. After all, it was merely a matter of several million, and this procurement had already yielded sufficient returns. What followed would be an exhibition of their acting prowess. At the outset, Lin Yu released 2 rough stones, allowing Zhao Du to acquire them entirely. Just as one must bait a hook when fishing, one must not hesitate to take risks in pursuit of fortune. Lin Yu had even anticipated that Zhao Du would, in an act of mockery towards him, unveil the stones on sight after securing his purchase. The 19th rough stone, a true boon for Lin Yu, was practically a tool for deception. Just yesterday, when Li Fuqiang laid eyes on that very stone, he contemplated purchasing it. Yet Lin Yu persuaded him otherwise, for he had already discerned its contents through his keen insight. When the 19th stone was presented, Lin Yu commenced his performance. Life is akin to a play, reliant entirely on one's skill in acting. Every movement and expression of Lin Yu was keenly observed by Zhao Du. Yet, was this truly authentic? It was not. It was merely what Lin Yu wished him to perceive. Upon hearing that Zhao Du, in his fervor to compete for the raw stone, whispered to the hefty woman that Lin Yu had insider information revealing that this particular stone was destined for a significant surge, Lin Yu felt a stir within. Lin Yu had already discerned the outcome. What followed was a theatrical escalation of prices. Lin Yu had even discreetly slipped a note to Hao Shaowen while Zhao Du was engaged in the stone-breaking performance. The note instructed Hao to assert that he possessed no more than 2 million when the time came to borrow money. Lin Yu's intention was merely to lead Zhao Du and the corpulent woman to believe he was financially constrained. The bidding continued to rise, and ultimately Lin Yu's gamble paid off. The corpulent woman and Zhao Du had already become ensnared by the 2 enticing pieces Lin Yu had released. Upon hearing this, Zhao Du glared at Lin Yu in frustration, yet he found himself devoid of any strength, for the pressure points Lin Yu had struck would take time to recover. "Do you know? What surprised me the most was your audacity to kill that corpulent woman," Lin Yu remarked, his hand absent-mindedly sketching something in the air. After uttering this, He turned to gaze at the corpulent woman lying in a pool of blood. When Zhao Du had first plunged the knife into her, Lin Yu could have intervened, but he was no saint. The woman had repeatedly mocked him and attempted to seize the raw stone. While Lin Yu was a healer, he would not save those devoid of virtue. I have already stated I can crush you once, and thus I can crush you again. I simply did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. Rest assured, Zhao Du, I shall not lay a hand on you again. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he rose to his feet, casting a condescending glance at Zhao Du before striding towards Li Fuqiang. As he walked, he spoke, leaving Zhao Du with an indelible silhouette. The law shall bring you to justice. You will spend the latter half of your life in prison, while I shall become your nightmare. It turns out that while Lin Yu was conversing with Zhao Du, he had cast a spell upon him. Chapter 72, Old Man, you are doomed. Lin Yu cast the Yin-Yang 9 Fiend Curse upon Zhao Du. The interplay of Yin and Yang, with 9 representing the pinnacle, unleashed a malevolent energy that surged violently within the cursed individual's body, yet it would inflict no harm upon the organs. Instead, the afflicted would endure relentless torment, as if their every nerve were being scorched in the fires of heaven and earth, perpetually eroding their will. However, just as Lin Yu took a few steps away, a piercing scream erupted from behind him, emanating from Zhao Du. Lin Yu turned his gaze and saw Zhao Du springing up with a vacant stare, devoid of any expression. Stone, stone, I want to play with stones, he chanted, a trickle of drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback and immediately summoned the limited spiritual energy within him to gain a glimpse into Zhao Du's cerebral nerves. He observed that Zhao Du's brain was engorged with blood, resulting in the destruction of the neural tissue. Lin Yu was suddenly enlightened upon realizing that the surge of energy and blood had rushed to his heart and directly affected his mind. It appeared that his earlier words had driven Zhao Du to the brink of madness. Lin Yu shook his head, inwardly lamenting, "What a waste of my spiritual energy. This truly benefits you." Just as Lin Yu was lost in his thoughts, the security personnel of the exchange conference arrived at the scene in response to the commotion. Upon seeing the deranged Zhao Du, the guards immediately focused their attention on Lin Yu, who was nearest to him. Lin Yu sensed the scrutinizing gazes of the security personnel and spoke, "The murderer is him. I merely intervened, not anticipating that he would go berserk." However, the security remained unyielding, their vigilance towards Lin Yu unwavering. It was not until a man, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards clad in black suits, approached that the atmosphere shifted. The previously watchful security personnel all stepped aside, clearly recognizing the man. The gentleman regarded Lin Yu and said, "You must be Mr. Lin. Our boss requests your presence." Upon finishing his statement, the bodyguards collectively gestured for Lin Yu to proceed. Observing this scene, Lin Yu chuckled softly, "Who is your boss? This appears to be a rather forceful invitation." The man remained silent, merely smiling at Lin Yu. "Very well." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that the security for this conference seemed to harbor a palpable fear of the man, leading him to surmise that this individual was likely a high-ranking executive of the event. Thus, Lin Yu became curious about what the boss desired in meeting him. Lin Yu approached Li Fuqiang and informed him that he would be back shortly. He advised that if he did not return in time, it would be best to refrain from taking action. For the more one engages, the more mistakes one may make, while doing less results in fewer errors, and abstaining altogether ensures no mistakes are made. Therefore, if one is uncertain, it is wiser not to act. Li Fuqiang nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Hao Shaowen wished to accompany Lin Yu but was halted in his tracks by a bodyguard clad in black. Under the guidance of a gentleman, Lin Yu gradually traversed the auction venue, and after a considerable time, he was escorted to an exquisite estate. Lin Yu gazed at the scene before him, taken aback by the unexpected opulence of the estate. He had anticipated a mere expanse of raw stone quarry, only to discover a hidden paradise. Upon entering the manor, Lin Yu was once again astounded. A colossal artificial mountain, more accurately described as the Emerald Mountain, was entirely sculpted from jade of the highest quality. The man accompanying him spoke, "Mr. Lin, our boss is waiting for us inside. Shall we venture in first and admire the surroundings later?" Lin Yu finally came to his senses and hurried to follow in the man's footsteps, inwardly cursing the evils of capitalism. Upon entering the villa within the estate, Lin Yu was escorted to an office on the second floor. The man slightly lowered his head and said, "Boss, I have brought the person you requested." After speaking, he stepped aside. Lin Yu gazed at the elderly man seated in the office chair, while the old man scrutinized Lin Yu in return. Lin Yu was taken aback by the remark. What had the old man discerned? I was perplexed by the elder's words, only wishing to understand the purpose of his visit. The old man, devoid of any expression, spoke slowly. I merely wish to know how you can be so certain that the raw stone will collapse. Indeed, the old man had come with a specific intent. I remained baffled by his words. What raw stone? What gamble of collapse? If there was nothing more to discuss, I would take my leave. Lin Yu decided to feign ignorance. Before the elder could respond, the man standing beside him exclaimed angrily, "How dare you speak to the boss in such a manner?" Lin Yu merely cast a glance at the man, shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. As he reached the doorway, the office door swung open, revealing a group of bodyguards clad in black, who promptly obstructed his path. Lin Yu's lips gradually curved into a faint smile as he turned and inquired, "Are you implying that if I remain silent today, I shall not be permitted to leave?" The elderly man seated in the chair nodded in affirmation. Lin Yu nodded, "All right, then I shall speak. All I know is that you are doomed." Upon uttering these words, not only did the men in the room become incensed, but even the bodyguards standing outside were enraged. The man directed his bodyguards, "Silence this person. How dare he curse our boss?" With that command, the group of bodyguards surged into the room. Before Lin Yu could react, the elder raised his hand, signaling the bodyguards to stand down. He then turned to the man and scolded, "You are still so impulsive." The man, taken aback, did not expect the boss to reprimand him. The elder then shifted his gaze to Lin Yu and spoke slowly, "Young brother, what have you discerned?" Lin Yu smiled faintly, seemingly oblivious to the situation. "Are you not going to speak up? Go ahead," he urged, for having a mouth seemed futile, serving only to spew worthless remarks. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the man was incensed and opened his mouth to retort. Yet, he was met with a fierce glare from the elder, who commanded him to apologize without delay. The man, feeling the weight of his employer's tone, reluctantly offered an apology to Lin Yu. The elder, perhaps overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, broke into a fit of coughing. A feeling of frustration welled within him. To be insulted and then compelled to apologize was utterly bewildering. "What did you say? Speak up. I didn't quite catch that." Lin Yu feigned ignorance, leaning closer as if to hear better. This only fueled the man's anger, but he had no choice but to raise his voice slightly. "I apologize, Mr. Lin. It was my rudeness." In his heart, however, he harbored murderous thoughts, scheming silently. The elder then addressed the younger man once more. "Might you now express your thoughts?" Lin Yu shook his head once more. The old man merely spoke in a calm tone. "Slap yourself." The man's eyes gleamed with resentment as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Lin Yu, begrudgingly starting to strike his own cheeks. "Young brother, is it permissible now?" The old man inquired once again, casting his gaze towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu spoke slowly. "Do you not realize what I have discerned? Your condition is dire. The mucous membranes in your lungs are beset by tumors, and your time is running short." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the old man fell into a stupor, to the extent that he failed to react even when the young man, consumed by rage, charged towards Lin Yu. "You fool! You are courting death. After cursing our boss repeatedly, today you shall learn the consequences." By the time the old man regained his senses, it was far too late. Chapter 73. The Jade King. Ma Chongrun, the young man, was his adopted son from the orphanage, who had been sent to Siam at a young age to study Muay Thai. On the very first day of his return, he single-handedly challenged all the bodyguards in his estate. The outcome was that he sustained merely a few minor scratches, while all the bodyguards lay on the ground, groaning in agony. The Muay Thai techniques employed by the young man emphasized speed, precision, and lethality, striking to kill. Yet, Lin Yu had already seen through the oncoming assault of the young man. Lin Yu merely tilted his body slightly, deftly evading the man's elbow strike. Employing the ancient martial arts technique from his lineage, Tai Xiong Bagua, he skillfully pulled the man forward and delivered a powerful palm strike. With a resounding thud, The man was sent hurtling backward. The elder, witnessing this spectacle, rose in astonishment, unable to intervene in time, his thoughts racing with hopes that his adopted son would hold back. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he saw his son being flung away. The man, struggling to regain his footing, gazed at Lin Yuyi in disbelief. He had employed the turning the dragon gate technique from Muay Thai, a swift elbow strike that should have been impossible for Lin Yuyi to counter at such close range. Unbeknownst to the man, what he perceived as speed appeared to Lin Yuyi as the sluggish movements of an aged individual. After rotating his neck, the man charged at Lin Yuyi once more, convinced that his earlier overconfidence had allowed Lin Yuyi to seize an opportunity. The elder, noticing the renewed aggression, urgently called for restraint. However, the man was singularly focused on Lin Yuyi, oblivious to the elder's warnings. This time he unleashed a lethal technique from Muay Thai, the monkey leaps. Upon closing in on Lin Yuyi, he executed a high sweeping kick, anticipating Lin Yuyi's retreat. As Lin Yuyi instinctively leaned back to evade, the man swiftly pivoted and launched a flying knee strike aimed at Lin Yuyi's head. This maneuver was renowned as a deadly tactic in Muay Thai, designed to feign an initial attack before delivering a genuine strike, leaving the opponent unaware of the true intent. The man had triumphed over numerous champions in underground boxing arenas in Siam using this technique. Yet, he failed to anticipate that, after Lin Yuyi's evasive backward motion, he would swiftly counter with a side kick. Lin Yuyi's foot struck precisely at the man's dunyo point. A distinct sound of shattering bone resonated as the man collapsed to the ground. An excruciating pain coursed through his entire left leg, rendering him incapacitated. Promise me, next time, do not act so impulsively. Would it not be better to learn some traditional Chinese bagua for your well-being? Why must you pursue such extravagant endeavors? Yet, the man lacked the strength to utter a word. The agony silenced him completely. The bodyguards standing outside the door, witnessing the scene, were frozen in fear, fully aware of the man's formidable prowess. He could single-handedly take on their entire group, but now he had been effortlessly defeated by Lin Yuyi. To intervene would surely be tantamount to delivering themselves as easy prey. Lin Yuyi glanced at the elderly man standing in a daze and said, "If you cannot rein in your subordinates, then I shall assist you." With that, Lin Yuyi turned once more and made his way toward the exit. Upon reaching the doorway, all the bodyguards promptly cleared the path, pressing themselves against the walls, fearful that Lin Yuyi might strike. Only after Lin Yuyi had exited the office did the elder come to his senses, hastily shouting to the bodyguards, "Quickly call for an ambulance. What are you all standing around for?" Lin Yuyi slowly stepped out of the villa, pausing momentarily to admire once more the intricately carved jade rockery before finally exiting the estate. Lin Yuyi had already discerned the identity of the elderly man. During his moment of insight, he noticed the afflictions within the man's lungs, as well as the presence of minute particles in his trachea. Who else could it be but Ma Chongren, the illustrious Jade King, renowned in the realm of gambling stones? As Lin Yuyi stepped outside, he inadvertently encountered an approaching inspector. The inspector, upon comparing a photograph, inquired, "Are you Lin Yuyi?" Lin Yuyi nodded and then heard the inspector speak again. "I am from the Yunnan Southern Bureau and would like to request your assistance in our investigation. Please accompany us." Lin Yuyi furrowed his brow slightly, outwardly embodying the spirit of chivalry, bravely confronting the criminals without a hint of fear. However, he found himself questioning the time he could spare to accompany them to the precinct. Just as Lin Yuyi grappled with this dilemma, the elderly man from the office emerged, flanked by a group of bodyguards. After instructing them to carry away the stretcher bearing his adopted son, the elder approached Lin Yuyi. The elder glanced at the officer on patrol and spoke, "This young gentleman is a distinguished guest invited by me, Ma Chongren. I can assure you that he is the one who subdued the assailants. Should you require evidence, I am prepared to provide all surveillance footage, except for that of this estate, for your examination." Upon realizing that the elder was none other than the renowned Jade King, Ma Chongren, the officer's demeanor softened considerably. With Ma Chongren's endorsement, the officer ceased to insist on Lin Yuyi's cooperation in their investigation and even offered him a few compliments. Once the officer departed, Lin Yuyi turned his gaze toward the Jade King, puzzled by his sudden display of deference. Hadn't he previously accused Lin Yuyi of manipulating the hearts of men? Ma Chongren quickly interjected, I merely wish to inquire if you could assess my illness and determine if it is treatable. Please do not hold the previous events against me. Having sought the expertise of numerous masters, including the esteemed national physician Qin Dongshan from Yunnan, Ma Chongren had only managed to stabilize his condition. The diagnosis had involved an array of medical instruments and devices, yet Lin Yu, with just a glance, discerned the nature of his ailment. It was as though Ma Chongren had grasped a lifeline of hope. Hence, he had previously urged his adopted son to refrain from taking action, believing Lin Yu to be his final chance. Hearing the change in Ma Chongren's address, Lin Yu lowered his head in contemplation, only to be suddenly drawn to the jade-carved rockery within the premises. Lung cancer is not beyond treatment, but I do not extend my help to those lacking virtue. When you have cultivated virtue, I shall consider intervening. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Ma Chongren mulled over their meaning. As Lin Yu appeared to be departing from his line of sight, Ma Chongren hastily called out, "What do you mean by a person of virtue, Mr. Lin?" Lin Yu continued walking and slowly spoke. Virtue is embodied in the healer who treats ailments and saves lives. It is also found in the benevolent who alleviates disasters and aids the populace. Upon hearing these words, Ma Chongren recalled the gaze Lin Yu had cast upon the Emerald Mountain earlier and instantly understood the kind of virtuous individual Lin Yu referred to. It was a call to distribute wealth and assist others. Realizing this, Ma Chongren promptly took out his phone and made a call. Lin Yu arrived outside the auction house and noticed the sparse attendance, likely due to many having gone to participate in the private bidding. After showing his ticket to the security personnel, he proceeded into the auction hall. As Lin Yugong settled into his seat, he heard Li Fuqiang remark, "You have arrived quite promptly. The clandestine shooting has only just commenced." Before Lin Yu could utter a word, he heard the female host on the auction stage announce, "Now, we present our lot number 10, the raw stone. As the raw stone has not been displayed prior, we will now arrange a 5-minute observation period. We invite everyone to come up and examine the stone." Lin Yu slowly gazed up at the stage, where he beheld the enigmatic number 10 dark raw stone, devoid of windows, an unexamined treasure before him. Chapter 74, Imperial Green. Lin Yu was taken aback, astonished that the very first piece of material he had secretly bid on turned out to be a glass-grade imperial green jade. However, no matter how intently he scrutinized it, he could not perceive any enhancement of spiritual energy, which led Lin Yu to reconsider his previous assumptions. He had initially believed that high-quality materials would naturally augment spiritual power, yet this imperial green, despite its exquisite texture and color, revealed no increase in spiritual energy whatsoever. This was crucial to his own growth in strength. It wasn't until the auctioneer's voice broke through his thoughts that Lin Yu regained his composure. He quickly leaned towards Li Fuqiang and whispered, "You must secure this piece. Name your price." Li Fuqiang nodded in agreement. As the auctioneer announced the starting bid of 1 million, before he could even state the increment, Li Fuqiang boldly declared 2 million. A profound silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on Lin Yu and his companions. Initially, those who had come to participate in the secret auction were eager to inspect the raw stone. However, upon witnessing Li Fuqiang's immediate escalation of the bid by 1 million, all enthusiasm dissipated. The memory of the previous bidding war between Li Fuqiang and the corpulent woman was still fresh. Ultimately, the outcome was a staggering loss, with the price plummeting 100-fold. Doubts arose among the onlookers about whether Li Fuqiang was merely a shill for the auction house, questioning if this piece, which had drawn so much interest, was yet another instance of his malicious bidding. Nevertheless, the quality of the material was undeniably superb, with a delicate skin and a remarkably even distribution of color. When the participants had previously examined the stone under flashlight, it had revealed a strikingly layered fluorescence, indicating a high probability of premium quality. Just as the auctioneer announced the third call, preparing to strike the gavel, a voice emerged from the corner, 250,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fuqiang retorted, 5 million. Gasps filled the room. Such a rapid doubling of bids was unprecedented. Unbeknownst to them, Li Fuqiang was holding his breath, having been urged by Lin Yu to maintain his composure, which had led to several raw stones being snatched away by the corpulent woman, leaving a misconception that he lacked funds. Now, with Lin Yu encouraging him to seize the opportunity, it was imperative for him to showcase his resolve. Failing to do so would only reinforce the notion that he was financially constrained. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The auctioneer inquired. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million thrice. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the first piece in the secret auction, the auctioneer announced. Shall this gentleman proceed with the stone's unveiling? He asked once more. Li Fuqiang turned to Lin Yu, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. He too was eager to see the material that Lin Yu had insisted on securing at a fixed price. Lin Yu shrugged, taken aback that Li Fuqiang now sought his opinion on the rough stone. Upon seeing Lin Yu's agreement, Li Fuqiang ascended the stage with determination. The stone, only slightly larger than a fist, was familiar to Li Fuqiang, prompting him to instruct the stone cutter to begin by polishing the surface. Following his command, the cutter commenced the meticulous task of refining the exterior of the rough stone. As the polishing deepened, they finally penetrated approximately 2 centimeters into the stone. The cutter then rinsed the stone under the water pipe. Emperor Green. The tremor in the cutter's voice resonated throughout the venue. What? Surely, I did not mishear. Quickly, let us take a closer look. In an instant, the auction stage was surrounded by eager onlookers. Li Fuqiang received the rough stone from the cutter, and indeed, it was an exquisite glass-like emperor green. His hands trembled slightly. Throughout his lifetime of selling jewelry, he had never encountered such a remarkable jade. Every jade enthusiast harbors a singular dream: to possess emperor green. Yet, in today's mining landscape, such treasures are exceedingly rare. Not to mention emperor green, even glass types have become scarce. Only those with abundant water content and profound coloration could be deemed emperor green. Any slight deficiency disqualifies it from this esteemed title. It is evident that jade of this caliber is a rare find, truly a treasure to be cherished through generations. As the crowd beheld the emperor green in Li Fuqiang's hands, astonishment swept over them, accompanied by regret for not participating in the bidding earlier. Excitement surged as they witnessed such quality jade firsthand. In a moment of emotional frenzy, some even slapped their own faces in self-reproach. I bid 10 million. Will you part with it? Once the first bid was announced, a flurry of offers erupted throughout the room. 15 million, 18 million. Even the auctioneer struggled to maintain order. With furrowed brows, the auctioneer hurried to the side to contact the owner. Li Fuqiang then turned to Lin Yu, stating calmly, though I have won this rough stone, I possess only half the rights to it. The other half belongs to my friend. I provide the funds, he provides the effort. It was he who encouraged me to bid on this stone. Therefore, I kindly ask for your understanding, as I shall not be parting with it. Lin Yu had not anticipated that Li Fuqiang would make such a statement. As everyone's gaze shifted towards Lin Yu, who remained seated, they suddenly recognized him. Wasn't he the individual who had remarkably won first place in 2 consecutive Jade Stone betting events? I believe our Jade King has not participated in years. Perhaps it is time to bestow this title upon our esteemed brother. In an instant, Lin Yu became the center of attention. Lin Yu felt embarrassed under the gaze of the crowd and stood up to speak slowly. I believe some of you are aware that I am the company's purchaser, so it is likely that we will not be able to make a special concession for this raw stone. Upon hearing the words of Li Fuqiang and Lin Yu, disappointment swept over the audience. Owning a piece of imperial green was a lifelong dream for many. Observing the atmosphere finally beginning to cool, the hostess hastily interjected. As you all know, a piece of imperial green is of utmost importance to those who gamble on stones. However, we have a batch of raw stones. Who knows what treasures may follow? I kindly ask everyone to take their seats as we proceed with the next auction. Upon hearing this, the bidders gradually descended from the auction stage, focusing intently on the forthcoming items, their eyes all fixed on Lin Yu. One raw stone after another was presented, yet Lin Yu remained still. The price for the subsequent raw stones soared high, overshadowed by Lin Yu's piece of imperial green. With little profit to be made and considering the procurement was nearly complete, Lin Yu refrained from allowing Li Fuqiang to place further bids. Well, this auction is nearing its conclusion, and next we have our champion item, the hostess announced, signaling for the number 1 champion piece to be brought forth. This is a windowed yellow jade. Now, please come up to identify the stone. Lin Yu gazed at the stone, a slight frown creasing his brow.
Li Fuqiang.
Initially engrossed in the imperial green, lifted his head upon hearing the mention of yellow jade. Who would ever complain about an abundance of exquisite jade? Chapter 75. The Rescue in the Mine, eyes brimming with tears. Li Fuqiang glanced at Lin Yu, who merely shook his head before descending into deep contemplation. Puzzled, Li Fuqiang regarded Lin Yu, but upon noticing Lin Yu's lowered gaze, he refrained from examining the raw stone. The auctioneer's voice resonated. The starting bid is 2 million, with increments no less than 100,000. No sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd began to place their bids. Failing to secure the imperial green, the acquisition of this exceptional yellow jade became imperative. 2,100,000. 250,000. 3 million. The price surged to 10 million. Ultimately, a bidder secured it for 13 million. Remarkably, the winning bidder did not remain on site to inspect the stone. Concurrently, our Jade Exchange Conference reached a splendid conclusion, leaving the remaining time for all to enjoy. Colorful Yunnan will always welcome you. Gradually, the bidders dispersed, and Lin Yu shook his head at the individual who had purchased the yellow jade. He had intended to inquire earlier but held back, observing Lin Yu lost in thought. Lin Yu spoke slowly. That is a synthetic raw stone. What?
Li Fuqiang exclaimed in astonishment.
Hao Shaoan quickly leaned in. Lin Gu, what is a synthetic raw stone? Observing their expressions, Lin Yu replied slowly, I am uncertain about what substance was used to bond these two remarkably similar raw stones together. Lin Yu was taken aback upon his first glance, astonished to discover that Ma Chongren possessed the audacity to forge, and with such remarkable skill. It was far from the ease with which Lin Yu had suggested. Had it not been for his ability to see through the facade, even unraveling the mystery would not have revealed the composite nature of the piece. Two similar raw stones had been meticulously adhered together, the seam virtually imperceptible, requiring a magnifying glass for any discernible inspection. The watch case was sculpted to fit seamlessly. Aside from the window on the surface which revealed yellow jade, the rest was utterly devoid of value. You old rascal, I shall merely observe how you intend to squander that wealth. Should you fail to part with it sufficiently, you might as well take your riches to the grave with you. Lin Yu had already made his decision. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Fuqiang couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It was indeed a thrilling experience. As Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the auction house, he was immediately surrounded by a group of individuals. Young man, may I inquire about your position within your company? I would like to invite you to join our firm as the chief consultant. Come here. I offer you an annual salary of 10 million. Listening to these words, Li Fuqiang's face turned an ominous shade of green. Was it truly acceptable for them to poach talent right before his eyes? Was this behavior not a display of utter disrespect? Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at Li Fuqiang's expression and promptly remarked, if you can't meet a modest goal, then perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Come. Join my company, and I shall set you a small target. Just as Lin Yu finished speaking, a voice interrupted. Lin Yu was taken aback. I had merely spoken casually, yet here was someone bold enough to respond. Li Fuqiang, observing the situation, swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Yu. I am his employer. Should anyone dare utter another word, I assure you, it will not end well. The crowd, witnessing Li Fuqiang's imposing demeanor, hastily dispersed. Just as Lin Yu and his companions were about to depart once more, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted nearby, followed by a cloud of dust that enveloped them. Lin Yu gazed slowly, noticing that loose stones were cascading down the mountainside not far away. A landslide? As soon as the thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind, he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman approaching. Lin Yu discovered that the enchanting woman was none other than the host from earlier, appearing even more striking without her makeup. She addressed the audience, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a collapse in the mining area. Please hurry to a safe location for your protection. Upon hearing her words, everyone present scattered in a frenzy, each more terrified than the last. Lin Yu glanced towards the collapsed area, intending to inquire whether the enchanting woman had discovered any casualties. Just then, Li Fuqiang patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, Let's find a place to take cover. This is no trivial matter. When Lin Yu turned back to seek the captivating woman, she had already vanished without a trace. Lin Yu had no choice but to give up, and the three of them hurried towards the guest house. Upon arriving at their accommodation, just as they came to a stop, they noticed a medical personnel rushing towards the site of the collapse, carrying a first aid kit. Lin Yuyi hastily grasped the arm of the medical personnel and inquired, "Are there any casualties on the collapse side?" The medical worker paused and glanced at Lin Yuyi before responding, "Yes, there are. What's the matter?" Upon learning that Lin Yuyi was also a doctor, the medical worker's demeanor softened considerably. "Let us hurry then. The ambulance team has yet to arrive, and I'm short-handed on my own." Lin Yuyi turned to Li Fuqiang and said, "You all go wait for me at the guest house. I shall return shortly." Li Fuqiang was aware of Lin Yuyi's medical skills, yet given the imminent dangers posed by the collapse, he urgently advised, "Lin Yuyi, there are medical personnel available. You needn't add to the commotion." Lin Yuyi replied, "It is the physician's duty to heal and save lives. Wouldn't you agree?" Hao Shaowen promptly added, "I wish to go as well. Your presence would be of no benefit." Refrain from joining the fray, Lin Yuyi had yet to finish speaking when he noticed Hao Shaowen already sprinting towards the scene. Lin Yuyi, feeling helpless, had no choice but to leave Li Fuqiang waiting for him. After speaking, Lin Yuyi dashed towards the direction of the collapse alongside the medical personnel. As Li Fuqiang watched Lin Yuyi's receding figure, memories of his son flooded his mind. Had Lin Yuyi not intervened at that moment, he could only wonder about his son's fate now. His admiration for Lin Yuyi grew ever deeper. Upon reaching the site of the collapse, Lin Yuyi and the medical team discovered that Hao Shaowen was already inside, assisting in the rescue of the injured. Lin Yuyi rolled up his sleeves and plunged into the crowd. Upon pushing his way in, he discovered an older miner trapped in the depths of a well. Lin Yuyi glanced over and beheld that the 4-meter-deep mine was entirely engulfed in muck, with the uncle trapped within the mire. Lin Yuyi inquired and learned that beneath the area where the raw stones were being extracted lay a coal mining site. This gentleman was indeed one of the workers operating within the mine. As Lin Yuyi contemplated how to effect a rescue, he suddenly heard the voices of firefighters behind him. Lin Yuyi turned around and couldn't help but marvel at the swiftness of the firefighters' arrival. Observing the firefighters, already donned in their gear, descend into the deep well, Lin Yuyi prepared himself to assist from above. Once the firefighters were down, they urged the elderly man to relax and not to be anxious. The elderly man then exclaimed, "Bring me a cigarette." Initially taken aback by his request, Lin Yuyi soon realized that the elderly man sought to numb his frayed nerves with nicotine. Those above quickly procured a cigarette and passed it down. After taking a couple of puffs, the elderly man nodded, signaling to the firefighters that he was ready. The firefighters promptly commenced the rescue operation. Once the safety harness and other equipment were securely fitted onto the elderly man, the firefighters indicated that they could begin pulling him up. With everyone's assistance, they gradually extracted the lower half of the elderly man's body from the mire. The entire well was engulfed in mud, devoid of any support points. The firefighter instructed, "Elder, step on my back." To which the elderly man replied, "I can't step on you. You're about the same age as my son." As he spoke, the elderly man slowly bent his legs, resolutely refusing to use the firefighter's back as a support. This scene brought tears to the eyes of everyone present, as kindness met kindness. When the elderly man was finally rescued, Lin Yuyi noticed that his legs were trembling significantly and appeared slightly swollen. Lin Yuyi sensed something unusual and immediately activated his X-ray vision. Indeed, the old man's legs were afflicted with a serious condition. Chapter 76. The director of the Yunnan hospital? Useless. The old man's ankle had suffered a fracture, compounded by the prior entrapment in the mire which had led to insufficient blood supply. This had now severely affected the vascular veins. It was imperative to reconnect and restore blood circulation swiftly. Otherwise, prolonged delay could result in the risk of amputation. Lin Yuyi gazed at the man and said, "Uncle, the ankle you have injured is fractured. You may need to endure some pain shortly, as I will need to reset the bone." The man, whose face was smeared with dark gray mud, revealed a set of pearly white teeth and replied, "Feel free to proceed. It's nothing to worry about." Lin Yuyi nodded and directly channeled his spiritual energy into his hands, aiming to minimize the pain experienced by the elder as much as possible. As Lin Yuyi was poised to set the bone, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "What are you doing?" Lin Yuyi turned his head and saw a man stepping out from the crowd. The gentleman clad in a suit looked at the elder's feet and spoke. "What do you intend to do?" Are you not aware that a fracture necessitates careful movement? Your actions could lead to further injury. Who permitted you to meddle in this manner? If you lack understanding, refrain from interfering. Can you bear the responsibility should the patient suffer additional harm? Lin Yuyi cast a glance at the man in the suit and spoke. I do not comprehend. Does that imply you possess understanding? Then enlighten me on what ought to be done. What should be done? Naturally, we must convey the injured to the hospital for examination. At present, it is uncertain whether the victim harbors any additional latent risks. First, we must conduct an X-ray, and subsequently, we shall treat accordingly. Fool! Lin Yuyi exclaimed, then turned away, disregarding the man entirely. Lin Yuyi crouched down and began to set the old man's bone. Upon hearing the insults directed at him, the man pointed at Lin Yuyi and exclaimed, I am the director of the Diannan Hospital. I suspect that you have no understanding of medicine and are merely here to cause trouble. I now accuse you of practicing medicine without a license. The crowd, upon learning that he was indeed the director of Diannan Hospital, began to accept his words. They were about to advise Lin Yuyi to follow the man's suggestion and take the old man to the hospital for an examination. However, before they could speak, a sharp crack resonated from the old man's injured ankle. Everyone turned to see the swelling on the old man's foot visibly receding at an astonishing rate. Sir, please try to stand and move around a bit to see if it still hurts, Lin Yuyi said to the old man, completely disregarding the man's claims. The old man, sitting on the ground, struggled to rise. After moving around for a brief moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, Indeed, it no longer hurts. Young man, your medical skills are remarkable. Lin Yuyi merely smiled before turning his gaze towards the man. Is someone like you truly the director of a hospital in Yunnan? It seems this Yunnan hospital cannot be renowned. Are you unable to discern the swelling in the ankle? That is evidently a blockage caused by poor blood circulation. By the time you transport the patient to the hospital for examination, the meal will have gone cold. Do not place unwavering faith in Western medical technology. The ancient practices of diagnosis and treatment passed down by our ancestors cannot be compared to mere 300 years of knowledge. I believe it would benefit you to familiarize yourself with the classical teachings of Huaxia. At the very least, it might alleviate your ignorance. With that, Lin Yuyi turned and walked away, heading directly to find Hao Xiaowen. The man stood there, staring blankly at Lin Yuyi's retreating figure. How could this be possible? Is it truly as simple as that? He began to doubt whether his years of studying Western medicine had been a mere jest. According to his medical training, not only must one address blood circulation, but even a fracture would necessitate surgery first, followed by a month of immobilization with a cast. When Lin Yuyi arrived at Hao Xiaowen's side, he found Hao still engrossed in his work, utterly oblivious to Lin's presence. Hao only sensed someone obstructing him. Without raising his head, he said, Quickly leave this place. Be cautious of a secondary collapse. Upon noticing that the person before him had not departed, Hao lifted his gaze to persuade. When he realized that it was Lin Yuyi standing in front of him, he hastily set down the wooden beam he was holding and exclaimed, Brother Lin, please wait for me. I just need to move these two beams to secure them and I will be right there. Lin Yuyi did not obstruct him. He merely nodded slightly and stepped aside. Observing the demeanor of Hao Xiaowen, Lin Yuyi experienced a profound shift in his perception of this young scion. In a place where a secondary collapse could occur at any moment, he warned others to vacate while he himself rushed forward. Can such a person truly be labeled a wastrel? Moments later, Hao Xiaowen sprinted back, followed closely by the rescue personnel and medical staff. Along the way, Lin Yuyi suddenly spoke, Xiaowen, are you not afraid of death? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyi refrained from further comments, simply gazing at Hao Xiaowen's expression, silently acknowledging that this wealthy heir was not merely as glamorous as he appeared on the surface. It's nothing serious, is it? Li Fuqiang inquired. Lin Yuyi shook his head, observing Li Fuqiang's hesitance, and inquired about the matter. After navigating the bumpy road, Lin Yuyi spotted Hao Xiaowen's green Ferrari parked by the roadside. Upon further questioning, he discovered that Hao had given someone a ride for 100,000, while his own vehicle had been summoned via a towing service. After disembarking, Hao leaned against Lin Yuyi's car window and remarked, Brother Lin, do remember to notify me if you ever come to the capital. Lin Yuyi nodded, retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from his bag, and composed a prescription. which he then handed to Hao Shaowen. Hao Shaowen gazed at the prescription with a look of perplexity. Lin Yu spoke. Do you often experience pain in your left abdomen? Hao Shaowen quickly nodded, astonished, and asked, Wow, Brother Lin, how did you know? Lin Yu said irritably, Don't ask me how I know, but your health has already deteriorated. If you continue like this, in no more than 6 months you will experience the fate of a eunuch. Upon hearing this, Hao Shaowen was stunned. A eunuch? That would be worse than death. Lin Yu nodded and remarked, To put it bluntly, you must now feel a sense of inadequacy and weakness, as it is already a precursor to renal failure. Hao Shaowen quickly grasped Lin Yu's hand and implored, Brother Lin, since you are aware, you must possess the means to heal. Please assist me. I do not wish to become a eunuch. As he spoke, tears welled up in the eyes of this grown man. Lin Yu felt a wave of embarrassment and swiftly brushed aside Hao Shaowen's hand, stating, If you trust me, simply follow the prescription on this sheet for 6 months. During this period, refrain from any kidney strain and engage in moderate exercise, and you shall see recovery in due time. Is that truly the case? Hao Shaowen inquired, his eyes gleaming with hope as he gazed at Lin Yu. He promptly treated the prescription with utmost reverence, stowing it away as if it were a treasured possession. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Yu and Hao Shaowen parted ways. Once inside the vehicle, Li Fuqiang turned to Lin Yu and asked, Was what you just said genuine? Lin Yu smirked in a rather lewd manner, claiming it was merely a jest to frighten him. He mentioned his slight deficiency in vitality, suggesting that a simple remedy like Luwei Dihuang Wan could be of assistance. What prescription do you have for him? Inquired Li Fuqiang. One that fortifies the kidneys and enhances the physique. It possesses other beneficial effects that are well understood, he replied. Upon hearing this, Li Fuqiang rubbed his nose and lowered his head, asking, Could you also provide me with that prescription? Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had been waiting all this time. Just as he started the car, his phone began to ring. Chapter 77. Members of the Huaxia Medical Association. Lin Yu retrieved his phone and discovered a call from Li Ziqing. Upon answering, he heard her say, Lin Yu, have you completed your tasks? A couple of days ago, I hesitated to send you the materials, fearing you might be occupied. Since you're done now, I will send them to you shortly. All right, please send them to me, and I shall review them when time permits. Lin Yu responded just before Li Ziqing ended the call. Shortly thereafter, his phone buzzed with a notification, revealing that Li Ziqing had sent nearly a gigabyte of materials. After setting down his phone, Lin Yu focused intently on driving. A few hours later, while having a meal at a service area, he began to peruse the materials sent by Li Ziqing. Lin Yu felt increasingly uneasy. These symptoms were conspicuously absent from the records of the inheritance. Could there be other underlying causes? Lin Yu muttered to himself. After finishing his meal, he set off once more, making a phone call along the way to inform Li Ziqing that the situation was difficult to ascertain. It would only be possible to determine the facts upon witnessing them firsthand. After a brief discussion, they agreed to meet soon to find a suitable time to assess the condition of Li Ziqing's grandfather. Lin Yu, I have decided to offer you 5% of the market sales revenue. As for the piece of imperial green, we can split it equally. What do you think? Lin Yu shook his head. Since they had made their agreement earlier, it would be best to adhere to it. Observing Li Fuqiang's unwavering determination, Lin Yu nodded in acquiescence, no longer resisting. As Lin Yu approached the entrance, he encountered the Stone King approaching him. Upon noticing Lin Yu, the Stone King promptly exclaimed, Ah, young friend, your timing is impeccable. With that, he reached into his bag and presented a box to Lin Yu. Lin Yu opened it and discovered a jade bracelet inside. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the bracelet was intricately carved with a bat and 2 longevity peaches, symbolizing the dual blessings of fortune and longevity. The exquisite craftsmanship, combined with the bracelet's original patterns, created a harmonious masterpiece that appeared as if it had been formed by nature itself. Lin Yu nodded and said, Thank you, Stone King. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Upon hearing that Lin Yu was about to depart, the Stone King hastily interjected, I have heard that your journey to Yunnan has yielded an imperial green. Might I have the pleasure of viewing it? At this remark, Lin Yu understood the reason for the Stone King's timely arrival. It was evidently a calculated move. How did you come to know of this? Lin Yuyi inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. The Stone King displayed a trace of embarrassment, replying, I have my sources. However, the news has begun to circulate within the Jade community, revealing that a young man in his 20s has consistently unearthed high-quality stones, culminating in the dream of all gem traders, the Imperial Green. Lin Yuyi, upon hearing this, could not help but reflect. Indeed, fame brings its own burdens. He then remarked, that piece of rough was procured for the company and is currently with Mr. Li. If you wish to see it, I suggest you contact him. With that, Lin Yuyi exited the company. The Stone King gazed at Lin Yuyi's retreating figure, sighing to himself, truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I have spent a lifetime in the jade trade without ever encountering an Imperial Green. Now, even as they call me the Stone King, I feel as if I am being mocked. Lin Yuyi got into the car and drove straight home. Upon arriving at the doorstep, he noticed a package placed at the entrance. Lin Yuyi picked up the package and discovered it was sent from Shangjing. Upon opening it, he found a letter and a card inside. He took the card and noticed his personal information printed on it, while the reverse side bore the emblem of the Medical Association. As he unfolded the letter, he found it contained only a few sparse digits. Lin Yuyi, this is the identity card of the Medical Association, which holds a certain level of renown both nationally and internationally. Following the incident with Chun Shan, I took the liberty of applying for it on your behalf. Lin Yuyi glanced at the identification photo on the card and sighed, still as handsome as ever. After putting away his belongings, he approached the door of Su Qingxue and knocked gently. Moments later, Su Qingxue opened the door. Observing her haggard appearance, Lin Yuyi felt a pang of sympathy and quickly inquired, Qingxue, what is troubling you? Su Qingxue merely shook her head in silence. Lin Yuyi gently embraced Su Qingxue, tenderly caressing her silky hair. As Su Qingxue felt the rhythm of Lin Yuyi's heartbeat, she slowly spoke, Lin Yuyi, how can a person change so rapidly? Lin Yuyi pondered for a moment before speaking. Qingxue, it is quite natural for a person to change. Take Zhao Du, for instance. We were once inseparable, as if we were two halves of the same whole. But now, it seems it is either his demise or my survival. Su Qingxue lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yuyi's eyes and asked, will you change? Indeed, he replied, but I will always remain by your side. A warm smile graced Lin Yuyi's face. Su Qingxue nodded, you are all I have left now. Lin Yuyi was uncertain about what had transpired with Su Qingxue, yet it seemed likely that it was related to Bai Yanxi. Lin Yuyi did not inquire further. After offering some words of comfort, he stepped outside. After making arrangements with Li Ziqing, Lin Yuyi arrived at the designated location. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Li Ziqing was already waiting. Today, she donned a short skirt that accentuated her delicate, long legs, and the red high heels she wore highlighted her fiery charm, undoubtedly captivating the attention of many. As Lin Yuyi approached, Li Ziqing led him directly into the CAF. No sooner had they settled into their seats than a waitress approached them. She addressed Li Ziqing, Madam, may I ask what you would like to drink? Then she turned to Lin Yuyi, inquiring, and what about you? Lin Yuyi? Lin Yuyi gently shook his head, signaling that he would not drink. After the waiter departed, Lin Yuyi spoke up. I have reviewed the information you sent regarding your grandfather's symptoms. I do not know if you believe me, but I cannot shake the feeling that it does not appear to be an illness. Upon hearing this, Li Ziqing slightly furrowed her brows, pondering, if it does not seem to be an illness, then what could it be? Lin Yuyi shook his head and replied, I'm not certain at this moment. We will only know when the time comes. Li Ziqing furrowed her brow tightly and inquired, when will you have time? I received a call from home today, and they said Grandpa's condition has worsened. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuyi suggested, how about the day after tomorrow? He wished to accompany Su Qingxue first and then concoct some restorative medicine to replenish her vitality. Li Ziqing nodded, about to speak, when a voice echoed from a distance. Ziqing, I didn't expect to see you here. Upon recognizing the individual, Li Ziqing's already furrowed brow deepened, her expression marred by distaste. Chapter 78. The Breath of Li Ziqing. A man clad in a light blue Armani leisure suit approached, his polished shoes gleaming as he walked. He reached their side and cast a glance at Lin Yuyi before directing his gaze at Li Ziqing, asking, who is this? Ziqing, Why not introduce us? With evident disdain, Li Ziqing retorted, Zhang Xiaowei, there's no need to be so familiar. I am not well acquainted with you. Upon hearing her blunt words, Li Ziqing could no longer contain her frustration and stood up, ready to admonish the man. Just as she rose, Zhang Xiaowei interjected, you should think this through. Your grandfather's illness requires my assistance, and your family wishes for you to be with me. You are speaking nonsense. If it weren't for... Li Ziqing hesitated, failing to complete her thought. If it weren't for what? If it weren't for the fact that your grandfather's ailment is something only I can treat, you wouldn't even glance in my direction. Zhang Xiaowei continued, a smirk playing on his lips. But I possess that capability. Zhang Xiaowei laughed openly. Lin Yuyi gazed at the tightly clenched fist of Li Zi and addressed Zhang Xiaowei. Could you kindly step aside? You are disturbing my enjoyment of coffee. Zhang Xiaowei turned to face Lin Yuyi, scrutinizing him momentarily before replying with a scornful expression. Coffee? Do you even know how to drink it? What are you, anyway? I am speaking. Who invited you to interject? Dressed in less than 100 yuan worth of clothing, and you claim to drink coffee? Do you have any idea how much the cheapest cup of coffee here costs? Over 200. That could buy you 2 outfits. Can you even afford it? At that moment, the waiter happened to approach with a cup of coffee in hand. Lin Yuyi slowly rose to his feet and directly took the coffee from the server's hand, pouring the entire cup over Zhang Xiaowei's head. In an instant, Zhang Xiaowei screamed from the scalding hot coffee. Lin Yuyi gradually spoke, I am unfamiliar with the taste of coffee, but I surmise you are equally unaware of its temperature. Thus, I wish for you to experience it. The waiter, utterly taken aback, stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Zhang Xiaowei, disregarding the need for harsh words, hurriedly dashed towards the restroom. Observing the guest rushing away, the waiter promptly followed suit. Only when Li Ziqing noticed Zhang Xiaowei had gone to the restroom did she express her heartfelt gratitude to Lin Yuyi, saying, Thank you, Lin Yuyi. Lin Yuyi shook his head and remarked, This is not your usual demeanor. It hardly reflects your character. Li Ziqing pondered for a moment before responding. He was brought by my second uncle, claiming he could cure grandfather's illness. However, the last time we met, his proposition was to pursue a relationship with me. Although my family is reluctant, for the sake of grandfather's health, I have no choice but to attempt this courtship. Upon hearing Li Ziqing's words, Lin Yuyi comprehended why she seemed so apprehensive today. No wonder this man appeared somewhat familiar. It seems he was the same individual Li Ziqing was seen dining with at the restaurant previously. Lin Yuyi picked up the glass of plain water left by the waiter and took a sip. Just as he was about to speak again, he noticed Zhang Xiaowei slowly emerging from the restroom. Zhang Xiaowei cast a venomous glare at Lin Yuyi and then addressed Li Ziqing, saying, Li Ziqing, how could you allow this person to undermine me? You must consider this carefully. Only I possess the ability to treat your grandfather's illness. Have you contemplated the consequences? Listening to Zhang Xiaowei's words, Li Ziqing fell silent. Although she had sought out Lin Yuyi, he had yet to provide a definitive answer. Soon after, Zhang Xiaowei continued, Li Ziqing, I am aware of your prowess in combat. Now I want you to deal with him. Upon hearing this, Li Ziqing found herself at a loss, unsure of the path to take. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a prolonged pause, Li Ziqing, deep in thought, gradually lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Xiaowei's. You need to vanish from my sight immediately, or I shall make you acquainted with the temperature of handcuffs. Fine, Zhang Xiaowei replied, his face contorted with malice. Then prepare to receive your grandfather's corpse. With that, he turned on his heel and stormed out of the CAF. As Zhang Xiaowei exited the CAF, Li Ziqing immediately threw herself into Lin Yuyi's embrace. Lin Yuyi, what should I do? Lin Yuyi was taken aback by Li Ziqing's actions. In his eyes, Li Ziqing had always been an exceptionally strong girl, as evidenced by her willingness to endure hardships for the sake of the army after a mere comment. It was clear that her grandfather held immense significance in her life. After some contemplation, Lin Yuyi could only offer words of comfort. Rest assured, everything will be fine. I promise to heal your grandfather. Li Ziqing looked up at Lin Yuyi, biting her lip as she asked, Really? You need not worry. While I may not be entirely certain at the moment, that's only because I have only examined the data. Once I see him the day after tomorrow, I will have the confidence to proceed. Trust me. Li Ziqing nodded, only to suddenly realize that she was in Lin Yu's embrace and quickly extricated herself. A flush of crimson spread across her cheeks as she hastily grabbed a glass of water from the table and took a sip. Lin Yu observed as Li Ziqing delicately lifted the cup, and just as he intended to intervene, it was already too late. The rim of the cup had reached her lips. Noticing Lin Yu's peculiar actions, Li Ziqing felt a twinge of confusion, but only when she set the cup down did she recall that Lin Yu had previously sipped from it. Their eyes met, and in an instant, they both comprehended each other's thoughts, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward, leaving them speechless. Ultimately, unable to tolerate the tension any longer, Li Ziqing broke the silence, saying, "Lin Yu, I have a few matters to attend to. I must take my leave now, and do remember our engagement the day after tomorrow." With that, she turned to escape the situation. Typically, Li Ziqing donned combat boots and was unaccustomed to high heels. However, in her effort to request Lin Yu's assistance, she opted for a less formal attire. After taking just a couple of hurried steps, her heel twisted unexpectedly, causing her to lose her balance and tumble towards the ground. Lin Yu noticed Li Ziqing was about to fall and hurried forward to catch her. She fell directly into Lin Yu's arms, perfectly positioned in a classic princess carry. As their gazes met, Li Ziqing's slightly flushed face turned crimson once more, resembling a ripe, alluring red apple. Flustered, Li Ziqing attempted to rise, but as soon as she stood, she stumbled again, landing once more in Lin Yu's embrace. With an expression of embarrassment, she sheepishly remarked, "I twisted my ankle." Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Li Ziqing. After assisting her to a chair, he knelt down to remove her high-heeled shoes. Li Ziqing, feeling anxious, hurriedly inquired, "What are you doing?" Lin Yu said with irritation, "Didn't you twist it? Let me massage it for you." After gently removing Li Ziqing's high heels, he revealed her delicate and graceful foot, where a hint of redness and swelling had already appeared around her ankle. Lin Yu activated his X-ray vision, hoping to ascertain whether any bones had been injured, only to discover an issue with Li Ziqing's foot. Lin Yu raised his head, gazing at Li Ziqing, whose face was flushed with a rosy hue, and inquired, "Have you sustained an injury to your foot in the past?" Li Ziqing nodded, revealing that she had endured multiple fractures during her combat training. Lin Yu shook his head and summoned his spiritual energy to gently massage the area where Li Ziqing had injured her ankle. A warm current flowed from the sprained area into her body, causing Li Ziqing to involuntarily let out a soft gasp. Chapter 79. Su Qingshua's attire ignites passion. Lin Yu, taken aback, raised his head to gaze at Li Ziqing, his face adorned with a conspicuous question mark. "Is it really that comfortable?" Li Ziqing, feeling somewhat bashful under Lin Yu's scrutiny, playfully retorted, "What are you staring at? Hurry and massage your own." After a while, the swelling around Li Ziqing's injured ankle had completely subsided. Lin Yu clapped his hands, rose to his feet, and remarked, "What do you think?" Lin Yu not only healed Li Ziqing's sprained ankle but also utilized his spiritual power to eradicate the chronic ailment that had plagued her for years. Supporting herself against Lin Yu, Li Ziqing attempted to rise to her feet. After cautiously taking a few steps, she discovered that she indeed felt better. "Lin Yu, your skills are truly remarkable. I feel so much more comfortable," Li Ziqing remarked, glancing at her foot. However, Lin Yu recalled the tone of Li Ziqing's voice from earlier and, coupled with her current words, sensed something amiss. A peculiar expression slowly emerged on his face. "Your foot has begun to deform slightly, likely due to years of rigorous training. If you wish to avoid becoming lame in your later years, you should heed my advice." Li Ziqing acknowledged with a soft to indicate her understanding before turning away once more. She truly did not want to linger in Lin Yu's presence any longer. Today had been quite embarrassing for her. Lin Yu observed the hurried figure of Li Ziqing departing, unable to suppress a smile. As he chuckled, a sudden realization struck him. Li Ziqing had yet to settle her payment. He instinctively pounded his chest in frustration. To ask for my help and still expect me to foot the bill? Reluctantly, he paid for the coffee before making his way home. Upon returning to the apartment, he presumed that Su Qingxue was resting, so he proceeded to unlock the door. Just as he inserted the key into the lock, Su Qingshue's door swung open. She emerged, and upon seeing Lin Yu standing at the entrance, she paused for a moment before speaking. Lin Yu, would you care to accompany me for a stroll tomorrow? I intend to help you select some new clothes. Just look at what you're wearing. They're quite outdated, yet you seem reluctant to replace them. Lin Yu nodded hurriedly. He initially intended to inquire if Su Qingxue wished to go out for a stroll tomorrow, but unexpectedly, Su Qingxue spoke first. Lin Yu spoke, Qingxue, please wait for me a moment. I will take a shower, and then we can go out for dinner. After a brief interval, Lin Yu finished his bath and arrived at Su Qingxue's door, knocking gently. When Su Qingxue opened the door, Lin Yu was utterly astonished. In his eyes, Su Qingxue had always embodied a fresh and demure demeanor. However, the outfit she wore now was a striking blend of sultriness and allure. Was this truly the Su Qingxue he knew? She donned a strapless, cropped black top, paired with a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her curves, and her high heels complemented her sheer black stockings. The allure of her figure was undeniable, with a delicate waist that could be grasped with ease and long, graceful legs on full display. Lin Yu could no longer withstand the surging energy within him and hastily summoned his spiritual power to regain his composure. After exhaling deeply, he finally spoke, "Are you certain you wish to wear this outfit?" Su Qingxue, with a perplexed expression, replied, "If not, then what? I recall someone saying they would never wear it for him to see. What has changed? Now you're reluctant to show it to others, huh?" Lin Yu touched his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. "All right. However, if we encounter any danger later, I shall be the first to flee." Su Qingxue let out a cold snort and took the lead down the stairs. Upon arriving outside the apartment, Su Qingxue inquired, "Shall we take your car or mine?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu remarked, "Go ahead and start it. This contraption is quite the gas guzzler." A single trip to Yunnan consumed an entire tank of fuel. Taking the keys from Su Qingxue's hand, Lin Yu entered the vehicle and ignited the engine. Once Su Qingxue settled into her seat, she exclaimed, "Lin Yu, I wish to visit that delightful place you took me to last time. The flavors there were truly exquisite. I didn't get enough to satisfy my appetite." Lin Yu glanced at the time and calculated that the old man should have set up his stall by now. He headed directly to the location. Upon arrival, Lin Yu parked his vehicle in the same spot as last time and got out with Su Qingxue. Noticing Lin Yu's presence, the old man promptly set aside the cloth he had been using and approached, exclaiming, "Young Lin, what have you been up to since your last visit?" The old man, not lacking in funds, then reached into his pocket and handed some money to Lin Yu. Lin Yu hurriedly replied, "Uncle, please refrain from giving me any more. Just consider my presence sufficient. Next time I want T-pay. If you continue like this, I might not return." Upon hearing Lin Yu's declaration of not coming back, the uncle slowly placed the money down and said, "All right then, shall we stick to the usual arrangement?" Lin Yu glanced at Su Qingxue, who nodded in response, prompting him to do the same. Shortly thereafter, the barbecue was served. As it was still early, the barbecue stall lacked patrons, allowing the old man to take a seat. "Xiao Lin, you didn't properly introduce me last time. Why not do so now?" the old man inquired, casting a gaze toward Su Qingxue. Lin Yu began to introduce Su Qingxue, who, unlike Bai Yanxi, engaged in a warm conversation with Uncle. The three were engrossed in their lively discussion when a group of individuals approached. "Beautiful ladies, shall we become friends?" Lin Yu was immediately infuriated. The last time he was interrupted halfway through his meal, and now it was happening again. Lin Yu rose to his feet and glanced over, discovering yet another group of ruffians. However, he noted that they were not the same individuals as those from the last encounter. Lin Yu spoke, "Get lost quickly, before I lose my temper." "Oh, what's the matter? Do you think you can do something if you get angry?" sneered the leader of the thugs. Before Su Qingxue could utter a word, Lin Yu charged forward directly. Lin Yu delivered a powerful kick that sent the leading thug flying. The thug struggled to rise, blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the blood, he sneered, "Well, kid, you've got some guts. Just wait. I'll make you watch me play." At these words, Lin Yu's mind flashed back to the actions of Zhao Du and Zhang Qian. In an instant, a murderous intent surged within him. Just as Lin Yu was about to unleash his wrath, he felt Su Qingxue embrace him tightly. The gang, misinterpreting Lin Yu's stillness as fear, charged at him recklessly. As they neared, a sudden uproar echoed from a distance. Chapter 80. The the motive of the rat hunter. The rat hunter, accompanied by a band of followers, burst onto the scene. He swiftly encircled the thugs. What's going on? Do you think there's no one left in the East District? Do the North District thugs dare to create chaos here? The leading thug, who had been struck by Lin Yuyi, shot back at the rat hunter. This has nothing to do with you, rat hunter. Step aside. And what if I refuse? You dare to act against my brother Lin on my turf. You must be courting death, the rat hunter retorted, fixing a steely gaze on the thug. With those words, he took a step forward, prompting his brothers to follow suit. Surprised by the rat hunter referring to the man as Brother Lin, the thug hesitated before replying. Fine. So you insist on protecting him, huh? I'll take this loss, but you better consider the consequences of opposing the North District. The rat hunter, incensed by the threat, fumed. How dare you? Even your boss wouldn't dare speak to me like that on my territory. Brothers, attack. With that, he drew a military baton and charged ahead. A bystander, witnessing the escalating chaos, looked at Lin Yuyi with fear and urged, Little Lin, perhaps you should retreat inside while I call the police. At that moment, Lin Yuyi's emotions began to settle. Feeling the warmth radiating from Su Qingxue, he waved his hand, signaling the bystander to refrain from taking action. Moments later, outnumbered, the thugs were swiftly subdued, groaning on the ground. The rat hunter seized the thug who had confronted Lin Yuyi, dragging him before Lin Yuyi like a ragged dog. Brother Lin, how shall we deal with him? The thug defiantly declared, do as you wish. If I blink, then I wasn't born of my parents. However, you will soon learn the might of the North District, and the East District will be rendered obsolete. Hearing this, the rat hunter raised his baton and struck the leading thug on the head. Lin Yuyi shook his head and spoke. Let them go. Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's words, the rat catcher appeared somewhat taken aback, yet he did not defy Lin Yuyi's command, signaling his subordinates to release the individuals. Lin Yuyi gently patted Su Qingxue's hands that were wrapped around him from behind, signaling that it was all right. However, Su Qingxue remained reluctant to release her hold. In the end, Lin Yuyi, feeling helpless, turned to her and said, Qingxue, rest assured, everything is truly fine now. Only upon seeing Lin Yuyi's restored complexion did Su Qingxue slowly relinquish her grip. Earlier, she had been unsure of the reason, but sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from Lin Yuyi, compelling her to intervene, lest something grave transpire. Once Su Qingxue let go, Lin Yuyi regarded the rat hunter with a puzzled expression and inquired, What brings you here? Before the rat hunter could respond, an elder stepped forward and remarked, Young Lin, ever since the last incident, Little Rat has frequently brought his companions here to show their support, claiming it to be an apology of sorts. Lin Yuyi was struck with sudden realization. No wonder the mouse hunter had emerged so promptly. He then turned to the mouse hunter and said, Mouse hunter, please share your thoughts. The mouse hunter, initially bewildered by Lin Yuyi's inquiry, soon grasped the question's intent. Brother Lin, he replied, I dare not conceal anything from you, so I shall speak plainly. Lin Yuyi nodded, patiently awaiting further discourse. The rat hunter then spoke, revealing, The master who informed me of the curse last time told me that this year I would encounter a benefactor of a lifetime. If I seize the opportunity, I shall soar to great heights. If I fail to grasp it, I will meet a dire fate. Hence, ever since that incident, I have resolved to follow you, Brother Lin. Upon hearing the rat hunter's words, Lin Yuyi smiled faintly, finding it mostly aligned with his expectations. However, he was somewhat taken aback to learn that the rat hunter had received guidance from a higher authority. Lin Yuyi spoke slowly. Had you not heeded my words earlier, it would have been impossible. However, fortuitously you complied, so consider this a test. The mouse hunter suddenly understood and nodded eagerly. In truth, Lin Yuyi was not being entirely truthful. He merely concocted an excuse. Moments ago, he had distinctly sensed something amiss within his body, as if it were beyond his control. Had Su Qingxue not intervened to restrain him, he could hardly fathom what might have transpired. Lin Yuyi gazed at Mouse Hunter and continued, I cannot ascertain whether I am indeed your benefactor. However, should you wish to recognize me as your elder brother, you must brace yourself for the reality that the state will not tolerate the existence of any formidable forces. Prepare for inevitable changes. It may not allow you the same carefree existence as before. Ponder this deeply. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Mouse Hunter nodded, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. He contemplated his own willingness, but questioned whether his brothers would share the same sentiment. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, Mouse Hunter then spoke, "Brother Lin, I shall not intrude upon your dinner with sister-in-law." With that, he promptly departed with his companions. As Mouse Hunter left, Lin Yu turned to Su Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, I appreciate you." He then gently pressed a kiss on her forehead. Seeing this, the elder, feeling a flush of warmth, hastily retreated into the kitchen, wishing not to disrupt their intimate moment. After a considerable time, the two finally released each other. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Yu and inquired, "Lin Yu, should we go to the hospital? Your earlier demeanor was quite alarming." Lin Yu shook his head, reassuringly stating that there would be no cause for concern. It was likely just the result of exhaustion from recent days, and a little rest would suffice. Lin Yu casually offered a reason to comfort Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue nodded in response, fully aware that the situation was unlikely to be as simple as Lin Yu suggested, yet she still wished to place her trust in him. Noticing Su Qingxue's lingering concerns, Lin Yu deftly shifted the topic, urging, "Qingxue, please sit down and eat. The food is still warm. We shouldn't let it go to waste." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue resumed her meal, and neither of them allowed the earlier events to dampen their appetite. Upon returning to the apartment, Lin Yu meticulously searched his mind for any records related to his current predicament within the inheritance he had received. However, he ultimately found nothing, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Could it be due to the very nature of the inheritance itself? Lin Yu found it hard to believe that if it were truly due to the essence of the inheritance, there would be little he could do. However, he sensed that it might be a result of his emotions. After a prolonged period of contemplation, unable to arrive at a conclusion, he chose to set aside his thoughts and began his meditation practice following his morning routine. The morning sunlight was always so radiant, gently illuminating Lin Yu's face with its golden rays. Upon opening his eyes, he rose from his bed to stretch his limbs, and then proceeded to freshen up. Just as he completed his grooming, a knock echoed at the door. Lin Yu went to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw Su Qingxue standing outside with 2 servings of breakfast. Lin Yu spoke, "Qingxue, why are you up so early? What is that delightful fragrance?" He noticed that Su Qingxue's face was flushed, and he felt a twinge of curiosity. Just as he was about to inquire further, he realized he was still unclothed. Having just finished washing up, he had hurried to the door, forgetting that he was only clad in a pair of shorts. Chapter 81. What kind of frog is that? With a loud bang, Lin Yu quickly closed the door and dashed off to find some clothes. Once he was appropriately dressed, he opened the door once more. There stood Su Qingxue at the threshold, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief moment, she regained her composure, only to find that Lin Yu had already opened the door. With a rosy complexion, Su Qingxue playfully chided, "You rogue." Lin Yu gazed at Su Qingxue in her current state and felt compelled to tease her a little. He remarked, "A rogue? With a physique like mine, how can you label me a rogue? Who was it just now that stood frozen in place? Pray tell, what were you fantasizing about?" Lin Yu gazed at the 2 sumptuous breakfasts in his hands. Fragrant braised chicken soup, stir-fried pork, and glutinous rice porridge. It appeared that Su Qingxue had devoted considerable time to prepare these delights. Yet, he had not yet eaten himself. With a sigh, Lin Yu approached Su Qingxue's door and knocked. "Qingxue, come out and enjoy the chicken," he called out, but immediately sensed something amiss and quickly corrected himself. "No, wait. Come out and eat the meat." "Ah no, come out for breakfast." After a prolonged moment, Su Qingxue finally opened the door, and as soon as she did, she seized Lin Yu's arm and bit down. "Ah!" A cry of anguish echoed throughout the entire apartment building. Su Qingxue clamped down on Lin Yu's arm, muttering, "This is for teasing me, for making me serve you chicken, for making me serve you meat." When she finally released her grip, a thin trail of saliva lingered at the corner of her mouth. Lin Yu glanced down and beheld a crescent-shaped bite mark deeply embedded in his arm, from which trickled a few drops of blood. "You must be a dog. What a fierce bite." Su Qingxue huffed, then took the breakfast from Lin Yu's hands and entered the room. Lin Yu felt a wave of helplessness. He truly had misspoken. At the same time, He resolved never to tease Su Qingxue again. After entering the house with her and finishing breakfast, Su Qingxue drove Lin Yu to the largest shopping center in Jiangqing. This place encompassed all the leading domestic brands, and even some renowned international labels had established their presence here. Adorned in the enticing and provocative outfit from the previous day, Su Qingxue linked her arm with Lin Yu's as they entered the mall, attracting countless envious glances. What kind of toad is this, able to court such a beautiful swan? I must go set off a firecracker. Where did I go wrong? Upon hearing the mention of a toad, Su Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle. She then leaned closer to Lin Yu's ear and whispered, "Someone is asking what kind of toad you are." Lin Yu was immediately engulfed in a wave of frustration, his face darkening as he turned to the person who had just spoken, shouting, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that you wish to compete with me for the swan?" The moment those words escaped his lips, even Su Qingxue was taken aback. She could hardly fathom that Lin Yu would utter such a self-destructive remark. Meanwhile, the disgruntled bystander, upon hearing this, hastily vanished into the throng of people. Lin Yu suddenly realized the words he had just uttered, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He hurriedly pulled Su Qingxue into the crowd. The two of them sprinted past dozens of shops before finally coming to a halt. Lin Yu observed Su Qingxue preparing to mock his earlier comments and quickly interjected, "How about this store?" Su Qingxue glanced around and noticed it was an international brand, nodding in agreement. As they entered the boutique, a sales associate promptly approached to offer assistance. Su Qingxue waved her hand and addressed the associate. "We would like to browse on our own for now. We will call for you when needed." The associate nodded and stepped aside. Instantly, Su Qingxue unleashed the universal skill of every woman, the fervor of shopping. She began selecting garments from the display, holding them up before Lin Yu for comparison. Lin Yu stood like a mannequin, motionless, allowing Su Qingxue to take charge. At last, Su Qingxue curated an ensemble that caught her eye. However, as the outfit was slightly smaller than desired, she called the associate back. Before long, the associate returned with a set in the appropriate size, as per Su Qingxue's request. Lin Yu promptly entered the fitting room with the garments. Moments later, he emerged adorned in the attire meticulously chosen by Su Qingxue. Everyone in the store was momentarily taken aback. Could this truly be the same individual? Indeed, it is said that clothes make the man. Lin Yu's essence was undeniably elevated by the exquisite outfit selected by Su Qingxue, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. His sun-kissed skin, a result of daily exposure during his sales work, radiated a robust masculinity. His chiseled features and deep-set eyes resembled the vastness of the ocean. At that moment, the individual who had previously mentioned setting off firecrackers entered the shop. Upon catching sight of Lin Yu, he was momentarily stunned, then silently exited the store. "Damn it! I see where I faltered." The murmurs of admiration regarding Lin Yu's striking appearance could still be heard as he and Su Qingxue completed their purchase. Once outside, Lin Yu leaned closer to Su Qingxue's ear, teasingly inquiring if she had discerned his true nature. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed, prompting her to quicken her pace. Buoyed by this successful outing, Su Qingxue's shopping frenzy reached new heights. With each store they visited, Lin Yu found himself acquiring a new ensemble. As Su Qingxue stepped into yet another shop, a commotion erupted nearby. Lin Yu and Su Qingxue glanced over and noticed a crowd gathered nearby. Driven by curiosity, they approached the scene. As they entered the throng, Lin Yu observed 3 individuals at the center: a mother and her son, a corpulent woman, and a corgi dog. The mother and son were huddled together, weeping, while the overweight woman stood nearby, vociferously berating them. The woman shouted, "My dog is worth 700,000. It's worth more than your child's life." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Listening to the discussions around him, he gradually pieced together the situation. The corgi had been unleashed and had bitten the young boy, prompting his mother to confront the woman, who responded by slapping her to the ground. The sobbing mother exclaimed, "Your dog bit my son, and you think you have the right to complain?" The overweight woman scoffed and retorted, "Call the police? Do you think the patrol will side with you or me? This entire commercial building belongs to me. If I say there are no cameras, then there are none. Dare to touch my dog? Do you believe I won't have this brat eliminated? How many feasts have I thrown in Huizhou? You just want money, right? A few million? I can afford it. The onlookers, filled with indignation at the woman's words, felt compelled to keep silent, fearing her threats. Su Qingshua's face flushed with anger, and just as she was about to step forward to reason with the woman, Lin Yu held her back. He placed the garment he was holding in front of Su Qingxue to draw her attention, and then boldly stepped into the crowd. Chapter 82. Jesus has come to bless you, not me. Lin Yu arrived among the crowd and knelt beside the little boy. To the naked eye, one could see 2 bite marks on the boy's leg, with blood gradually oozing out. Lin Yu activated his ability to see through, discovering that the area where the young boy had been bitten was contaminated with rabies virus. Lin Yu swiftly produced the silver needles from his person and addressed the woman, stating, I am a physician. I shall assist in staunching your child's bleeding. Upon realizing that Lin Yu had come to offer aid, the woman nodded eagerly in agreement. Lin Yu directly channeled his spiritual energy into the silver needle, piercing the area surrounding the wound inflicted upon the young boy. Once the rampant spread of the rabies virus was halted, Lin Yu once again summoned his spiritual energy to gently expel the virus from the boy's body. Gradually, dark blood began to seep from the boy's calf. After a brief moment, the wound ceased to bleed, and Lin Yu carefully withdrew the silver needle. Lin Yu slowly rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the corpulent woman. Meanwhile, the overweight lady was engaged in a phone conversation. One could hear her voice resonating through the line. Xiaohua, bring a few people to the department store to handle some matters. Yes, I'm on the 2nd floor. After listening to the response on the other end, she hung up and turned her attention to Lin Yu. You better wait. Daring to intimidate my dog. This matter is far from over. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yu swiftly delivered a resounding slap across the woman's face, leaving a vivid crimson imprint. The hefty woman clutched her cheek and immediately commanded her dog to attack him. The corgi promptly bared its teeth, barking furiously at Lin Yu. Lin Yu merely cast a fleeting glance, and immediately, the corgi tucked its tail between its legs and crouched on the ground. Dogs possess an innate sensitivity, relying heavily on their sense of smell to perceive their surroundings. Lin Yu had simply channeled his spiritual energy, emanating an aura that instilled a sense of intimidation in the corgi. The plump woman, witnessing her pet's sudden cowardice, could only scold it, exclaiming, What a useless creature! What purpose do you serve? She then rose, fixing her gaze upon Lin Yu, and demanded, Do you know who I am, you insolent brat? How dare you strike me? Lin Yu stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. You vile woman! Before the overweight lady could finish her sentence, Lin Yu struck her again with another slap. At last, she dared not utter another word, utterly bewildered by the man's decisive aggression. Meanwhile, the onlookers felt a wave of satisfaction wash over them as they witnessed Lin Yu's actions. Serves her right. Who does she think she is with her wealth? Go ahead. Strike her again for me. This is truly gratifying. Lin Yu gazed at the corpulent woman and slowly spoke. Do you regard people as inferior to the dog you keep? In my eyes, you are even beneath that dog. Now, apologize to the mother and child. The overweight woman, no longer able to remain silent, gradually approached the pair. Just as she was about to speak, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside the crowd. Upon hearing the ruckus, the woman hastily called out, Xiaohua, I am here. The tumultuous sounds from outside the crowd responded to her call, as figures began to push their way in. Witnessing the arrival of her savior, the corpulent woman instantly grew emboldened. Pointing at Lin Yu, she exclaimed, You think you can strike me? Now let me see how many you can take on. She turned to the men who had squeezed into the throng and urged, Xiaohua, hurry up and deal with him, make him submit, and leave the rest for me to handle tonight. Lin Yu turned his head, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face. He had not anticipated that the man before him was the very one with whom he had clashed the previous night. The man too was taken aback, realizing that he had fortuitously stumbled upon Lin Yu, having been troubled in his search. Just then, the man referred to as Xiaohua by the portly woman spoke up. Last night, I was powerless within the territory of the rat catchers. Now I wonder who will come to your aid. Even if Jesus himself were to arrive, he could not save you, mark my words. Recalling the beating he had received from the rat catchers, Xiaohua rubbed his forehead, still feeling the lingering pain. Lin Yu, with a calm demeanor, replied, I am God. I do not require protection from anyone. It is you whom Jesus should bless. Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's audacious declaration, Xiao Hua immediately gestured to his companions behind him, commanding, "Attack! Beat him to a pulp. Today, I shall see him submerged in the river." Witnessing this tense situation, the surrounding crowd promptly scattered, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Among Xiao Hua's followers were several who had also been assaulted the previous night, their frustration boiling over. With an opportunity at hand, they surged forward with fervor. As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Hua noticed that Su Qingxue was also present. It was for her that he had endured a beating the night before, and now, seizing the moment, he began to approach her with deliberate steps. Lin Yu gazed steadily at the person charging towards him, displaying not an ounce of panic. Instead, he advanced boldly to meet them. Lin Yu did not summon his spiritual energy. He merely employed ancient martial techniques. With each movement, step, crumbling fist, horizontal palm, mountain press, his strikes exuded formidable strength. After a brief moment, Lin Yu twisted his joints and brushed off the dust from his hands, feeling that it was insufficient exertion, as his muscles had yet to fully awaken. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly glanced towards Su Qingxue, who was seen stepping on Xiao Hua's body while also dusting off her hands. Lin Yu exclaimed, "Qingxue, when did you become so formidable?" Su Qingxue replied with a gentle smile, "I mentioned that I would no longer hold you back." Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that Su Qingxue possessed such talent in this regard? Perhaps he could offer her some guidance later on. Meanwhile, the plump woman stood frozen in fear, having never encountered someone so formidable. Lin Yu slowly approached the plump woman. Upon seeing Lin Yu advance, the woman reacted as though the grim reaper himself were approaching, ready to claim her life at any moment. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call the police." Lin Yu scoffed, recalling the arrival of the inspection team. Hadn't he just claimed there was no surveillance? Just as Lin Yu was about to speak further, he noticed Li Ziqing arriving with her team, instantly surrounding him, the last one still standing. The plump woman, upon seeing the inspectors, became increasingly agitated and exclaimed, "Inspector Uncle, please hurry and save me. This man means to harm me." As Li Ziqing approached and recognized Lin Yu, a look of bewilderment crossed her face. Lin Yu gazed at Li Ziqing and inquired, "What brings you here?" The plump woman, witnessing the unexpected familiarity between the man and the female inspector, displayed an expression of despair in her eyes. "I was on duty for a shift change, and I plan to take leave tomorrow to accompany you in taking care of your grandfather's medical needs. When I received an alert, it was reported that underground forces are causing a disturbance here," Li Ziqing explained. Lin Yu, suddenly enlightened, pointed to the gangsters writhing on the ground and exclaimed, "It is they who have been subdued by me." Lin Yu began to recount the origins of the matter to Li Ziqing. Observing Li Ziqing inquiring about the situation, the mother and son hastily approached to clarify for Lin Yu, anxious to prevent any misunderstandings. Upon hearing the details, Li Ziqing's face darkened with indignation. It was utterly shocking that such a corpulent woman could commit an act so revolting to both man and deity. Just as Li Ziqing was about to produce handcuffs to restrain the overweight woman, a voice from outside interjected, calling for her to cease. Chapter 83. The authority of the medical association is quite extensive. Stop. Several individuals turned towards the source of the voice, noticing a group of inspectors entering. As a middle-aged inspector approached and recognized Li Ziqing, he couldn't help but frown slightly, internally muttering, "What a fierce woman." In all of Jiang City, everyone was aware of her unwavering integrity. She dared to confront even the director if she deemed it necessary. After a moment's contemplation, the middle-aged inspector remarked, "I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be our beautiful police flower. How rare to see you." The overweight woman, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately cried out, "Cousin, hurry and save me." The middle-aged man, hearing her plea, furrowed his brow and retorted, "What are you shouting for? Who is your cousin right now? I am a messenger of justice, here to conduct official business." He then turned to Li Ziqing and said, "Our esteemed police flower, why don't you let me handle this matter? After all, I oversee this area." Li Ziqing scoffed, "Hand it over to you? How do you intend to handle it?" The middle-aged inspector replied, Isn't it obvious? I will handle it impartially. And what if I refuse to hand her over? I heard her call you cousin. What if you let personal ties cloud your judgment?
Li Ziqing asarta firmly.
Upon hearing this, the middle-aged inspector retorted angrily, Inspector Li, such words are not to be taken lightly. If you casually accuse me, I will report this to higher authorities. Li Ziqing ceased the verbal sparring, focusing instead on her task. The middle-aged inspector, feeling slighted by her disregard for his authority, raised his voice, You must retain this person today. Although you are the captain of the city bureau, I am not beholden to your department. In terms of rank, the political director of my division outranks you. Li Ziqing frowned, gazing at the middle-aged inspector. I will take her for questioning today. To treat human life as if it were worthless, equating it with that of a dog. Such despicable conduct demands my direct investigation. With that, she proceeded to handcuff the overweight woman. The middle-aged inspector, issuing a command, instructed his subordinates to encircle Li Ziqing and her team. Witnessing the encirclement, Li Ziqing's team promptly drew their firearms, leading to a tense standoff as both sides brandished their weapons. The middle-aged inspector, taken aback by the resoluteness of Li Ziqing's colleagues, swiftly declared, I suspect Inspector Li has colluded with the criminals, deliberately framing the innocent. Now, in my capacity as the political director, I command you to lower your weapons. The atmosphere crackled with hostility, each side poised for confrontation. Lin Yuyi gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration for the unwavering commitment to duty and the impartial enforcement of the law, a true guardian of the people. After exhaling deeply, he boldly pushed aside the inspectors encircling him and approached the middle-aged officer. Lin Yuyi slowly spoke, Li Ziqing's official position is rather insignificant, isn't it? As he spoke, he reached into his bag, feeling for something. The middle-aged patrol officer, noticing Lin Yuyi's movement, swiftly drew his sidearm and aimed it at Lin Yuyi's forehead, commanding, Quickly show your hands, interlace your fingers behind your head and crouch down. I suspect you are retrieving a weapon. Lin Yuyi exhibited no trace of fear as he continued to explore. At last, Lin Yuyi's hand emerged, revealing an identification card. He held the document before the middle-aged inspector, who gazed intently at it. The card prominently displayed 5 bold characters, China.Medical Association. Upon receiving the credential sent by Zhang Wenzhong, Lin Yuyi took the initiative to visit the official website of the Medical Association to ascertain the tangible significance of this certificate. To his astonishment, his inquiry revealed that there are merely a little over 10 individuals in the China.Medical Association. Each of these distinguished few has made immense contributions to the nation, rendering them treasures of the state. Consequently, the government has bestowed considerable authority upon the Medical Association. Firstly, in the event of an inspection, they possess the right to decline the investigation and may request that the inspectors liaise with the designated official responsible for the Medical Association at a higher governmental level, allowing a specialized national department to conduct the inquiry. Secondly, should they encounter any unreasonable circumstances, they are entitled to intervene and halt such occurrences, albeit they must also bear the corresponding responsibilities for their actions. Thirdly, and so forth, a plethora of privileges exists, some of which even surpass the rights granted to the National People's Congress. Lin Yuyi spoke slowly. At present, I harbor doubts regarding your work. Therefore, I hereby command you to cease your duties and submit to an investigation. Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's words, the middle-aged inspector burst into laughter. Following his remarks, he laughed heartily. However, when Li Ziqing caught sight of the document in Lin Yuyi's hand, an expression of disbelief flickered across his face. After stifling his laughter, he immediately adopted a different demeanor, stating, You are now guilty of an even graver offense, the forgery of a national special document. Lin Yuyi shook his head, not blaming you but rather lamenting your ignorance. You should call upon those behind you now, or else you shall find yourself unable to bear the consequences. The middle-aged inspector observed Lin Yuyi, realizing he was not jesting, and felt a flicker of uncertainty within. Were it not for the fact that this corpulent woman wielded significantly greater influence than himself, and that he relied on her power, he would never foolishly provoke Li Ziqing. However, with the emergence of this medical association, if it were indeed genuine, a single Li Ziqing could suffice to ruin him. Thus, he would be left in utter despair. After much deliberation, the middle-aged inspector ultimately retrieved his phone. Upon locating a number, he dialed it. Moments later, the call connected, and he hurriedly recounted the events transpiring at the scene. After a considerable pause, the inspector slowly set down the phone, a look of astonishment etched upon his face. Once he had composed himself, he instructed his subordinates. Quickly lower your sidearms. Lin Yuyi observed the middle-aged inspector's demeanor, half-smilingly inquired, "What's the matter? Did someone from above inform you?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged inspector promptly leaned closer to Lin Yuyi and replied, "My sincerest apologies. I must admit I was rather presumptuous. If you have any questions regarding my duties, I am readily available to clarify." Lin Yuyi shook his head, indicating that no explanation was necessary. He no longer harbored any doubts and had arrived at his conclusion. "Can we take the person away now?" he inquired. Upon hearing her cousin's intent to have her taken away, the plump woman exclaimed, "Cousin, please save me. Don't you have matters to discuss with my father? Hurry, and I'll introduce you to him later." Her words astonished everyone present. Indeed, one need not fear a formidable opponent, but rather a comically inept ally. Chapter 84. The big fish is forced to surface. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yuyi, who was originally heading towards Li Ziqing, promptly turned to face the middle-aged inspector. "Oh dear, what have I just heard?" The inspector wore a face filled with despair, feeling as if he could die at any moment, and hastily explained, "She and I are not relatives. We merely visit each other occasionally." Internally, he cursed the overweight woman, thinking her mind must have been trapped in a door, as he had initially hoped that if any issues arose, the corpulent lady might be able to resolve them. Now, it seemed, this foolish woman was intent on dragging her father into trouble. How could there be such a foolish person? He regretted coming to meddle upon hearing the news. Lin Yuyi merely adopted a disdainful demeanor, choosing silence. Meanwhile, his mind was already calculating. No wonder this corpulent woman dared to be so arrogant. Her wealth was merely the surface of a deeper issue. He exchanged a glance with Li Ziqing, who promptly understood Lin Yuyi's intentions and motioned for their colleagues to lower their firearms. They then proceeded to escort the overweight woman towards the patrol vehicle outside. Despite her vigorous struggles, they proved futile, leading her to unleash a torrent of insults at the middle-aged officer. "You ungrateful wretch, how much has my father helped you? And now you allow them to take me away? What good are you? Just wait until I get out. I'll have my father ensure your dismissal." Upon hearing her words, the middle-aged officer felt a chill seep into his bones. He was so taken aback that he abandoned any notion of silencing her. With such a low intellect, he could only imagine the absurdities she might proclaim once inside. He had already resigned himself to his fate. After listening to his superior's description over the phone, he had lost all hope regarding Lin Yuyi's credentials and the power they wielded. Initially, he had entertained the idea of downplaying the situation, but it had become clear that such a notion was now impossible. All he could do was minimize his actions and errors, striving for self-preservation. Lin Yuyi and his companions slowly led the portly woman out of the shopping mall. Before departing, Lin Yuyi entered a nearby shop, borrowed a piece of paper, and inscribed a prescription. It read, 7 pieces of the head and wings washed clean, to be stir-fried with glutinous rice, 1 chien of realgar, and 1 liang of talcum. Lin Yuyi handed the prescription to the mother and child, and spoke for the child, "Administer the medicine with rice soup. Subsequently, the residual rabies virus will be expelled with the feces, and all will be well." Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's words, the woman quickly nodded in agreement and was about to kneel and bow in gratitude. Lin Yuyi hurriedly supported the woman, asserting that it was the duty of a healer to save lives. Ultimately, amidst the woman's heartfelt gratitude, Lin Yuyi and his companions assisted the plump lady out of the shopping mall. As they stepped through the entrance, Li Ziqing turned to Lin Yuyi and inquired, "Are you a member of the medical association?" Lin Yuyi nodded in surprise. Perhaps the esteemed Mr. Zhang Wenzhong had recommended him out of regard for his reputation. Li Ziqing shot Lin Yuyi a glance, her expression laced with incredulity. "Do you truly believe me to be foolish? If I can recognize that credential, then I undoubtedly comprehend its membership qualifications." Although Li Ziqing initially lacked knowledge about it, a casual remark from her grandfather had piqued her curiosity, prompting her to inquire further. Subsequently, her grandfather elaborated on the remarkable prestige of this medical association, revealing that its members were all exceptionally talented individuals. Upon glimpsing Lin Yu's credentials, Li Ziqing felt a renewed confidence in his ability to heal her grandfather's ailment. As she observed Lin Yu engage in lively conversation with Li Ziqing, Su Qingxue inexplicably felt a surge of discontent. A pang of jealousy welled up within her, prompting Su Qingxue to assertively link her arm with Lin Yu's. Lin Yu, she began, what do you think of the outfit I selected for you today? With that, Su Qingxue darted in front of Lin Yu, effectively blocking his path. And what are your thoughts on my attire? Perhaps, if you find the time, you might choose an ensemble for me as well. As she spoke, Su Qingxue proudly thrust her chest forward in Li Ziqing's direction. Li Ziqing, witnessing Su Qingxue's bold display, felt a frown form on her brow, although she was uncertain of Su Qingxue's intentions. In her own past, she had deliberately restrained her figure to avoid hindering her training. Yet now her body had matured. Her curves had developed as they should, but her chest remained a source of discontent. Seeing Su Qingxue's confident posture struck Li Ziqing like a dagger to the heart. For a moment, she struggled to find anything to counter Su Qingxue's bravado. After considerable contemplation, she could not conjure a retort, her heart heavy as she gazed at Su Qingxue's striking form. Ultimately, she resolved to avert her gaze and suppress her feelings. I shall take my leave now, she said to Lin Yu. Do remember our arrangement for tomorrow. With that, Li Ziqing departed, escorting her colleague as they guided the plump woman onto the patrol vehicle, leaving the scene behind. Once Li Ziqing had exited, Su Qingxue immediately pouted at Lin Yu, adopting an accusatory demeanor. Lin Yu, be forthcoming. Confess the truth about your plans with her for tomorrow. Lin Yu gazed at Su Qingxue's alluring lips, unable to suppress a swallow. Which official could withstand such temptation? Su Qingxue noticed Lin Yu's expression and promptly closed her eyes, anticipating his next move. Lin Yu glanced and thought, is this even considered a man? Lin Yu immediately leaned in to kiss. Ah, what a beautiful thought. Su Qingxue quickly opened her eyes and dodged, leaving Lin Yu to kiss nothing but air. And then she mercilessly laughed at him. You little rascal, aren't you going to confess the truth promptly? Lin Yu realized he had been tricked, a wave of frustration washing over him. However, observing Su Qingxue's relentless demeanor, he recounted the events concerning Li Ziqing. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue furrowed her brows and remarked, you must take this seriously. I do not wish for you to be imprisoned due to an untreated ailment. Lin Yu smiled gently, choosing not to speak further. With one hand holding her clothes and the other guiding Su Qingxue, she made her way towards the parking lot. Once inside the car, Lin Yu dialed Zhang Wenzhong's number. It wasn't long before Zhang Wenzhong answered the call. Lin Yu briefly recounted the events to Zhang Wenzhong, who responded from the other end of the line. This is indeed a positive development. I have always loathed such individuals. Were it not for the existence of these parasites, our Huaxia would have long since achieved universal prosperity. So, do you intend to act in your own name or in the name of the medical association? If this proves to be true, it would indeed be a significant contribution. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu replied, let it be under the auspices of the medical association. Zhang Wenzhong then reiterated, are you certain? You do not desire any credit? Indeed, Lin Yu affirmed. Subsequently, Zhang Wenzhong stated, very well. I shall now inform the head of the medical association to take care of it. Having said that, Zhang Wenzhong did not hang up the phone. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat perplexed, inquired, what is it, Zhang? You seem to have more to say. On the other end of the line, Zhang Wenzhong asked, is there anyone with you at the moment? Chapter 85. The Test of Leadership. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, wondering what this significant matter could be that required his solitude. Lin Yu cast a glance at Su Qingxue and spoke. Yes, but she is merely my girlfriend. As Lin Yu was driving, his phone rested in the holder, set to speaker mode, allowing Su Qingxue to hear every word clearly. Upon hearing Lin Yu utter the term girlfriend, a wave of sweetness washed over her heart. Noticing Zhang Wenzhong's hesitation, Lin Yu reassured him, rest assured, Zhang Lao, there is nothing to worry about. If there is anything, just speak your mind. Very well then, Zhang Wenzhong replied, in a few days, I shall send you some materials. The matter we discussed previously is about to take place, so I hope you are prepared. Lin Yu couldn't help but nod. All right, Mr. Zhang. I will pay close attention when the time comes. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation about their families until Zhang Wenzhong ended the call due to pressing matters. Just after the call concluded, he noticed Su Qingxue gazing intently at him. Lin Yu promptly spoke up. Old Zhang has asked me to participate. Before Lin Yu could finish his words, Su Qingxue covered his mouth with her hand. Lin Yu inhaled the fragrance emanating from Su Qingshue's hand, feeling both enchanted and perplexed. Su Qingxue then remarked, Do not presume that I am so petty. I have no desire to hear any secrets, lest I be burdened with the task of keeping them. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, as if nothing could be deemed confidential in your presence. Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, Su Qingshue's eyes revealed a fleeting hint of bitterness, which quickly dissipated. Hurry and start your car. We are about to run a red light. Lin Yu finally realized the situation and promptly focused on driving. Feeling somewhat bored, Lin Yu decided to peruse once more the materials sent by Li Ziqing, hoping to uncover any details he might have overlooked during his initial review. After a meticulous examination, he discovered nothing of significance, realizing that he would have to visit the clinic the following day. After tidying up the new clothes that Su Qingxue had purchased for him, Lin Yu glanced at the time and made his way to Su Qingshue's door. He knocked gently and called out, Qingxue, it's time for dinner. From within the room, he heard Su Qingshue's voice reply, Just a moment. I'll be ready shortly. Lin Yu paused and waited. Before long, he saw Su Qingxue open the door. As soon as the door swung open, a delightful aroma wafted towards him. Su Qingxue, wearing an apron, spoke, I've prepared the meal. Come in quickly and eat. As Lin Yu entered the room, he promptly seated Su Qingxue in a chair before hurriedly heading to prepare the meal. Are you not weary from cooking such an abundance of dishes? If we cannot finish them later, it would be a waste. Next time, let us dine out instead. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue feigned an intention to push Lin Yu out the door. If I prepare meals for you and you have so many complaints, be cautious, or you may find yourself without any food in the future. Lin Yu merely assumed that Su Qingxue was joking and did not ponder further, promptly praising her culinary skills with unabashed enthusiasm. After the meal, Lin Yu suggested that Su Qingxue take a rest while he attended to the dishes. However, Su Qingxue was unwilling, and ultimately, they each took on the task separately. Once the dishes were washed, Su Qingxue ushered Lin Yu out of the room. He picked up his phone to find an unfamiliar number calling. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? This is Ma Chongren. Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. He was aware that Ma Chongren would undoubtedly call, yet he did not anticipate it would happen so soon, merely 2 days later. Lin Yu spoke, What brings the Jade King here? On the other end of the line, a voice replied, How could I dare to call myself the Jade King in front of Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin is so young yet possesses such remarkable skills in stone gambling and exceptional medical expertise. After a flurry of flattery, Ma Chongren finally revealed the purpose of his visit. I have completed the task that Mr. Lin entrusted to me, and I have now arrived in Jiangcheng, hoping to meet Mr. Lin in person. Lin Yu hurriedly replied, Do not imply that I have compelled you to undertake any actions. That was entirely your own volition. Inside the vehicle, Ma Chongren distanced his phone, took a deep breath, and continued, Indeed. You see, I am advancing in years and my memory is somewhat fading. It was I who volunteered. Presently, I find myself in Jiangcheng, and I wonder if Mr. Lin has the time to grace me with an audience. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was not too late. Moreover, he was curious to see how much the old fellow had bled. He spoke up, Very well. Where is the Emerald King? I shall come to find you now. Upon receiving a string of addresses from Ma Chongren, Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback. This old man certainly indulged in extravagance. The address provided turned out to be one of the most prestigious bars in Jiangcheng. After disconnecting the call, Lin Yu stepped outside, contemplated for a moment, yet ultimately decided against calling Su Qingxue. Descending the stairs, he promptly drove to the location indicated by Ma Chongren. Upon arriving at Heaven on Earth, Lin Yu was greeted by an array of luxury cars parked outside the bar. Taking out his phone, he dialed Ma Chongren. Moments later, he saw Ma Chongren emerge, accompanied by several bodyguards. Lin Yu waved his hand, and Ma Chongren immediately approached him. Ma Chongren respectfully spoke, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Lin. Come, let us ascend and converse." With that, he gestured invitingly. Lin Yu nodded and stepped into the bar first. The security guard standing outside regarded Lin Yu with a gaze akin to that reserved for an oddity, filled with disbelief. Lin Yu noticed the gaze of the security personnel but chose to disregard it. Upon entering the bar, Ma Chongren took the lead, guiding Lin Yu to a private room on the top floor. Once inside the room, Lin Yu was once again astounded by the extravagant displays of wealth. The room featured an enormous sauna pool, which was quite remarkable considering this was one of the tallest buildings in Jiangqing, standing over 30 stories high. The sauna pool was a staggering 3 meters deep. The extravagance of the capitalists was truly astonishing. One could only imagine the expense involved. Lin Yu felt a flicker of indignation towards the owner of this bar. Ma Chongren invited Lin Yu to take a seat, and just as Lin Yu settled onto the sofa, he heard Ma Chongren clap his hands. Lin Yu instantly became alert as one by one, beautiful women with fair skin and long legs gracefully emerged from behind the enormous curtain. Lin Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Was this yet another test for the officials? Which official could withstand such an ordeal? Lin Yu gazed at the pairs of long, fair legs, hastily channeling his energy to calm his emotions. He then heard Ma Chongren remark, "Mr. Lin, what do you think? After all, men are simply driven by wine, lust, wealth, and power." Lin Yu inhaled deeply and slowly began to speak. "I had thought that the Emerald King understood my intentions, but it seems at this moment that he does not." After uttering these words, Lin Yu rose to his feet, preparing to exit. Ma Chongren, in a state of urgency, swiftly grasped Lin Yu's arm and instructed the lovely ladies, "You may leave now." Upon hearing Ma Chongren's command, the group of enchanting women promptly vacated the room. The bodyguards, too, followed suit, departing the private room at Ma Chongren's silent cue. In an instant, the spacious room was left desolate, with only Lin Yu and Ma Chongren remaining. Without delay, Ma Chongren dashed to the table, retrieved a briefcase, and presented it to Lin Yu. "Mr. Lin, I merely wished for you to see how the staff at this bar operates. Please do not be upset. You give the orders." "Oh, pardon me." Ma Chongren hastily corrected himself. "This is something I am volunteering to do. Take a look." Chapter 86. The Emerald King's Generosity in Action. Lin Yu opened the briefcase he had received, revealing it to be brimming with documents. Lin Yu meticulously examined each document after extracting them all. In central Guizhou, he contributed a total of 60 million yuan towards the establishment of Yuran Hope Primary School and Yuran Hope Secondary School. In southern Yunnan, he funded the construction of nearly 30 kilometers of asphalt roads, amounting to 50 million yuan. He also established 50 charitable organizations aimed at providing assistance to low-income households, contributing 20 million yuan in total. Additionally, he sponsored 1,000 impoverished university students with an investment of 30 million yuan. Furthermore, he donated 10 million yuan to the Red Cross Foundation for cancer treatment initiatives. Lin Yu meticulously examined the documents, discovering that Ma Chongren had nearly completed all the tasks at hand, a faint smile gradually appearing on his face. While Lin Yu perused the files, Ma Chongren stood beside him, providing explanations. "All the funds used are contributed in our names. The roads and schools are currently under construction." As he spoke, Ma Chongren took out his phone and showed Lin Yu photos taken by his secretary on site. After reviewing them, Lin Yu placed the documents into his briefcase and nodded, astonished by the significant investment Ma Chongren had made. Ma Chongren then remarked, "Without sons or daughters, it is only as death approaches that one realizes how little use such wealth truly holds." Lin Yu was taken aback by his words. "Ma Lao, you have no children?" He refrained from pressing Ma Chongren further about his motivations for such benevolent acts, but felt compelled to address him with respect, acknowledging his character. A trace of helplessness appeared on Ma Chongren's aged face. Lin Yu sighed and then remarked, "Your lung cancer has reached an advanced stage. The treatment may take some time." Upon hearing Lin Yu's candid assertion that he could treat his lung cancer, Ma Chongren was overwhelmed with joy. He had already contemplated these matters. After all, what use was money when one was on the brink of death? However, Lin Yu's ability to perceive his lung cancer instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Thus, under Lin Yuyi's subtle encouragement, he promptly mobilized nearly half of his family's assets for charitable purposes. Now, learning that Lin Yuyi could indeed cure his lung cancer, how could he contain his excitement? In his fervor, Ma Chongren was seized by a fit of intense coughing. After a brief moment, he finally managed to recover and said, "Mr. Lin, please do not hesitate to command me. Whatever medicinal herbs or instruments you require, I can procure them for you." Lin Yuyi shook his head and spoke, "No need. The inconvenience I mentioned merely pertains to the prolonged duration of treatment, which may extend to 6 months, though it is not certain. You only need to visit me for acupuncture once a month on the 1st. The issues with Ma Chongren's lungs have accumulated over many years, thus requiring a gradual and methodical approach to their resolution. It is not a matter of insufficient spiritual energy on my part. Rather, I am concerned about Ma Chongren's ability to withstand the treatment. After the acupuncture session, I will also prepare a prescription to help alleviate his condition." Upon hearing this, Ma Chongren appeared somewhat astonished, gazing at Lin Yuyi with surprise. Lin Yuyi gazed at Ma Chongren's astonished expression and inquired, "What is it? Ma Lao, do you not believe me?" Ma Chongren quickly shook his head. Without delay, Lin Yuyi retrieved the Lingji needle he always carried. "Ma Lao, please remove your outer garment. I shall administer treatment to you at once." Now, Ma Chongren was even more taken aback. Lin Yuyi nodded. Upon witnessing this, Ma Chongren refrained from further ado and promptly removed his shirt. Lin Yuyi searched for the inheritance and proceeded to puncture the acupoints as recorded within it. Infusing the silver needles with spiritual energy, he gradually transmitted it into the acupoints of Ma Chongren. Lin Yuyi activated his X-ray vision, meticulously observing the changes in Ma Chongren's lungs. After a considerable time, Lin Yuyi was drenched in sweat. The exertion of maintaining the X-ray vision while simultaneously channeling spiritual energy into the silver needles proved to be an immense strain. In truth, Lin Yuyi could have relied solely on the acupoints documented in the inheritance, yet he opted to maintain his focus with the X-ray vision. Perhaps it served as a token of gratitude for the children supported by Ma Chongren. As soon as Lin Yuyi's silver needle pierced the skin, Ma Chongren sensed a peculiar sensation coursing through his body. Initially, it was a sharp pain, followed by an itching sensation, and then a soothing warmth enveloped him. Now, Ma Chongren could distinctly feel that breathing had become less arduous, with waves of coolness flowing through his bronchi. At last, Lin Yuyi exhaled deeply, gradually withdrawing the 9 silver needles one by one. Lin Yuyi rose to his feet and spoke, "Mr. Ma, it is time. How do you feel now?"
Ma Chongren,
Having donned his attire, replied, "Mr. Lin, you are indeed a miraculous physician. I feel a significant relief in my throat. Previously, I was plagued by a constant sensation of phlegm. Were it not for your insistence on a prolonged treatment, I would readily believe you if you told me I was already cured." Lin Yuyi waved his hand, picked up a pen and paper from the table, and wrote a prescription which he handed to Ma Chongren. According to the prescription, it was to be taken once every morning, serving both to restore bodily functions and to cleanse the mucous membranes. Ma Chongren quickly tucked the prescription into his pocket, and then pulled out another piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuyi. "Mr. Lin, the charitable work I do is voluntary. This is the fee for your medical services rendered to me." Lin Yuyi took the A4 paper and discovered that it was, in fact, a transfer document for the Tianshang Renjian Bar. It turned out that Ma Chongren was the owner of this establishment, which explained the peculiar gaze from the security guard earlier. The gist of the A4 paper indicated that Ma Chongren had graciously bestowed the bar upon him. Lin Yuyi shook his head, intending to return the gifted book to Ma Chongren. However, Ma Chongren interjected, "Mr. Lin, please accept it. This bar was originally pawned to me by a stone gambler, and it is quite distant from me. I simply lack the time to manage it. Consider it a favor, and besides, how could one expect to heal without a consultation fee? Moreover, I have a small matter that I would like to see if Mr. Lin could assist with." Lin Yuyi nodded and spoke, "I am willing to assist in any way I can." Ma Chongren then interjected, "Indeed, my adopted son wishes to become your disciple and learn the art of Huaxia martial arts." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that after having bested the boy, he would now seek him as a mentor. Noticing Lin Yuyi's silence, Ma Chongren hastily continued, My son's talent is quite commendable, though he surely does not match your prowess, Mr. Lin. He merely believes in the wisdom of your words from that day, wishing to absorb the teachings left by our ancestors. He has conveyed to me his readiness to endure any hardship if you would accept him as your pupil. Observing Ma Chongren's respectful demeanor, Lin Yu nodded and responded, I can agree to teach him, but it ultimately depends on his own efforts. If he can meet my expectations, I would be willing to accept him. My requirements extend beyond mere endurance. They also encompass fundamental virtues of character. Upon hearing Lin Yu's willingness to instruct his adopted son, Ma Chongren eagerly nodded, assuring, rest assured, Mr. Lin. Though I sent him abroad at a young age, I have always kept an eye on him. This child, while possessing some martial skills, shows little interest in anything else. Lin Yu nodded and said, I shall take my leave now, Master Ma. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so do remember that the medicine prescribed must not be neglected for even a day. Ma Chongren's head bobbed vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, for the matter concerned his very life, and he dared not be careless. With that, Lin Yu promptly exited the private room and entered the elevator. The elevator descended swiftly to the first floor, and as the doors opened, a figure flashed before Lin Yu's eyes. A flicker of anger flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he hurriedly rushed outside. Chapter 87. Li Ziqing under attack. However, upon reaching the door, Lin Yu found that the figure he had pursued had vanished. Even in death, Lin Yu would never mistake that figure. He was certain he had not erred. It had to be him. Lin Yu sprinted as if possessed, racing toward the direction where the figure had turned moments before. After an extensive search, even his robust physique was left breathless and fatigued. With a thud, Lin Yu struck a nearby tree with his fist, leaving an indelible imprint on the trunk, a testament to the immense force he exerted. Sensing the tumult of his emotions, he swiftly summoned his spiritual energy to regain composure. After a considerable time, as night deepened, Lin Yu finally found solace. Upon returning to his apartment, he lay in bed, unable to succumb to slumber, the image of that figure haunting his thoughts. As dawn broke, Li Zi lightly called him, but it was merely a fleeting phone call that rang twice before abruptly disconnecting. Lin Yu picked up his phone and discovered a message from Li Ziqing. Are you up? I'm waiting for you downstairs. Lin Yu leapt from his bed and hurriedly freshened up before making his way downstairs. While descending, he sent a message to Su Qingxue, informing her that he was heading to assist Li Ziqing's grandfather with his ailment. Go on. Take care and stay safe. After tucking his phone away, Lin Yu arrived downstairs to find Li Ziqing already standing in front of a striking Porsche Taycan, adorned in a vibrant icy berry hue. Upon noticing the car's emblem, Lin Yu felt a wave of astonishment. It seemed that Li Ziqing hailed from a distinguished family. As Lin Yu reached the bottom of the stairs, Li Ziqing gestured for him to enter the vehicle, promptly opening the door for him. Lin Yu took his place in the passenger seat, while Li Ziqing promptly pressed the accelerator, driving off into the distance. The speed of Li Ziqing's vehicle was remarkably swift, and they soon found themselves on the highway. Li Ziqing then remarked, Did you not sleep well last night? You appear rather listless. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was reminded of that figure. It is not that I did not sleep well. Rather, I did not sleep at all. Had I not performed a waking spell upon rising, you would truly comprehend the state of my rest. Observing Lin Yu's silence, Li Ziqing continued, Is it because you have to travel far today? It seems you overexerted yourself last night. It appears you are not as resilient as I thought. Lin Yu turned his head in astonishment to gaze at Li Ziqing. He was taken aback to discover that Li Ziqing had a penchant for humor. However, he swiftly dismissed that notion upon noticing the beads of sweat glistening on the steering wheel held in Li Ziqing's grasp. It appeared that Li Ziqing was resorting to jest as a means to alleviate tension, seeking to divert attention. If you wish to distract yourself, allow me to assist. A faint smile began to curl at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth as he remarked, How do you know I am incapable? Is it not only through experience that one can ascertain such a thing? Your claims are baseless, so refrain from speaking nonsensically. Indeed, Li Ziqing became flustered, yet with the car in motion, there was little she could do but extend a hand to swat at Lin Yu. Are you trying to get us killed? Lin Yu hurriedly raised her hand to block. However, due to the excessive sweat on Li Ziqing's hand, It simply slipped past her palm. Humph. Only a soft hum escaped Li Ziqing's lips before she let out a piercing scream. Ah! Lin Yu felt as if his eardrums were about to burst from the deafening noise. On the highway, he observed a vehicle swerving erratically, reminiscent of a drunken staggering. Other drivers hastily reduced their speed to distance themselves from this perilous car. To his astonishment, Li Ziqing released the steering wheel entirely, placing both hands over his chest. Lin Yu hurriedly leaned to the side, closely aligning himself with Li Ziqing as he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. Due to their proximity, Lin Yu caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from Li Ziqing, stirring a flutter of youthful emotions within him. Moments later, he managed to pull the car over to the emergency lane, activating the hazard lights as a precaution. Li Ziqing cast an indignant glance at Lin Yu, her cheeks flushed with anger. Until now, no one had dared to cross her. Yet in that fleeting moment, Li Ziqing too experienced a tingling sensation. Lin Yu gazed at Li Ziqing, feeling a lump in his throat. Li Ziqing remained silent, merely observing him, which made Lin Yu anxious, scratching his head in distress. He hurriedly explained, "I truly did not mean to. Your hands were too sweaty, and they slipped. You must believe me, it was not premeditated." Observing Lin Yu's flustered demeanor, Li Ziqing couldn't help but find it amusing. Shouldn't she be the one feeling anxious? Why was he more agitated than she? "What did you touch just now?"
Li Ziqing,
puzzled by her own words, found herself inexplicably asking Lin Yu in this manner. Lin Yu was astounded, as if a tremendous thunderclap had reverberated in his mind on a clear day. Recalling the sensation he had just encountered, Lin Yu could still distinctly perceive the delicate touch, even through the fabric. However, how could he possibly articulate this? He quickly shook his head, insisting that he had not touched anything at all. Observing Lin Yu's guilty demeanor, Li Ziqing let out a cold snort and chose to disregard him. Restarting the vehicle, she continued her journey towards the capital. Several hours later, Li Ziqing exited the expressway, finally entering the capital city. Lin Yu was indifferent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Li Ziqing, no longer hesitating, led Lin Yu to a restaurant she frequented whenever she had the time. Upon entering, the owner, spotting Li Ziqing, scrutinized her intently. He then exclaimed, "Is that you, Ziqing?" Li Ziqing was somewhat surprised. She had not anticipated that the proprietor would recognize her. From elementary school through university, she had dined here daily, and the owner had watched her grow up. Their relationship resembled that of a mentor and a protégé. Li Ziqing quickly nodded, "Uncle Lu, it's me." Upon hearing her acknowledgement, the owner broke into a hearty laugh. "It's been years, and you've truly become more beautiful, Ziqing." In the presence of the owner, Li Ziqing displayed a rare shyness. The owner coughed emphatically, noticing that Li Ziqing remained unresponsive. He then began to subtly direct his gaze towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu discerned the shopkeeper's intent, yet Li Ziqing remained oblivious, gazing at the shopkeeper with a countenance full of confusion. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel anxious for the shopkeeper. With a resigned sigh, the shopkeeper directly inquired, "Ziqing, is this your boyfriend?" Upon hearing these words, Li Ziqing was taken aback and quickly shook her head. No, we're just ordinary friends." Observing Li Ziqing's embarrassment, the shopkeeper continued, "Oh, I see. What a pity." "What do you mean by what a pity?" Li Ziqing asked, puzzled. "Just look at your friend. He is quite the handsome gentleman. Truly a match made in heaven." Hearing this, Li Ziqing swiftly changed the subject, unwilling to engage further with the shopkeeper. "Uncle Lu, please hurry and prepare your signature dishes. It has been far too long since I last savored your cooking, and I miss it dearly."
recognizing Li Ziqing's shyness,
The shopkeeper, Uncle Lu, refrained from teasing her further, nodded, and headed to the kitchen. As soon as Uncle Lu entered the kitchen, Li Ziqing turned to Lin Yu, demanding, "Why didn't you clarify things?" Lin Yu merely shrugged. "What should I explain? Wouldn't that only make things worse?" Li Ziqing, upon hearing Lin Yu's response, let out a frustrated huff and sat down. Before long, Uncle Lu returned with the dishes. Having skipped breakfast, the tantalizing aroma made Lin Yu's mouth water, and the two hurriedly began to eat. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the door of the restaurant was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Lin Yu and the other person turned their heads to see a young man entering. The young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, immediately exclaimed, "Dad, give me some money." The shopkeeper, Uncle Lu, hurriedly emerged from the kitchen and quickly led the young man back inside. Through the glass door, Lin Yuyi observed them whispering to one another. However, with his keen sense of hearing, he could discern their conversation despite the noise from the exhaust fan. The young man insisted, "Hurry up and get 2,000. My friends are waiting for me." Uncle Lu's face was etched with bitterness as he replied, "It's not that I don't want to give you money, but you've already taken over 20,000 this month. I truly have no funds left. Business is slow, and I've just paid the rent." Before Uncle Lu could finish, the young man interrupted impatiently, "Don't say so much. Do you think I don't know whether you have money? My mother was killed, and they compensated us $1 million. Hearing his son mention his mother's compensation, Uncle Lu quickly responded, "That money is meant for your future wedding. You're over 20 now without a job. I absolutely cannot give it to you. Will you give it or not? Are you saving it to keep a mistress?" The young man retorted angrily. Uncle Lu's expression was one of deep sorrow as he explained, "I truly cannot give you that money. It is reserved for your wedding. If I give it to you now, you'll spend it all too soon." Just then, the young man forcefully searched Uncle Lu's person. "Old man, hurry up and give me the card, or don't make me resort to violence." Uncle Lu quickly stepped back, his breath growing heavier as he heard his son call him old man. Listening to the conversation between the two individuals, Lin Yuyi found it utterly unbearable. However, as it was a private matter, he refrained from intervening. At that moment, Uncle Lu unexpectedly slipped as he stepped back, falling directly onto the ground with a dull thud, lying flat on his back. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yuyi hastily set down his chopsticks and dashed inside. Li Ziqing, alerted by the commotion emanating from the kitchen, quickly rose to follow him. Upon entering the kitchen, they found Uncle Lu sprawled unconscious on the floor. Meanwhile, the young man showed no concern for the unconscious Uncle Lu, instead fixated on rummaging through Lu's belongings, completely oblivious to Lin Yuyi's presence. Lin Yuyi abruptly seized the young man's collar and flung him aside, then knelt down to assess Uncle Lu's condition. Upon activating his X-ray vision, Lin Yuyi furrowed his brow slightly. He observed that a small blood vessel in Uncle Lu's brain had ruptured, resulting in bleeding. In simpler terms, it was a cerebral hemorrhage. It appeared that the young man's emotionally charged words, coupled with the trauma from the fall, had precipitated this situation. The young man struggled to rise, pointing at Lin Yuyi and cursing, "Do you have a death wish? Do you believe I can have someone kill you?" Lin Yuyi completely disregarded the young man's words and retrieved a silver needle from his person, intending to treat Uncle Lu. However, Li Ziqing, who had just entered, could no longer tolerate the situation and immediately took action against the young man. The youth, clearly indulging in a life of debauchery, was frail and weak, and with just a couple of strikes from Li Ziqing, he found himself sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair. Li Ziqing cast a helpless glance at the young man on the floor, then turned her attention back to Lin Yuyi. "Lin Yuyi, how is Uncle Lu? Is there a serious issue? Should I call for an ambulance?" Lin Yuyi turned his back to Li Ziqing and quietly said, "Cerebral hemorrhage. The situation is rather dire." "What?" Li Ziqing exclaimed anxiously. She was aware of the severity of cerebral hemorrhage. A significant amount of bleeding could easily lead to death. For someone like Uncle Lu, who had experienced a sudden acute cerebral hemorrhage, the mortality rate soared to 30 or 40%. Even if one survived, they might be left with varying degrees of disability. Li Ziqing felt a rising urgency. She had always regarded Uncle Lu as a respected elder. Meanwhile, the young man who had just risen from the ground scoffed disdainfully upon hearing Lin Yuyi's words. "Who are you trying to fool? Did this old man hire you to put on a show? There's no way someone could die from just a simple fall. Though if he were to die, what use would he be? Why was I even born?" With that, Li Ziqing, filled with indignation, swiftly turned and delivered a kick that sent the young man flying backward. "Are you even human? Your father is in such a condition, and all you can think about is money." Lin Yuyi also heard the inhumane words uttered by the young man, yet in order to expedite the treatment of Uncle Lu, he chose to feign ignorance. Otherwise, if his mind were to be affected, a moment's distraction could lead to dire consequences. Lin Yuyi concentrated all his attention on the silver needles, gradually piercing them into Uncle Lu's head according to the acupoints outlined in the ancient teachings. The points of the Bai Hui and Feng Qi. With each of the 9 needles inserted, he aimed to obstruct the minuscule ruptured blood vessels in Uncle Lu's occipital region. Time ticked away, and beads of sweat began to form on Lin Yu's forehead. Yet, he dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence, holding his breath in utter silence. This treatment was of greater magnitude than any before, as the microvessels were exceedingly diminutive, measuring merely 1 to 2 millimeters in diameter. The magnitude of the challenge was therefore evident. Meanwhile, Li Ziqing could only restrain the young man, ensuring he did not interfere with Lin Yu's crucial efforts to heal Uncle Lu. At last, Lin Yu exhaled deeply and softly declared, "It is successful." Lin Yu, through his extraordinary vision, discerned that the blood vessels on Uncle Lu's cerebellum had been coated with a membrane infused with spiritual energy. This ethereal force had knitted the blood vessels together, staunching the flow of blood. Subsequently, Lin Yu utilized his perception to examine whether Uncle Lu's nerves had sustained any damage that might result in lingering repercussions. After a thorough assessment, Lin Yu finally rose to his feet. Upon standing, he strode directly towards the young man whom Li Ziqing had pinned down, a sinister expression emerging on his face. Chapter 89. The dream incantation. Earlier, during their meal, Li Ziqing had recounted the circumstances surrounding Uncle Lu. Even before finishing their meal, Lin Yu had gleaned the nature of Uncle Lu's character. However, the question of how such a son could emerge from such a man struck a chord of sorrow within Lin Yu. It was disheartening to witness someone with such a commendable father fail to cherish him. Approaching the young man, Lin Yu's demeanor prompted Li Ziqing to voice her concern. "Lin Yu, what are you planning to do?" "Don't worry. I just intend to teach him a lesson. You should go check on Uncle Lu." Lin Yu replied dismissively, urging Li Ziqing to leave. Upon hearing Uncle Lu's name, she hastily stood up to investigate. The young man, observing Lin Yu's menacing countenance, felt a surge of fear and hastily exclaimed, "What do you want? If you lay a finger on me, my brothers won't let you go." In response, Lin Yu swiftly formed a spell with one hand, reciting incantations under his breath. He then plunged a silver needle from his other hand into the young man's forehead. The moment the needle pierced, the young man collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. After Lin Yu exhaled deeply, he turned once more to approach Li Ziqing. Meanwhile, Li Ziqing had been preoccupied with observing Uncle Lu's condition, entirely oblivious to the young man who had fainted. Upon reaching Li Ziqing, she spoke, "Lin Yu, why hasn't Uncle Lu awakened yet?" Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness, inwardly lamenting. "Were it not for my extraordinary inheritance, who would dare claim that a mere silver needle could cure a cerebral hemorrhage?" Upon noticing Lin Yu's peculiar expression, Li Ziqing immediately realized that she had hastily spoken out of turn. "Lin Yu, it's not that I doubt you. I am simply overwhelmed with urgency." Lin Yu waved his hand. "Am I truly that kind of person? Very well, let me take a look." With that, Lin Yu crouched once more in front of Uncle Lu. Channeling his spiritual energy, he placed his hand gently upon Uncle Lu's forehead. In a moment, the refreshing sensation of spiritual energy roused Uncle Lu from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Lin Yu and Li Ziqing, he hastily inquired, "Where is my son?" At this question, both Lin Yu and Li Ziqing fell into a contemplative silence. It was indeed pitiable. Even in his state of unconsciousness, the first thought of this father was for his son. A parent's heart is truly filled with concern. Li Ziqing remarked gently, "Uncle Lu, you should focus on your own well-being. He is perfectly fine over there." After saying this, Li Ziqing turned her attention toward the young man. However, she was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just a moment ago, everything seemed well. She glanced at Lin Yu, who subtly signaled that all was well, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Uncle Lu slowly sat up and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you both. I must apologize for the spectacle I caused. After my wife passed away years ago, he underwent a drastic transformation. Skipping classes, dropping out, indulging in a life of hedonism. I do not spoil him, yet I cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow when I think of his mother." With a deep sigh, Uncle Lu finally noticed his son, concealed behind Li Ziqing. Alarmed, he turned to her. "Ziqing, what has happened to my son?" Li Ziqing, feeling a headache coming on, could only turn to Lin Yu for guidance. Lin Yu slowly began, "Uncle Lu, do not worry. He is perfectly fine." He then continued, "Uncle Lu, would you like to alter your son's current predicament?" Uncle Lu, taken aback by the question, gazed at Lin Yu in confusion. "We have all witnessed his temperament. Do you wish to change it?" Lin Yu elucidated, "If you are hesitant, allow me to assist you. If your son experiences any issues later, please refrain from waking him," Lin Yu asserted. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Uncle Lu grew anxious. "Issues? What sort of issues?" Li Zi, noticing the helplessness in Lin Yu's eyes, quickly intervened, saying, "Uncle Lu, you can rest assured. Since Lin Yu has assured you that nothing will happen, it surely will not. Just trust in Lin Yu's words." Lin Yu spoke again, saying, "There is nothing much to worry about. It's just that I might have a nightmare later and perhaps utter a few words. You need not concern yourself with it." Upon hearing that it was merely a nightmare, Uncle Lu nodded and quietly awaited the situation that Lin Yu had described. Lin Yu cast a spell upon the young man, known as the Lingmeng Curse. This enchantment compels the afflicted to confront the consequences of recent events within their dreams. By employing the Lingji needle, Lin Yu pierced the young man's Lingji acupoint, intending to manipulate his dreamscape. This intervention aimed to provide the youth with a more vivid, harrowing, and authentic experience of the outcome. While it may not be perceived as a punishment, it could indeed exert a temporary psychological strain. Nevertheless, in the long run, it is likely to yield beneficial results. Although Lin Yu has altered the young man's dream state, the precise nature of the dreams remains uncertain. Moreover, Lin Yu's interference is inclined towards the realm of nightmares, leaving the possibility of encountering supernatural entities open to fate. Lin Yu's actions were merely intended to enlighten the younger generation, reminding them not to take their fortunes for granted and to instigate a transformative change in their essence. This curse was a modified version of the Lingji needle, crafted by Lin Yu. The authentic Lingmeng curse, however, is far more harrowing. Within the realm of dreams, one would endure the torturous punishments of the 10 Yama kings of hell. It is even capable of causing the most heinous of individuals to perish within their dreams. The original incantation demands an arduous 3-day and 3-night ordeal, and those outside cannot awaken the afflicted. The 3 individuals sat quietly in their chairs, observing the young man in silence. After half an hour, beads of sweat began to form on the young man's forehead. Gradually, his facial expression contorted into a grimace. Fear, dread, and desperation played out vividly across his countenance. His body thrashed violently as he murmured, "No, don't come closer. The Hodi, Dad, where are you? Hurry and save me." Witnessing this scene, Uncle Lu felt an uncontrollable urge to intervene. Lin Yu observed Uncle Lu's actions and swiftly grasped his arm. Lin Yu shook his head and said, "If you wake him now, his nerves may sustain damage. It is better for him to contemplate on his own." Lin Yu was not attempting to intimidate Uncle Lu. Rather, he was speaking the truth, which was precisely why he had previously advised Uncle Lu to refrain from intervening. Upon realizing that waking his son at this moment would inflict emotional distress, Uncle Lu hesitated. The young man was struggling more violently, his cries becoming increasingly desperate. Unable to bear the sight of his son's torment, Uncle Lu felt a profound ache in his heart. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and sat up. Observing this, Uncle Lu rushed forward to check on him. The young man appeared not to recognize Uncle Lu and instinctively recoiled. "Don't come any closer. Stay back," he shouted as he saw Uncle Lu approach. Uncle Lu stood frozen, turning to Lin Yu for guidance. Lin Yu stepped forward, raised his hand, and delivered a sharp slap across the young man's face. Both Li Ziqing and Uncle Lu were taken aback, their eyes wide in disbelief. "How can you strike him in front of me?" In Chapter 90, Under the Willow, a filial son emerges. The young man, upon receiving the slap, ceased his cries and panic. After a brief moment of daze, a vacant look flickered in his eyes. He then collapsed into Uncle Lu's arms, sobbing. Although the young man had awakened, his overly strained nerves remained ensnared in the throes of a nightmare, which was why Lin Yu had resorted to such a drastic measure to rouse him. The young man uttered, "Dad, I just had a long dream. I dreamed you had died, and that Mom had transformed into a vengeful spirit to torment me. I also dreamt that all those so-called friends of mine turned against me, seeking to make my life miserable. I was destitute on the streets and ultimately starved to death. I was so terrified, listening to his son's account. Uncle Lu felt a pang of sorrow, despite knowing it was merely a dream. He gently patted his son's back and reassured him, "Do not worry. As long as your father is alive, I shall not allow you to suffer." Upon hearing his father's words, the young man could no longer contain his emotions and began to weep. "I'm sorry, Dad. I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. I will never associate with them again. I will dedicate myself to learning culinary skills with you." Uncle Lu's heart swelled with emotion at his son's declaration. It was the first time he had heard such words since his wife's passing, and he could not help but be moved to tears. After a considerable time, the father and son managed to regain their composure. Surprisingly, Uncle Lu abruptly knelt before Lin Yuyi without any prior indication, exclaiming, "Thank you, truly, thank you." He even attempted to bow his head in gratitude. Li Ziqing and Lin Yuyi quickly intervened to help him up. "Uncle Lu, what are you doing?" Li Ziqing exclaimed. Just as Uncle Lu was about to respond, the restaurant door was once again forcefully kicked open, this time with such intensity that the glass shattered. 3 individuals, roughly the same age as Uncle Lu's son, entered. The leader, a shorter young man, spoke up, "Young Master Lu, what are you doing? Why is it taking you so long to get the money? We've been waiting." Lin Yuyi and his companions turned their gaze towards the 3 young men. The leader of the group, a diminutive figure, immediately fixated his eyes on Li Ziqing, his gaze roaming over her from head to toe, revealing a lecherous greed that seemed to yearn to undress her completely. Lu Shu's son declared, "I am not going. I wish to help at home." "What? Surely, I must have misheard," the short man exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Shu's son firmly replied, "You heard correctly. I will no longer engage in your mischief." Upon hearing this, the 3 young men burst into laughter.
Is this ist?
"Have you lost your mind?" After mocking him for a while, the short man, noticing Lu Shu's son fell silent, spoke again, "Very well. If you choose not to join us, that is acceptable, but you cannot abandon us. Hand over the money. We shall go ourselves." "On what grounds?" Lu Shu's son retorted immediately. The short man scoffed, "On the grounds that you have wasted our precious time. Let us calculate it at 10 yuan per minute. The 3 of us have waited for an hour, so you owe us 1,500 yuan. Impossible. You should leave at once. I will not give you any money."
Liu Shues son respondait defiantly.
"Refuse. Do you? Do you truly believe I will allow you to step outside again?" The short man threatened, producing a folding knife from his pocket. Upon witnessing the young man brandish a knife, Lu Shu rushed to shield his son, exclaiming, "Do not act recklessly." The short man retorted, "If you wish to avoid trouble, then simply comply. If you truly refuse to part with your money, we are merely seeking companionship." With that, he cast a glance toward Li Ziqing, saying, "You seem well acquainted. Let this lady accompany us for some entertainment." Hearing such outrageous words from these brash youths ignited a desire in Li Ziqing to confront them. However, she was restrained by Lin Yuyi. He leaned in to whisper something to her, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded and remained still. Lin Yuyi slowly stepped forward and spoke, "You want money, don't you?" Upon hearing Lin Yuyi's words, the dwarf began to respond, "I now wish to take both money and—" Before he could finish, the dwarf was sent flying backwards. Lin Yuyi spoke up, "If your parents are unable to teach you, then allow me to step in." No sooner had he uttered these words than he witnessed 2 of his companions soar into action. It turned out that Lin Yuyi had just whispered to Li Ziqing, urging her to grant him an opportunity. Earlier, Uncle Lu's son had endured his frustrations for quite some time. Although he had momentarily punished him through dreams, it still did not provide the satisfaction he sought. Lin Yuyi stepped forward, standing before the 3 individuals, and inquired, "Do you still require anything?" As Lin Yuguang finished speaking, the diminutive figure struggled to grasp the knife and stood upright. With the blade pointed menacingly at Lin Yuyi, he exclaimed, "How dare you strike me? Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess." With that, the small man lunged at Lin Yuyi, knife in hand. However, Lin Yuyi deftly pinched the tip of the blade between 2 fingers and swiftly delivered a kick, sending the little man hurtling back to his original position. Lin Yuyi picked up a willow branch from the ground and slowly approached. Upon seeing the branch in Lin Yu's hand, the short man swallowed hard and hurriedly exclaimed, "I was wrong, brother. Let's leave at once." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yu swung the willow branch, striking him. A cry of anguish echoed through the sky. "I demand money. I demand women. Play with knives. You so young, yet you learn nothing good." The scene was reminiscent for Li Ziqing and the others, akin to the childhood memories of mischievous children being spanked by their fathers with a switch. Finally, Lin Yu tossed the willow branch onto the ground and inquired, "Do you understand your mistake now?" The young men quickly covered their behinds, helping each other to rise. "We were wrong, we truly understand now, we will change immediately." Lin Yu then turned to gesture at Li Ziqing, who promptly understood and retrieved a patrol certificate from his bag. Lin Yu addressed the three young men, saying, "Do you see? I am rescuing you, the captain of the Jiangcheng patrol team. You are truly courting death." The three young men were taken aback upon seeing Li Ziqing's patrol badge, astonished that they had dared to provoke an officer. "So, can we leave now? We truly made a mistake," the short one inquired tentatively. Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. "Are we not to pay for the glass? Compensate for the damage." The three young men, with distressed expressions, began to rummage through their belongings. Eventually, they managed to produce a mere 18 yuan and 50 cents, the 50 cents being a mere coin. Lin Yu and his companions were taken aback. The three had managed to scrape together only 18 yuan and 50 cents. Finally, it was Uncle Lu who suggested to let them go. After expressing their gratitude and apologies, the three left in a dejected manner. As Uncle Lu watched them depart, he turned to extend his thanks to Lin Yu and Li Ziqing. Li Ziqing quickly interjected, "Uncle Lu, I'm still not full. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then please prepare us some more food." Upon hearing this, Uncle Lu hurried to the kitchen to stir-fry a few more dishes. Noticing his father's return to the kitchen, Uncle Lu's son rushed in to assist. After Lin Yu and Li Ziqing finished their meal, they departed only after being overwhelmed by Uncle Lu's expressions of gratitude. On the way, they casually found a large shopping mall, where Li Ziqing purchased nearly a trunk full of gifts before heading home with Lin Yu. Chapter 91. The marriage of Zhang Xiaowei and Li Ziqing. Before long, Li Ziqing drove Lin Yu into a spacious alley. This alley was lined with the traditional Sihuan architecture of old Beijing. Leaving Lin Yu in awe, they reached the deepest part of the alley, where Li Ziqing gradually brought the vehicle to a stop. Upon stepping out, Lin Yu was astonished by the sight before him. Two imposing stone lions stood guard at the entrance, and above the grand door hung 6 plaques. 3 read "Glorious Home," 2 bore the inscription "Pillar of the Nation," and 1 declared "Defending the Country and Protecting the People." 5 of the plaques were rusted and worn, while 1 still displayed a hint of freshness, likely a testament to Li Ziqing's recent influence. Lin Yu took a deep breath and respectfully bowed to the 6 plaques before him. As he bowed, he felt a significant surge of spiritual energy within him, unbeknownst to his conscious mind. Gazing at the plaques, Lin Yu resolved firmly in his heart that regardless of the ailment afflicting Li Ziqing's grandfather, he would exert every effort to restore his health. After parking the car, Li Ziqing approached the door and immediately retrieved her keys, preparing to unlock it. Before she could insert the key into the lock, the door swung open. A middle-aged woman stepped out, directly grasping Li Ziqing's arm and stating, "You don't need to worry about that. You will understand once you step inside." With that, the middle-aged woman pulled Li Ziqing into the courtyard, leaving her bewildered and questioning, "What is this all about?" She hadn't even collected her belongings left at the doorstep before being ushered inside. Lin Yu hurriedly followed Li Ziqing's footsteps and entered the courtyard. Under the guidance of the second aunt, they proceeded directly to the doorway of a room in the backyard. Upon entering, they found the previously animated group engaged in fervent discussions had fallen silent, all eyes now fixated on Li Ziqing. To Lin Yu's surprise, he recognized an old acquaintance, Zhang Xiaowei, who stood beside a man of approximately 60 years. Zhang Xiaowei also noticed Lin Yu, greeting him with a smile that concealed malice in his eyes. Before Li Ziqing could utter a greeting, the middle-aged man at the center spoke up. Li Ziqing turned to him, puzzled, and inquired, "Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm completely confused. What wedding?" The second uncle then turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiaowei, saying, "It's about your marriage to Xiaowei." "What?" Li Ziqing exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Xiaowei slowly approached, and it dawned on Li Ziqing that he was indeed present, causing her brow to furrow with discomfort. Ziqing, are you surprised to see me? Zhang Xiaowei remarked. Ignoring him, Li Ziqing directed her attention to her second uncle, demanding, What do you mean, uncle? The second uncle replied, Isn't Xiaowei here to propose? I think you're old enough now. Why not just go ahead and get married? Didn't T Xiaowei visit you in Jiangxing last time? Didn't you two have a pleasant time together? Li Ziqing turned to Zhang Xiaowei, her eyes filled with disdain. Uncle, I will make my own decisions regarding my life. I don't need your interference. Besides, do you even know what kind of person Zhang Xiaowei is? Before her second uncle could respond, the elderly man who had been standing next to Zhang Xiaowei spoke up. Since your daughter is unwilling, we shall not force the issue. You may seek other options. With that, he signaled to Zhang Xiaowei, who feigned departure, following the elder's lead. Upon hearing this, Li Ziqing understood the reason for Zhang Xiaowei's presence. It was yet another attempt to leverage her grandfather's illness as a threat. Her second uncle, now anxious, urged, Lu Lao, please don't be hasty. Let us have a proper discussion with Ziqing. The elder, referred to as Lu Lao, slowly turned around and said, Then you may converse at your leisure. The second uncle nodded vigorously in agreement. As Lu Lao and his disciple exited the room, her second uncle turned to Li Ziqing. Ziqing, only he can cure your grandfather's illness. We have no other choice. Surely, you don't wish for any unfortunate incidents to befall him, do you? If so many renowned doctors have failed, why would our family seek their help? Why not make a small concession for now, and then let him treat your grandfather before making any decisions? The weariness on her second uncle's face was evident. Li Ziqing sighed, acknowledging her uncle's predicament, and began to speak. She then pulled Lin Yuyi, who had been standing quietly, to the forefront. It was only then that the others in the room noticed Lin Yuyi, having previously focused solely on Li Ziqing and Lu Lao's disciple, completely disregarding him. As all eyes turned toward Lin Yuyi, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her second uncle finally broke the silence. Ziqing, are you sure your friend can cure your grandfather's illness? Li Ziqing quickly asserted, My friend is exceptionally skilled in medicine. I have faith in him. No sooner had she spoken than a sudden voice interrupted. Faith? Ziqing, I always thought you were a reasonable person. Yet now, in your quest to avoid marrying Zhang Xiaowei, you are resorting to bringing in someone unqualified to deceive us all. Hastily, Li Ziqing retorted, Everything I said is true. My friend's medical skills are indeed remarkable. Remarkable? Look at his age. He is not much older than you. How can you claim he can cure your grandfather when so many esteemed doctors have failed? Her third uncle continued, his skepticism clear. At that moment, Lin Yuyi interjected, If esteemed doctors cannot treat the illness of the elderly Mr. Li, what basis do you have for believing that this duo can succeed? Is it right to determine Ziqing's future based on such uncertainty? What if they cannot heal him? Lin Yuyi's words struck true, leaving Li Ziqing's uncle momentarily speechless. After pondering for a while, Li Ziqing's uncle could not conjure a rebuttal to Lin Yuyi's statement and resorted to insults. Who do you think you are? Do you even know where this is? We are discussing family matters. What right do you, an outsider, have to interject? As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Li Ziqing's younger brother was about to unleash further insults when the second uncle hurriedly intervened. You should hold your tongue, younger brother. It is commendable that Ziqing has brought a friend to treat their father. Guests are to be treated with respect. How can you speak so disrespectfully? Li Ziqing's uncle let out a cold snort and turned his head away. The second uncle continued, Ziqing, are you certain this friend can indeed help your grandfather? Li Ziqing nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Absolutely. I have witnessed his skills firsthand. He is truly remarkable. He is a member of the Huaxia Medical Association. Chapter 92. Gathering of Qi. As soon as Li Ziqing finished speaking, the room fell into stunned silence, as if struck by lightning. A collective thought echoed in their minds. How could this be? It was not that the Li family couldn't find members of the medical association, but the notion that someone so young could be a member was simply beyond belief. According to their knowledge, the youngest members of the association were all over 50. At that moment, Li Ziqing's uncle spoke up again. Ziqing, you are truly beyond redemption. You dare to fabricate lies? If you are unwilling to save your grandfather, so be it, but to concoct such a tale about a member of the medical association, if he is a member, I will write my name backward. No sooner had Li Ziqing's uncle finished speaking than a credential was tossed into his arms. Upon picking up the document and examining it, he was instantly dumbfounded. The 5 large characters emblazoned on it read, Huaxia Medical Association. Turning it over, he was indeed met with Lin Yu's photograph and complete information. The uncle stood there, utterly astonished. Could it be true that such a young person was indeed a member of the medical association? Was it a forgery? Unlikely, for this credential was likely unfamiliar to many. The Li family was well acquainted with members of the medical association and knew the authenticity of such documents inside and out. Seeing their uncle in such a state, the other relatives of Li Ziqing hurried over to see what could possibly cause such astonishment. As everyone gathered around to witness the document, their expressions mirrored that of the uncle, shock and disbelief. The collective thought was written across their faces. How could this be? How old is he? Is he truly a member of the medical association? At such a young age, what great achievements lie ahead? Could he be the grandson of some ancient figure in the medical association? But wait, there is no Lin family in the association. Li Ziqing had not anticipated Lin Yu's directness in tossing the credential at his uncle. This act effectively silenced everyone. The way they regarded Lin Yu shifted from disdain and arrogance to admiration and astonishment. Is there anything left to question? Lin Yu spoke slowly. Had it not been for Li Ziqing, had it not been for the plaques outside, he would have long since departed, disheartened by the haughty gazes of the Li family. Thus, he had chosen to confront them directly with the credential, wishing to avoid further unnecessary exchanges. Li Ziqing's second uncle hastily interjected. No, please don't take offense. Young friend, it is simply that you are so young and accomplished. It leaves us in disbelief. Li Ziqing had always held a good impression of his second uncle, who had taken excellent care of him since the sacrifice of his parents. Upon seeing his uncle speak in such a manner, Li Ziqing quickly sought to defuse the tension. Uncle, Lin Yu doesn't mind that. How about I take him to see grandfather's condition right now? The second uncle nodded eagerly and turned to open the door. Just then, an elderly man with the surname Liu asked, "What is going on? Have you come to an agreement?" Before the second uncle could respond, Li Ziqing replied, "My friend will assist in treating my grandfather, so there is no need for you to trouble yourselves." As soon as Li Ziqing finished speaking, the master and disciple burst into laughter. "You truly believe this young lad's words?" Zhang Xiaowei, standing beside the elderly man, clutched his stomach in mirth. Li Ziqing's uncle chimed in with sarcasm. "He is a member of the Huaxia Medical Association at such a young age. Do you think this is a joke?" It seemed he had mistakenly introduced the wrong person, having gone through great lengths to find Lu Lao to introduce to his second brother, only to discover that the man was utterly ungrateful. When the master and disciple heard the mention of the Huaxia Medical Association, they too were taken aback. A member of the medical association? At such a young age? Yet, moments later, the elderly man regained his composure, while Zhang Xiaowei remained in a state of shock. The elderly man slowly remarked, "What of the medical association? Are there not enough national medical masters among those you invite? They still come here and ramble on. I have said it before, only I can cure the symptoms of old Master Li." Hearing the elderly man's arrogant words, Li Ziqing could no longer contain himself and took Lin Yu's hand, leading him outside. "I believe, Lin, you can cure my grandfather's illness. We do not need your concern." As the two exited the room, the elderly man scoffed and then addressed the remaining individuals. "Very well. I shall witness for myself just how capable this member of the medical association truly is." He then gestured for his disciple to follow, only to find that his disciple was still in a state of astonishment. The elderly man kicked Zhang Xiaowei in the rear, exclaiming, "Let us go and see for ourselves the skills of this individual." Zhang Xiaowei snapped to attention and hurried to keep pace with his master. Meanwhile, the others in the room were eager to follow, but Li Ziqing's second uncle interjected, "You and I shall go, younger brother. There are too many people. It will only hinder Father's treatment." Thus, the group proceeded, one after another, towards old Master Li's residence. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Lin Yu felt a chill creep over him, yet he dismissed it as merely the cold wind. Upon opening the door, They were met with the sight of an elderly man lying rigidly on the bed, utterly motionless. Lin Yuyi no longer wasted time and directly activated his ability to see through, beginning his examination. Moments later, a slight frown creased his brow. Observing this reaction from behind, the elderly man surnamed Lu mocked him once more. "Youngster, I told you only I can cure him. Do not think that being a member of the medical society means anything. Even the reincarnation of Hua Tuo would be incapable of healing him." Listening to Lu's words and witnessing Lin Yuyi's furrowed brow, Li Ziqing felt a twinge of anxiety. Lin Yuyi was equally distressed, pondering how it was possible he could not discern the condition of Elder Li. "Youngster, you should give up. Elder Li's affliction is beyond your ability to heal." Upon hearing Lu's words, Lin Yuyi suddenly sensed something amiss. Even the reincarnation of Hua Tuo cannot heal him? A chill? In this sweltering summer, where could such a chill come from? Could it be that Elder Li is not ill at all? Upon realizing this, Lin Yuyi summoned his spiritual energy, beginning to perceive the surrounding aura. The energy expanded all the pores of his body, allowing him to feel waves of coldness swirling around him. Forming a cross with his fingers, he activated the spiritual eye from his inheritance, channeling his energy into his sight. His eyes transformed to a golden hue, yet to Li Ziqing and the others they appeared normal. With the spiritual eye activated, the malevolent energy that had gathered in the room was suddenly revealed to Lin Yuyi. He looked and saw that a multitude of vengeful spirits from the land of cherry blossoms were gradually encroaching upon Elder Li's body. Lin Yuyi's furrowed brows finally relaxed, and a faint smile graced his lips. The ancient texts record that the souls of the deceased, unable to find their homeland, will cling to their slayers. Given the multitude of lives taken by Old Master Li, his aura was steeped in the essence of death, rendering those souls powerless against him. Yet, inexplicably, this place had transformed into a natural gathering of malevolent energy, intensifying the vengeful spirit's presence. Coupled with the corrosive effect of this gathering on the human body, Old Master Li was finally afflicted by these vengeful forces. Chapter 93. Dispelling the gathering of malevolent energy, the realization struck Lin Yuyi like a bolt of lightning. He swiftly turned to gaze at the elder Lu, his eyes betraying a glimmer of murderous intent. Was it not obvious? The gathering of malevolent energy must be the handiwork of this master and disciple duo. Otherwise, how could the old man so confidently claim that only he could cure Old Master Li? Observing Lin Yuyi, the elder Lu scoffed once more, taunting, "What is the matter? Even a member of the Chinese Medical Association cannot discern the ailment afflicting the old master? Ziqing, is there a vantage point nearby?" Lin Yuyi inquired. After pondering for a moment, Li Ziqing replied, "Yes, there is. My room has a specially constructed observatory for stargazing. Take me there quickly," Lin Yuyi urged with urgency. Not wanting to pry into Lin Yuyi's intentions, Li Ziqing promptly led him out of the room. Meanwhile, the elder Lu's expression shifted to one of unease upon hearing Lin Yuyi's quest for a higher ground. As Lin Yuyi passed by the elderly man surnamed Lu, he delivered a sharp slap on the man's shoulder and coldly uttered, "Take care. The gathering of malevolent energies must have objects placed in the 4 cardinal directions around the array's core to effectively collect the surrounding sinister forces." Now that it is understood that the room of the late Mr. Li serves as the focal point of the array, it suffices to search for the gathering devices in the vicinity of the core. Li Ziqing swiftly led Lin Yuyi to the entrance of her room and remarked, "Only my room grants access to the observatory." With that, she opened the door. Upon entering, Lin Yuyi was taken aback. Li Ziqing's room exuded a pastel, girlish charm, a stark contrast to the strength she typically displayed. A wild beauty, perhaps? Noticing Lin Yuyi's stunned expression, a blush promptly graced Li Ziqing's cheeks. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a girl's room before? Also, how is grandfather's health?" After speaking, Lin Yuyi gestured towards the staircase in the corner, prompting Li Ziqing to nod eagerly. "Just climb up there." Taking the lead, Li Ziqing ascended the ladder. However, as Lin Yuyi followed and glanced upward, he suddenly realized something amiss. Li Ziqing was wearing an exceedingly short skirt. Quickly averting his gaze, he silently chanted, "I see nothing. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." When Li Ziqing reached the top and looked down, she became acutely aware of her attire, and her already flushed face deepened in embarrassment. Upon ascending to the stargazing platform, Lin Yu softly cleared his throat twice, striving to suppress his burgeoning unease. Meanwhile, Li Zi observed Lin Yu's earnest demeanor with increasing shyness. Her cheeks flushed to the point of near combustion. Once he had composed his thoughts, Lin Yu began to formulate incantations, mentally rehearsing the Taoist techniques repeatedly until he swiftly calculated the instruments necessary for gathering the energies from the 4 cardinal directions. Lin Yu felt a sense of urgency as he observed the malevolent spirits that had already begun to infiltrate the body of the elderly Mr. Li. This compelled him to hastily seek out the gathering formation to dispel these spirits, rather than first bringing the duo, Zhang Xiaowei and his apprentice, to justice. Without hesitation, Lin Yu leaped from the 6-meter-high stargazing platform, leaving Li Ziqing in a state of bewilderment amidst the swirling winds. Upon descending, Lin Yu made his way swiftly towards the nearest location where the spirit-dispelling apparatus was placed. In a short while, he arrived at the first site designated for the installation of the device. After a brief examination, he unearthed the buried talisman. Meanwhile, within the confines of Mr. Li's chamber, the elderly Lu began to experience a slow trickle of blood from his nostrils. In a state of alarm, Zhang Xiaowei inquired, "Master, what is wrong?" Lu merely waved his hand dismissively and addressed Li Ziqing's uncle, stating, "I must take my leave. Should the old man's condition remain unresolved, you may summon me again." With that, he departed the room, not allowing the uncle a moment to interject with words of persuasion. Observing the departure of the master and his apprentice, Li Ziqing's third uncle glared with fury at his second brother. "Look at what has transpired. You've provoked Elder Lu, and where is that Lin Yu now? I cannot fathom why you would place your trust in that young man." The second uncle, listening to his brother's grievances, could only respond with a look of resignation. At this moment, Lin Yu had arrived at the next location, where he plucked a string of 5 emperor coins hanging from the willow tree. Just as the elderly man surnamed Lu reached the entrance, he suddenly spat out fresh blood. Zhang Xiaowei was about to speak when he heard his master say, "Hurry, there's no time for explanations. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Zhang Xiaowei dared not defy his master's command and quickly assisted him, hastening their steps. Lin Yu swiftly retrieved all the paper effigies submerged in the water, bound by white ropes, and pressed them beneath the stone grindstone. The core of the 4-square gathering evil device had already been dismantled by Lin Yu. With a deft alteration, Lin Yu transformed this malevolent energy into a gathering array. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yu set off once more, hurrying towards the room of old Master Li. Lin Yu was unable to offer an explanation in time and merely gestured for Li Ziqing to head swiftly towards the yard. Just as she was nearing the old gentleman's room, Li Ziqing's phone began to ring. Lin Yu paid no heed and proceeded into the house. Upon entering the old master's room, he immediately heard the furious reprimand of his third uncle, Li Ziqing. "How dare you return? You've already driven away old Lu. What do you intend to do now?" Lin Yu paid no heed to Li Ziqing's third uncle and directly approached the esteemed elder Li. As his mystical eyes reopened, Lin Yu gracefully settled into a cross-legged position upon the elder's bed. Enraged by Lin Yu's blatant disregard, Li Ziqing's third uncle seethed with fury, particularly at the sight of the young man seated so disrespectfully. "How dare you act with such impudence?" he bellowed, charging at Lin Yu. However, as he drew near, he was unexpectedly sent hurtling backward. Lin Yu turned his head and cast a glance, stating, "If you wish for your father to remain alive, I suggest you keep silent." Li Ziqing's third uncle lay on the ground, bewildered. What had just transpired? He felt an invisible force converging around Lin Yu, and the energy he had exerted moments ago had rebounded entirely upon himself. Meanwhile, the second uncle, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, chose to remain silent, refraining from any actions. Had those present been able to observe, they would have noticed the malevolent energy accumulating within the room, or the ominous aura that had already begun to infiltrate the body of the elderly Li patriarch, gradually inching closer to Lin Yu. The energy emanating from Lin Yu's Baihui point resembled a vortex, irresistibly drawing in the malevolent spirits. Yet, upon nearing Lin Yu's Baihui, these spirits were effortlessly transformed into a stream of white light, which flowed into Lin Yu's mind. Although Lin Yu possessed simpler and more direct methods to eradicate these malevolent entities, he refrained from doing so, reluctant to squander such valuable resources. The ancient texts record that all things can be transformed into spirit. Thus, Lin Yuyi employed the technique of transforming energy into spirit, absorbing all the malevolent spirits into his consciousness through the Baihui point, where they were subsequently tempered by the spiritual power residing in his mind. However, this approach carried its own risks. A moment's carelessness could result in Lin Yuyi being eroded by these spirits, leading to his primary consciousness being overtaken, rendering him a vessel for the malevolent forces. Wealth and fortune lie in perilous pursuits, yet Lin Yuyi felt a measure of confidence. His prior modification of the gathering spirit formation into a condensing formation served as a precautionary measure. Within the condensing formation, all malevolent energies would be weakened by the auspicious energy, preventing these spirits from claiming control over Lin Yuyi's consciousness. At that moment, Li Ziqing entered the room after finishing a phone call. Upon entering, she beheld her dusty uncle, and without a doubt, given his temperament, a confrontation with Lin Yuyi had likely occurred. Nevertheless, Li Ziqing chose to remain uninvolved, quietly observing Lin Yuyi's actions. At this moment, Lin Yuyi had completely absorbed the malevolent energy within the room. He was now channeling all his spiritual power to merge and transmute this malevolent essence into his own spiritual force. Finally, Lin Yuyi let out a long breath, having transformed all the malevolent energy into spiritual power. Rising from his bed, he was approached hurriedly by Li Zi, who inquired, "Lin Yuyi, how is my grandfather?" Lin Yuyi began, "Your grandfather is no longer." Before Lin Yuyi could finish his words, Old Master Li suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark blood, followed by rapid gasps for breath. The three individuals present were taken aback, and Li Ziqing's third uncle immediately shouted, "Hurry! Someone! This quack has killed my father." As soon as the words left his mouth, a dozen guards clad in military uniforms quickly gathered at the door. Moments later, members of the Li family rushed into the room. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Old Master Li's dark blood staining the bedding, inciting a wave of anger among the crowd. You have actually killed my father. What punishment do you deserve? Murder requires a life for a life, and debts must be repaid. Bring this murderer to justice."